Hey, how's it going? Welcome to this video. I want you to look at the length of this video. This is about 17-hour long video. Yes, that is correct. 17-hour long. And what is this about? You might be wondering. Well, this is a JavaScript bootcamp for beginners with 10 plus projects. I'm not sure if I've ever heard of a video which is 17-hour long on YouTube about programming. So this is a JavaScript bootcamp which will teach you from start to end with 10 plus projects. So we got a lot to cover in this course. I want to take you to the curriculum of this course before you could start so you know what you are going to learn in this course. So on my screen, you can see the first chapter is about setting up development environment. Then we start with JavaScript for absolute beginners. We continue with JavaScript beyond basics. We have Decrement Object Model, basic DOM coding challenges. So there's about 2 challenges in here. We have a first project, which is creating analog clock watch. That is a very interesting project. We have this Decrement Object Model part 2. Then we have another project, typing speed test game. And we have some useful web APIs such as JSON, HTML5 storage API, geolocation API, and file API. Then we talk about new features in JavaScript. Once we learn those, then we have some coding challenges. We have a Git Crash Course. So if you don't know Git, don't worry, you will learn in this video. We also have this chat application with Socket.io. One of the main projects in this video is going to be this advanced mean stack login registration system. So this is a full stack application with front end using Angular and a back end using Mongo and Express. So this is going to be a very long journey for you, but this is a JavaScript bootcamp. So if you don't know JavaScript, this is the video for you. There are timestamps in the description of this video that you can check them out to go to the specific part of this video. Also, I would like to share a few other links that are available in the description of this video. If you really think that this video helped you learning JavaScript, and if you want to help out the channel, you can click on the link, which is a link to a website where you can donate. Also, I'd like you to check out some other links. Some affiliate links are available in the description of this video as well. I've pasted some links for one of the best books for JavaScript. You can check them out as well. Now, I want to also talk about one of the VS Code plugin called Kite, which is basically an AI that helps you to write code faster. And I would like you to click on the link in the description of this video and check them out as well. So yeah, enjoy the full course and I hope you like it. And yeah, let's get going with JavaScript Bootcamp with 10 plus projects. Alright guys, so we are going to start our JavaScript adventure from the next section of this course. Now, before we start writing a JavaScript code, we need to set up our PC for JavaScript development. So let's set up our PC for JavaScript development. Now, we need a web browser first of all because JavaScript code can run on a web browser and we create a dynamic web pages with JavaScript. So we have a few options. We have a Google Chrome, we have a Mozilla Firefox, we have a Opera, we have Internet Explorer and Edge browser from Microsoft as well. So I'm going to use Google Chrome for the rest of this course and I will spend a lot of time in Google Chrome writing JavaScript code and testing them in Google Chrome. And then we need some kind of a text editor, or you can call it IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Now we have some free options and some paid options as well. So we'll go through all of those options and what I think are really good. So before we jump to that section, we want to talk about Chrome a bit more. Now Chrome is a web browser. We write our code and test our code in Chrome. So I want to show you a console in Chrome. So if you click on these 3 dots and go to more tools, and here we have a developer tools. If I click on that, it will toggle on developer tools, and the shortcut key for that is Control-Shift-I. So let's click on that. Now this is what we call a console. In the Chrome developer tools, we have element where we see all of the HTML code. In a console, we will execute and play with our JavaScript code. We have a source. So source is basically all of our JavaScript file and HTML file will sit here. We can see that in a runtime environment. A network is used for sending an AJAX call. I'm pretty sure you're not sure about what I'm talking about here, but it's just an overview of a Chrome developer tool. So we will talk about the Chrome developer tool in details later in the course. Now this is just an overview, so I'm going to close Chrome developer tools by clicking on this close button. Now let's talk about why we need a better IDE. Well, you can write a JavaScript code on a notepad and it will run perfectly fine. But IDE, or you can say advanced text editors, can help you to write the code faster without any errors, without any spelling mistakes, because they give you a lot of suggestions and make your JavaScript development a bit faster. So we have a free option first. Let's go through the free options. So first of all, if you are just want to go for a free option, then this is the best option that you can choose. This is Visual Studio Code created by Microsoft. It supports pretty much a lot of languages, not just JavaScript, so we can write a C++ Java code in that as well. It's just a text editor with a little bit of advanced features. We will have a separate video of Visual Studio Code. The next option we have Atom. Atom is created by GitHub. If you are not sure about GitHub, don't worry, we will cover GitHub later in the course as well. So this is another text editor for JavaScript development. It's pretty cool as well, but I would recommend go with the Visual Studio Code. The next option we have is a paid option. So we'll go to the website. I'll click on this. This is a Webstorm. So I'll go to the main page of this website. Well, the company name is the JetBrains. JetBrains create tools for web development, C++ development, Java development, and a bunch of other tools. So we want to go to a Webstorm. Webstorm is basically a JavaScript IDE by JetBrains. Now this is a paid version. And one thing I want to show you here is that it's got a lot of features, but it is only recommended once you get hands-on with JavaScript. You know all of the stuff with JavaScript and you want to make your JavaScript development workflow a bit faster. Then I'll go ahead and say, okay, this is pretty good option. This is one of the best IDE and used by all the professionals. It costs about $59 US a year. So I would recommend go for this if you are totally beginners. Visual Studio Code is perfectly fine for all of your JavaScript development work, but I just want to show you because I will be using Webstorm for the rest of this course. Now you might be thinking that, oh, I'm using Webstorm and I cannot afford this Webstorm right now. How I'm gonna follow along with this course? Well, don't worry. Everything we write, it can be written in a Visual Studio Code because JavaScript code is just a text. You can write it on a notepad or Visual Studio Code or Atom or even a paid IDE such as a Webstorm. It's pretty much the same thing. All you have to do is just to create a project and then you just start writing your JavaScript. It's pretty simple, pretty good. So I will have a separate video for Visual Studio Code workflow compared to Webstorm, so you won't feel like you're left out and you are missing a lot of things what I'm talking about, because you're not going to miss anything what we talk about in the course, because this is just simply writing a code. Alright, so I'm going to quickly show you an overview of Visual Studio Code. So this is a Visual Studio Code. Once you install it, this will look like this, and here we have some options. We will have a separate video for each of these IDEs as well. Now we have a Webstorm as well. I have downloaded and installed Webstorm because I use Webstorm for all my JavaScript development work. So it's going to open the previous project, which I'm just going to close, and this is a Webstorm. Now we have an Atom. Atom can be installed as well. So I will have a separate video. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to talk about Visual Studio Code a bit more in details, and I'll show you how you can install it and what are the extensions that we need to help us to write JavaScript code a bit better and efficient and faster. So first of all, you need to go to the website called code.visualstudio.com. I drop a link in the description of this video. So here we'll click on download for Windows, and it will automatically start downloading, and you will see here. Now the Google Chrome is telling me, do you want to keep this file? It can harm your computer. So don't worry, you can just simply click on keep. Now it's going to start downloading. The file size is about 42.8 megabytes. So I'm actually going to cancel this because I've already downloaded and installed Visual Studio Code. So let's start up the Visual Studio Code, and this is what I see when I start a Visual Studio Code for the first time. It's a nice text editor, got a bit of advanced features as well. First of all, we have the menu bar on the top. We have this Explorer where we will see all of our files. I'm actually zoom out a little bit. All right, this is much better. So here we will see all the project files. Next, we have a search. So here we can search within our project. Next, we have a source control. So we'll talk about this when we write our JavaScript code and what are the features. So I'll have a separate video for Visual Studio Code a bit more in advance, showing you some options. Here we have a debugger tool. We have extensions here. So this is where I want to show you a few of the extensions, which are really cool, and it's going to help you to write JavaScript code a lot easier. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to open a project folder. So right now, let's say we don't have a project folder. So we will create one. So let's go to the file menu, and I will go click on open folder. Now here, this will take me to the Windows Explorer. If you're on a Mac, then it will take you to the Finder. And this is where you need to create a folder. So we'll go create a folder of, let's just say, JavaScript practice. All right. And I'm going to double click on that, get inside that folder, and then click on select folder. Let's click on that. Alright, so now Visual Studio Code has opened this folder, and now we can create the files within that folder by going to the Explorer and simply clicking on this button. This is the button where we create a new file. This is the button where we create a new folder. This is where we refresh our project and collapse all. So if you have a multiple folders, you want to collapse them all, you can use this button, right? So first of all, we can create a file. So I'm going to click on this new file, and I'm going to type script.js. Now JavaScript has an extension of JS, like you have a document in Microsoft Word which has an extension of .docx or .doc. Simple as that. We have a JavaScript extension which is .js. I'm going to press enter on a keyboard, and there we go. We got the script file created in Visual Studio Code, and now we can write our JavaScript code. Obviously, we're not going to write a JavaScript code in this video. I know you guys are really excited about JavaScript, but just be patient. From the next section of the course, we're going to jump right into JavaScript. Now here we can create a file. Now let's say we will go to extensions, and here we want to install some of the extensions. First of the extension we want to install is Debugger for Chrome. Let's click on install. Well, I'm going to have a separate video. There will be a section of the course that you will find down in the course that will help you to how to debug your code. So yeah, this is a really great debugger from Chrome. Just install it, and after you install it, you need to reload this Visual Studio Code. Now we want to have one more extension, which is a JavaScript, right? JavaScript, and then here we have a JavaScript ES6 code snippets. I'm going to click on install. This is going to help you to have a drop downs for JavaScript ES6 code snippets. So we are going to cover JavaScript ES6 version as well. Alright, so that's pretty much it is, and we have some cool extension, HTML snippet. Obviously we need HTML to make something, and then we have a JavaScript to make that thing dynamic, right? So you can install this HTML snippet as well. Alright, so this is a quick introduction to Visual Studio Code. Now we go back to Explorer, and here we'll write out our JavaScript code. So whatever I write in Webstorm, it's pretty much the same thing. You just have to write the code, and then you will execute that in a Chrome browser. Now one more cool thing I want to show you with the Visual Studio Code is that it has a built-in terminal. So if I click on this button and go to terminal, alright, so here we have a terminal, and here we can run our JavaScript file. For example, I will write a small JavaScript function saying hello world, right? I'm gonna save it. Now, how do we run this code? There are a few ways. We can run this code in our Chrome browser, or we can run it directly inside the IDE. The best part about writing and executing and testing that in IDE, because it's much faster, you don't have to go and open Chrome browser to test it out. So here we will just type a command node and then the file name which you want to run, and then the extension, enter, and there we go. We have this word hello world. I'm pretty sure it doesn't make sense to you guys now because I haven't talked about JavaScript, but I just want to show you what are the features available at the basic level in Visual Studio Code. Alright, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we are going to have a bit of introduction to Webstorm created by JetFrames. It's an IDE for web development and it's pretty cool. Now I have started a Webstorm, so this is what you see as a welcome page. To create a new project, we simply click on create new project, and here we have a lot of options that we can start our project from. For example, if you're creating a Node.js application, you can simply click on this and it will basically set up your project for Node.js and Express app. So we are going to create a new project by using an empty project. And here we can see where it's going to create our project and the name of the project. We can simply say JavaScript, right? I'm going to click on create and it is going to create a project for us. So on the left we can see we have an explorer such as we had in Visual Studio Code, and we have so many options which I will be discussing during the course. So here I'm going to right click and then create a new file of JavaScript. Let's click on that, and now here I'll just type script and press enter. We don't have to type .js because it automatically knows that we are creating a JavaScript file. So let's click OK, and there you go. So we have a JavaScript file created now, and same as with the Visual Studio Code, we have a terminal. If I click here, it will start up the terminal. So this is the terminal in Webstorm. So here I will write the same console.log and I'll just say hello world, and then I'll save it, and I can run this file by using a command node and then the name of the file .js. I'll press enter, and there you go, we got the hello world. So this is pretty much the same thing we are going to do compared to Visual Studio Code, which is a free IDE, and I'm pretty sure a lot of my viewers are going to use Visual Studio Code. But don't worry, you are not going to feel like you are left alone because I am using a paid version of IDE. It's just in a text editor. We're just going to write a JavaScript code. So this is a quick introduction to Webstorm. Alright guys, so welcome back. In this video I'm going to show you how you can install Node.js. But first, before we install Node.js, let me introduce to you a Node.js. So I'm going to read this passage here on Node.js website. So Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built in a Chrome V8 JavaScript engine. Node.js uses an event-driven non-blocking I/O model that makes it lightweight and efficient. Node.js package ecosystem NPM is the largest ecosystem and open source library in the world. Now, so far we haven't learned JavaScript, we haven't learned Node.js. Node.js is basically a server-side Chrome V8 JavaScript engine which led us to write a JavaScript on a server side of our application. And if that doesn't make sense yet, don't worry, we will talk about the server-side JavaScript later in the course. Now, I'm installing Node.js, and the start of the course, there are a few reasons about it. So first of all, I'm going to open a Windows Explorer, and I'm just going to go to Documents. and actually in the documents. So here, for example, we create a new folder and I will name it scripts and I'll get inside that folder. All right, let's create a new file. I'm going to right click and create just a file. So we just say app, right? And I'm going to open this file in the notepad. And here I will type console.log and I will type hello world, which will write this text on the console. So I'm going to save this file. Now this file has been saved as a text, so what we can do, we can save as, and here save as type to all files, and I will just say script.js. Now this file has become a JavaScript now because it has an extension of JS. Now right now you can see this icon of Webstorm. This is because that I have set Webstorm as a default IDE for our JavaScript files. I'm just going to delete this. Now here, for example, we can run a JS file within the browser. So we will have to have an HTML file which basically link to this file, and then we can work with this JS file. So if you click right click by pressing shift key, you get this option. If you just right click, you won't get that option. So press shift and right click and then click on open command window here. Now here we have a CMD. Now we are basically inside the same folder. Now after installing Node, we can run this file standalone. We don't have to have a browser which has an HTML file and then this JavaScript file is linked to that HTML file, so we could start working on our JS file. So here I will type the command node space and then the name of the file, script.js. I'll press enter and there we go. It actually run our file. So this is basically because we have installed Node.js. For this purpose, I have installed Node.js and I will highly recommend you to install Node.js, because when we work on our projects or start learning JavaScript, we want to spend time learning JavaScript instead of wasting time to go to the console of Chrome browser and then test our JavaScript code there. So this is why I would highly recommend you guys should click on this latest version of Node.js. So let's click on that and it will start downloading Node.js. So it's about 15.9 megabytes. So you just double click on that file and it will start installing Node.js. Now to test that if the Node.js has installed, we can go to cmd, which is a command prompt, and here I can write a command name node dash space and node space dash v, enter, and it will tell you what version of the Node.js you have installed. So right now I have this 9.2.0 version installed. So you can either choose a long-term supported version or a current version. It's up to you. It's pretty much whatever we're going to learn, it works with the both versions of it. So yeah, I would highly recommend install Node.js because we want to spend a lot of time learning JavaScript instead of just going into the browser and going to the console, go to developer tools and console and test over JavaScript code here. That takes a bit of time. We will come back to this when we start creating our projects later in the course, because the projects needs an HTML file. We need to have a visual stuff, and then we can run that JavaScript to make that visually content dynamic. So yeah, we'll come back to this. Alright, but for now, make sure you install Node.js. Welcome to the first section of this course. This is where we start our JavaScript adventure. Now before we talk about JavaScript, we need to understand some core concept. Let's talk about how the web page is built. I assume you know about HTML and CSS. Well, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it is the most basic building block of a web. It describes and defines the content of a web page. Next we have CSS. CSS is not really a programming language. It is a style sheet language. This means that it lets you apply style selectively to element in HTML document. For example, to select all the paragraph elements on HTML page and turn the text within them to red, you would write this with CSS. Next we have a JavaScript, and we are going to talk about JavaScript in details in this course. Alright, so we're gonna talk about JavaScript, and everyone's waiting for JavaScript, right? That is why you took this course. Right, so JavaScript is a scripting language that enables you to create a dynamically updating content, control a multimedia, animate images, and pretty much everything else. Well, okay, not everything, but it is amazing what you can achieve with a few lines of JavaScript code. So JavaScript is primarily used in web development, but it is not limited to only web development. You can create hybrid mobile apps, video games, a desktop application with Electron, and JavaScript can be used as a server-side language with Node.js. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to set up our JavaScript development environment. And we're going to understand some core concept, how we can run JavaScript in a web browser, and how we're going to be using JavaScript throughout this module. And this is the first module. I'm really excited. And in this module, we are going to understand the core concept of JavaScript. So first of all, if you take a look here, let's just say this is our web page. Now, web page gets rendered because we use a file called HTML. Okay, so the HTML file gets rendered in a browser and becomes a page. And now this HTML file can link to a style file, which has an extension for CSS file. And also this can link to a JavaScript file, which has an extension JS. All right, so we're gonna create these three files and we're gonna open that project in Webstorm. And also I'll show you how you can open that in VS Code as well. So let's go here. This is a Webstorm and I'm in a desktop. I'm gonna right click and create a new folder. And I'm gonna name it this folder as JavaScript folder. So I'm just gonna rename that. We need to say JavaScript folder. I'm gonna open that. Right now it is empty. Now, if you're on a Windows, you should be able to open a new folder and create some files. All right. In Mac, I'm gonna show you how you can create some files using terminal. So we'll open a terminal. And I'm just gonna make it bigger. And here we're gonna navigate to desktop and cd to JavaScript folder. And here we're gonna use a command called touch. I'm gonna create index.html file, touch style.html file, sorry, CSS file, and then touch script.js file. Now I'm gonna close terminal, and here in the folder I can see I have three files now. So you can start writing HTML style or JavaScript file using any text editor, but it's always good to have some sort of an IDE or some advanced text editor, such as Webstorm and VS Code. Now we're going to open this folder in Webstorm. So I'll just click on open. I'll go to a desktop and then click on JavaScript and then click on open. And this is going to open this project in Webstorm. And if I click here, I can see I have these three files. Now, if you are using a free version of VS Code, you can open that in the Mac as well. So I have that installed. And here, if I want to open the same folder, I'll simply go to File menu and click on Open and navigate to the folder. And it's going to show you this pretty similar structure of the code. So let's close this. We have already seen that, how we can do that. So let me write some boilerplate code for HTML. So I'll say HTML and then inside a head tag we can simply say link, and I'm gonna say rel, that would be style sheet, and source. Or you can do something really cool in Webstorm. You can simply click on the file and drag to your workspace. It will automatically put that link to your web page. So here I'm going to drag a JavaScript file as well. So at this stage, our index.html file is successfully linked to a style file and a JavaScript file as well. I'm going to save the file and let's open a script file. Now here, I know you guys don't know nothing about JavaScript, but don't worry, we're gonna start from scratch. So first of all, let me open a Chrome browser, and this is the place where we're gonna start testing running our code. All right, so let's go and open that HTML file in a browser. So I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna say something like h1 hello guys. I'm going to render this page. Let's save this file and I'm gonna click here to the Chrome browser and it's gonna take me to the browser and open that HTML file into our browser. So now we're going to go to script file and I'm going to write a code. If you don't really understand what I'm writing, don't worry, we're going to talk about this. So I'm going to type a console.log and I'll say hello, welcome to JavaScript course. I'm going to save the file and now let's go back to our browser and I'm going to open developer tools. So here we have some sort of tools provided by Chrome for developing application for browser. So I'll click here on the menu bar and I'll go to more option. I'll click on developer tools and that opens up our developer tools. Now in the developer tools, you might see developer tools at the bottom. So you can click on the menu and then change the place where you want to see the developer tools. So here we have element, which shows us whatever HTML we are rendering in the browser in the current page. So this is HTML. As you can see here, we have a hello guys. Next we have a console. Console is a runtime JavaScript environment. So you can basically run your JavaScript in the console, test it. Let me show you one more thing. So in the code, we have written this console.log. A console is targeting the browser console, and we're calling a function on that, which is a log. Means that please go ahead and write this to the console. So if I refresh the browser, I should see something, hello, welcome to JavaScript course in the console. So as you can see, HTML file is linking to a JavaScript. This is why we are seeing something written in the console. And if I go and change this to say, okay, we understand the console now. So let me just say, we understand the console. Let's save the file. Let's go back to the browser. I'm going to refresh the page. And now we understand the console. I understand that you guys don't know what we're doing right now, but don't worry, it will start making sense very soon. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to understand a JavaScript statement. So a computer program is a list of instructions to be executed by a computer. In programming language, these programming instructions are called statements. A JavaScript program is the list of programming statements, and JavaScript statements are composed of values, operators, expression, keyword, and comments. Now, I've said a lot of words. We know about a value, we know about operator, we know about expression. Not exactly, right? Okay, never mind. We'll talk about expressions. We know about keyword and comments, I said, right? We don't know about the comments. So let's say a keyword, let's just say, give you an example of var. It's a keyword, okay? Let me write that, it's a keyword. And we define an identifier for this variable. We just say, maybe we say A, B, C. And that becomes identifier. Okay, now this is another example of a keyword. Now we have is equal to sign. This is an example of operator. So we say operator. Okay, now we have an example of value, which is 5. And I'm going to remove this. Let me change the color to, I hope you like this orange color. I like the orange color. Now this is a kind of a statement. Not exactly all, but just this bit. This is a statement because it has some instruction to the computer to run this. What is the instruction? It says, okay, create a variable name ABC and assign the value of 5 to ABC. Now this is some kind of a statement in JavaScript. Now most JavaScript programs contains many JavaScript statements. Statements are executed one by one in the same order they are written. So for example, if I say var a is equal to 5, var b is equal to 10, var c is equal to 15. Now let's just say this guy is a compiler of a JavaScript. Its job to read this statement and then send this statement in our binary 10101110001111. Whatever these statements get compiled into a binary language, this guy will compile these and then will send this to our computer to run this code, because our computer does not understand what we are talking about in the statement. It doesn't understand what is var, it doesn't understand what is a, it doesn't understand what is 5, it only understands ones and zeros. Now this guy, its name is compiler. Okay, now this guy has some sort of a rule. It says when I see these statements, I'm only going to compile the first statement first and then onwards. It is not going to compile this statement first and then go to compile this statement. It's not going to do that. It's going to start from the top and then go one by one, and it's going to compile every statement one by one. So this is how this program in JavaScript gets compiled, and statements get compiled as well. Now, a couple of small things we talk about in this video is JavaScript white spaces. So JavaScript ignores multiple spaces. You can add white spaces to a script and make it more readable. For example, if I say var, I'll say my name, let's just say Awais, and I'll just make this space. Don't worry, these are nothing but just the spaces, okay? And I'll just write all the way here and I'll say 5. Now that guy compiler, we don't want to draw this, we'll take this and say, oh, okay, I don't really care about this gibberish, I don't really understand this, I want to ignore this, and it's gonna say, okay, var Awais, and right jump into this and then go right to 5. So white spaces are ignored in JavaScript. We talk about JavaScript code block as well, but that's a little bit advanced topic. We talk about that when we talk about functions. So there are some reserved keywords in JavaScript. Let's go down. So we have seen the keyword var. We have other keywords as well. For example, let me give you some examples of the keywords. We have a continue keyword. We have a for keyword used for loops. We talk about that. We have a function keyword, and then we have if and else keywords as well. There's a bunch of keywords available in JavaScript. Now we understand the statement in JavaScript. Welcome back. In this video we're going to talk about JavaScript syntax. Now what is the word syntax? So syntax means that this is the rules that you write JavaScript. For example, if someone say, okay, I'm going to define a variable, and we talk about variable in a second, but you will tell that, okay, I'm JavaScript and I want you to define a variable like that. You cannot follow the rules and regulation the way you want it, but you need to follow the rules and regulation provided by JavaScript. Now, first of all, we always have to store some information in the memory in any programming language or in a computer. So we do that by defining a variable. So let's just say we can define a variable in JavaScript by using 3 keywords. So we have the first keyword var, we have a second keyword let, and we have a const. Now we will talk about var, let, and const in the later videos, but for now just take a look at how we can define a variable and what happens when you define a variable. So var means that, okay, compiler, I'm going to define a variable, and it will ask you, okay, what kind of variable you are going to define. So I'll say, okay, I will name a variable ABC. Now when you say ABC and then a semicolon, now a semicolon represents that, okay, you have finished defining a variable. Now in the background, what happens is, let's say this is your computer and we have some memory in your computer. Now we say var ABC, so the compiler will go inside your memory and allocate the location for ABC. So for example, this is ABC now. So we name this location in our memory named ABC. Okay, so I'm gonna remove some of the code here. And next, so let's just say I have allocated a variable named ABC, and in the memory we have that. Now we want to store some data into our memory location. So we can do that by using an assignment operator. Assignment operator is this equal to sign. So if I say A, B, C equal to, and I will say 5, and a 5 is a data type which we are going to talk about in the next video. So I'll say ABC is equal to 5, and I type semicolon. Now what compiler will do now, compiler will take this value and put that value into this memory location, and now the memory location ABC will have this value. Now inside our JavaScript code, if we say, okay, please compiler, tell me what is ABC, it will give us back from here and it will show us 5, which is stored in our JavaScript variable, and it will retrieve from the memory location. Now let's take a look at the demo, what I just explained to you guys. So I'm going to go to a browser. So here I'm going to define a variable. So I'll say var, and I'll say ABC, and I press semicolon and press enter. Now if I say ABC again, it doesn't give me anything because it has that memory location stored in a memory, but it doesn't have any value. So if I say ABC is equal to 5 and I press enter, now it gives me back 5. And this time if I go and say ABC and press enter, I receive 5. So what's happening is the var keyword creates a memory location with the name you provide, and that name called identifier, and then it will store the value using an assignment operator. So now we understand the concept of defining a variable. Now there's other concept that we can talk about. So let's go down. So we have defined a variable using var keyword, and we say A, B, C, and on the same line I can start defining the value for that memory location. I'll say is equal to 5. Okay, now we can define a variable using a let keyword, which we will talk about what is the difference between a let and const and a var later in the course. But now we already know that how we can define a variable and what happens when we define a variable. So let me show you a couple more things about a variable. So we can define a variable by using var keyword, and I'll say variable A is equal to 10. That will create a variable A and set a value of 10 to A. And then we will go to next line and define another variable. So instead of doing that, we can be on the same line. Let me show you. So I said var, I can say A is equal to 5, and I'll say comma B is equal to 10, and I can keep going. C is equal to 15, and then I type semicolon. Now this will create 3 variables, so we don't have to type var for every variable we define. So there's another thing that I want to talk about is if I say var is equal to a comma b comma c and add a semicolon. Now this time it will create 3 variables, but it will not define any value, or it will not store any value inside these variables. So now we understand the concept of defining a variable. Now let's talk about variables a bit more in details. So for example, we define a variable. I'm going to change the color to orange. So we define a variable by using a var keyword. So let me go and define a variable using a var keyword, and then we will define the name of the variable. So we can simply say a, and then we use an assignment operator to store a value. So what are these things? Now this thing here is a keyword to define a variable. This thing here is called identifier, okay, in programming language. This thing here is called assignment operator. Okay, that is a value which is going to be stored inside our identifier. And when we write this line of code, var a is equal to 5, this is a memory named a stored in your computer, which will have a value of 5. So we are defining an identifier named a. Is there any limitation on defining identifier? Yes, there is. You cannot define a variable starting a name with comma or with this top hat or any weird characters. Okay, there are some rules and regulation provided by JavaScript that you have to follow to define an identifier for a variable. So what are those? Let me change the color, makes it cooler, red. Now, if I say I'll define a variable var and I'll say comma a, b, c, this is going to cause an error in our code. This is not going to work because we use this comma character for our identifier. So what can be used to define an identifier in JavaScript? So in JavaScript, you can define an identifier starting with a letter that could be A to Z, okay? And also we can define a variable starting with underscore. And also we can use a $sign to define a variable. So if I say var underscore a, this is going to be perfectly fine. If I say var $a, this is going to be okay. And also if I use a, b, c, or any character from a to z, a letter, sorry, not a character, which is going to be fine. JavaScript is not going to cause any error. Now we talked about our identifier and its syntax and its limitation. Next thing, we're gonna have to understand some variable scope as well. But we can talk about variable scope later in the course because that involves functions and other stuff as well. Let's take a look at the demo, whatever we learned and understood about variables. So let's go to the Webstorm, and here I'm gonna start defining some variables. So I'll say var a is equal to 5 and add a semicolon. We're gonna say var b is equal to 10. And then we say var c is equal to 6. Okay, now we are specifically defining 3 variables, a, b, and c, and we stored 5, 10, and 6. So this is perfectly fine, doesn't cause any errors. Webstorm is pretty advanced. It can give you some suggestion and and offer some improvement for your code as well. So I'm going to save the file, and to see those variables in our console, we can use the function called console.log, and in the parentheses, I'm going to define a, add a semicolon. We use a console.log, we can simply say b. We can say console.log log, we can say C. I'm going to save the file, and here I'm going to refresh the page. Now here you can see we have text, we understood the console, we have 5, 10, and 6. So if I say B and press enter, it gives me 10 back because it knows what is B, because we specifically defined B as a variable in our code, which is linked to this HTML file. So we can define a variable here as well. So let's take a look at that. So I say var E is equal to, let's just say 100. Press enter. I'm going to press E and enter. It gives me 100 back. Now var, if I say top head ABC is equal to 50, press enter, that is going to give me an error because saying uncut syntax error, and it gives you this, okay, you cannot define a variable using top head before our identifier. So I'll say var, okay, you don't let me do that, but can I use underscore? So if I say var underscore ABC is equal to 50, I press enter, that's perfectly fine. So if I say underscore ABC, press enter, it gives me back 50. And also if I say var $ABCD is equal to 50, press enter, and I can use $ABCD, enter, that gives me 50 back as well. So we can use underscore, we can use $, to define variable identifier. Alright, so now let's talk about JavaScript case sensitivity. So we defined a variable, for example, we define a variable var A is equal to 5. I'm going to define another variable var A is equal to 5. Now what's happening here? Here we have used a lowercase letter. Okay, now here we have used uppercase letter. So define uppercase letter. Okay, now what happens in our JavaScript code that if you define a lowercase letter and you define an uppercase letter, these things are pretty much the same character, but in terms of programming, they are totally different. So what happens in a memory? So what will happen is we will have another location. We will have a second location. This will have a lowercase a. This is uppercase a. And these two are different things. One more thing. So if I define var s lowercase and I define s uppercase, these two things are totally different. Okay, we can take a look at the demo as well in the console. So let's go to the browser, and here I'm going to clear the console by clicking on this button. So I will say var A is equal to 10, and I'll say var capital A is equal to 50. Press enter. Now if I say A, enter, I get 10, and if I type capital A, I get 50. So as you can see in the console, we can see lowercase a and uppercase a is pretty much two separate things. So in theory, if I define, let's just say a cat variable, and I say cat with capital C, these two cats are different. That could be like this cat with this body, 2 legs, and this cat could be a bigger face, a body rectangular, and then 2 legs. So these two cats are not linked to each other. They are two different things, and I hope you understood the concept of case sensitivity. So lowercase letter is not equal to uppercase letter. They are two separate things. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to understand comments in JavaScript. Now, before we talk about comments in JavaScript, I would like to say that comments are available in any programming out there, whether it's a Python, C++, Objective-C, Swift, Java, Ruby on Rails, any programming out there will have comments. Now, what are comments and why do we need comments in our code? For example, I'll go and write a code. Let's say I will say var, and I'll name this blah blah blah. I'll say is equal to 20. Now this code or statement written by this fellow. This is the fellow. Now this fellow write this line of code. Now what happens is there is another fellow which is going to work on his code when he leaves from work. So let's say this guy go, okay, I'm going to start working on the code, and if this guy goes, okay, I'm gonna read this code, but this doesn't really make sense. What is a blah blah blah? Now to understand what is blah blah blah, if that guy has written some sort of text, so let's just say this guy says this is, let's just say, a variable name, or it could say something else about this. So what happens when this guy doesn't write anything about this line of code? This new guy will not understand, and here is a problem, and this is going to think about, oh, what the hell is going on? What is this? So to avoid that scenario, we have comments. And in JavaScript, if I want to write a comment about this statement, I will say here, I'll say defining a variable name. Okay, and now if I write this in a code, that will definitely cause an error, because this is not going to be very helpful for a compiler. So the compiler will come say, what is this English written here? To make this line of code or line of strings, we haven't used the word strings yet, but this paragraph, we are going to write double slashes just before we start writing our comment, and that will be able to recognize as a comment. So for example, I'm going to go down, I will say another comment here. This is my first comment. Okay, now when this guy, let's say this is a compiler, okay, and that compiler comes to this line of code and say, oh, I found something here. I know this is a comment. So it will ignore this line of code. So the comments are only helpful for the developers, not for the compiler. So we just write a comment for our own understanding. So if I go to my code the next day, I should be able to understand what I wrote yesterday. So this is how we write comments. Now to take a look at the demo in the code, I have written this code. So here, if I write double slash, and that gets grayed out. Now this basically is not going to execute it in our code anymore, because we have commented out. This is just for us now. So if I say, okay, I'll say double slash, this is my first comment, okay? Or I can say double slash console.log, and I'm trying to write a comment. Okay, now this has a function console.log, but it's not going to get logged on a console. So I'm going to save this file. Let's go to the browser, and we're going to refresh the page. So if I refresh the page, I get, we understand the console. I got back 10 and then 6. And as you can see, we got 10 and 6 back, and we didn't really get 8 because now it's a comment. A compiler will understand that as a comment and will not do anything about it. We'll just skip that. And the comments are only for developers to help them understand the code, maybe the next day or next year or after 10 years. So comments are great. Make sure you write a lot of comments about your code, because they're gonna help you a lot. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about data structure and types available in JavaScript. And this is the most important topic throughout this module. Now, data types are basically the types of the value you're going to store in the memory. So we've seen var, we can say var a is equal to 5. Now this thing here is a value, okay? Now we need to understand what type of value is this. Is this a number or is this a string? So what type of value is that? That becomes its type. So to understand that, we have some data types in JavaScript. So the first type we have is a number. Next we have a string. We have a null. We have undefined. We have a Boolean. And then we have a symbol. Okay, so these are the 6 types or primitive which are provided by latest JavaScript. Now, an example of a number can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And also we can define a number in a decimal places. For example, 2.5 or 3.8. Okay, or 4.1. We can define a decimal places as well. A string is a sequence of characters. So for example, A is a character, and if I say A, B, C, or if I say Aways, which is my name, that is a sequence of characters which makes it a string. Or a passage or a paragraph can be a string. So to say this is a paragraph. So we need these data types to store information in the memory. A null, what is a null? A null is just an empty variable. So null has a value but which is empty, it's nothing. The undefined means that a variable, let's just say var, was defined but it was undefined, so there was no value stored in that. A Boolean is very important, which can be true or false. So let's say if I have this mobile here, I can say, okay, is this phone on or is this off? So whether it's going to be on or it's going to be off, because it cannot be on and off at the same time. There is only one possibility in Boolean, either it's true or it's false. Now the symbol is a new data type which we will have a separate video. I will talk about that in another video. So it's a new data type, was introduced in ECMA6. Now this is basically a specification provided by the organization called ECMA, which provides a specification of a JavaScript. In simple words, they add new features into JavaScript and deprecate features in JavaScript. Now let's go down and let's talk a little bit more about data types. Now when you define a number data type, you can say just an integer, which can be 5. Or a multiple integers, let's say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever. That will become a number type, and these are basically an integer. So we just simply say these are integers. Okay. Also, we can say a decimal data type. I don't have to write an arrow here, but I'll say 2.5 or 6, 7, 8. Now that becomes a decimal value. Now all of these are integer. Sorry, not integer. This is integer. This is decimal. But both of these has a type number. Okay. We understand how we define a number. What about string? So we say go down. Let me go and change the color and make it more nicer. Let's just say green. Green, I like green. So I say var, and I'll say, okay, this is my name. Now if I go into the code and I say erase, and this is going to cause an error, because to define a string we need to wrap this in single quotes or double quotes. So this is a single quote. We can have a double quotes as well. Now string is a sequence of characters. So we have character A, we have a W, A, and I, and S. This makes it a string. All right. Next data type, we have null. So if I say var A is equal to null, which means the variable is defined but the value is null. There is nothing in there, it's empty. Similar to null, we have undefined, which means that it's basically not defined yet, but down the road it may be defined. So A is available but it's not defined yet, so down the road it could be defined as well. Now the last data type, we have an object. So this needs a separate video. It's a bigger topic to cover in this video. So we have covered data types, a basics data type in theory. Now let's go to the code and let's try understanding these data type. So if I just go here and I'm just going to remove the console log as well, I'm going to save the project, and here I'm going to define a variable, and I'll say, okay, A is equal to 5 or 2, or I can say 2 comma and make it a decimal value, or I can say var B is equal to 5, 6, whatever the number you want to type, and that makes it a type of number. We have a string, we say var, and I'll say my name is equal to, and I have to specify a double quotes or single quotes and wrap my string. So I'll say this is the string. Okay, next we have var, and I'll say null is equal to this. Now this is going to cause an error because null is a keyword. We cannot use that as an identifier. So I'll say null value. Okay, so we say null. Okay, we have a var, we say undefined, which is another keyword. It's not going to let me do it. So undefined value is equal to undefined. All right, we have a symbol data type which we'll talk about later in the course, but let's look at these now. So we have defined all of these types. I'm just going to save the project. Let's go to the browser. Let's refresh the page, and let's say I want to check the type of A. Okay, so I have a function built into JavaScript to check the type of a variable value stored in that. So I'll say type of, I say A, enter, and that gives me in a string form what is the type of a variable A. That gives me number. We know it's a number. Let's take a look at the code. It's number, but this was a decimal, remember? So JavaScript has only one number type. You can store decimal values or integers in number. Now we have a variable named my name. Let's take a look at what is the type of that my name. Let me check whether it's available in our code or not. So I'll say my name, press enter in the console. It gives me a string. This is a string. Now I use the function type of, and I say my name, and I press enter, and that gives me a string. It's telling me it's a type string. So we check null value and undefined value in the console as well. So we say type of null value, press enter, that gives you an object because it's an object type, it's not a primitive data type. We say type of undefined value, press enter, this is an undefined. So null is basically empty, there is no value in that. That means it returns an object An object type is a bit advanced. We'll talk about that later in the course. So this is how you define a data with a type. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to talk about JavaScript operators. We'll take a look at the theory first, and then we'll take a look at the practical demo of the operators as well. So what is an operator? Operator is a character that does some operations. We have seen one operator already, which was this operator. Do you remember what did we call it? This was, let me just write this here, that was assignment operator. Okay, now what it does, it basically takes identifier and then put the value right after the assignment operator to its identifier. So that value will go and will be stored inside A. This is happening because of this operator. So this is an assignment operator. So next we take a look at some of the mathematical or arithmetic operators. So we have a plus, we all know. So if you want to say 2 plus 2, that equation will become 4 because it's a plus operator. It adds to the left to the right or right to the left. So we have a subtract operator. Well, 2 minus 2, that will become 0. So it subtracts this to this. So that left with 0. We have a multiplication operator. These are the basic stuff that I don't want to really go through, but I'm just saying it that you can perform arithmetic operations in JavaScript. So we have a divide, we represent divide like this. We have a modulus, which returns the remainder. That's a basic math. Then we have a decrement and increment operator. So these are just arithmetic operators in JavaScript. Then we have increment and decrement operators. So this plus plus is increment operator. Increment operator. All right, and then we have minus minus, which is a decrement operator. So let me explain to you what is so decrement operator. Okay, so what is plus plus and what is minus minus? So for example, we change the color to this color now. For example, if I say 1 plus plus, okay, what it means is 1 plus 1. Okay, so if I say 2 plus plus, this means 2 plus 1. If I say 3 plus plus, this means 3 plus 1. So there is something called a loop in programming that we have to do one task over and over again. So these operators are pretty handy. You could write these by adding +1 every time, but if you simply say plus plus, the compiler will understand, okay, we're trying to add 1 to its current value. So let's say I define var a is equal to 1, okay, and then I go and say a plus plus. Okay, now what is the current value of the a right now? So we said a plus plus, that means a is equal to 2 now, because when we did a plus plus, it did this operation, it just add a to 1, and a has a value of 1 before, so 1 plus 1 becomes 2. How about that? Okay, it makes sense. So this is an increment operator. We'll take a look at the demo as well. Now, similar to a decrement operator, we have a minus minus. So if I say, let me just go down a bit. So let me just remove this line of code. Okay, so now if I say a is equal to 5, and then I go next line and say a minus minus. So compiler will perform this operation. So you will say a will be equal to a minus 1. So right now a has the value of 5 and we minus 1, which becomes 4. So a will is equal to 4 now. So basically plus plus and minus minus is an increment and decrement, which basically increment by 1 and decrement by 1 as well. Now we have a JavaScript assignment operators. We've seen that. Let's just change the beautiful color to this color. So we go down. Now assignment operator assigns values to JavaScript. So in addition to just a simple this assignment operator, we can add something like plus equal to or minus equal to, or we can say multiply equal to, or we can say divide equal to, or mod equal to. So what is mean by equal to? Let's take a look at this scenario. Okay, so we have a variable, we define a and we set that equal to, let's just say 5. We have another variable b is equal to, let's just say 5. Okay, so if I say a plus equal to b, what does that mean? Do you know what does that mean? That means it will perform this operation. It will say a is equal to a plus b. Okay, now what was the value of a? That was 5, and b had the value of 5 as well. So which means a is equal to 5 plus 5. That means a is equal to 10 now. Make sense? So if you type, let's just say a multiply is equal to b, that means a is equal to a multiplied by b. Okay, that's the assignment, plus you add arithmetic operator, that becomes this. Now next thing we're going to talk about some of the string operations. So a plus operator can also be used as a concatenate operator. So if I say a is equal to 2 plus 2, so we know that 2 plus 2 will be equal to 4. But how about if we have a string? We want to add two strings together. So if I say a is equal to a, b, c plus c, d, f. And what's going to happen? It's going to cause an error because string always goes into single quote or double quote. Now, we're using this plus operator. What it's going to do, basically, it's going to set a is equal to a, b, c, d, and f. Okay. Now this is called a concatenate operator because this is a concept for polymorphism, because the operator will act depending on the values around it. So values are strings around it. That means it will act like it's going to concatenate. It's not going to apply addition. It's going to be a concatenate operator now. So what about adding strings to numbers? So if I say a var a is equal to let's just say 5 string plus 5, and what happens? The result of 5 and 5 will be, what do you think? Can you guess? We can just take a demo for all of these right now. So let's just go to the code, and here I will say var a is equal to, and I'll say 5 plus 5, and then we'll do a console.log and say a. Let's save the file and we go to the browser. I'm going to refresh the page. Now I get 55 because 5 cannot be added to 5. So this thing makes this as a string as well. The reason why it does that, because 5 is an integer and 5 is a string. So this 5 is integer and this is a string. Okay, when you add integer to string, the integer will become a string, and that will be concatenated with this 5, because there's no way that 5 can add to its string, because string will always be concatenated with this plus operator. Now we're going to take a look at some other demos as well. So we go to the browser, I'm going to make it bigger, and here if I say 2 plus 2, press enter, I get 4. So if I say var a is equal to 2 plus 2, that's an error because we haven't assigned an assignment operator. So I'll say var a is equal to 2 plus 2. Press enter, a should have 4. So we can use 2 minus 2, 5 minus 6, that gives us -1 as well, and 10 minus 3. So these are the arithmetic operations that I'm performing here. Okay, so now we use some of the multiplication division as well. So we say, okay, 3 multiplied by 3, that should give us 9. We have 4 multiplied by 4, that should give us 16. We can divide as well, so let's say 12 divided by 4, that gives us 3. 12 divided by 11, that gives us some decimal value, so 1.090909090. So we know decimal operations. Now let's take a look at increment and decrement operator. So here I'm define var, I'll say increment is equal to a, or I can simply say 1, okay? Enter. Now increment has a 1 in it, right? I'm gonna clear the console and close this one as well. So now if I say increment plus plus and I press enter, and now as you can see it returned 1, but if I say increment again, this should return 2 now, because that is, the 1 was added to its own value. So which means that if var increment was incremented with 1, it's a similar writing this line of code by just simply saying increment plus plus. Okay, that becomes 3 now. So similar to that, we can use a decrement operator. So if I say 5 minus minus, that gives us an error. So it's a minus minus 5, that gives us an error as well, because it cannot be applied to an integer directly. So if I say a is equal to 5, and I'll say a minus minus, press enter, and I type a, that should give me a 4 now. Okay, so we know about increment and decrement operator now. We understand the concept, how it does. Let's take a look at the equal to and plus with that. So I say var c is equal to 50, and I say var d is equal to, okay, plus equal to c. Now take a look at this. D has no value at all. It's gonna add c to it. So d is gonna get added to c, and then stored value will be a d value. So press enter, that gives us an error. Why is that? Because d has no value at the moment. If I say d, it doesn't know what we're talking about. So if I say d is equal to 10, now I can say c plus equal to d. Press enter, that becomes 60. So if I say again, that becomes 70, 80, and 90. So it will add the value of c to d. Okay, let's clear this as well. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to talk about JavaScript comparison operators. So the first we will look at the theory of comparison operator, and then we'll go and take a look at in programming, and I'll give you a demo how you can use comparison operator. So before we start, let me say there may be places in your code where you want to check a value equal to another value. There may be places you want to check whether that value is not equal to that value. And also you have scenarios where you want to check if one value is greater than or lower than one value. So for that we have a comparison operators in JavaScript. So for example, let me say, okay, I want to check if 5 is equal to 5, okay, or I want to check 5 equal to string 5. Okay, how do we check this? Or there may be a scenario where you want to check whether 5 not equal to 5. Okay, so there are a few scenarios. First, let's take a look at how we can check the equality. Okay, so I'm going to change the color to, let's just say blue. Should look nice. Okay, so for that we have is equal to operator. We have is equal to operator. We have a exclamation mark and then equal to, that means not equal to. Then we have greater than, we have less than, and then we have a greater than equal to, or we have a less than equal to, and then also we have a ternary operator, which I'll talk about in a second. Okay, so equal to is a comparison. Okay, comparison. Oops, I'll change this to comparison operator. Okay, and then we have a strict comparison operator. We'll talk about what is mean by strict comparison operator in a second. So comparison, I'll just write this, you know what is it. So not equal to, okay, and then we have a greater than, excuse my bad handwriting, but yeah, you guys understand what I'm basically writing, so that's all matter. Yeah, so less than, okay, and then we have a less than or greater than equal to. So greater than equal to, so I don't have to write equal to, I can say, okay, equal to. Okay, we have a less than, and then I'll just type this like this. Then this is called ternary operator. Okay, now we understand the theory. Let's take a look at the demo. So if I want to check 5 equal to 5, what it should return? It should return a Boolean value, whether if it's true or if it's false. So right now 5 is equal to 5, that should return true. Okay, I want to change this to true. Okay, so if I say 5 equal to 5, a string value, then it should return true as well. Now what's happening here is that 5 is an integer, and then 5 on the right side is a string. So this is a string and this is integer. Okay, so now this is going to get true because we are not strictly checking the type as well, we're just checking the value. So JavaScript is pretty dynamic, which will basically convert the left hand side integer to string, and then it will check that, and that because we will get true. Now we have strict checking operator. So if you type 3 times equal to, that will check the type as well. So this time it will return false. Okay, let's change the color to green, or maybe red color is looking cool. So we've checked the equality, and then we will have a not equal to. Similar to equal to, guys, we have exclamation mark, which will check if it's not equal to, not. So we have this, and if you want to text strictly, then you type not equal to is equal to is equal to. That will check strict. We have a greater than, so let's just say 5 greater than 5. That should be returning false, because 5 is not greater than 5. It's basically equal to 5. So if I say 5, I will say 5 greater than 2, and now it should return true instead of false. Okay, so we take a look at that. We've done this. We know about less than and greater than operator as well. That will return true or false. Pretty basic math. Okay, now this is a ternary operator. This is important. It's very useful in programming. You find a lot of places where you can use a ternary operator. Okay, so the ternary operator is basically let me give you an example in theory first, and then we'll try it out. So if I say var a is equal to 5, okay, so I can check on a now. So if I say a question mark, okay, so now after you type a variable, it will check the value of 5 inside that, and then you type a question mark, which makes it ternary. If it say, okay, if a is equal to 5, okay, here we are checking with the comparison operator. So if a, let me just write this again to make it bigger. Okay, so if I say a is equal to 5, that should give us true, yeah, because a is equal to 5, so we have true. But we can add a ternary operator and say, okay, if a is equal to 5, then do this. Maybe we can say return true, or we can say true, and then if this will not be true, then it will do this. So here you can define a logic there as well. So if it say, okay, console log something on the console, so say not true. Let me give you a demo in coding now. All right, so let's just go and remove everything here. So I will write var a is equal to 5, right? And then if I say a is equal to 5, right? I'll use a ternary operator. Then we can say, please console.log it's true, okay? Is true, okay? And then you add a colon to if it's not right. If it's not true, then you say console.log, and you can say it's not true. I'm gonna save the file. Let's go and refresh the browser, and we should be able to see it is true, okay? Because a is equal to 5. So if I say here, if a is equal to 6, which is not true, then we should be able to see it is not true. So right being in a console, if I say 2 equal to 2, that should give me a return as true because it's fine, yeah? But if I say 2 equal to string 2, press enter, that gives me true as well, because it's going to convert dynamically to integer true to string true, which returns to true. So we can check our strict comparison operator. So I said 2 equal to, and then press enter. There you go, we get false now because it's strictly checking the type as well. Let's check some greater than equal to as well. So if I say 2 greater than 2, that should return false, which is not right. So which is right actually. So 2 less than 5, yes, it is true. So basically these comparison operator will return true or false depending on the statement or equation you give it, and that will help you to make decisions in your programming. Welcome back. Talk about JavaScript operator precedence. So you have seen a plus, minus, multiply, and divide mod operators. These are some arithmetic operators that we have in JavaScript. Now what if I write 2 plus 2 multiplied by 4? What do you think it's going to do? It's basically going to multiply 4 to 2, which becomes 8, and then it's going to add 2 to 8, and the answer will be 10. Now this is why, because the division and multiplication have a higher precedence. They will be performed before any other operator. So I'm just going to remove this line of code, and we go and take a look at what other options we have. Now we usually have brackets. Okay, so if I say 2 plus 2 multiplied by 4, now this thing, operator, multiplication operator, is going to get performed after this brackets going to get evaluated, because in JavaScript brackets have the highest precedence in any equation. So right now what it's going to do, it's going to plus these two to to 4, and then it's going to multiply by 4, which becomes 16. So if we don't encapsulate that 2 plus 2 in brackets, then what will happen is basically it will 2 plus 2 multiplied by 4, which becomes 2 multiplied by 4 is 8, and then plus 2, the answer is 10. See the difference? So here we have an answer 16, and here we have an answer of 10. So let me give you a quick demo. If we have a brackets in an equation, that value, that equation will be evaluated before anything else. Doesn't matter if it's a plus operator, a minus, or multiplication or division. But if we don't encapsulate any of the equation in a bracket, then first it would have divide or multiply, and then afterwards any calculation by using these operators will be done after we have a plus and minus. So these two things get evaluated first, and these two operators after. Okay, so let's take a look at the example in coding. So here I'm just going to clear the console, and if I say 2 plus 2 multiply by 4, I press enter, that gives me 10. Now if I say, okay, 2 plus 2 within the brackets and then multiply by 4, that should give us 16. So as you can see that the brackets gets evaluated first, and the value we get from the brackets will be multiplied to 4, and that's why we get a value of 16. So first brackets, and then operator multiplication or division, and then plus and minus. So let's take a look at another. So if I say 4 multiply, let's just add in brackets, we say 4 minus 2 multiply by 2, close brackets, and then we say, okay, minus 5. Now let's take a look at what we should get in our example. So I'm going to write the same thing here. First let's check what was that. So 4 minus 2 multiplied 2 minus 5. Okay, so let's just go here. So we'll have 4 minus 2 multiplied by 2, close bracket, and minus 5. So here the first thing in the brackets or this multiplication operator is going to get applied. So that will become 4 minus 4 minus 5, and then we have 4 minus 4 is 0, and then 0 minus 5, that would be just minus 5. Let's take a look at what we get. Press enter, and we get a minus 5. As you can see that we are basically inside our brackets, the multiplication will be evaluated first, and then any other operator, and then obviously after the brackets whatever is outside. So this is how we have an operator precedence in JavaScript. Welcome back. In this video we are going to talk about control flows in JavaScript. So JavaScript supports a compact set of statements, specifically control flow statement, that you can use to incorporate a great deal of interactivity in your application. So the most basic statement is a block statement that is used to group statements. So the block statement is delimited by a curly bracket. So let's take a look at how we can use the block statement. So let me say, okay, I want to write, let's just say var A is equal to 5, var B is equal to 6, var C is equal to 7, right? So if I say this is a block of statement, then I have to encapsulate it in a curly braces. Now this thing is a block, and it has its own scope. We'll talk about scopes later in the course, but just remember this word scope for now. So this is a block of statement, and a block of statements is commonly used with a control flow statement. It could be if, a for, a while, or a function. Now let's take a look at the conditional statement, which is one of the most important and one of the most used statement in any programming language. The conditional, so let me write conditional statement. Now what is conditional statement? You might be thinking, what the hell is that? For example, if I have this web page and I have this button here and I'll say click me. Okay, this is a button, click me, and here I have a text. For example, let's say change this. Okay, and I can say, okay, if this time, let's just say if it's 9 p.m. So let me just write that 9 p.m. So let's just say 9 p.m. Okay, now I want to write a code which will basically check what time is this, and then according to that it will change the text of change this. So I'll say if, okay, if there is a 9 p.m., let's just say 9 p.m., then we write a block statement and we can say, okay, if there's a 9 p.m., then if I click on this button, then we're gonna go and change this text to hello, it's 9 p.m. Okay, and we can say, okay, if it's not 9 p.m., then do something else. So that would be else. We type else and we use another curly braces, another block statement, and say, okay, change this to hello, it's not 9 p.m. Okay, so we say, okay, we click the button and then there's a code in the conditional statement that will check whether it's a 9 p.m. or not. If it's a 9 p.m., then we change the text of this, or if it's not 9 p.m., then we change the text to hello, it's not 9 p.m. So I hope that makes sense. So this is where we use a conditional statement. Now, what is the proper syntax of a conditional statement? So that would be if we start with a keyword, that's a keyword. So let me write that on the top. Let me change the color to something like orange for that's a keyword. Okay, and then we use a parenthesis. A parenthesis will take the condition. That would be a kind of a logic. It could be like you can just, okay, 5 greater than 5, or 5 is lower than 10, or 10 is greater than 5. You will write a condition here. So I'll say condition. Any logic which will return true or false. So this must return true or false. Okay, and then we use the block of code, and then here we'll write our statement. Okay, and that could be statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, as much as statements you want to put in there. So now if this condition return, let's say if this condition returns true, then this part of the code will be executed. So that's true, this part of the code will be executed. And if this is not true, we say else, then we write another block of code, and here we have another statement, and then we write as many statements we want here. And then if we have this returning false, so let me just go grab this. If this is false, this condition is false, then this will be run. So this part of the code will be executed. So pretty much we have if condition, okay, a block of code, else, block of code. So that thing can return true or false. That thing return true, then this is going to execute it. If this return false, then this part of the code will be executed. So this is a conditional statement. Let's take a look at the demo now in the code. So we'll go here. I'm going to remove all the code here. And here we'll define two variables. I'll say var a is equal to, let's just say 10. Var b is equal to, I'll say 5. Okay, now we're going to start by typing if keyword, and we use parentheses, and here I'll say if a less than b, right, then we use a code block, and then after that we write else this. So this is the proper syntax for writing a conditional statement, which is a if and else. So if I say, okay, if a is less than b, then please console.log that a is less than b. Okay, and if that's not true, if that returns false, then we need to say console.log, we can say a is not less than b. I'm going to save the file. Let's go to the browser. I'm going to refresh the page. And now in the console, I'll say a is not less than b. Let's check which is, okay, so we have a 10 and then 5. And obviously we have 10 is bigger than 5. So it is going to return false. That means we ran to this line of code. Okay, so if I change this to, let's just say 15, so we say if a is less than b, which is true now it should print out a is less than b. So let's go back and refresh the page, and there you go, we should see a is less than b. So now we are in the true condition, and before we were in the false condition. So this is how you write an if and else block. Now there are other scenarios that you have to check multiple conditions. So you can do that by using else if keyword. So here we have if and we have else. After this block of code, I will use this keyword else if, and I can check here, let's just say C is greater than B. Okay, and then we use another block of code, and then we can say another variable on the top. We can define, we can define another variable, var C is equal to, let's just say 20. Okay, or maybe we can say 12 to make it true. So we can say console.log, and we can say C is greater than B. Okay, I'm going to save the file. Now we can see that this is going to check whether if it's A is less than B. So it is true. So once this thing is true, this is not going to check this condition anymore. So let's go and refresh the page. Let's see what we get. So say A is less than B. The reason why we would never going to check this condition, because in the if and else, or in if else, only one condition can be evaluated. So the first condition, which becomes true, will be evaluated. The compiler will not bother going to the next line checking whether the next one was true or not. For these kind of things, we have a logical operator that we will talk about in the next video. But just to show you guys that you can check a multiple condition within the same if and else, or using else if conditions. So you can check that, you can chain all of this. Now, let's go and make this false for now. So if I say A is less than B, then we can say 16, which makes it false. Now we go refresh the page. Now I say A is not less than B. Okay, that's fine. But whether we check that C is greater than B, C is not greater than B. So we make this to, let's say 20. We want to make sure that we get to this condition as well, and we check this, and if it becomes true, then we execute this line of code. So let's refresh the page, and now we should see C is greater than B. All right, so you can do a block of code inside of if, and then you can chain through that as well. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about logical operators in JavaScript. So we've just seen how we can define a conditional statement using if and else block. So in regards to that, what if we want to check multiple conditions inside our if instead of just checking one? So in the code, let's say I will define a variable a, and I set that equal to 5. Okay, I'll define a variable b, and I set that equal to, let's just say 10. And then we have another variable c, and I set that equal to 15. Now we write an if condition, so I'll say if, and now I want to check multiple conditions. Okay, so what if we want to check that if a is greater than b and b is greater than c, then do this, or c is greater than b and b is greater than a, then do this. So we can do that by using a logical operator. So how many logical operators do we have available in JavaScript? So we have 3 logical operators. So first one is and then we have or, which is this symbol, and then we have not, exclamation mark. So this is, we call it and, this is or, and this means not. Okay, so let's just put this aside for a second, and we can just say, okay, just stay here, and then we write our if statement on the top. So right now, if I say if C is greater than B, now this is a one condition at the moment. So C is greater than B, this is one condition. So we want to check a multiple conditions here. I want to check that if C is greater than B and B is greater than A as well, then we go down and perform this operation. So I'll say and B is greater than A, and then we add a code block here, and then we write our statement. Okay, so if this is multiple conditions available in if block, and now when do we get this? Let me just remove this bait. We know about this as well. So what's gonna happen now? So let's say statement. Okay, so now let's just say if compiler checks, what about this? If that's true, let me just make it bigger. If that becomes true, then it's okay. Then it will go to the next condition. Now, if that becomes true as well, then it is okay. Then it will go and execute this statement. All right. But if any of the statement gets false, it will not execute the statement. It will go to the else block if there is any. So what about or? So if I say if C is greater than B, and I say or B is greater than A, then we run our statement here. Okay, now what's going to happen here now? So this time compiler will come here. So let's say this guy is a compiler. Okay, this guy comes here and see, okay, there is an if condition. It will go and check for this first. So let me just remove this and change the color, make it better. So we check for this, and we check whether if it's true or not. So if it's true, then straight away compiler will go to this statement and execute our statement, because we are using this OR operator. So we have this OR operator, which means that one of these conditions, so these are two conditions in if block, if one of these gets true, then go and run this condition. But we used and before, so this means both must be true. Did you get my point? So this thing must be true, both of these conditions, then it will go and execute the statement. But when we use or, that means any of these are true, then please go down and execute the statement. So what if we have more than one condition? So I can say here, if C greater than B or B greater than A and C is equal to 5 and B is equal to 10. Now, as you can see, we have a lot of going on here. So we have too many conditions. So now basically we'll compile. Let me draw a compiler here. Change the color so we can say, okay, Mr. Compiler, please go to the if statement. It's gonna check for this, and it's gonna check for this, it's gonna check for this. And it says, okay, if one of these are true, okay, if that's true, because we have OR operator here, so it's gonna jump right into this block of code. It's because and means we have to have this true as well. So any of the condition is true here, we can jump to the next condition and then evaluate that. But when you use this kind of thing, when you combine and or together, you're better off encapsulating it in a parenthesis. So make sure that compiler will run this code. If that's true, then it goes to the next one and checks this and checks this, and if all of them are true and it can go into this block of statements, then it will execute that. Now let's take a look at the demo, but first let me show you a not operator. So say if, let's just say we use exclamation mark and say if C less than B. Now what is going on here, if it's gonna say, okay, what's inside the C? So if it say C is 5 and let's just say B is 10, and we have a block of code here. So it's gonna go and check for C value. It's going to be checked for false. It's like an inverse system now. So if B is 10 and C is 5, that means C is less than B, right? This is true right now. This is true. Oops, I need to bring it back. This is right now true, but it's not going to go and execute this line of code because we're using the exclamation mark here. Let me just change the color. So because we're using this exclamation mark here, because we are checking for negate inverse. So if it was not true, then it would go and write this, execute this line of code. Okay, it's basically a block of statement that will be executed. Now I think it's time for us to take a look at our demo. So we go here, we can simply go inside the terminal and refresh the page and clear the console. So we'll define A is equal to 5. We say var B is equal to 10. We say var C is equal to, let's just say 15. Now we write if, and I can say if A is greater than B, then go down the line and run this condition. We say console.log, I can say A is greater than B, right? And then we go next line, we close our block statement, press enter, and it's gonna give you an undefined because A is not greater than B. Now to understand this logic, we can write in the code. So here we use this if conditions here. So here I'm gonna concatenate this in the same if condition. So I say if A is less than B and B is less than C, then write this. So right now it's going to go and check for A is less than B, which is true, and B is less than C, which is also true as well. So we save the file, we refresh the page, and here C is greater than B. So as you can see, we have C is greater than B. Nope, we have to save this file, and let's just refresh that again. It's not actually refreshing, so I have to do Command R, which will download this from the web browser. Nope, it's not running. So we go back to index.html and rerun our server, and that should be fine now. Okay, so now it's saying A is not less than B. Let's check it out. So we have A is less than B. Okay, what's going on here? We say A, which is 16, is less than B. Well, this is not true already because 16 is not less than B, guys. So I have to change this to, let's say 10. I save the file and now refresh the page. Now we have A is less than B and B is less than C. We save the file, we refresh the page, and now we have A is less than B and B is less than C. So we're checking two conditions with this. Now if I change this to greater than C, now one of these conditions is false. A is less than B, which is true, but B is not greater than C. So let's say refresh the page, and now we have A is not less than B. So we basically printing out this condition. So compiler is executing this block of code and not this block of code. Make sense, guys? Now we know, and so let's take a look at OR now. So if I change this to OR with the pipe symbol, I save the file and let's refresh the page, and now we get A is less than B and B is less than C. So if one of these conditions is true, it's going to execute the statement in that block, which means OR is basically check whether this is true or this is true. Any of this true, then please go and execute the statement. And means this is true and also this is true as well. Then you go inside our block of statement. So here if I say A is less than B, and we can say, and we can simply say B is greater than, or B is less than C. Now these conditions, both conditions are true. So I'm going to encapsulate in a parenthesis. So I'll just do a parenthesis here. And then after that, I'm going to say and C is equal to, we can check with the strict 20. Okay. And now I'm going to save the file. Let's go and refresh the page. We should see A is less than B and B is less than C. Now what if I change this to, let's just say OR, and I will change this to false because B is not greater than C. Now any of this condition will be true. That means this is all good. Now let's go to the AND operator and then check the rest of the condition. So we're gonna say refresh the page. Now it has A is less than B and B is less than C. So now if I change this to AND, I'm gonna save the file and refresh the page. Now we're getting A is not less than B because this has to be true. The both has to be true, which is not. So that's why we're not really executing this line of code. So I hope this makes sense. We have a AND operator, we have a OR, we have a NOT operator as well. So NOT operator will be discussed more in details because it's easier to look at, but it's harder to use. So yeah, we'll talk about that later in the course. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about one of the most important data structure available in JavaScript. And also, this data structure is available in pretty much any programming language out there. I'm talking about arrays. Arrays are very important to understand because they will be used heavily in your programming. So let's go down. Let's talk about what is an array and why do we need array. So let's just change the color to this, and we are going to say we need an array. But first question is why we need an array. For example, this guy here is going for a shopping. So he says, oh, I'm going to go shopping today. Okay. Now, he needs to create a list of items he wants to buy. For example, he wants to buy milk, he wants to buy banana, and also, let's just say, meat okay, and just some cookies, okay. Now that list is going to be stored somewhere. In programming, we need to store values into something where we can retrieve. So let's say if we want to create a variable for milk, we want to create a variable for banana, for meat, and for cookies, that's going to be a lot of code. So that would be var milk, right? And then a value for that, and so on. That's not a good thing to do. That's what we don't really want to do. We want to store these values into an array. Now we define an array by using the var keyword and then the name for the array, which we call in programming as identifier, and then we use an array literal. Let's take a look how we define an array in JavaScript. So let's have some sexy color for that. So we define an array by defining a keyword var, and remember we can use let and const as well, which we haven't talked about it. We'll talk about these in the next module of the course. We say var, and I'll name it array, okay, and then is equal to, which is an assignment operator, and then we are going to use a square bracket as an array literal. So when we say array, we want to have a values inside square brackets. When we define an array right now, if we try to access this array on the console, you will get an empty array. So we want to put some values into array. How do we do that? There's few ways that you can put values. So for example, first of all, let's add a value of milk inside an array. So I will say array, let's just change the color to yellow. I'll say array milk, okay. So we want to have to say is equal to milk, okay. This is going to be string, so I'll add square double quotes around it. Alright, so now I will say array is equal to milk, but what do you mean by array is equal to milk? Where in the location it is going to get stored? Because we want to store multiple values inside an array. We want to store milk, we want to store banana, meat, and cookies, right? So we will store values inside an array according to the index. So let's just say, we say square bracket here, and we type the index we want to store this value to. So we say 0 index, and then we will say array, and then index 1, we can set that in banana, okay. And then we go array index 2, we can say meat, and then array 3 is equal to cookie. Okay, so this is how you store the values in an array. Now this is a lot of code. We have to say array 0, array 1, array 2 is equal to this, array 3 is equal to this. This is a lot of code. We don't want to write that. This is not the way you can add a value to an array on a specific index, but when you define an array will always start from 0 index. So that's why I'm just going to remove this line of code here, and I want to just make array and put the values inside array right on the same line. So I will do by defining var array is equal to, and I'll say, okay, I want to add milk at index 0, and we'll say banana at index 1. Now, how do I know if it's storing on proper index? I'll show you that in a second. So we'll say meat, and we'll say cookie, okay, and then we add that in an array. Now take a look at this. When you define this way, compiler will automatically assign the index for milk, for banana, for meat, and for cookie in an array. And array are index based. So what is the starting index for array? It's 0. Array in JavaScript will always start from index 0 and then onward. So that would be 0, and then we have 2, and then with 3 for cookie. So this is how you define an array in another way. And also, I think it's time for us to take a look at the demo for this. So we'll go to the code, and here I'm going to go to script.js file, and I'll say var, let's just say array is equal to, and then I'm going to just leave that an empty array. Okay, so now let's go to the browser, let's refresh the page, and here I want to type array, press enter, and it gives me array back, but it says length is 0. And also we haven't talked about objects, because objects is like a very important topic, so we have a separate video for that. And just say that everything in JavaScript is an object. Okay, so we'll talk about object, but its array is empty right now. So we go back to the code, and here I want to say array index 0, okay, is going to be milk. I'm going to save the file, and then let's go and refresh the page and go to the console. I'll say array, press enter, and now it gives me an array, but it gives me a milk on a 0 index. What if we want to store this on different index? So if I say 5, I'm going to save the file. Let's go back and refresh the page, and we type array here, press enter, and now as you can see that it says empty x5. Now the milk is being stored on index 5, okay, which basically we have index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 empty right now. So we can verify that as well. So if I say array and I say give me what's inside an array, so I say enter, it gives me it's undefined. But if I say array, give me index 5, that should give me milk. So you can specify the index by defining a specific index right there. But if you simply go and add a values inside an array, for example, if I say, okay, milk, and we have banana, we have meat, we have cookie. Now, as you can see, one thing I didn't mention, you separate a value by defining a comma. So you type a comma if you want to define another value inside an array. If I save this file, and let's go back and refresh the page. And now if I say, give me what's in array, press enter, that gives you 4 values inside an array. So on 0 index, we have a milk, we have a banana on index 1, we have meat on index 2, and cookie on index 3. So what if I have something like empty string here? Okay, we have an empty string here, and I press another double quote here and a comma here, okay, and then double quote here. Okay, so we have 3 empty strings here. So I'm going to save the file, and let's just refresh the page. And then we type array, press enter, and now as you can see, it's still stored an empty value. So these are double quotes, there's nothing in there, but the value is there, the index has been used for that. So whenever you type comma, that means that you are defining another value. So the previous value, whether it's empty or whatever is that, it's going to be used as an index. Now you're probably thinking, okay, I want to store some kind of a different data type inside an array. So it says, let's just say we can store a Boolean. Also, we can store some numbers. So let's say number, and then we can also store another array inside an array. So if I say, okay, there's another array which has a value of, let's just say, second array, comma, new array. I'm just typing random values. Press save. And now if I go and refresh the page and let's type array, I press enter. And now as you can see, we have an array, first array which has 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have a true as a Boolean data type stored in this array. We have a number stored in that array, and also we stored another array inside an array. You can do that as well. So one array can contain multiple arrays, and this array can contain multiple arrays. So it's getting a bit complicated, but don't worry. Just wanted to show you that you can store any kind of a value, any kind of a data type value inside an array on specific index. So these were a few scenarios that you can use array. There's a lot of methods available in the documentation, which we'll start looking at in the start of the next module. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about functions. Functions are one of the fundamental building blocks in JavaScript. A function is a JavaScript procedure or a set of statements that performs a task. Let's say a calculator value, or a function which logs a message to the console. To use a function, you must define it somewhere in the scope from where you call it. So how do we define a function? First of all, let me write function. Okay, this word, well, I have written the wrong spelling, so I-O-N, functions. This is the important topic. You need to understand functions, what they do and why they are so useful in programming, and everyone uses functions. Doesn't matter if they're using JavaScript or C++ or Python or any language. So how do we define a function? A function definition, which also called a function declaration or a function statement, consists of a function keyword. So we define a keyword function. Okay, and then we define a name for a function. So in this case, I will say log. All right, and then we use a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, we can define a multiple parameters. Now I will talk about what is a parameter in a second. But after we define all the parameters, we open a curly brace, which is a block of statements that we will be running inside of a function. So JavaScript statement that defines the function enclosed in curly braces. So we define a curly braces. Now all this part is a part of this function. So whenever this guy gets called, then it will run all of this code. Okay, let's remove this line of code. Now, what we can do with the function. For example, if I want to write something to the console, so I will say, okay, please print this message, hello function, to the console. Now, as we know, the print function cannot be used to write to the console. So we want to modify this line of code. We want to say, okay, let's just move this first a bit here, and then over here, and then we say console.log, and there we go. So now when we write this function, we call the function log, and we wanna basically print out this message. Now, can you please pay attention here? What is console.log? What is console.log? Well, this is a function that's we've been using. That is a function, okay? Now, I know this might be confusing, so let's take a look at a coding demo, and then we come back and take a look at theory a bit more. So here we want to go to our Webstorm IDE, and here we want to start by defining a keyword function, okay, and then a log for a name of the function. And here we can leave that empty, or we could say a, comma b, comma c. These are all the parameters that we will not want to talk about right now. But inside of our code block, we can say console.log and say hello to function. Right now I'm going to save the file, and we go to the console and refresh the page, and as you can see, it didn't do anything, right? Because in the code we have not called this. So let's go back. Now let's just say you wrote a function, this is your function, and now it's sitting somewhere. Let's go down. let me give you a demo in theory. So let's say this is a function which is basically a function which does something here, okay? Now I'm this guy, okay, and I need to perform a task, okay? I need to call this, hey, can you please do this for me? And this function will do and can return a value to me, or it can perform the task and then show something to our web page, okay? So let's go back to the code, and here we will say, go down and say log, and I'm going to just leave that here. I'm gonna save the file, and let's just go here. Now I'm gonna refresh the page, and now it didn't do anything. So how do we run this? We're gonna run the function by calling the name of the function and then adding parentheses right next to it and add a semicolon. I'm gonna save the file, and let's go and refresh the page. And this time you can see that hello to a function has been printed onto a console because we called this function, okay? Now let's go back to the theory now, and let's say now we created a log function which was basically writing something to the console. So I want to create a function which will take a message from us and then will write a console. So let's say this is the console and this is our function, and this is the guy who is calling that function, okay? Now this guy is going to send a message to the function, and that would be, let's say, hello guys, okay? This guy is sending the message to the function, and this is going to perform its task, and it's going to write the message to the console, and here we will have hello guys, okay? Now this will take how we are going to pass in something to the function. To do that, we need to create a hole here. So I'll just remove this, and I will say, okay, this is a line of code, and this is the hole where we are going to use to push the value inside the function. So the value would be hello and hello guys, and that can be number, a boolean, another function, or it could be an array or an object, anything like that. But let's take a look at in a demo now. So let's go to the code, and now I'm gonna just remove this, and I'm going to go and make a hole. A hole is a parameter of our function. So we can say, hey guys, take this, hey guy, take this, and that would be a parameter that would be assigned to that value. So you say, okay, I'll say message. And then instead of writing this string, I can simply say, please console log that message. Now we can call this function saying, okay, log, and then it will expect a parameter. So we'd say in a string, let's say, okay, hello guys. I'm gonna save the file. Let's go and refresh the page. There you go. We have a hello guys. So I can call that function right in the console as well. So say log, and I can pass in a value of please print this in console. Press enter, and there we go. We wrote please print this into console. So instead of writing this console.log again and again, which is a longer, we created a function which takes the message and writes the message to the console and made our life easier. So now we can do a bit of calculation with the function. We create a log function. Now it's time for us to create a function. We will add two values and return the result to us. So let's take a look at the theory first. So I will create a function. So let's just say a function here, and I'll name it calc. Okay. And that will take a first value. So we can say first value, or I can just say A, second value B, and then we add a code block, and then we want to add this. So inside the function, we can create another variable. Not to make you guys confused, we can still return this directly, but let's take a look. Okay, so we create a variable, let's say result. and we set is equal to a plus b. Now we created this function, and this guy call this function, okay, and this guy sends the value, let's just say 2 and 2, okay, so that a will be assigned to 2, that will be assigned to 2, okay. Now it goes inside the function, it will create a variable result, and let me just remove this a bit here. Let's change the color so it's easier to look. So we have result, and that will be 2 plus 2, which becomes 4. So that will basically change that to 4 and store 4 into this variable called result. But how do we get the value back? How do we get the value back from this function? We do that by using a return keyword inside the function. So if I say return, let me just go back and change the color. So I say return result to me. So we say result. Okay, now it's going to take the values from us and then do its calculation and then return the result to us. Okay, so let's have a look at basically in a diagram. So let's just say this is a function. We created 2 loopholes inside this, and that will do some kind of a logic here. Okay, I'm really bad in drawing, guys. So it takes 2 values and then it will return the value back to the guy. So this is a guy who calls this function, okay, and its name is calc, okay, and then this guy has to pass the value 2 and then this value 2. So it does its calculation and then it will return the result of that. So that would be, let's just say result, and that would be 4 going back to it. And now you can do whatever you like with the 4. Let's take a look at it in programming. So we create a log function which will take the message and write in the console. We'll leave that on the top, and now down there we create a function. So we define a function keyword and we say calc, and then that's going to take a and b. All right, and then we can simply say var result is equal to a plus b, and then we store the result. We added 2 values, a and b, inside a result, and then we return result. All right, and now we can call this function. So we can say, okay, can you please call this function? So I'll say, okay, calc 2, 4. Let's save the file. Let's go to the browser and let's take a look. So here it did not print anything, all right? So it didn't really write the message to us. So what we can do here, we can use our log function, which we created to make our life easier, and give the result value to the log function, and that will print the value for us. So we say, okay, I'm gonna call a log function first, and then the log function will take a message, and message can be returned value from our calc function. So we say calc, and we'll say 2, 2. All right, and now save the file and let's refresh the page, and that should print 4 to our console, because we got back 4 but we didn't do anything with it. We need to log this to see the result, so we use our log function to do that. Okay, now we understand how we can return the values from the function, and we can send the values to the function to do the calculation. So here we've just been sending some numbers, and we've been sending a string value. You can pass in array, a boolean, a null, undefined, a symbol, or even our own function. As we just did, we pass in a calc function inside of a log function, right? So you can pass in anything to your function, and that parameter, which basically waiting for the value come, will assign itself to its value. And also, let me show you one thing. Let's go back to the theory, and here we say function, I would say A, B, C, and this has A, B, okay? And then I roughly do that. Now if I call this ABC, and inside the parentheses, the first value, whatever I type here, that will be assigned directly to A, okay? And I type comma, and whatever the value I put in here, that will be automatically assigned to B, comma, and with whatever the value I put in here, that will be assigned to E. So that goes like first value goes to first parameter, second value goes to second parameter, third value goes to third parameter. So you gotta keep an eye on what you pass into the function according to the way it's expecting. All right, so we'll take a look at functions in details later in the course, and yeah, enjoy writing your own functions. Let's take a look at the function hosting. So what is a function hosting? Now, let's go and define a function here. For example, if I create a function var and I'll say my function is equal to, we can say function, and I will say A, B, and then we have a code block, and that's going to return A multiplied by B. Now, before I create this function in the code, if I call this function, let me just move this a bit down. All right, let's put it down. Now, before I create this function, if I call this function, let's just say we call my function, and we're passing 2, 2. Now what is going to happen? Let's take a look at the demo. So let's go to the code, and I'm just going to remove this console log. And now I'm going to define a function after I declare it. So I'm going to use the function after I declare it. So before I declare it, sorry, my bad. So we say my function, and I'll say A2, 2. All right, I'm going to save the file. And now we can do a log for that as well. And let's see if we say console.log, and let's see if we receive a value. Let's refresh the page, and we should see an error. It says my function is not a function. All right, why we're getting this error is because when you use a function which hasn't been declared, obviously this is going to cause an error, because JavaScript is an interpreted language. It compiles your code line by line. So if you're using a function before it has been declared, that will cause an error, because it does not know that what we are talking about, because that function will be down the road. It will know about the function after a few lines or just after that line. So at that state, it does not know what is my function. That is why it's causing an error. Now to fix that, there is something called a function hosting. So hosting in JavaScript is a default behavior of moving declaration to the top of the current scope. So if I change this to, let's just say, a function, and I will say, okay, my function, I'm going to save the file, and now let's go back and refresh the page, and this time we know that we're getting the value. So you can look at the source here as well by just going to the source, and you can see that it is passing and using this function. Now this is a default behavior of a JavaScript called function hosting. So it will grab that function and put it all the way on the top of the file. So the reason why it's doing it is because we are declaring a function with this function declaration. So when you use the function declaration like that, it will put that function right on the top, and after everything can call it because it's right on the top. It's been declared first. So now we know about function hosting as well. Now functions can be used as in the values, as we've seen. Functions can be used in an object, and also a function itself is an object. Okay, we'll talk about objects in the next video, but just put that in your mind that function is an object, and everything else in JavaScript is an object. We'll talk about this really soon. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about loops in JavaScript. We have three kinds of loop and we can call it legacy loop. For example, for loop, while loop, and do while loop. But we're gonna also look at newer loops, for off loop and for in loop, which were available in ES6 or ES7 version of JavaScript. First of all, let's try to understand why we use loops, why they're available in pretty much any programming language, and why they are so useful. Now, let me write this loop, okay? That is a very important concept that you need to understand to perform your some task in your code. For example, let's just say this guy is code, okay? And you want to run this code 10 times around this circle, okay? Now, what do we need? First of all, we need to create this guy that can be a variable, for example, var a, okay? And also we need to know how many times we are going to run this, and that would be our condition, okay? We can call it condition. Next, we need to have an iterator. So let's just say we want to make sure that we reach up to that condition at one stage where condition has to be false. So let's just say if our condition is true, it is going to keep running and running around, okay? But once it gets false, let me just put this here, false, that's when it's going to stop the loop. So this guy is going to come here, okay? Let me just change the color, which makes it a bit nicer. Okay, now this guy will come here and will start the loop from here, and it's gonna run around, okay? And then once you get to this point, it's gonna look for this condition here. If that condition returns true, then it's gonna go back here and then start running again. Okay, every time it's going to reach to this point, it's going to come and check the condition. If it's true, it's going to run again, and if it's false, it's going to stop the loop there. Now this was a theoretical concept of a loop. Now let's take a look how we can create a loop in JavaScript. So we create a for loop by using a keyword for. So we type for and then add parentheses, and then we have a code block where basically we write our statements which is going to run when we run this loop or we call this loop. So first thing, we need to create an entity or something which is going to perform that loop. So we can say var a, and I can set the value to 0, and then I add a semicolon. Next, we're gonna type a condition. So condition, let's just say we can say, okay, if var a is equal to, let's say, maybe we can say equal to 5, all right? And then we can say a plus plus. Now what's happening here? This is our guy here, okay? This is going to perform the loop. This is our condition. Let me just put this down. So we have a condition here, and this is called iterator. Okay, now what's happening here? When the for loop comes here, it says, okay, a is 0. Now I understand a is there, its value is 0. Then it goes to the next condition, say, okay, a is 5. Well, it's not right because a is 0. Our condition is already false, okay? It is not going to run this loop. So what's going to happen? We want to make sure that our condition at least becomes true for a number of times we want to run this loop. So instead of using this, I am going to change the color, and I'll say if a is less than 5. So now let's go and check. Okay, we got this guy, a, and then we go to the next line. We see, okay, condition that becomes true. Nice, right? And then it goes to this line, okay, and this line basically saying that please a is equal to a plus 1. We've already seen increment and decrement operators, so we know we basically added 1 to the value of a. So let me just remove this code Now it's gonna go and run this code. So we say console.log, and we will just print out A. Okay. Now it's gonna come first time and then run this block of code. Okay. Now next time when the compiler goes to run this again, because condition was true, this value of 0 is no more there, because we have added 1 to the A. Now it has become 1. Okay, the value of A is 1 now. Now once it becomes 1, then it goes to this line of code and say, okay, A is still less than 5 because its value is 1. It hasn't gone over 5. So it goes to the next line and then again perform this task, say A is equal to A plus 1, and now the A has a value of 2, and then every time it comes here, that increments the value. Now when A becomes 5, that's when this condition of ours becomes false. Okay, now loop is not going to run anymore because our condition has become false. So this was the theoretical concept of loop. Now let's go and take a look at this as a demo in a code. So we are going to basically this is one of my project here. I'm just going to stop that. Right, so I'm going to print a number on the console 10 times. For that I need to use a loop. So I'll say for, and first of all let's say var A is equal to 0 semicolon, and then A less than 10. Okay, then we say A plus plus, and then code block we can simply say console.log a value of A. Okay, now it's gonna come here, it's gonna see, okay, I'm creating this variable, and then it's gonna check for the condition. So the condition becomes true, it's gonna go and add 1 inside A. So let's just run this code. Let me just refresh the page, and here we go. We got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then if we want to print out till 1 to 10, then we will make this, let's just say, A is 1, and then A is less than 11. Let's save, and let's refresh the page. Now we have 1 to 10. Now what if we write some kind of a condition which is never going to become false, or never going to become true? So let's just say, if we say if A is equal to 11, I'm gonna save the file, I'm gonna refresh the page. Now we don't see anything, because the first time loop run, this condition is not true at all. So if I say, okay, if A is equal to 11, now what's going to happen? Now this condition A is equal to 11, and then A is equal to, it checks that if A is 11, yes, it is 11, then we're going to refresh the page, and then it's going to print out 11 there, because that was true once. Okay, and if now, let's just say we can have an infinite loop. So we write a condition where it's never gonna be a false, and loop is always going to run. So I'm just scared about running that code because it could crash my computer, because it's not gonna stop at all. We do that by, let's just say, if we say A is equal to 0, and we can say if A is greater than, let's just say, itself, let me just say if A is greater than 1, okay, then we are going to stop the increment. Okay, we're gonna stop the increment there. Now I'm gonna save the file and refresh the page. It's not gonna run. So if A is less than 1, and instead of just incrementing, we're not incrementing anything now. Let's just say refresh. See this 1, 2, 3, this is infinite loop now. So we're running and printing out 0 on infinite time. Okay, we have to stop this because it's gonna crash my browser. So as you can see, we did not add anything to A, and that condition never becomes false. So that's why we're basically just going through the loop and loop and loop. Yeah, so you gotta make sure that you don't do that. So I'm actually going to add this to A++. Okay, let's refresh the page. And now it's just basically stuck, so we have to open this index.html page again into the browser. So I'm going to close that page there. That's basically blocked everything. Open the console. That's fine now. Okay, so you gotta make sure you don't run into infinite loop. Now we've seen the for loop, and also we want to check while loop as well. So we have a while loop. Basically, we can say if the condition is true, then do this. So let's just say we want to modify this. So say while, and I'll say a is less than, let's say 5, and then we want to do something here. So I can say console.log, and I will say value of a. Now where is a coming from? We can define it on the top, var a is equal to 1. Okay, I'm gonna save the file. Let's just refresh the page, and there you go. It just ran infinitely because we did not really add anything to a anymore. So it's just gonna keep running. We have to increment a here. So inside that a++. We always run into infinite loop, guys. That's not a good idea. So we refresh the page. See this 10,000 times it ran. That's not good for your computer. So we go back index.html, and then we open up. I'm gonna close this, and there you go. So now we run 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, because we're incrementing a here. So this is like we give condition first and then let it run our code. Now there is called a do while loop, which basically runs the code and then checks the condition. So we can check that as well. So let's just say do this. So we use the keyword do, and I'll say, okay, I'm going to ask you to please console.log a value, and then after the code block we type a keyword while, and then we add our parentheses and we type the condition if a is less than 5. This is going to be infinite loop because a is never going to reach to 5, so we have to increment a here. So a++. Let's save the file and let's just refresh the page, and again we can see it ran the code, and then after that it checks the condition 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there's other loops as well, which we'll talk about in the module of ES6. I hope you understood the loops. They're very useful. They're everywhere in your program because you're going to be running the code repeatedly a lot of times. So you make sure that you get your heads around with this code. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to take a look at what are objects in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, most things are objects. From core JavaScript feature like strings and arrays to the browser API built on the top of JavaScript, you can even create your own objects to encapsulate related functions and variables into an efficient package and act as a handy data container. The object-oriented nature of JavaScript is important to understand. So if you want to go further with your knowledge of the language, we will have a separate section only dedicated to objects. But this video is just an introduction to a JavaScript objects. So what is an object? An object is a collection of related data or a functionality which usually consists of several variables and functions, which are called properties and methods, when they are inside objects. So let's work through and take a look at the demo how we can create an object in JavaScript. So we'll go to the Webstorm, and here I need to store an object into a variable. So I'll create var, and I will say, let's just name our object a person is equal to. In the previous video, we created an array by defining square brackets. Now, how do we tell compiler that we are going to create our own object? We do that by defining a curly braces, and we can call it a code block as well. If it is used in functions or if and else or do while loop, we call it basically a code block. But here, we call it an object notation. So we define an object notation, and here we have successfully created an object. So we added values to an array according to index. So the first value was index 0, and the second value was index 1, and then onwards. Now, what do we add? Some values in the person object. But do we have to define an indexing object? Well, we don't. Objects work as key and value pairs. So we define a key and a value often inside an object. So for example, this is a person. Now, a person has a name, a person has a date of birth, a person has a gender, or a person has hobbies, or a person has some interest. So how do we add values to this person object? Well, let's define a key in object where we are going to store a person name. So add a name key to person object and its value. We have to use the object name. So we'll type person and then the dot notation and then the key. So key is name. And we say that person.name key has a value of is equal to, and then we can set the value here in the single quotes. Now the value can be number, boolean, undefined, null, or string. Now a name cannot be a number, right? A name cannot be a boolean, so name should be string. So I'll type Tom, and I'll add a semicolon here. I'm going to save the file. Now to print it out to the terminal, we can say console.log and we say person, and then we just print this out. So we'll go down here and then I'll just say run it. Now there we go. So object have a key name and then the Tom is the value of that. So we can add a multiple values to a person object. For example, the age. So we'll say person.age is equal to, let's just say 25, add a semicolon, and then we say person.gender is equal to, well, say male, but a male has to be a string, so we just say male, and I'm gonna remove this, and then I'll go to the next line. I will say person.hobbies is equal to, well, we say playing football, or we can say soccer. Save the file. Now if I print this out on the terminal, first of all let's just clear the terminal. So I'll write clear and then I'll say node space script.js, and here we have an object which has a multiple keys now. So we have a name key which has a value of Tom, we have an age key which has a value of 25, gender key which has a value of male, and then the hobbies, right? Now we are printing out an object using console.log, but what if we want to use an object and its specific key? How do we do that? Now we can do that by using the same method, and we use the dot notation. So I'll say person dot name. I'm going to save it and I'm going to open the file. And right now we can see we only get the value which is stored in person.name, which is Tom. So what if I want to access person gender? So I'll say gender, save it, and then clear the terminal and we just run it. And there you go. So we got male as a return value. So we can check person's hobbies as well. So here we'll say hobbies, save it. Let's run the code, and here this thing returns us playing soccer. Alright, so we've seen how we create an object and assign a key and a value to an object. Now let's look at a different way of creating an object and assigning a key and a value pair inside the object notation. I'm just going to remove the code and we say var person is equal to, and add an object notation, And then inside the object notation, I'm going to press enter. And here, I'm going to type the key first. So we don't have to call a person, or we don't have to access any other object, because we're already inside the person object notation. So we can simply start typing the key. So say name. And this time we don't have to use the assignment operator, but instead we use colon and then the value of that key. So here I can say Bob. Now if we want to add a multiple key and value pair inside a person object, we need to separate them. Now how do we do that? Is by typing a comma and then press enter, or we can simply start writing a next key. For example, we say age colon, and I can say 25, and then the comma. So just pressing enter does not make any difference. It's just to make our code look readable and look prettier, nothing else. So we'll just go and then go to the next line, and I'll say age, and I'll say 25, and add a comma to add another key and value pair. So we can say gender colon, and we can add a string value to it, and I can say male, and we can say hobbies, and then say playing soccer. And then the last value, we didn't have to type a comma because it's the last key and value pair. And then we add a semicolon. Let's save the file, and let's try accessing this person object, and then print out this on the terminal. So to print out on a terminal, we use console.log and then the object name. And then I'm going to run this file, and there we go. We get the object the same way we did when we used the assignment operator to assign the values of a key and a value to an object by accessing it outside the object notation. So now if I say, okay, I want to get the person name, so I can simply say person.name, and I'll save the file, and I'll just clear the terminal, and then let's rerun the code, and here, there we go, we get the Bob. So we can access hobbies, and let's just remove this, save the file, let's just run the code, and there we go, we get the playing soccer. Now there's one way to add values and keys to an object. Now there's another way. So I'm going to remove this code. Now as you've seen that we use the dot notation to add the key and value to an object. We can do another way as well. So I'll just say var person is equal to, and I use the object notation and just come out, right? And here we can add a name, key, and value by accessing the person object, typing the object name, and dot, and then the key you want to add to it. So say name is equal to, let's just say I type my name, Oasis. And now we have a key and value inside our person object. But we can do that in a different way. Instead of using a dot notation, we can add a square brackets, and then inside that add a single quotes, and then type the name of the key. So say name. I'm going to save it, and then I'm gonna run the code. But before we can run the code, we need to see that do we have a person object and then the name in the person object. So we can console.log a person object, and then let's go down and then clear it, and then let's rerun it, and there we go. We can see we have a name, key, and a value, Oasis. So we've seen the three ways of assigning key and value to an object. Now we can access a values or values and a key. Well, we make it simple for you guys. So we can access the key and value by accessing the key in the same way as we can assign the values. So we can access this, for example, if I go to the person and I'll say add a square brackets and add a name, and I will save it, and let's just rerun the code, and as you can see I get back Oasis. So I can access this key name inside a person object by adding a square bracket and adding a single quotes, and then you can access that. So we've seen the dot notation already. So if I say, okay, person.name, get me back whatever is in there, I'll run the code and I get aways back, right? So that was a bit brief introduction to JavaScript objects. We'll have a separate section where we'll talk about objects in details. I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. This is our first coding challenge, and in this challenge we are going to create a function which will take 3 parameters. The first one is a number, and second one is a number, and third one is an operator. An operator can be plus, minus, multiply, or divide. So when we call this function, we give a number and a second number and then an operator. And what its function should do, it should calculate that according to our operator and then return the result. So we can log that result into our console. Now this is the first coding challenge, that is why it's pretty simple. I want you to pause the video and try doing it yourself. And if you're not sure, then you can unpause the video and watch the way I do it. Pause the video and then try it. All right, did you get it done? All right, so let's go to the solution now. And yeah, first of all, I'm going to type function keyword and then a name of the function, which I will call it call, and then in the parentheses I will say value A, comma, value B, comma, and then opt is an operator, and then add a code block. Now inside the code block we are going to use the switch statement. So we'll say switch, and then we pass in opt because we want to test the opt, right? Whatever the operator we give, that's what we want to test. So after that, we have a first case which will be expecting a plus, and then we can just return console.log, and then we can say A plus B. And also we can do one more thing here, so we can say addition, right? And I want to put that into a single quotes, right? So here we have our addition, and then we add a concatenation operator, which is in a plus, and it will log that into our console. Next case we have is for subtraction, so we say subtract, and then return this console.log, and we just say subtract, and then here we can just add a concatenation operator, and then we say A minus B, right? Third case, if we get multiplication, then I want to return console.log multiply, and then add a concatenation operator, A multiplied by B, right? Fourth case, we have a division, and then we can return console.log, I would say divide, and then we say A divided by B, right? And then a default, we can have a case, for some reason if operator is not right, then we can say default case, and then we can just say return console.log, and we can say in a string we can say operator is not right. Right, I'm going to save this. Now every time we call this function, so let's just go down and we just say cal, and then we just say 5, 5, and then operator I'm going to give in a string form, so add a single quotes, and then inside that add a plus operator. And now we save it, we go to the terminal, and then we can run it by typing node script.js. Now I'm going to press enter, and there you go. So we get our result addition 55. Alright, so now what's happening is basically it's concatenating these two values instead of just applying an operator here. So what we can do to fix this, we can do one thing here. So here I'm going to add parentheses, and then I'm going to save this file and rerun the code, and this time we get 10, right? So here we want to add parentheses for each of these to make sure that this will calculate these two values first and then concatenate these with our string, which says if it's a divide. And now let's just call this multiply static operator. I'm going to save the file and we're going to rerun it, and now we get 25 as a result. So if I call it a few times, and here we can say minus, we can say divide, and save it, and I'm going to run the file again, and here we get multiply. 5 by 5 is 25, subtraction is 0, and divide is 1. So I hope you enjoyed this simple coding challenge. We're going to have a lot more really advanced level coding challenge. So I see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we are going to talk about a variable scope. When you start working with function, it is important to understand the concept of variable scope, where in your code your variable is available. In JavaScript, the location of your variable declaration decides where it can be used in your code. There are two types of variable scopes, global and local. When you declare a variable in the root of your script, so independently outside of any function, it becomes a global variable and you can access it from anywhere within your script. That means you can use it, update its value, do whatever you want with it in the both of the root of the script and inside functions. So if you make any change to the variable inside a function, that change becomes a global and all of the reference to it will receive the same updated value. When you declare a variable inside a function, it becomes a local variable. So this variable is only available as long as you are inside a function. So inside its scope, so if you try to call it from outside the function, you get an error. Now let's take a look at the demo. So we're going to go to Webstorm, and here I'm going to define a variable with the var keyword, and I will say x is equal to 50. And then I'll just define a function here. I'll just say test, and then I will try to access console.log x, right? And then we can call this function. So I'll just say test and save the file, and let's refresh the browser, and I get 50 back, right? Now what if I try to create a variable inside a function? So var y is equal to, let's just say 60, right? Now that is a local variable because it is defined inside test function and it is only available inside our test function. Now what if I try to access this outside? So if I say console.log y, I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. I get y is not defined because it does not know what we are talking about. So a large percentage of JavaScript errors is caused by losing track of scope of the variable. Most commonly, the developer tries to call a local variable outside its scope and things run away. This is one of the reasons why we have a return keyword, so you can package up the local value and send it somewhere. For example, if we go, let's just say I will go return y, and I will see now if I just remove console.log and then I'll just refresh the browser, I get 50 back. And now if I say console.log and I will log the value returned by this function named test, then we should get 60. So I'll get 60. So remember, when we first talked about variables, I said if you declare a new variable without a var prefix, the browser will create a new variable for you. Well, that variable becomes a global variable if you declare it inside a function. This can cause all sort of confusion and it is very bad practice. So far, scope control alone, so you should always declare your variable using a var prefix. Since the beginning of JavaScript, people used a var keyword to define a variable in JavaScript. Now, ECMAScript 6, let me explain to you what is the ECMAScript 6. ECMAScript is the organization which manages JavaScript features. For example, they actually launch the specification of JavaScript and then what are the newer features should be available in JavaScript. Now, in ECMAScript 2015, or you can call it ECMAScript 6, introduced two new ways to define a variable. So we have a var keyword, and now we have another keyword, const and let. Now you define a variable by typing a var keyword, a name of the variable, and the value. So you do the same thing with the const and let, but there are some things that you need to know. What are the difference between var and let and const? So that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Alright, so the first way of defining a variable we're going to look at is a const keyword. Now, let me give you a simple definition of a const keyword. You define a variable with the const keyword when you don't want its value to be changed. So that would be a constant. Constant, short for const in JavaScript. So let's say if I define a var keyword and I'll say x is equal to 50 and I'll just console.log x and let's refresh the browser, and now here we can see 50, and if I type x here and press enter I get 50, and I can say x is equal to 40, and now if I type x has the value of 40. Now if I change the keyword var to const, I'll save it and I refresh the browser, I get 50, and now if I type x, enter, I still have 50, and if I try to change the value of x by typing x is equal to 40, press enter, and now I get this error. So the error says that assignment to a const variable is not possible because you're trying to assign a value to the constant variable which value should not be changed. So if you want any variable to hold a value and it should not change, then you define a variable by using a const keyword. This is a great because when you want to define something which should not change, for example, the layout of your web app or a player ID in your game which is made in JavaScript, then you should use const. There are different scenarios that we want to look at. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the code and I will create a variable with the var keyword and I'll type name is equal to, and I will give it John. Alright, now let's take a look at the demo that what we can achieve by using a const keyword, and then after that I will create a function. So we just name it create name and we give two parameters, so first name, last name, right? And here I will define name is equal to first name and concatenated with empty string and then concatenated with the last name, right? And then I'll just do a console.log and I'll just print out name. And outside the function, I will console.log name variable as well. Then we need to call this function, right? So I'll just call it here. So I'll just say create name and I give a name here, for example, Paul, and I'll just say Robert, right? I'm going to save the file and we just refresh the browser. And here we get John, and then the second console log prints out Paul Roberts. Now you want to keep the name variable with the value of John. So what if I just try to access a name variable and I can see that the Paul Robert is there, But what about John? Where is the John now? Now, John is gone because this function is trying to access the name variable from the global scope, which is defined outside the function. So here we have a name, and inside the function we're accessing a name variable. Now, what if I change this var keyword to const and I save the file and I just refresh the browser, and I can see I can print out John, but when it goes inside the function, it gives me an error because you're trying to change the value of a constant, which is not possible in JavaScript. So what we can do to fix this problem, if I add const and I'll just save it, and then I can just refresh the browser, and as you can see, the error is gone. Now we have a John and we have a Paul Roberts, and here if I check the variable name, which is defined by using a const keyword, and I press enter here, and I can see that I have the John there, so it did not get changed because now the const name defined in create name function is not trying to access the name variable on a global scope, right? So if I go and call this create name function, and I'll just create another name, which is say from Microsoft, Microsoft and Apple. Press enter, and now as you can see I have this Microsoft and Apple. And now if I try to access the name, and I can still see that the John is there. So this is a great way to avoid changing the variable names or variable values which you don't want to change. So this is how you can fix the problem by using a const variable. Alright, so now let's talk about something complicated. The const keyword can be used with arrays and objects. Now, does that mean that once you create an object, you cannot modify it, you cannot add keys and values to it? So let's take a look at the demo as well. So I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to create an array first. So I'll create array const is equal to days is equal to, and I'll just add an empty string with the one value, Monday. Alright, now let's say we are going to refresh the browser, and here if I try to access days, I get back a value of Monday. Now we have defined that days array with the const keyword. So are we able to modify this object, or we will be able to add some values to it? So let's try that. So if I type days.push, and I will add another value, so I'll say Tuesday, and I press enter, and there we go. So we basically added another value in an array. But you might be thinking that the days were assigned with the const, so why would it let it let us to add Tuesday to it? So if I type days and I press enter, and I get that two values inside an array of days, right? And now let's look at with the object as well. So for example, if I create an object, so we go here, and I'll just say const person object is equal to, and we have one first name, and we add, let's just say my name, Awais, right? I'm gonna save it, and let's refresh the browser, and I can access person object, press enter, and I get first name Awais. And if I try to add another key and value inside of a person object, and a person object has been defined by using a const keyword, so let's try that. So we type person dot last name, and we just say is equal to, and we can say Mirza, right? I'm gonna press enter, and there we go, no errors. So if I access days, I get Monday. If I add person, I get this modified object, first name and a last name. Now what's happening here? The const keyword does not stop us to modify complicated objects, for example, arrays and objects, but it will stop us to assign the days array to a new array. For example, if I go, I'm gonna call the clear here, and then I'll just type days is equal to, and I'll create and add, let's just say Friday, right? I'm gonna press enter, and there we go. It gives me an error. So it says assigning to a constant variable. So you can modify the existed object or an array and add values, remove values, shift values, do a lot of things, but you cannot assign that days array or a person object to a new object literal or a new array. So this will help us to stop assigning the days object or days array or person object to a new literal. So that's the difference between using a const with array and object and with a simple variable which has a one value in there. Alright, so now we're going to talk about the keyword let, which was introduced in ECMAScript 2015, and you can call it ECMAScript 6. Now, before we talk about a let keyword and how it compares to a var keyword, we need to talk about variable scope. So when you declare a variable outside of any function or outside any code block, it is called a global variable because it is available to any other code in the current document. So when you declare a variable within a function, it is called a local variable because it is only available within that function. So before ECMAScript 2015, JavaScript does not have a block statement scope. Rather, a variable declared within a block is local to a function that the block resides within. So I'm going to write a code here. So for example, if you type if, and we can say true, and we add a code block, that block has its own scope. So if I say var x is equal to 10, and outside this code block, if I try to access that by typing console.log, and here we type x, and I'm gonna save the file and refresh the browser, and I get 10. Now what if I change the var keyword to let? I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and this time I get an error. It says x is not defined because it does not know what am I talking about, because when you create a variable with the let keyword, it's only available within the code block, so within its own code block scope. So to demonstrate a little bit more and explain the let keyword a bit more, I'm actually going to go to HTML file and show you we have like 10 buttons here, right? We have 10 buttons here, and we're going to go back to the script file, and here I'm going to write some function and a code to demonstrate that. So for example, if I create a constant and I'll say buttons is equal to document dot get element by tag name, and we grab that by typing a button. And then after that, I'll create a for loop, and I'll say var I is equal to 0 and I less than buttons dot length. So we can I plus plus increment I. Now inside this, we have this code block in a for loop, because let keyword is very useful when using with the for loops, and it's the most used for let keyword. So we define the I with the var. So what is mean by this var I is equal to 0? It's similar to if you define var I is equal to 0, and then inside that we just simply say I is equal to 0. It's a similar thing, but I want to just leave that var I is equal to 0 within our for loop, and here inside that I will first of all create a constant again, and we'll just say button is equal to, and I'll say buttons and I, right? So index I. So we grab that one button, and after that I'm gonna add event listener. So we say button dot add event listener. We add an event which would be click event function, and inside that I will just alert that, and then what we're gonna alert, we can say button add a concatenation here, I add a concatenation, and then say pressed, right? Here I'm gonna give a space here so we can differentiate it. All right, so we create a function, for loop, and I'm going to go and refresh the browser. Now, once I click on any of the button, it alerts button 11 pressed. I'm actually going to make a space here as well. Let's save it, refresh the browser. If I click on button 1, it shows me button 11 is pressed because it is the value of I is always the last value because it is available on a global scope. So it can be accessed outside as well. So that is why we're only getting the value of I, which is always to 11, because it run the loop for 10 times because we have 10 buttons here. So the value of I becomes 11. And when we access that, it always shows 11. Now, what if I change this to let? Once I change this to let, it becomes available only inside our local scope, right? I'm going to save it, and inside this code block, we can access I now. And if I refresh the page and I click on button 1, and now it shows button 1 pressed. And if I go button 4, it says button 4 pressed. And if I go button 7, it says button 7 pressed. So this is how the let keyword, the block level scoping, can help us to achieve these kinds of tasks. Alright, so yeah, that's about it, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright, so in summary, constants are your first option when declaring variables. They are used to prevent a reassignment bugs and to help you debug your code faster. Constants variable have a block level scoping. So the next option we have is a let keyword is a great substitute for var when you are wanting to reassign a value. For example, when you are incrementing an index in a loop or adding strings together to prevent errors when using for, loop, and adding dynamic functionality to the web pages, the usage of var is not recommended anymore. Since there are a number of scoping issues associated with the var keywords, it's the best to start off by declaring variable with const and then using let and when you need to reassign values. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at math object. So the built-in math object has properties and method for mathematical constant and function. For example, the math object pi property has the value of pi, which you would use is an application by typing math.pi. Now, math object has some methods as well. For example, we have ABS method, which returns an absolute value. We have some standard trigonometry function, for example, sin, cos, tan. I think it's better to take a look at the list of methods available for a math object on MDN. So I open the resource, and this is where we can see we have all of these methods available for a math object. For example, we want to generate a random number between 0 and 1, then we can use this .random method on a math object. If we want to round any value, then we can just round, fround, and try. So I would highly recommend that you go to Mozilla Developer Network and search for a math object and then study about different methods that you can call on a math object. Now we know these are the methods available. Let's take a look at how we can create a dice roll. So for example, we are creating a game where we need to roll the dice and the number on the dice of 6, right? So we're going to look at how we can create that. So I'm just going to pop it back here into my browser. Now, first of all, let's just go and create a variable, and I'm just going to name it A, and is equal to, and we can say math.random. Now what it's gonna do, let's take a look. We're gonna go to console, and actually we need to log the value of A, so we will not see any value. So we just say console.log A, right? Just log the value inside an A onto the console. So I'm just gonna clear the console first. And then here we just say node space script.js, and I think I've written wrong. So here we say node space script.js. Yeah, that's right. So right now I run the code and I get 0.1. So let's say if I run it again, I get 0.8, I get 0.5, I get 0.4. So these are basically random number generated by .random method on a math object. So now, how do we create a dice roll function? So we will basically delete the console log first, right? And then I'm just going to delete this as well. Now let's go and create a random number generate function. So we'll type function, and I'll say random, and then we want to give it sides. So let's just say how many sides we have on dice roll. So let's just say sides, right? And then I'm going to create a variable here. So let's just say dice, and I'm going to set is equal to, and then I'm going to type math.random. So now this will generate a random number from 0 to 1, but we want from 1 to 6, right? So I'll just multiply this to 6, right? And we just say return, or we can say return console.log, and we just say dice. All right, I'm going to save it. Now if I call this function random, right, and I will just go to the console, and first of all let's clear it out, and we just type node space script.js. And now we get 2.6. I'll run it again. I get 0.8. I get 4.2. Now the problem is that we are not getting an integer value. We're getting a decimal value, which has basically what it's doing. It generates a random number from 0 to 1, which is a decimal value, which has a point in it. So it will multiply that to 6. Now we want to make this function dynamic. We don't want to type a 6 here. So we will type sides here. So whatever the side number we pass into our random number generator function. So let's say if we want to have 8 sides of a dice, we have a 10, a 20, or we want to have like 50. So we just type in sides here. Now here we're getting a decimal number. So to round it off, we can use another math object. So math.floor, right? And we just wrap this here. I'm going to save it, and now we want to give this random number generator and push it in 6 in here. We'll save this, we go to the console, we just run it, and now we are getting integer. Now there's still a problem here. I'm just rerunning the code where I will get 0. Okay, am I expecting 0 ever? No, yeah, there we go. So now we are getting 0 on our results as well. That's the problem. We want to have a 1 to 6 random number. So to fix that, what we can do, that we can add 1 to our sides. So here I'm just gonna wrap this, and I'm gonna plus 1. So whatever the random number generator gets generated and gets a multiplied to the sides we define when we call a random number generator function. And then let's say if we get 0, then we'll add 1 to it. So that becomes 1. So if we get 5, then it becomes 6. If we get 4, it becomes 5. We're still getting a random number generator, random number, but we're adding 1 to it, so we're making sure that we never get 0. So that makes this function a dice roll. So now we're going to save this, and then we will run the code, and there you go. I'm going to stop it when we get 6. And I'm not sure when we're going to get 6 because it's a random number generated by math object, so we just can't really get it. All right, yeah, there you go. Finally we got 6 now because we got 5 and we added 1 to it. That becomes 6. So this is the function that we use to create a dice roll. So yeah, that's it for this video, guys. So we are finally know how we can create a dice roll in JavaScript. Welcome back. In this video we are going to learn about JavaScript date object. Now, JavaScript does not have a date data type. However, you can use a date object and its method to work with dates and times in your application. The date object has a large number of methods for getting, setting, and manipulating dates. Now, let's go to a Webstorm and let's try creating a date object. So far, we have used a built-in terminal, which is in a Webstorm. But from now on, we are going to use a browser to work with JavaScript. So for that, I'm going to create an HTML file. So I'll name it index.html file. And here we will create a JavaScript file. So we just name it script.js file. And inside index.html, I'm just going to make it bigger. So we just say JavaScript course, or we can say masterclass. Right, so here we need to attach our script file. So Webstorm has a feature where you can drag and drop, but I'll just write that in a script tag in case you're using something else as an IDE. So source, we say script.js, and that's it. Now to test this, that we have our file linked to this index.html file. We go to the script.js, and here we just say console.log, and we can just say hello world. Right, I'm gonna make it bigger as well so we can look at it. Right, so now I'm gonna save it. We go back to index.html, and Webstorm has the option for opening the index file into Chrome browser or Firefox or Mozilla. And yeah, I'm just gonna click on that. But if you are not sure, you're not using Webstorm, then you can just go to wherever your file is and then just double click on that. So for example, if I right click and I will say show in Explorer, so this is where our file is. So index, so I can double click on that and it will open in a Google Chrome browser. I'm just gonna drag and drop to here. So right now this is the file we have, right? But instead of doing that, because I'm using Webstorm, so I'll just go and click here and it will start the local server for me as well. So just drag it here. Right, so I'm just gonna make it smaller, open the console. So here we can see we have a hello world in our console. So we know that our JavaScript file is successfully linked in index.html file. So now we go back, and now how do we create a date object? We can create a date object within our JS file, but we can create an object right in a console as well and just try it out, right? So here, for example, I'll clear our console and I'll just type here, let's just say var a is equal to new date, right? I'm going to press enter and it gives me undefined var. But now if I type a and press enter, it gives me the complete current date and time according to my computer. So it goes to me like Wednesday, December 27, 2017, and the time that. Now here, this is gonna go when we close our browser. So here we go back to Webstorm and I just create, let's just say date is equal to new date, and now we are going to use the console.log. Now we just pass in a date object we just created. So I'm gonna refresh the browser, and there you go. I've got this date here. Now, there are a few parameters that you can pass into date object. For example, you can pass in a value or a date string, or you can pass in year, month, day, hours. So let's try them out. So inside that, if I go add a single quotes and I'll say December 25, 2017, right? I'm gonna save it, refresh the browser, and I get back Monday, December 25, 2017, and it gives me a time which is 000 because I did not define that. and here I'll just cancel it out and I'll just type here. We can say 2017, comma, month, we say 12, date would be 25, and then we can say hours in numbers. So here we can just say 19, right? Minutes, 10, right? Seconds in a we can say 35, and then basically I'm using Webstorm. It's pretty smart, so it's giving me suggestion. If you're using something else, then you can still know that you can type these things in there. So first goes year, month, day, hours, minutes, seconds, and the milliseconds that you can define as a parameter in our date object. So now if I just save it and I just refresh the browser, and it gives me Thursday, January 25, 2018, 19, 10, 35, right? So according to our parameters, it don't really actually work, but we can just still go and modify that. Now there are methods as well in our data object. So I'm just gonna remove these parameters because I will have to create an empty date object to get the default, current date and time. Right, so there are a few things we need to talk about. So JavaScript date objects can only be instantiated by calling JavaScript date as a constructor. Calling it as a regular function, for example, without a new operator, will return a string rather than a date object. So we have some methods as well. For example, we can call a method now for getting the date object. So basically it's going to return the numeric value corresponding to the current time. We have a date.parse, which parses the representation of a date and returns the number of milliseconds. We have some other methods as well. So we have a getter methods and we have a setter methods. So for example, if I'll go here and I would say date.get full year, right? So whatever the date object has the year, the current year, that will be returned. So if I refresh the page, it gives me back 2017, right? So if I go here, let's just remove this and we just say get day, right? And I'm gonna refresh the page and it gives me day is 3, right? Because in a week there's 7 days, right? So it gives me back a 0 to 6. So 0 would be like Monday, and then Tuesday, and then onwards, right? So we have so many options, methods. So for example, we have get hours. Let's save it, refresh that, we get hours 21 because it's 9 o'clock at this time, so it gives me a current hour, and it basically looking at what are the hours stored in this date object. So if I just go and then console.log and just date object, so we can see what's in that. So we want to refresh that, so it's 21, right? See that? So it's only gonna bring you an hour, right? So I'll just drop a link to the reference for the date object, so you can go and try out a lot of methods and yeah, play around with the date objects. All right, so yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about strings. Now, we have used strings before, so you know how we define a string literal, right? So for example, we'll just go var a is equal to, in a single quotes, we define hello. Now this is hello is a string literal stored in a variable a. Now in this video, we're gonna go and dive deep into strings, and we're gonna talk about a string object as well. So this is just a simple string, right? We have the property for that is basically dot length is a property which will tell you how many characters you have in a string. Now let's take a look at an example about the string object. So the string object is a wrapper around the string primitive data type. You can call any of the method of the string object on a string literal value, and JavaScript automatically converts the string literal to a temporary string object and calls the method, and then discard the temporary string object as well. So you can also use the string.length property with the string literal. You should use the string literals unless you specifically need a string object, because string objects can have counterintuitive behaviors. To give you the demo for that, for example, if I just remove the hello here and I'll add 2 plus 2. So we just type 2 plus 2, right? And now I'm going to create another variable and name it b is equal to, and this time we are going to create a string object instead of defining a string literal. So we define a string object by using a new keyword and then string, and then inside that we type same 2 plus 2, right? Now if I go and log that on the console, so we just say log a and then console.log b as well, right? I'm gonna refresh the browser, so we get this 2 plus 2, which is a string literal, and we get a string object, right? So what counterintuitive behavior can string object have? Now for example, if I just go here and I'll just say eval is a function that you can call to evaluate an expression within a string. So I'm just gonna do a bit of remove the space there, and here I would say okay, eval a, right? And then I want to say eval b as well. So I'm gonna save the file and let's refresh the browser again, and this time as you can see that it evaluated that a variable which had a string of 2 plus 2, and it evaluated that expression. But when we look at the second one, it did not evaluate that expression. Instead, it still gave us this string object back. Right, so we have a lot of methods available for a string object. I can drop a link to the Mozilla Developer Network to the reference of a string method. So there are some string methods that I want to talk about right here. So instead of writing a code in a Webstorm, we just directly write a code in Chrome browser console. So I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger, and I'm just going to type Control L to clear the console. Now, let's say we define a variable, so I just say s1 and I'll say is equal to hello world, right? And then if I type s1, press enter, I get back hello world. So we have a property .length on a string, so we can check the length of the string. So if I say okay s1.length and I get 11 back, so let's count how many characters are available in hello world. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. So we basically have 1 2 3 4 5 and then the space as well. So basically if you have like a spaces, that will be included, so that will be a part of your length. We have other methods that we can call. For example, if I want to grab a character at index 9 or 10, so let's do that. So if I type s1 dot char at, and then here I'll just say what's the character at index 4. I press enter and I get 0 back. So let's count again. So we have h on a 0 index, e on a 1 index, and then onward. So we can see the 4 we have is on O. So string length starts from 0. It's basically the same as the array starts from 0. Right, so we've seen the character at, so the shortcut key for that is char at, so we can grab the character at the specific index from the string. Now we have other methods as well. For example, let's say you want to check that if a string starting with a particular character, we can do that as well. So if I type s1 dot starts with, and here inside that I'll drop h as a character, press enter, and I get back true, right? And if I change this to, let's just say B, press enter, and I get false. So we can see that it goes and then read the string and then see the first character and try to match that first character to the given character inside our starts with method. And it checks whether if it's pretty much same character, so then it becomes true, it returns true, and if it's not, then it will return false. Now we have a Mozilla Developer Network where we can see the reference for that. So I can just open that page here as well. So we can look at some of the string methods. So here we have a character at, which we just used. We have an index of, which basically returns the position of a specified substring in a string, or the last position of a specified substring respectively. And we have a last index of as well, and starts with we just seen, ends with we've just seen, includes, we can see that as well. So let's go back to the browser, and here if I want to check that this s1 variable contains this string, and let's say if we can check that if the w is available inside this string or not. So how do we check that? So we just go s1 dot includes, and then we type in w. And can you give it a guess that what it's going to return? Is it going to return true or false? I'm going to press enter and it gives me false. The reason why, it's a case sensitive. So if it's a capital W is not equal to lowercase w. So here if I type the same thing with a capital W and I press enter, and it gives me back true because capital W is available there. So it's a case sensitivity as well. Now let's go back to the string methods, and here we have this concat, which is really cool. You can combine the text of two strings and return a new string, right? So we go back and we define another string. So I'm just going to clear the console here, and I will just say s1, first let's check what we have in there. Now I'm going to define another variable, and I'll say s2 is equal to s1 and then dot concat, and then here I'll just say how are you, right? I press enter. Now if I type s2, I get back hello world, how are you. You could use the plus operator with that as well, but there is a method available to concat multiple strings. So we have a from char code, which constructs a string from a specified sequence of a Unicode value, and this is a method of the string class and not a string instance. So I would highly recommend go and try these methods out and try to get familiar with this, because when you start creating a proper application, you're gonna have to manipulate strings a lot, and that's a really the stuff we need to master to become a JavaScript guru. So I'll be using some of these in the later videos as well, when we do a coding challenge or we do a new project in the course. So we'll be using these methods a lot of times. So here the last thing, I'll just show you the easy one, two lowercase and two uppercase, right? So if we go back to console, and I can see I have s2 string, and then I'm going to basically create another variable s3, and I want to say is equal to, and I will say is equal to s2 dot lowercase, to lowercase, right? I'll press enter. Now s3, it should be equal to s2, but we call this to lowercase method on s2, so now s3 will have the same characters, but those characters will be converted into a lowercase. Alright, so you can see that we can use this method to create a lowercase or uppercase. We have a normalize, which returns the Unicode normalization from the calling string value, right? We have a repeat, returns a string consisting of an element of an object repeated the given times, right? So these are a few of the methods that we will be using when we create our project. So I want you to go and try these out. Now this is the reference page, this is the link that you can see on the screen, and I'll drop a link in the teacher's note as well. Right, so yep, that's about the string, guys. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to take a look at substring method on a string literal or on a string object in JavaScript. Now, the substring method extracts the character from a string between two specified indexes and return a new substring. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to go to script file, and here we will create a variable. I'll name it A is equal to hello world, right? And now I want to create a new substring from this variable A, and I want to extract some of the character from hello world. So we can call the substring method and give it a starting point and ending point as well. So let's do that. I'm going to type a variable b is equal to a.substring, and the first thing we want to define the starting number for the index. So we'll just say 1, and then the second one we'll just say 3, right? I'm going to save the file, and I'm going to console.log b, right? I'm going to save it, and I'm going to refresh the page. And here we can get back EL. Now we know how to define a code in the script file, but we can just practice this within the console. So we don't have to write the code again and again. So I'm just going to make it bigger so you guys could look at it, right? So here we go back to console, and here I will create another variable. I will just name it C is equal to, and we'll just say what's going on. Right, I'm going to type C and press enter, and it gives you back a string of what's going on. Now, first thing we need to talk about what are the index and where the index starts. Now, the string index starts from 0. It's just like an array. So let's just say that W is on 0 index, H is on 1 index, and A is on 2 index, 3, and then this single quotes on 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, what if I want to grab this going word from the variable C? So if I type C again and press enter, I get back what's going on. Now, if I say C dot substring, and then I want to define 7, comma, and let's count this first. So 0 on W, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if I type 11 and then press enter, I get back going. I don't get going because if the start is greater than n, this method will swap between two arguments. So the method extracts the character in a string between start and end, not including the end itself as well, right? So we're not getting G for the going within our result. So what if I want to do this? Then what I will do is I'll type 12. So it doesn't include the end. So I'm going to press enter, and I get back going. Right, so this is a substring method on a string literal. You can call this on a string object as well. So yeah, I'm gonna have a few coding challenges for this string related challenges. So that is why I'm making this quick video to show you guys this substring method and what it does, and just explaining to you guys. All right. Welcome back. In this video, I'm going to give you a new challenge related to strings in JavaScript. And in the last video, I've explained how we can use string methods to concatenate, get a character from a string. Now, this is going to be a cool challenge to practice the string methods. Now, I want to give you a challenge first, and I want you to try it out yourself. And if you're having trouble with that, then you can come back and unpause the video and then watch me the way I do it. So the challenge is that we want to create a function which will take a string and the index of a specific character, and then it will return a new string by removing that character from a string according to the index we give it. So this is a coding challenge. I want you to try it out. If you're having trouble, then unpause the video and then watch me the way I do it. So last chance to pause the video, do it now. Alright, so I hope you were successfully able to create a function, and if not, then let's go and try the solution now. Alright, so I'm in a Webstorm. I have this file script.js open. This is the index.html file where our JavaScript file is linked here, and this is the browser where I have opened the console. So let's go and write a function. So here we'll type first of all a function, and then we will just name it remove character, and then it will take two parameters. First of all, it's going to be string, so we name our parameter str, comma, and the second one would be a character, so char. Right, so inside that, first of all, what we need to do is create two variables which will hold the first part of the string and the second part of the string. So let's do str1, right, is equal to, and I'll type str, which is the parameter variable, dot substring, and that's it. Now we want to define here the starting number and the ending number. So where we want to get the string from the parameter, and then we want a starting number and then the ending number. So here we will start from 0 because string length is 0 based. 0, comma, and then we'll type here character, right? So whatever the index we give it to it. Next, we need to hold another variable. So we just say str2 is equal to string dot substring, and then here we'll define character first and then plus 1, concatenate it with 1. Now add a comma and then str dot length, the total length of a string, right? Next, we want to return the str1 plus str2. Now let's go back and let me just explain this. So let's say we pass in a string of hello, and then we pass a character of 1. Now the compiler will come here and it will see, okay, we're creating a variable. And one thing I want to mention here, that if you don't type var, JavaScript basically automatically add var, so it knows that we're trying to create a variable. So for the best practices, we can add var here. And now we'll come here. So basically, it will have a string, and then after that, when it's get the string, it will substring it from starting character and ending character. So let's try it out, and I'll explain that. So I'm gonna just save the file and refresh the browser. Now here I want to call this function, so remove character, and then we just pass in first of all the string. We just say hello, and then we want to remove L from it. So strings that are 0 based, so we can say 0, 1, 2. So we want to remove the first L, then we just type 2 here and then press enter, and it returns back HELO, so it removes the one L here. Now how is this working? So we can create a code here. So we just say console.log, and I will just say hello and then type 2 here. Now once I refresh the page, it gives me back hello and 2. Now we didn't call the function, so we need to call that function. So we just say remove character, and then inside that we pass in a string and then the index of the character. So we refresh the page and it gives back HELO. Now I'm going to show you quickly how we can debug that as well for better understanding. I'm going to go to source, and I want to add a breakpoint here. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Now the reason why I'm adding a breakpoint, so we understand that what variable holding what value. So I'm going to refresh the page, and now we are basically debugging. I will have a separate section for debugging, but just bear in mind, if you add a breakpoint, the compiler will stop and then just let us read what's happening in the code. So here we get the string hello, and we get the character 2, right, as you can see here. And then it comes here and then create a new variable str, and then here we have str, which is basically a parameter. We give this to function, so it has the hello, and then we're calling the substring method on a string literal. So here we pass in 0, which is a starting character, and then the character of the parameter char. I'm going to click here to go to the next line, and then go to next line. Now let's see what this str1 holding. So if I just move my cursor here, it says he. So why he? Is because hello has 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, right? That's the length of the hello hello world. So we have a substring, and then we're starting from 0 and then the character 2. So 0, 1, 2. So that gives us he. Then we go down and we have lo inside our s2. So here we go inside our statement. So we got hello for the string and a substring. Now we have a character 2 and then plus 1. So we actually adding 1 to the character. Character has the index value, so that becomes 3. So basically what's happening is it's going to skip that character value. Alright, so here we have a character 2 and then we plus 1 to it, that becomes 3. So now the substring of a string method will start from 3 and then the total length of our string, which is 5 here, and then it will store that string to our variable str2, which becomes lo, and then we're basically just returning the concatenated value of str1 and str2. So here we have he, and then here we have lo, and that becomes helo, and then we're consoling the log onto our console. So I just run it, and there we go, we get lo. We can even call this function right in the console. So let's just say we will just call remove character, and then here I'm gonna say what, and then let's just remove the first character. So I'll give it 0. Press enter, and it's gonna rerun and start our breakpoint. So I'm just gonna remove the breakpoints. I'm just gonna run it. We go back to console, and that gives me hat, right? So this is a quick coding challenge. I hope you liked it, and yeah, that's about it, guys, and I see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, and this is another coding challenge for you guys. I'm really excited about it. Now before we start talking about our coding challenge, I want you to pause this video after listening to the coding challenge and try doing it yourself. And if you're not sure about it, then unpause the video and then watch me doing it. Now the coding challenge is that write a JavaScript program to create a new string with the 3 characters are in lowercase, and if the string length is less than 3, then convert all the characters in uppercase. So this is the last chance for you guys to pause the video, and yeah, pause the video. Alright, so unpause the video if you didn't really had any success with this coding challenge. Alright, let's try doing it. Let's create a function which will perform that functionality for us. So I'm just going to name it uppercase, and then we want to pass in a parameter which will grab the string from us. So str, that's the name for that. And here, first of all, we need to check if the length of string is less than 3, and if it is, then just convert the whole string to lowercase and return it. So how do we do that? So we type if, and we type str.length property, and we can say less than equal to 3. Then what it should do, it should return the str.lowercase. Right? So basically when the compiler is going to go inside the function, it's going to check the length of the string, and if it's less than equal to 3, it's going to just return the whole string as it is and convert that into lowercase and just return it, right? Then we need to use the substring method on our string. So first of all, we can say, okay, the front part, let's just say front part is equal to, and we just say str dot substring, So let's just use this method and say start from 0 and then end with 3, right? Once you get that, then just convert that to lowercase. Simple. And then we have a back part is equal to str dot substring, and then we want to start from 3 and then str.length. So whatever the character we have inside that string, just go all the way up and then just grab all the characters, right? This is the cool property here. And then after that, we will just return the front part plus this back part, right? Then we can just use this function. So let's just do a console log here as well. So the log, and we can pass in, let's just say uppercase, and we want to pass in the letter, let's just say JavaScript, right? And then I'm gonna just save it and refresh the browser, and let's just refresh it, and there we go. So the Java, J-A-V-A, is being converted to lowercase letters, alright? So here if I type capital A as well, I'm going to save it and I'm going to refresh the page, and there you go, it's still a lowercase. So that was a cool challenge, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. Now we are going to revisit array and try to look at some of the nice methods available in array. So how do we define an array? We have already seen how we define, how we populate array. So here in my Webstorm, I have an array variable A which holds this array. So let's just revisit, how do we access the value from an array? So we do that by typing the name of the variable which holds an array and the square brackets, and inside the square brackets we type the index of an element in array. So let's say 2. So can you guess what value we want to get? So array index is 0 base, so apple would be on 0 index, orange would be on 1 index, and banana would be on 2 index, and then onwards, right? So if I just say console.log, and I'll just say a, and then I'll type 2 here, and then I'm going to save the file and then refresh the browser. I get back banana. Banana is on array index 2, right? Now, how do we loop through an array? How we iterate over array? For example, we have 10,000 elements in an array or values in an array. How do we loop through? How do we grab all of them? So the best way to do is using loop, right? So we don't have to redo everything. So loop does that for us. So here we'll use the old standard loop, which is a for loop, and I'll just create a variable inside that. I'll name it I, and I'll set that to 0, and then add a semicolon, and then I'll check I less than a dot length, add a semicolon, and I plus plus. We've seen loops already, right? So you know what I'm doing here. Now inside that, if I type console.log and I'll type I, what it's gonna print? It's gonna print, let's refresh it, and it's gonna print 0, 1, 2, 3. Now here we can console.log one more thing here as well. So we say console.log array.length properties. So we'll refresh the page, and here we get 4. So this is the length of an array. So we have 4 elements in an array, or we can call it values in an array. So we have 4 of them, right? So instead of just typing here 4, which will make it a static value, we want to have a dynamic value. So what if we have like a 10 or 12, or we add some values to an array? So we want to grab that, the current length, right? So we'll do that by adding a.length properties. A is in a variable which holds an array, and we call a length property on that, which will give us the total length of an array. So I'll save it. I'll just remove this console.log, and here, so let's just revisit. How do we get the value from an array? So we say name of an array, and then square brackets, and then the index of the value we want to grab. So we can do that here. So if I console.log and I'll type the name of an array, which is an A, and then I'll just say 2. That will grab me banana, right? But I want to just read all the values. So what I can do here, I can type I. So the current value of the I will be printed with an array name. So array, and then the index will get from I, which will have a 0 from the starting point, and then it will keep incrementing until we reach the length of an array. So I'll save it and I'll just refresh the browser, and I get all the values by using this for loop. So I'll just make it a little bit smaller so we can keep looking at it. So we have apple, orange, banana, and cherry, right? So this is a one way of looping through an array. There's another method that you can call, which is for each loop. So let's just remove this, right? And I want to type a dot for each, right? And after that, we need to have a callback function. So we type in array name and we call a for each method on that, which will loop all the values of array. And where we want to store those values, we need to have something to store those values, right? So we can use a callback function. I know we haven't talked about callback function, but just bear in mind, for now, just take that it's a callback function. The type of function, and then we have a variable value which basically push every iterated value and set that to value. Alright, so I'm just gonna make space here so we can look at it a bit better. So now if I go console.log and I will type a value, right? I'm gonna save the file and let's see what it does this time. So I'm gonna refresh the page, and here you go. We get apple, orange, banana. So it's looping through every value inside an array, and then push every time it gets a value, it pushes that in a parameter in a callback function called a value. So we can change the name. So we type b and then change b here. That will do the same thing. It's just the name of the parameter. We refresh the page, we get apple, orange, banana, and cherry. So there are two ways to, there's other ways as well, because we have a ECMAScript 6 as well. There are other ways that you can look through. But for now, just take them, these two things that we can use. Now we're going to look at some of the other methods available in an array as well. So for example, if I want to push any value to an array at the end of an array, so we can call a function. I'm actually going to remove this, right? And I will just push one of the value at the last index. So we can say a.push, and then here in the string form, we want to type another fruit name, which can be, let's just say apple, orange, banana, cherry. We can say pineapple. Okay, right? And then I want to save it. And now this time, if I just say console.log and a.length, so let's see how many values do we get. So I'll just refresh the page and I get 5 this time. So if we just go and console.log v, then this time we should get 5 values. So refresh the page and we get apple, orange, banana, cherry, and pineapple. So that means it added that pineapple at the last here after the cherry. So that's the push. Now we can remove a value from an array at the last index as well. The method we can call it is a pop. All right. So here, if I just go, let's just say remove this, and I will call a method pop on it. So let's just say we'll go a.pop. Right? We just call this function. Now, if I refresh the browser, I get 3, and it basically removed the cherry from the last index of the array. So we got apple, orange, banana, and 3. So it basically come here, the compiler comes here and sees, okay, I want to remove the last value inside an array, and it does that, right? So we can remove a value from the front as well. So that's a method called shift. So if I go a.shift and I'll just save it, and this time we should not get apple. So let's refresh the page and we get orange and banana. So it basically comes here, removes the value from the last index, and then removes the value from the first index. So next method we're going to look at is as unshift. So basically unshift method will add a value to the first index, which would be the 0 index, right? I'm actually going to remove these two methods and I'll just say a.unshift and we'll just pass in pine apple, right? So last time we used push method to add a value inside an array at the last index, but this time we want to add that to the 0 index, the first index, right? I'm going to refresh the page, and now there we go. We have a pineapple at the start, right? So we have a pineapple on a 0 index. Here after I want to add a parameter called index, and then here I will just say index. Right, I'm going to save it and let's refresh the browser, and there you go. We got 0, 1, 2, 3. So every time it loops through an array which is in a variable, it will just get us the index for that as well. So this is a callback function. We have an element and we have an index, and then we can basically console that log. The next method we want to talk about is splice. What it does basically, it will just remove the elements from an array, and it takes two things. It takes the starting index and the ending index. So let's say if we want to remove orange and banana, then we can give it index 1 and index 2. So how do we do that? So let's just say a.splice, and then I'll say 2, or I will say 1 and then 2. And I'll save the file and refresh the browser, and this time we get only apple and cherry because it went inside and said, okay, I want to remove the value which is on index orange and then index 1 and index 2. Now if I just change this something here, if I type here a.length, now what it's going to do, it's basically going to remove all the values after the index a. So let's just refresh the page and it only gives me back apple, right? So here if I type, let's just say 2, and I'll save it and I'll refresh the browser, I'll get back apple and orange because it's starting from 2 now. The next method we want to talk about is sometimes in your application you might have to reverse an array. So we can do that by calling a reverse method on it. So I'm just going to remove this splice there. So if I just want to reverse this, so a.reverse, right? And now if I just refresh the browser, I get back cherry, banana, orange, and apple. So it's basically very simple to reverse an array. Now let's take a look at another method that you can call to check whether a variable contains an array or not. So we do that by typing, let's just say console.log, I'll say array.isArray, and I pass in the variable which holds an array, right? And then I add a semicolon. I'm going to refresh the page, and this time I get true. So if I just say b, variable b is equal to hello, and it's not an array, right? If we pass in b here, and I'll save the file and I'll refresh the page and I get false. So you can call this isArray method on a prototype of array and check that whether the variable you're passing in is an array or not. Welcome back, guys, and this is another coding challenge that we need to do, and yeah, I'm really excited about it. In the last video we've seen arrays in detail, so now it's time for us to take a test, a coding challenge, to actually test our skills about an array. I want you to create a function which will take an array and the element name. It could be number, string, or Boolean, or whatever number you want to pass into it. Actually, whatever value you want to pass into it. And what it should do, it should remove that element from an array. So let's go to Webstorm and let's try that. Now, before I do that, if you want to pause the video and try it yourself, I would highly recommend that. Try it yourself. If you're not able to do it, then come and watch me the way I do it. So last chance to pause the video. Alright, so let's do this coding challenge. Now I have an array here, so if I just do a console.log and I'll type array. Now I want to save the file and refresh the browser. I get this array. So I have 4 values inside array. Now I want to create a function which will help me to remove whatever the value I want to pass in. So let's write that. So I'll type function and I'll say remove val, right? And then I want to have 2 parameters. First of all, an array parameter, and then the value of that. So I'll say val, right? Whatever I want to remove from an array. Now here, first of all, we grab the index of the value we type it in inside our function. So we say for index is equal to array.index of, and type a val. Now what it's going to do, it's going to check the value we pass into this function as in a parameter, and it's going to get us the index of that same value if it's available in an array, right? Now next we want to check if index is greater than -1. So if there is the index, right? If there is index, then what it should do, it should grab an array and call a splice method on it, and then remove index 1, right? So whatever the index, it's gonna start from there, and then it's gonna remove 1 value from there. All right, and then we can just simply return array. Okay, and this is a function. Now let's call this function. So we will basically say console.log, and I want to just call remove val, and here I will type an array. So that's an array, right? And then the value I want to remove. So let's just say I want to remove orange. Okay, that's a string, so I will just say orange, right? And then let's save it and just refresh the browser. And there you go. So this time we get 3: apple, banana, and pineapple. Now we can call this function right here. So I will just remove this and I'll just refresh the browser, and we can call that function right inside of our console. So here I'll say remove val and then array, what array I want to give. So on the runtime we have an array, right? Name array, okay? And then add a comma and what value we want to clear out. So let's just say let's say apple, and that gives us back banana, orange, and pineapple. So it removes the value apple. Now let's just add something. So if I type array and I get 3 values now, right? So I want to refresh the browser, and here I have an array which has 4 values now. I want to push a numeric value in there. So array.push, and we'll just say 10, right? We'll push 10 to it, right? So if I say array and I get like 10 inside an array, so I can push in a Boolean value as well now. So I'll just say array.push, I'll say true, push it in. So let's check array. So we have now 6 values inside of array: apple, banana, orange, pineapple, 10, and true, right? So we do have a different data type now. So let's call that function remove val, and I want to pass in an array, and then we pass in a value true, right? I'm going to press enter, and now we grab an array with no value of true in there because we removed that. So now our function is pretty much working on the booleans, on integers, and strings as well, right? So how cool is that? So that was a quick challenge for you guys, and I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, let's just keep trying. Whatever we learn, we do a coding challenge to test our skills. And I'll see you guys in the next video. talking about functional programming in JavaScript. Now, functional programming has become a really hot topic in JavaScript world. Few years ago, very few JavaScript programmers even know what functional programming is. Now, in this video, we are going to talk about core concept of functional programming, and in the later videos, I'll be jumping into Webstorm and showing you some example. Now, let's talk about what is a functional programming. So functional programming is the process of building software by composing pure functions, avoiding shade state, avoid immutable data, has no side effect. Now, functional programming is a declarative rather than imperative, and application state flows through a pure function. Contrast with object-oriented programming, where application state is usually shade and collocated with objects in method. Functional programming is a programming paradigm, meaning that it has a way of thinking about software construction based on some fundamental defining principles. Now, functional code tends to be more concise, more predictable, and easier to test than object-oriented code. The hardest part is wrapping your head around with all the unfamiliar vocabulary. The first, pure functions. Functions composition. Avoid shade state, avoid a mutating state, avoid side effect. In other words, if you want to know what functional programming means, in practice, you have to start with an understanding of those core concepts. Now, a pure function is a function which is given the same input, always return the same output, and has no side effect. Pure functions have a lot of properties that are important in functional programming, including referential transparency, and you can replace a function call with its resulting value without changing the meaning of a program. Next topic we have is a function composition. Let's talk about that now. Now, function composition is a process of combining two or more functions in order to produce a new function or perform some computation. Very simple. Next concept we're going to talk about is shade state. Well, shade state is any variable, object, or memory space that exists in a shade scope or as a property of an object being passed between scope. A shade scope can include global scope or closure scope, often in object-oriented programming. While objects are shaded between scopes by adding properties to other objects. Let me give you an example. For example, a computer game might have a master game object with character and a game items stored as properties owned by or maybe that object. So functional programming avoid shade state. Instead of relying on immutable data structure and pure calculation to derive new data from existing data. So the problem with the shade state is that in order to understand the effects of a function, you have to know the entire history of even shade variable that a function uses or affects. Imagine you have a user object which needs saving. Your save user function makes a request to an API on a server. While that's happening, the user changes their profile picture with the updating avatar, right? And that triggers another save function request. So on save, the server sends back a canonical user object that should replace whatever is in the memory in order to sync up with changes that happens on the server or response to other API call. So unfortunately, the second response gets received before the first response. So when the first response gets returned, the new profile picture gets wiped out in memory and replaced with the old one. So this is an example of a race condition, a very common bug associated with shade state. Next topic we have is immutability. Now, immutability is let's say an immutable object is an object that can't be modified. Very simple definition. So when you create an object which cannot change, that is called immutable object. And in contrast, a mutable object is an object which can be modified after it is created. Immutability is a central concept of functional programming because without it, the data flows in your program is loosey and state history abandons and strained bug can creep into your software and so many other things, right? So it is important to consider this core concept. Next topic we're going to talk about is side effects. What do you mean by side effect, right? You're probably thinking, what is a side effect? All right, let's look at side effect. Now, this is the definition of side effect. Let me read it for you. A side effect is an application state change that is observable outside the call function other than its return value. Now, we're going to be looking into JavaScript synchronous callbacks and asynchronous, and we're going to try explaining everything you need to know about JavaScript callback functions. So without further ado, let's get started. Alright guys, so now let's talk about callback functions, or you can call it high order functions in JavaScript. So callback functions, also known as high order functions, and is a function that is passed to another function. We'll look at the example in a second, but let me give you a quick introduction. So a function that is passed into another function as a parameter is called a callback function. Now, a callback function is essentially a pattern, established solution to a common problems, and therefore the use of a callback function is also known as callback pattern. Now, we are going to have a look at the example now. So let's start typing a code. All right, so the first we're going to look at synchronous callback function. Basically, in simple words, synchronous callback functions in JavaScript means when you call a callback function, it happens straight away. So it would not wait. It actually execute that code and then jump to the next code. Now let's look at a synchronous callback function. So what we can do here, we can create an array. So we'll just say animals, and I'm going to create an array of dog and then cat and then horse. And we can just add another kangaroo, right? So we got an array of animals here. Now we are going to call a for each function on this. So what we can do here, we can type animals.forEach. So it's an iterator on an array. So it will go to every single value according to the index and then call this function, which we're going to call a callback function. So we'll just add a parenthesis here, and here we can see the suggestion from Visual Studio Code is a callback function. So we'll just say function, and then we pass a parameter val here. So what it will do, it will just grab one dog and push that here into the parameter of callback function val. Now here we are going to type the logic. So what we want to do, we basically want to console it on the log. So console log, right? So just say console.log, and then we just print out a val as a value. All right, so I'm gonna refresh this page, and then there you go. So we got dog, cat, horse. So this is an iterator function on an array. So it basically went index 1, grab that value, push it here, and then we are using a console log to print that in a console. Now this is a synchronous callback function, which means the compiler will come here and it will execute this function before going anywhere else. So this is an inline callback function. Now we could just change this as well. What we can do here, we can just separate this. So we can make a function here. We're gonna name it callback, and we can just get val, and then we can just console.log, and we can do val on the top as well. So here I'm just going to delete everything, and I'm just gonna call a callback function, what we created on top. So basically this will execute after callback. All right, so this will basically, when we call a iterator on animal array, it will call this callback function there. We just named it callback. You can name it whatever you like. So after this function, this is a synchronous callback function. So I'm gonna save this. It will run the same as we write the inline callback function, right? So we can create another function, and we can use that function within another function as a parameter, which is called a callback function. So we've seen the synchronous callback function, which means it happens immediately. Now I'm going to give you two examples of asynchronous callback function. Now, what is an asynchronous callback function? Let me give you an example. So let's say you've got a code which is going to retrieve a data through Ajax post. Now you send a request, and maybe let's just say server is slow and it gives you a response of 200 milliseconds or 500 milliseconds. Now, do you want to wait for that response to come back, or you want to keep compiling your code and when the response come back and then call that function? So that would be asynchronous, which means it's non-blockable. So JavaScript compiler will keep executing the code, and once the response come back from the servers, it will call that function. Now let's look at that first. So we can use jQuery for jQuery get method, or we can just create an XML HTTP request object. So let me just delete this, right? Let's just get rid of all of these functions. All right, so let me show you one thing. I've got a JSON file here. So this is the animal JSON file here. So we are going to retrieve this JSON data using Ajax post. So there's going to be two types of parameters that we're going to talk about in that. So let's go to script.js file. And here I'm just going to create a function which we can call that function on a button click. So here index.html, I've got this button. So on click, it will call this load data function. So yeah, let's go and create that function. So we'll just say function load data, and inside that we are going to create a variable, xHTTP variable, which is going to have a new instance of object of XML HTTP request. And then after that, we are going to define how we're going to send this request, what method of this request is, what is the URL it's going to go to, and if it's asynchronous or synchronous. So let's do that. So I'm going to use that XHTTP object now, dot. We just open the connection first, and here we have three parameters to pass in. The first one is going to be a method, which can be get, post, update, delete, or other options available as well. So the next parameter we are going to type is a URL, which is going to be as a string type. Next we have a Boolean value, which is going to be asynchronous or synchronous. So synchronous, if you set that to false, it's going to call synchronous function, and if it's asynchronous, then you have to set a Boolean as a true. So let's do that. So I'm going to type get method, and then after that I'm gonna add a URL of our animal.json file. So type animal.json file, comma, and then I will make it asynchronous, and then we just send this object. So use xhttp.send, and there you go. Now here we have a few things to talk about. Now let's say we send a request to this URL, and the send request is gone but hasn't come back yet. So what we want to do here, we want to retrieve that animal.json file data with this asynchronous callback. So now once we send the request, we don't want to wait for response to come back for the request, and we just want to carry on compiling the rest of the code. So let's see how we do it. So we're going to use this xHTTP object. I'm going to call a method on it. So on ready state change is equal to anonymous function. And inside that we use a condition. So if we say this dot ready state is equal to 4 and this dot status is equal to 200. All right, so once this becomes true, then we are going to create another variable. So I just want to get the data, and I parse that data into a JSON object. So we'll just do animal is equal to json.parse, and this dot response text. So now what's happening here is basically we send a request here, request is gone to this animal.json file, and now when the response come back and it sees that xHTTP on ready state change, then we call a callback function. Now we get into this function and we see that if the ready state is equal to 4 and status is equal to 200, then we get down to this one. So now we are retrieving a response text for our Ajax post, which is just a simple text, but we are retrieving a JSON file which has a JSON data in a text form. So that means we can convert that into a JSON object. So this is what I'm doing here. So I just created a variable and we use the json.parse and this does response text, and we pass that into a JSON object, and then I can just do console.log animals. All right, so now if I just save this and we'll go to our file, I'm going to click on load data. So we got the breakpoint there. I'm just going to cancel out. I'm going to go to console. I'm going to pause the debugger, and there you go. So we got the JSON data printed in our console. Now let's say that we have another console log after this. So now here we can see, we just say console.log, and we can just say response is back. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Now if I click on load data, now this animal object should get printed first, right? Well, let's see what happens. So I'm gonna click on load data, and now what happens is when it comes down to this line, it sends the request, it gets the request back, and then once it gets back, then we can see that we got this console.log and we got the console.log responses back. Now what if I just cut this and we just don't wait for response to come back, and let's see what happens now. So now if we send a request and then the request goes in there and then it comes back and it sees the status is 200 and ready state is 4, then it comes down to console.log, but it won't wait for the response to come back. In fact, we'll just go down and do this console log as well. So let's just load the data, and now you can see that we got the responses back printed first, but we can see we got this request sent as well. But even if I just push this line, let's just say down, so now what's going to happen is we already sent the request before we get to this line, right? But still, if we go and click on load data, responses back is getting printed first. Why? It's because it's asynchronous. So this response is not going to hold back our browser and wait for the response to come back and do the processing with the response. In fact, it will just carry on compiling the code, so that makes the browser asynchronous. So that means it's not going to block our functionality or our website. Now if I make this to false, so let's just say make it false, I'm going to save it, and let's just load the data. And now, because we made this synchronous, now it should print out animal.json object first, and then it should go to the next line because it's asynchronous. So this should happen immediately, not just, it send the data and send the response, send the Ajax post and wait for the response. So let's just try that. I'm gonna click on load data, and there we go. So now our compiler comes here and looks at it as an synchronous callback, and now it is not going to jump to this console.log statement. In fact, it's just going to wait there and wait for the response and finish the processing of our response and then go to the next line. And now here we have a message here as well. So deprecation. So synchronous XML HTTP request on the main thread is deprecated because of its detrimental effect to the end user experience. So now this is going to block the browser. So what happens is if you have one response and you have millions of other things to happen, so those things will not happen until this response is back. And for some reason, let's say if the response was not alright, it didn't come back. So if I just say to 100, I'm just gonna save it, and now let's just load the data. And there we go. So as you can see that if the response didn't come back or something happened to it, and if we didn't have this condition, all right, and that means it will break our application. So luckily we had this as an if statement, but otherwise if we just go here and we'll just say, let's just say for some reason the server is slow or down and it doesn't bring the data back, that means it's going to break the program. So that is asynchronous callback function. Now we have another function which is a built-in function which is another asynchronous. So we have a set timeout function, and then we have this and here we can just say function, and then we got this, and then here we can just say console.log, and then we'll say hello and then we are going to go down. I'm just gonna add this here, and then here we have about a timeout, so we can say 1 second, and we can say, let's just say 5,000. So after 5,000 seconds, it's going to run this code. So if I just go, and after 5 seconds, we should see hello world printed on the console. So that's the asynchronous function, built-in asynchronous function, which basically doesn't wait for anything happen. So here we have, let's just say after this, so we have a console log, and we say waiting for hello on console. Now this statement, it should be printed first because it's an asynchronous callback function. Here we have an asynchronous callback function. That means it's not going to block our browser, so which is really good. In this video, we are going to talk about first class function and few topics. For example, assigning functions to a variable, passing function as an argument, closure and returning functions, and high order functions. We'll cover all of these concepts in this video. Before we start this video, I want to say if you haven't watched my complete JavaScript tutorial for beginners, it's about 3 hours long. You should watch that before watching this video, because I'm going to be talking about a somewhat advanced topic in this video. I mean, trying to explain to you how a function works and different scenarios of the functions in JavaScript. Now, first, what is a function? Well, console.log is a function which basically log on the console. So we're just passing a string. Let's just say hello world. I'm going to save the file, refresh it, and there you go. We got the hello world printed on the console. I'm going to delete it. Now it's time for us to create one function, and we're going to talk about what is the difference between using that function with parentheses and without parentheses. Okay, so let's just type function. We'll just say add. Okay, and then we are going to pass in 2 parameters, x and y. And then we're going to return x plus y from this function. Now we're going to use this function now. So I'm going to type console.log, and we can use this function add, and then we are going to use the parentheses. We have to pass in the parameters to get the addition of those 2. So here we will just type maybe let's just say 2, 2. And then add a semicolon. Now let's save the file and refresh it. Now as you can see, we get 2 as a return value. So now we pass in 2 and 2 into this function, and it returned the value of x plus y. So we got the return value. Now what if I just delete parentheses and the parameters inside the parentheses? Let's just delete them. I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna refresh the page. And now as you can see, we did not get any return value. You might be thinking, oh, these are the parameters, so we didn't pass them, that's why we didn't get the return value. But we make it easier. So I'm just going to delete these parameters as well to let you guys understand a little bit easier. So we just return 5 now from this add function. It says add, but it's not adding anything. Okay, so now I'm going to save it, I'm going to refresh the page, and even though we don't have any parameters, we still get the function code. We don't get the return value. Now what if I add parentheses here? Okay, let's save the file and refresh it. Now instead of the function, we are getting a return value. So the difference between using a function with parentheses is getting a returned value from a function. So whatever the calculation happens in a function, that will be returned. But if you don't use parentheses, you just type the name of the function, it will return a function itself. We will look at this why it is very useful. Right, but first let me explain to you what is the difference between assigning a function or creating a function by itself or assigning a function to a variable. Now here we have an add function which is returning 5. We are using add here. So what I'm going to do down here, I'm going to create a variable subtract. I'm going to assign a function to it, which is going to take 2 parameters, x, y, and then it will return x minus y. Okay, now we have assigned this function to a variable. Now, what if I try to use this function? So I'm gonna console.log, and then we use the subtract, a variable name, use the parentheses, and we need to pass in 2 parameters. So let's just say 5, 2, right? Which should give us a value of 3. Oops, I'm just going to delete that. Let's save the file, and I'm just gonna comment out this add console.log. Let's refresh the page, and now we get the value of 3. Okay, so you've seen the function assigning to a variable and a function without assigning a variable. Now, what if I move this? Let me just cut this and then paste it on the top. Now, if I just refresh the page, I am getting an error because it says the type error subtract is not a function. It does not know where to find a function. The reason why it doesn't know is because we have assigned a function to a variable, and when you assign a function to a variable, it cannot be used before it is declared. Now, if I move this down, and now the compiler comes to this line of code and it finds out, oh, there is a function called subtract. It's actually, there's a variable called subtract which has a function which will return x minus y, and then we're using this function, and then it will not give us an error. So I'm just gonna save the file, refresh it, and we get 3 as a return value. Now here we are returning add, but we're returning 5. Let's just type 2 parameters here as well, and we will just say x plus y. Okay, that's what it's supposed to return. Now, what if I move this function? Let me just cut this, and let's just say we will move this after subtract here, right? So now here, if I try to use a function on the top, so let's do a console.log. So now here we'll just say add function. We pass in 2 values, 2, 2, which will return us 4, and then we will use the console.log, and then we use the subtract. We pass in 2 value, let's just say 5, 2. Now both of the functions are there, but the difference between this function is assigned to a variable, and this is a standalone function without a variable. So if I save the file, I'm just gonna actually comment this console log out. Let's just refresh the page, and now as you can see, the add function is still there. We can still get 2, 2, which is adding, and then we get the return value of 4. But when it comes to subtract, it says subtract is not a function. So I hope you understood the concept. When you assign a variable, you assign a function to a variable, it cannot be used before it is declared. But when you use the anonymous function without a variable or just the anonymous function, that can be used before declaring it, because the JavaScript compiler automatically takes all of these functions and put them on the top of the file. So that's the difference between assigning a function to a variable or using an anonymous function. Now we've looked at these 2 concepts, and I hope you understood that. Now it's time for us to go back and visit why it is useful when you assign a function without parentheses and what we can do with it. So let's just comment out all this code here, and then I'm going to come down to next line. And here let's just do a bit of console.log, and I'm gonna do hello world. I'm gonna make a duplicate of it, and then here we just say hello YouTube, and we can say hello Twitter, hello Facebook. All right, so we have 4 console log. Well, console.log is a pretty small function here. It doesn't take that long to write that out. But for sometimes you got really huge functions which takes a bit of time to write down, so you want to short those functions. So what we can do here, we can create a variable called line or whatever the name you want to give, and I'm going to type console.log, okay, and add a parenthesis. Now as you can see, we have assigned this console.log to a line. Now I'm just going to leave this code here because I don't want to write that again. But what I will do, I will just say line, and then use that function, and I will just say hello world. What do you think which will be returned? I'm actually going to comment them out. Oops, comment them out. Let's save the file and refresh it. All right, now as you can see that it says line is not a function. Okay, it's not a function because we are actually returning a value from a console.log because we are using parentheses. Now what if I just remove the parentheses and save it and refresh the page, and now there we go, we can use the hello world. The reason why is because if I go here and I'll just say console.log and I'll just use a line without parentheses, which will return us a function code, not a return value. I'm gonna refresh the page and there we go. So we are actually getting all the code which are available in console.log, assigning that code to a line variable, which can use the same code available in console.log, not a return value. Now if I add a parenthesis again and let's refresh the page, there we go. It is undefined because we are basically using console.log a return value which is undefined right now. There is nothing in there, and passing that into a line variable which is of course undefined. Let me clear it up again. So here if I go just a console.log and I'll just write that function, I won't pass any value. Let's just refresh the page and it is undefined at the moment. It wouldn't print out anything because it's just a console.log, but if you had a variable which has the console.log return value, which will be undefined, right? So that's the difference between using a function with parentheses, and I think I've given you an idea that how you can make this useful. So you can just assign the function code to a new variable which is going to be a lot shorter, and then you can use that as well, which is going to make your actual function way smaller. So we've covered pretty much 4 concepts here. Alright, so the next concept we're gonna look at is passing functions as an argument. For that we're gonna delete this code and I'm gonna start with one anonymous function. And let me say that again, anonymous function is just a function without a name. So I'll just say do if, and we can say this is going, first parameter is going to be condition, second one function. And then if the condition is true, then we can call that function there. Alright, so we got the function there. Now let's come down here. To use the function, I'm going to create a constant. Let's just say a is equal to 1 for now. Or let's just say a is equal to, well, 1 is fine. Alright, so now here, down here, I'm going to create a couple of functions here. So let's create another function. I'll just say a is 1. And here I'll just console.log and I'll just say as a string, we can just pass in, well, let's just say a is 1, right? And then I'm just going to add a semicolon here. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times. Now here I'll just say a is a for apple, and I will just say a for animal. Okay, now we got 3 functions down here, and then what I can do here, I can call that do if function, and I'll just say if condition is true. So if I say a is equal to 1, then do this. So then call this say a is 1 function. Alright, and then I can call that again, and then I think I'm calling that function. So alright, let's is equal to, we can say if a is apple, then we want to call this say a is 1. Well, we forgot to change the name, so a is apple function, and we can just say a is animal. Okay, and then here I forgot to do this. So if a is apple, then I'm going to call these functions. So say a is apple. Alright, next we can use this do if, and a is equal to, well, if it's equal to, let's just say animal, or I can just make it lowercase, oops, and then I'm gonna call this say a is animal function, right? Let's save the file and let's just refresh the page. And now the first of all, it says a is 1. And now if I go here and change the value to, let's just say apple, and let's just refresh it, and now a for apple. All right, now we can actually make this code a little bit smaller as well. I'm gonna give you a quick trick here. So now instead of creating all of these functions, what I can do here, I can say I am going to create a function right here. All right, instead of just creating an extra function here, I can just create a function because we're passing it as a function. So if this condition is true, then it will run this function. So instead of just creating an extra function and all of these parentheses, we don't have to do that. So here, if that function is true, then we can just say return, and I'll pass in, let's just say a is 1. Okay, now same thing with apple. So I can, instead of using an anonymous function from outside, I can simply create a function here, and we can just say return, and I'll just pass in that string a is animal. All right, and then I'm going to add a semicolon here as well. The Visual Studio Code is playing around. I don't really use this, but I'm actually using this to make a tutorial because it's just easier. Just open a file and it starts working. So we can just return it, and we can just say return this value. Now there is a trick here which I'm gonna tell you in a second. You gotta pay attention to what I'm writing right now. Okay, so here we got this well, a is a for animal. Oops, I have to write here apple for apple. Now as you can see, we don't need none of these, right? So is it going to write on the console? No, it is not going to write on the console. It's going to return this, but it's not going to write on the console because we need a function called console.log to write that. So I can either do a console.log here and then just surround it with the parentheses. That will work, but I'm gonna actually make a variable on the top which I'll just say print me, and I'll just say console.log without parentheses. Now print me is pretty big, so if we just say p, how about that? We can make it shorter, right? So now instead of using the console log, I can simply write p here. Oops, p, and then I'll just surround it with the parentheses. Now with the same thing, I'm going to just type p and then surround it with the parentheses. As you can see, I'm clearing up a few concepts here, so we don't really have to write a console log. Just use a variable, set that to console log, so it will make your code shorter. Now you've seen how we can pass in the function as an argument as well. So let's actually finish the code here. Let's just save, and I'm gonna refresh the page, and it says a for apple. So if I just change this to 1, and it's gonna say, because that condition is going to be true now, so I'll just refresh the page, and now a is 1. So that is how you can pass in a function as an argument. If you watch my JavaScript tutorials for beginners, it's like a 3-hour long video. I'll drop a link in the description anyway. So you probably be familiar with if and else statement. It's available in pretty much every language out there. Now we are going to create a function which is going to act like if and else statement. How do we do that? Let me create an anonymous function here. I'll just say if else. Right. The first thing we're gonna pass in what's going to be the condition. So first parameter we just say condition, and then we need to, obviously we're gonna give true functions. So if the condition is true, then run a first function, and then if condition is false, then run a second function. I know you can use the if and else statement directly, but there you can see we can do that in a functional way. So I'll just say func1 and second parameter func2 as well. Now we can say here, if the condition is true, then we can just run func1, and we're gonna use the else clause here. Oops. So we can say else run this second function. All right. Now we can use the we're using if and else, but still you can see that we created a function which will check a condition. If the condition is true, the first function will run, and if the condition is false, the second function will run. So you got an idea that you can pass in multiple parameters as a functions, which is great. We're gonna be understanding this keyword in JavaScript. So to demonstrate that, let's just talk about where we can use this keyword first. So this keyword can be used in a normal function call, and within a method on an object, and within the object that has been constructed. And there's a fourth way, a function invoked with .call or .apply or bind in JavaScript. So we're not going to talk about that. We're going to try understanding the basic concept of this keyword in JavaScript. Now to demonstrate that, I'm going to create a normal function. So let's just say function, we can just name it hello world. And here, first of all, let's just console.log, and we just say hello world. All right. And then I'm just gonna console.log, and then here I'm gonna type this. Okay. And now we're gonna call this function outside this function, so it could print out something in our console. Now let's refresh the page. Now once I refresh the page, I can see that the script logged two things, the hello world string and this, which in the window object is in the concept of a normal function. When you call a function in this way, this is going to be a global context. So in a browser, it's a window object. So you can see that this keyword referred to a window object. So we got a bunch of things in it. Now let's look at this keyword within a method. So to demonstrate that, we are going to create a JavaScript object. So let's just create a JavaScript object person, and inside that we're gonna give a name key, and in the name key I'll just type my name, and then we can just say email maybe, and I'll just type my email. This is not my real email, so don't try to email it on it. So next we can just say dob, oops, dob, and then I'll just type a random date of birth here. And then we are going to, let's just say another key, profession. And I'll just type software developer. And then we can add another function to it. So let's just say description. And I'm going to call a function on it. And inside that function, I'm just going to console.log, and I'm going to type the person name is, and we'll just concatenate this dot a name, and then concatenate empty quotes to give a space, and I'll say person profession is, and then let's just concatenate this dot profession. Right, so let's just actually we are going to change the font size. I'm just gonna push it to the next line so we could see that. Okay, so we got that, and now I'm just going to call a few things. So now let's just say I will call person dot description, and let's just save the file, and I'm gonna refresh the page, and now we get the string here. This person name is Awais, person profession is software developer. Now as you can see that the profession here is set to software developer. So let's just say we delete this keyword from here, and let's save the file and refresh the page, and now we get an error. It says profession is not defined, so it does not know where to look for the profession. So that is why we'll type this dot profession, which is going to refer to the profession key inside our object. Now I'm going to create a global variable. So outside the object, we just say profession is equal to computer programmer. Oops, My typing is pretty bad. Alright, so we got that. Now if I refresh the page and I get the software developer, and if I just remove this keyword here, and let's just save the file and refresh the page, and now as you can see, it is referring to a global object now. So profession, global object, and we have a key inside that, so it's referring to a computer programmer instead of software developer. Alright, so now let's look at this keyword a bit different way. Now, to show you guys that, I'm actually going to create a function here. So we'll just say second function is equal to function, and we're going to pass in two parameters, name. Let's just say first name and last name. Alright, inside that, we are going to be needing two global variables. So let's just say var first name, var last name. And now if we want to refer to this global variable inside of our second function, how we do it? Well, if I type first name, it is going to refer to the parameter of the function. So to refer to this first name to the global variable, we need to use this keyword. Now let's look at it. I'm going to console.log, and then I'm going to type this dot first name is equal to first name, and then we just say console.log this dot last name is equal to last name. And what it's going to do, so now the first name and the last name are referring to the parameter of the function, and this dot first name and this dot last names are referring to the global variable. So let's just use this function now. So I'm gonna type, let's just say second function, and we can pass in two strings there. So let's just say Awais and Mirza. Okay, let's save the file, and I'm gonna refresh the page. Now let's refresh the page, and it says Mirza is not defined. Now we need to put that into our double quotation, and let's just refresh the page again, and there you go. So we got Awais and Mirza. Now if I remove this right, and let's just save the file and refresh it, now we still get Awais and Mirza. It's because we're passing in Mirza to this last name, and then it's going to get printed. It's going to set last name equal to last name. That is why we're getting this Mirza. But now we're not accessing this global variable inside our function. All right, so if we say, let's just say console.log, right, and I'm going to type first name and console.log last name. Now let's see what we get. I'm going to refresh the page, and there you go. So we got this. Actually, let's just comment this out for a second, and let's just refresh the page. And now as you can see, we got undefined, right? Because we're not setting, or we're not using this function at all. So we uncomment this. Let's save the file and refresh it. Now we got Awais and Mirza, which is coming from Awais and Mirza. Okay, and then we console.log first name, which is Mirza, because we're using this function on this line. So this function is going to set this dot first name to the first name. So now the first name, this global variable, has the value what we pass into this first name parameter, which was Awais. So that is why on the second last line, we can see that first name has a value of Awais in it. Now if I change this to this dot last name, and now let's save it and refresh the page, and now we get the Mirza as well, because after calling these functions, we can see that we have applied the value of first name parameter and a last name parameter to our global variable. So this is an assignment statement, and it's setting the first name global variable to the first name of the parameter. Now what if let's just say we just move this up. So before we use this function, I'm going to try console.log. Now let's refresh the page, and now as you can see, we're getting undefined, because when the compiler comes here, it says the first name, which is undefined, and the last name, which is undefined, and it goes down to the console.log and prints out this value and then print out this value. But when it goes down, it's saying that this is a function, and we're using that function and passing aways and Mirza, and we use the this keyword and set the this keyword, and because of the this keyword, we're setting the first name, which is a global variable, is equal to first name, and the parameter we are using, and we're actually using the parameter here in this function and passing the value of aways. And now let's just say I'll just duplicate this and I'll just move this down. And now if I save the file, and let me just duplicate that as well, and we just move this down. Let me just select that and move it down. Okay, save the file, and now let's refresh it, and there you go. So we got undefined, and then we use the this keyword to refer to the global variable and set its value to first name. And we use the global variable by using the this keyword here and set the value to the global variable, parameter. So now you understand how this keyword works. So if you use the this keyword inside the function, it will refer to a global variable, and if you use the this keyword inside an object, it will refer to a key inside that object. Now that was a quick video, and the reason why I made this video is because I had a few questions about this keyword in JavaScript. So yeah, that's about it, guys. And if you have any question, let me know in the comments below, and I'll be uploading a lot more videos from now on as well. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about object-oriented side of JavaScript for beginners. So we've already seen how we create an object, how we populate values in our object. For example, we can add arrays, we can add another object within an object, we can add functions to our object properties. Now, with the basics out of the way, we will now focus on object-oriented JavaScript. Now, this video represents a basic view of object-oriented programming theory, and we will explore and manipulate and learn how we can use constructor function to create object and how to create object instances. Now, before we go and take a look at constructor functions, we want to look at what is an object-oriented programming. Let me give you a simplistic and high-level view of what object-oriented programming is. Well, because all can quickly get very complicated, and with the giving it a full treatment right now in this video will probably confuse you more than help you. So the basic idea of object-oriented programming is that we use objects to model real-world things that we want to represent inside of a program, or to provide a simple way to access functionality that would otherwise be hard or impossible to make use of. Object can contain related data and code which represent information about the thing you're trying to model, the functionality or behavior that you want to have. Object data can be stored neatly inside an object package, which can be given a specific name or refer to it, which is sometimes called a namespace, making it easy to structure and access. Objects are also commonly used as data stores that can be easily sent across the networks. Now, how do we define an object? Well, we've already seen how we define an object by just typing a keyword var let or const, and I'll just say person is equal to, and then curly braces. That makes an object. You can create an object constructor function by using new object. That makes an object as well. So we can populate the values. So I'll type new object, and then I'll just go down. I'll say person dot name is equal to, I'll type John, and then we will just simply refresh the browser, and then here I'll type person object, and there we go. I get the name John back. Now I want to give you a quick example how objects can be very useful. Now let's say you have a school, or inside a school you have a class and you have 10 students. Now 10 students are different objects. So that's a real world object. A person is kind of object, right? It has a properties. For example, it has whether it's sleeping, awake, working, eating, drinking water, or whatever it's doing. It has a properties, right? So 10 students share some similar properties. For example, every student must have a name. Every student must have a date of birth, a date, gender, or hobbies. Now, instead of creating a separate object in our application for every student, and that would be like a lot of code to write, a lot of code that it's not the best way to do it, and it's not recommended at all. So to do that, we create a constructor functions. And a constructor function is a function which helps us to create a custom object. And you can basically use that constructor function to create more than one object which has a similar properties. For example, name, age, or date of birth, or hobbies, right? So let's take a look at the demo, and then I will explain a bit more in details. Now, what is a constructor function? It's just a function which has some parameters. So we'll go to the Webstorm, and here I'll type function, and I'll say person. Right? So the best way to create a constructor function name is by using a capital letter first. That's like a best practice. Now, what this person is going to have. So in a class, we have a teacher, we have a student. So teacher, students have the similar properties: name, age, date of birth, hobbies, and class, favorite subject, I guess. So first of all, let's do it with name. I'm going to add a comma, and then I'll say age, and then we will type, for example, DOB for date of birth, and we'll say grade, right? And we can say bio, right? Now we have some parameters here, right? So we can create an instance of this function, persons, right? But first of all, we need to do something like this. So we type this. This keyword I've already explained in the last video, I guess. This keyword refers to the current object you're writing for. So it's going to refer to a person. So this dot name is equal to the name. Now what's the difference? Now this dot name, it's a key inside a person object. And now it's going to set the value of the parameter is receiving when we call this function. So similar to that, we call this dot age is equal to age. This dot DOB is equal to DOB, right? This dot grade is equal to grade. This dot bio equal to bio, right? Now this is a constructor function now. Now how do we use that? Now let's say we create a object without using this constructor function. So we'll do that by typing var, and I'll type, let's say John is a object, and I'll say curly braces, and I'll type name, key, and then I'll say it's a John as a name, and then its age, we type, let's say 25, and we'll say DOB, we can type, let's say 11, or let's just in the string, let's do it in the string. So let's just say 25 December 1990, right? Or we could use the date object here, but that's too complicated for this. And here we have a grade. So the grade, we can say 10th grade, right? And bio must be a string. So we say, I love playing video games, right? Now that has become an object. Now, as you can see, if we need to create an object for 10 students, so I'll just copy and paste again, and here we just change the name to Michael. Here we say Paul. Right? Now we have a different objects, but you see there's a lot of code to write here. There's a lot of code. Now we can even access this, so I'll refresh the browser, and then we'll say John. Oops, John is here, and if I type Mitchell, it's here. Paul is here, right? Now this is a lot of code here. That's a lot of code. Now this is the same properties that John, Michael, and Paul shares. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove this. Instead of writing that, I'm going to create an object with the constructor function. So I'll just say var, or we can say let John is equal to new. New is a function, a keyword, sorry, to when you use the new keyword, it will automatically know that we're trying to create an instance of a particular object. So we say new date, or we can say new object, right? Similar to that, we call new string, right? So we create an object of a string, and we create a new instance of a string object. Now similar to that, because we have already defined a constructor function on the top, so we can say new person. And then after that, you see Webstorm is giving me suggestion, type the name, age, DOB, grade, and bio. So I can simply say, okay, I'll type John is the name, and then I'll have 25 is the age, and then I'll have date of birth would be in the string, so we'll say 25 December 1990, and then I have 10th grade, and bio, I can go to the next line. I'll say I love playing video games. Right now that is we'll just make it smaller so we don't have to concatenate it. All right, so this is an object. Okay, so we use this. Now we just type in the values we want to put in, and this is a new instance of that. Now what if we want to create another person? So I will simply go and duplicate this. I need to duplicate, copy this, and go to the next line and then paste it again. Now we have a John and a John there. Now this is going to give us an error because it's a duplicate declaration. So here if I say Aways, right, and I will change the name to Aways, age is 28, and then we can say 1988, grade is 14, and I love playing, I will just say I love teaching programming. Alright, now you notice that how much less code we had to write. So we created John or Michael or Paul before, we had to write a lot more code, and that was not the way to do it. Now if I go and refresh the browser, and if I say John, and I get the John object, as you can see here, it shows me this is an instance of a person object, right? So here we have a person object, and it has all the values. Now similar to that, if I type Aways and I press enter, I get Aways object. Now in the whole application, now if we want to create an object which shares these properties, name, age, date of birth, grade, and bio, we can simply call this constructor function a person with a new keyword and just populate the values, and it's a lot more efficient, less code to write, and this is the best practice to create an object. Now some people argue that the JavaScript is not a true object-oriented programming language. For example, its class statement, it's just a syntactical sugar over existing prototypical inheritance, and it's not a class in a traditional sense. So JavaScript uses a special function called constructor function to define objects and their features. So we have seen that how we can create a constructor function, and then we can create an instance of that object. Now, there's a few things we want to talk about the constructor function. The constructor function in JavaScript is a version of a class that you will notice that it has all the features that you would expect in a function. Although it doesn't return anything or explicitly create an object. It basically just defines the properties and methods that you will see with the this keyword being used here as well. So it is basically saying that whatever one of these object instances created, the object name property will be equal to the name value passed to the constructor call. So now I am going to give you one more demo here. For example, let's say we don't want to create a constructor function, then how we can create a function which will help us to create a multiple objects. So let's take a look at an example for that as well. So here I will define another function and I'll just say create, I will just say greetings, right? And here I'll pass in a name as a parameter. Now inside the object, we create a var obj and then is equal to an object, right? And then obj.name is equal to name, right? And then we can say, okay, well, we can call obj.greetings, right? And then is equal to function, and then we can say basically alert, and we can say welcome. I want to make a space here, and the plus, and then the name of the person. So we just say this dot name, right? Because we are accessing an object, so we are accessing the name we're getting from the greeting object. So this dot name, and then we can concatenate it with like empty string here, right? And then after that we will just return obj. Now that was a constructor function. Now what is this doing here? Now if I go and let's say var, and I'll type what is the name, Paul, yeah, is equal to new greetings. All right, and then we just pass in Paul as a name, right? And then after that I'm just going to use Paul, right, dot greetings. I'm gonna call this function, right? I will just refresh the browser, and there you go, we get a welcome Paul. Now we create a multiple objects from this function as well. Now what's happening here? We have two extra things here. We have an extra object defined here, and we have a return keyword. Now this works well enough, but it's a bit long-winded. If we know we want to create an object, why do we need to explicitly create a new empty object and then return it? Fortunately, JavaScript provides us a handy shortcut in the form of constructor function. So the construction function is I've already seen here. So you type this, which reference to the current object we are creating, and then we just type the value key and then the parameter value we will get from when we call this function. So this is similar to that, but it's just a little bit extra code that you have to write. And this is the best way to define a constructor function for an object. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about prototype chain and inheritance in JavaScript. So JavaScript is a bit confusing for developers experienced in class-based languages like Java or C++, as it is a dynamic and does not provide a class implementation. The class keyword is introduced in ECMA 6. You can call it ECMAScript 2015, but it's still a syntactical sugar, and JavaScript still remains a prototype-based language. When it comes to inheritance, JavaScript only has one constructor object. Each object has a private property which holds a link to another object called its prototype. The prototype has object and has a prototype of its own. So until an object is reached with null as its prototype, by definition null has no prototype and act as a final link in this prototype change. Now, nearly all objects in JavaScript are instances of object, which sits on the top of a prototype chain. While this confusion is often considered to be one of JavaScript weaknesses, the prototypal inheritance model itself is in fact more powerful than a classic model. Now, let's take a look at a demo, right? Now we are going to create a function which will help us to create an object. So I'll just say person, I'll make the P capital, and then we just pass in name and age of the person. Alright, now we can say this dot name is equal to name, this dot age is equal to age, right? Now we are going to create an instance of a person. So how do we do that? If I say var, and I'll say John is equal to new person, and then I have to pass in the name, which is John, and the age would be 25. Right, now we have created an object function, and then a constructor function for an object, and then we create a new instance of a person with 2 values in it. So John is a name and 25 is its age, right? Now I know that I've created 2, the function should have these 2 properties, right? A name and an age. Now let's go to the browser and we type John, press enter. Now you can see there's a person object, which is an instance of John, and now here I have age 25 and a name John. Now I did not add this proto object. What is this coming from? What is this, right? Now as we talked about, every object is an instance of an object. So if I click here and I can see, oh, there we go, there is a constructor. Now when we call this new keyword, which tells the JavaScript compiler that I'm trying to create a new person, even though we don't have a constructor, but here what it does, it goes to the person and creates an object and from its constructor, right? Now here inside that, the John has some methods as well, so every object has a method. So let's just say if I type John dot, and I'll say has its own property, and I'll check age, and I press enter, I get true because John has this age, right? If I say John has the property of hobbies, press enter, it gives me false. Now where is this thing coming from? Has own property. What is this? What is this, and where are we getting this from, right? Now if I click on this proto object, and I can see I have this has own property method. I have this constructor method of an object. As we said, every object we create is an instance of a parent of its own object. So we have a true string, we have a value of, so whatever the methods we use for an object, we can see we have it's available on the prototype, right? Now let me say that I'm going to create few persons, and I'm going to use this person constructor function to create some persons, and I want to have a method. For example, if I can say, okay, I will just say this dot, and we can say tell, or we can say tell me about person, right? I can say is equal to function, and we can say console.log, and we can say this dot name plus, and here we have an empty string, and then plus age, this dot age, right? Now I'm going to refresh the browser, and we can call John again, and I can see that we have now another function tell me about a person. Now if I create millions of persons from this person, every object is going to have this tell me about a person method. So we can call this as well. So if I say John dot tell me about a person, I press enter. Sorry, John dot tell me about a person, and here I get back John and its age, right? Now every object is going to have this function here. But what if I can have many of the persons created with this constructor function and have this available on its prototype? So we can do that by adding this method to its prototype. Now if I just delete this from here, and I'm just gonna refresh the browser, and I'll just say John, and here in its prototype object I have a prototype object and I have these methods here, right? Now I don't have any methods on its prototype, right, except the prototype object has its own prototype methods which we can use. So what I can do is I am going to add a prototype. So first of all, we call the name of the function dot prototype dot tell me about person, right? And then we set that is equal to function, and then here we can say console.log, and we can say this dot name plus we have an empty string plus this dot age, right? I'm gonna save it, and now we go and refresh the browser, and now this time I'm going to call John dot tell me about a person, and then it gives me back John and 25. Now if we look at John as an object, I don't see this method, right? So where is this coming from? It's coming from this prototype object now. So here if I click on prototype, I can see that I have this tell me about a person object. Alright, so now let's take a look at what's happening here. So we created a John object from a constructor function named person, and we give it a value of John and age 25, and John is a name. And then we call this John dot tell me about a person method. Once we call it, it goes inside and try to read an object, and it finds out that name is equal to John is there, age is equal to 25 is there, and there we have a Mr. Compiler, and Mr. Compiler is confused and sees that, oh, I don't find this tell me about a person. Then next step Mr. Compiler takes is go to its prototype object. Now compiler goes up here inside a prototype object, and it finds out that it's available there. We have tell me about a person method defined in a prototype object, and then it executes it from there. It's very simple, and Mr. Compiler becomes happy. Welcome back, guys. So first of all, welcome to this section of the course. This is the section which will teach you how you can create those amazing websites. Now we have learned the core technology as JavaScript, right? We have learned the core programming language, right? But we still don't know how we can use all of those variable loops, conditions, and arrays and objects to create a fancy looking web application which people can use. Now this is the section which is going to teach you that. Now before we start our learning to creating a web application, we need to clear up some core concept. We need to understand BOM and DOM. Well, BOM stands for Browser Object Model. DOM stands for Document Object Model. Now I have a browser opened here. Now what is a browser? Let me ask you a question. What is this browser? Well, it's an application, we all know that, but just put that in your mind that this is an object. So browser is basically an object. And we have something called a window object. So the window object is supported by all browser, and it represents browser window. So every window or every tab we open, it has its own window object. So window object let JavaScript talk to the browser. So we have this tab open, it has its own window object, which is a global object. It's like a parent of all parents available in your web application. So I'm going to close some of the tabs here. Now here we have this website open. We're going to take a look at some of the things here. Now we go to empty tab now. So the global, all global JavaScript objects, functions, variable automatically becomes the member of a window object. And global variables are property of the window object. Global functions are the methods of window objects. Now we have events of a documents, which we're not going to talk about right now, but just take that window object is the parent of all objects, a global object. Now all the methods and functions automatically available in the window object plus global variables becomes the properties, and functions becomes the method. Now let's go to the computer and take a look at some of the things we talked about here. Now I'm going to open the console. So here we go to more tools in Chrome and go to developer tools. I'm gonna just maximize the browser. Now on the console we type window. I'm gonna press enter. That returns me a window object. I'm gonna expand this. We expand the console as well. Now this has all the methods available here, right? We have the length, local storage. So most of the command we learned was alert method, right? I'm going to clear the console by pressing Ctrl L, and here we want to call alert method on a window object. So we type window.alert, and then we pass in hello. Right, I'm gonna press enter here, and that brings us this alert window with the word hello in it. Now one thing to take it from here, window is a global object. Now we already in a global object, we already in the parent object, right? If we open the browser, we already in the object, which is the parent or global, and we know it's a window object. So instead of typing window.alert and I say hey mate, right, I'm gonna press enter, I get this hey mate, but instead of typing alert with the window first, we can simply call alert, and I'll say hey, I'm calling alert. Press enter, and there we go. We have hey, I'm calling alert. So you can call the methods, or you can retrieve variables which are basically available in the window object, and all the variables and function becomes available in the window object. You can directly call them. You don't have to type window.alert or window.document. So let's create a variable here, right? So I'm going to type var x is equal to, let's just say hey, right? I'm going to press enter. Now I'm going to I'm going to retrieve the window object by typing window, and here I will try to find a variable we just created x. Now it's a long list. It's a long list. So here we go. So we have x here. How cool is that? Right, so we got the x here. Now we can call this. So if I say x enter, it gives me back hey. Now we can call this by window.x because it's available on the window object. That's the parent object. Really simple. Now a lot of people have this confusion that what's happening, how we develop a website in a browser and how it renders. We want to cover all the things in details. Now let's take a look at something. So I'm going to go to open this website. Well, not open this website, we're already in there. I'm going to open the console here. Now it gives me some errors because some sort of problems with the website, but yeah, it's just a template from one of the websites there. All right, so here let's just say if I type window. Now in the window object, I can see there must be a method called location, whether it's a variable which holds the data or it's a function. Let's take a look at it. Now here we have origin, which is the website domain name. We have the window height and window width, outer width and outer height. So we have so much stuff here. Everything we can call in the browser or create a website is available here. Now I'm actually going to type that. So I'll say window.location. I'm gonna press enter, and there we go. So window.location object returns these things. So these are things available. So in the location, we have something like a full href, right? We have the host name. We have the host name again. We have the href, which is a full link of this page. We have the path on the server. We have the protocol, and we have a reload, replace, and search method on the location. Now it's available on a window object, so I can call it location. Give me the location object of the current tab open in our browser, right? So here, if I want to grab this path name or origin or href, so I can simply call location.href, and that gives me back this full URL of a tab we have opened, right? So similar to that, we can call something like history as well. So let me just click on some of the page here. So for example, if I go to product page, and now you see these two tabs becomes available. Sorry, these two buttons becomes available. So we can go back and forward in the browser, but you know how these things work. Now here on the console, I'll type window.history. And here I have the history length 2, because we have this available, so we can see that we can go back to the history. And yeah, so if I open this new tab and I open a console and I say window.history, that gives me a length of 1 because we don't have any history in this tab, right? So I could simply call history. I don't have to call window anymore because we're already in the window object, right? So we have something called a navigation there as well. For example, if I click on a navigation, let me just give you an idea what I'm talking about. So here I'll just clear up and I'll say navigator, press enter, and that gives me the navigator. So the navigator is basically some information about your browser. So here we have a navigator. We have an app code name is Mozilla, app name is Netscape, app version is 5.0, Windows NT, Windows everything like the Chrome versions, and geolocation is there as well, device memory, how much memory it took. So there's so many things that we have everything available on a window object. Window object is a global object. You find everything there. So whatever you see in the browser tab, it's available on a window object, right? So now, next thing to look at is the web page. Now we know that a web browser is a window object, so everything we have on a browser, it's in the window object. And what about this page here? We open this HTML page, right? Now, window object has another object called document, and a document has everything which you see in your website. So you open facebook.com, you open google.com or twitter.com. Every browser renders the HTML. So the HTML is a part of a document. So here, if I call document, I'm already in the window object, so just take that as, just put it in your brain that we don't have to type window.document. We could, so if I type window.document, press enter, that gives me a document. Now what is a document? A document is basically, if I just hover over the cursor and basically Chrome highlights that. So you see this part here, basically that part which gets blue, that is a document. So everything available in there, we can access it from a document, and that is called a document object model. This is the object for our document, and document is equal to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Everything is there. So I'm going to click on that, and I'll see I have this full HTML. So here I have a body, section, everything is here, right? So we have script, jQuery is there, Bootstrap is there. So we will learn jQuery later in the course, right? So here we can see everything we have in our web page we have available in the document. Now there's a few things to take from here. For example, I want to show you some of the debugging in the Chrome as well. So when you open the console, you have this button, select an element in the page to inspect it. So I'm going to click on that and I'm going to select this element. Now once I select it, it takes me to the element tab and it takes me to the heading I have. So here I have a heading, dramatically engage. And now we have this available in the header section. Now if I go to console and I'll clear the console first and I'll say document.header, right? Let's see if I'm able to get that. No, it doesn't know what we're talking about. Now let's just open a document. And a document is just an HTML. Remember, it's an HTML. But if I go to window object and I go to document object here, this is where I see I have a lot of things, We have a child nodes, we have a content type, we have a doc type, we basically have everything. Now this is different than to the document we are accessing. Let's go back. I'm going to clear the console. Now let's say I want to target this. We have a separate video of selecting element. We are just trying to understand the document object model here. Now here I will create a variable, right? And I will say heading is equal to, and I'll say document dot. Now once I type dot, that gives me all the list, whatever I can call on a document. So here I need to call a method on a document object, which is get element by a class name, right? And if you remember, we can inspect it again. And here we have this class name is header content, right? I'll go back to console and here I will add a parentheses and here header dash content, right? Press enter and it gives me undefined, right? If I call the variable heading, now I can see that in the heading we have some HTML collection stored in it. So we have this thing stored here. In the next video we will learn how we can manipulate DOM and how we can access the things available in the DOM, whether it's input tag or whether it's h1, p1 or whatever is that, we can access that by using a DOM. So we'll look at that in the next video. Welcome back. Now in this video we're going to start our adventure with a document object model. So the document object model connects a web pages to a script or a programming language. Usually that means JavaScript. But modeling HTML or SVG or XML document as object is not a part of the programming language of JavaScript. So the DOM model represents a document with a logical tree. So each branch of the tree ends with node, and each node contains objects. DOM methods allow programmatic access to the tree, and with them you can change the document structure, style, or change the content. Nodes can have elements handlers attached to them. Once an event is triggered, the event handlers get executed. Now to take a look at the demo of that, we have index.html file open in Webstorm, and I have a script.js file which is linked to our index.html file. And it might be confusing to you that what are these things? Basically, I'm using a Bootstrap, which is a CSS framework, to style my web page. So it looks a bit better on the screen, right? Nothing more than that. And here we have linked our script.js file. Now inside our HTML file, we have h1 tags, so 3 of them, and we have 3 buttons. right? So the first h1 is just an h1 tag. There is no ID defined for it. There is no class defined for it. The second h1 has an ID defined for it. The third one is a class, right? So we are going to learn how we can access elements from HTML through JavaScript. Now, there are three things to understand first. We'll go to script.js file, and here I'm just going to make it bigger. Now, the three methods we need to look at. First of all, we call a method on a document object. So we say document.getElement by tag name, right? Second one is document.getElement by ID, right? Next we have document.getElement by class name, right? So there are three methods you can call on document object to access the tag, or you want to access this by ID, you can call that get element by ID. If you want to access class, then you can write a method on document get element by class name. Now these are the old ways to access elements in HTML. There are new two methods with they're called query selector and a query selector all, which we will look at in the next video. Most of the developer will be using query selector, not this get element by tag name or by ID by class name anymore. But we still need to learn these. We still need to understand what are these things and how we can access elements, because there is going to be some scenarios where you need these methods. Now we go back to index.html, and here we have three buttons, right? Now what I'm going to do, first of all, let's get all of these tags in our JavaScript. So let's go down, and here I will make it a little bit smaller. That's good enough. So here we'll type, let's just say let, and I'll say headings. So I want to get all the headings. So I'll get headings with the h1 tags, right? So I'll get all the h1 tags available in my HTML, and it will return those. So I'll say is equal to document.getElement by tag name. Now in the parentheses, we need to define the tag name. So I'll say single quotes, and I'll type h1 and get out and add a semicolon. Now we are going to just console the log to test that whether we are getting all those h1s or not. I'm going to say console.log headings. I'm going to save the file, and I want to refresh the browser. And once I refresh the browser, I can see in a console I get this HTML collection. The length is 3, so we have basically it will grab all the h1s available in our document, and it will put them in an array. So first h1 would be on array index 0, second would be on array index 1, and then third would be on array index 2, right? Arrays are 0 based. Now we can see on the console that we have all of the h1 returned. Now if I'll go and here I'll say headings dot length property, and I get back 3, which tells me this is what I'm calling, right? So what we can do here now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to try accessing just one h1 on the index 0, and I want to try changing the text of it. So what we can do here, I'm gonna remove this, or maybe we can learn first how we can grab elements with headings and a class. Let's do that. So I'll say let head ID, we can call it, and say document.getElement by ID, right? And here we type the ID. So we'll go back to index.html file, and here I see I've defined ID as a heading. So I'll go back to JavaScript file, and here I type heading, right? And then we can grab head class. So we say document.getElement by class name, right? And here we type the class name, which is defined here, the title, right? And I'll type title. Now let's take a look at our these variables, what they are containing. So here I will type, first of all, let's grab the headings, right? I'll press enter and I get the collection of h1 tags. So what are the h1s available? That will bring us back here. To just give you a bit of introduction, not introduction, but explain a bit more, I will go and add another tag which has like a p tag, and I will say hello world tag p, right? Save the file and refresh the browser. Now if I grab headings, and I can see that I'm only getting h1s because headings are basically getting accessed by a tag name. So if I say that document dot get element by tag name, and I will call p tag, press enter, it gives me an error. Now the error is, if I go to by tag name, or we can call it by tag name, and then here inside that we type p, there you go, I'm gonna press, oops, and there you go. Now that gives me back HTML. So here we have HTML, we have only one p tag, and then we have only one length. As you can see, that get element by tag name only gives us all the tags available in our HTML document. I'm going to clear the console. Now here we can see if I type head ID and I press enter, it gives me back h1, and basically it's not a collection anymore because heading, this heading has a ID named heading. So the ID can be one for a particular element. You cannot actually define a same ID to any other element on your HTML. So if I type, let's just say head class, and I get back a collection. Now ID is because it's just one element. So let's just say, let me give you a demo here. So if I just go and make a duplicate of it, I'm gonna save the file and refresh the browser, and I will say head ID. Press enter, it gives me the first hello world with ID, and the Webstorm is giving me error. The error is basically saying that, let me just read that for you. So it says duplicate ID reference. So you cannot define the same ID to multiple elements on your HTML document. So it has to be unique. So I'll just remove this file and just refresh it. Right. So now we can see the class. So let's just make a duplicate of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the class can be applied to multiple elements on your HTML document. So here I will refresh the page, and now if I go head class and I get the collection. So any element, whether it's a p tag or whether it's h1 or any kind of tag, so it will return us the class. So I'll say class and I'll just say title. I'm gonna save it on a p tag. As you can see, it's a different element node. I'm gonna refresh the browser and I'll say head class, and now I get 7. And here you can see I have this h1.title class, and then down here we can see we have a p.title as well. So it's bringing us all the elements which has this title as a class name defined there. So now we understand how we can access elements on our HTML document. Let's go back to our script.js file. I'm going to make it smaller. I'm going to clear the console, and let's just go and remove some of these, right? Save it and refresh the browser. Now what we're trying to do here is we're trying to understand how we can, so once we grab that, we want to do something, right? We want to do something with those elements, and we want to change this on our document. Alright, so now I am going to create a function which will help me to change the text of all the h1 elements in our HTML document. So let's go and create a function. I'll name it change text, right? And I will pass in a parameter. So the parameter we can pass in headings, right? Or we can just say E for element. So we can give it any kind of element, which will help me to change the text later on. So here, first of all, I'll say e.inner text. So this is a method that we can call on any element. So to change the text, I'll say is equal to, I'll say text changed, right? Now we go back to index.html. Now we are basically targeting this hello world ID heading, right? So the inner text property, or we can call it method, which will help us to grab this. Now if I go to index.html file, and here I'll say head ID, I'll say head ID, let's keep writing that. So I'll say head ID, press enter, that gives me back this HTML. Now if I say headings, right, it gives me a collection. Now here in h1, if I open this up, I get this object. So in this object, you see all these methods that we can call on this collection of index 0, which is an h1. So if I go down here, it gives me inner text and inner HTML. There's two properties that you can call, which will give you back this hello world tag one. So we can test it out first before write our function. So I'll say headings, and this is an array. I'll get this first one dot inner text. I press enter, and that gives me back hello world tag. So whatever is written there, that gives me back this. So we can change this, right? So we go back to script.js file, and here we're saying whatever the element we pass it in, just change its inner text to text changed. Now there's one catch here. So for example, if it's in a collection, or if it's just an head ID, which gives us back the HTML element, or if it's by head class, we need to validate that. So we can do that by, so if e.length, we can say is greater than 0, then what we want to do here, we want to add a for loop, and we say let I is equal to 0 and I less than e.length, right? And I would say I plus plus, right? And inside that we grab e, and then we give I as our index. Then we say dot inner text is equal to text changed. How we're gonna pass in a string, so text changed, right? Now this function will help us to change the text, and it will check if it's a collection or if it's just an h1. Now here if I say head ID, oops, I'm still writing head ID, press enter. Now this gives us back this hello world ID heading. Now if I say head ID dot inner text, that gives us back this hello world heading, right? So you can call that property on head ID as well. So now we've created a function. Now we go back to index.html file, and here I want to have an on-click event in HTML. So let me just quickly show you the reference as well. So we go to w3schools.com, and I'm just going to expand this, and here we will see HTML, and then we'll go HTML events. So I'm just going to try finding, so to give you a reference as well. So here we have HTML events reference, and here we have some events that we can call it. So on, after print, on, before print, before upload. So all of these are available. What we want to grab is on click. So here we go to the form events, and here we have we have a mouse event. That's what we want to target in HTML. So here we have on click. If I click on that, it will say that it executes a JavaScript when a button is clicked. Now we will just minimize this, or just minimize this for now. And here we want to grab that event. So here we say on click. If that button, you see this element button here. So if we say on click, if I click on this button, it should run this change text, and we can pass in headings as in the collection. The same method we can call here. So on click, and I can say change text, and here we can say head ID. Right, so whatever the variable we have in script.js file, here we have a head ID, we have a headings, we have a head class. We go back to index.html, and the last thing we need to do is on click, we say call the same function. That is called a modular application. So we don't want to have a separate function for every element. We want to create one function which will help us to create, change the text of any element, right? So that's we can call heading class. So we can pass in any parameter here. I'm going to save the file and I'm going to refresh the browser. Now I will click on change text, and as you can see it changed all the text. If I refresh it and I click on this change text with ID, I click on that, it will only change the text with the ID of headings or whatever is there. Refresh, and if I click on change text with a class, so this P has this class and this H1 has the class title, and it will help us to change the text of the class. Now as you can see, we selected elements, we store those elements in the variables, and then we wrote a function which will help us to change the text of a particular element. So I'm going to basically make it a bit more simpler for you guys are totally beginners. You might be confused about this function, right? Now what I want to do here, I will just grab head ID dot inner text is equal to, we'll say I manually change the text. I'll save it and I'll refresh the browser, and I can see it's automatically says I manually changed the text. Now, it did change the text when it loads this script.js file in our HTML. So it comes here, the compiler comes here, and it sees this is the variable, and it comes down here. It says, okay, I want to grab this head ID, and then I want to grab the inner text, whatever is in there, and then I want to change that to this. And so this is how you do it manually. So what to take from this video? In this video, we have learned how we can grab elements by using get element by tag name, get element by ID, or get element by class name, right? So that's about this for this video, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next video, which is going to get amazing and amazing and amazing. We're gonna start learning DOM, and I'm gonna be showing you some challenges, and I'm gonna give you some challenges, and I will be showing you some projects as well. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, guys. So in this video we are going to take a look at two methods, query selector and query selector all, to select elements from our DOM tree. Right, so we've seen get element by ID, get element by tag name, get element by class name. Those methods are still there, but nobody uses them. Well, there are some scenarios that you have to use those methods. But now a lot of developers are using query selector because this is way more intuitive, and it gives you a lot of options. So let's go and take a look at now query selector. So first we will look at that in the browser. I'm just going to expand the browser. Now here we have three headings, one p tag, right? Now we have a 3 h1 headings. So if we look at our HTML file, I'll type document.query selector, and then here inside the parentheses I can push it in the ID, I can type it in a class name, I can type it in a tag name. So here I'll type h1. I'll press enter. Now it gives me back this hello world tag with h1, right? Now if I go and then change this to .h1, it gives me null. Because if you know CSS, we access HTML classes defined in HTML document in CSS file by typing dot and the name of the class. If we want to access heading, we type hash and the name of the heading. So let's clear the console first, and here we can see we have the heading ID, we have a title class. Now if I go and type document.query selector and I'll type the class name by typing dot title. Press enter. Now it gives me back the first element which has a title class. So if I want to basically grab all the classes, all the element tags which has this class, so there's another method. So document.query selected all, and then in the parentheses I will type the name of the class, title. Now there is going to be an error. If I type in that, it says okay, node list title length 1 title, and then it gives me back this title. Now it actually gives me back the title, but it's empty, it doesn't have anything, because we are basically don't have any tag name title in our HTML document. So if I add a dot here, let's just say run this again, and I add a dot here and I press enter, now it gives me back a node list. So right now I have this h1 which has a class title, we have a p tag which has a class title. Now we get a collection of HTML nodes, right? Now what's happening here? What's the difference between this and adding over using the old methods get element by blah? So for example, in our HTML document I have this class Jumbotron. Now I'm gonna get out of that div, and here I'll type h1, and then I'll say hello world outside Jumbotron, right? I'm gonna press Ctrl S to save it. Now if I refresh this page, now I have this hello world outside the Jumbotron. Now let's go and select query selector document.query selector, and here I'll type h1, right? Press enter, it gives me back the first element. Now let's say that I want to target just this one. Now what's the difference between these h1s and this h1? It's basically it's outside the class name Jumbotron. So here I want to clear the console, and I'll type document.query selector all, and here if I type h1, and I get the node list. So I have 4 headings, so 4 h1s are available in my document. Now I want to skip this because I just want to grab the h1s only within this Jumbotron class. How do we do that? Now we can go dive deep within our document object model node list. It's basically this tree actually. Okay, so document.query selector all, and then here I'll say first of all go get inside Jumbotron class, right? And then once it gets inside a Jumbotron class, I want to go and inside the Jumbotron, and I want to grab all the h1s within the Jumbotron. So first of all, compiler goes and say, okay, I want to find the class name Jumbotron, because we have defined class as Jumbotron for this div element. So it will go inside Jumbotron and it will say, oh, okay, I am in the Jumbotron. Now I want to find h1s. So here, if I press enter, it gives me node list 3. I'm just going to expand that. So it gives me node 3 list, right? Now it skipped this h1 because when you go inside a node tree or document object model tree, you don't know what's outside. The compiler doesn't know anymore. So what's happening here is that we're gonna go within the class name and then we grab whatever is in there. So for example, if I will go and then create a div here, and I will give ID, so let's say main, and then I will go and push this h1 within that ID, right? Now if I go to console and I'll say Jumbotron and get me all h1s, now it still gives me node list 3, so it gives me all of them because it goes inside a Jumbotron. So we compiler, we are here and we go find, okay, I've got 1, I've got 2, and then go inside this div and say, oh, I've got another one there, and then it returns all the h1s. Now let's say if I type Jumbotron, and after Jumbotron I'll give ID. So we define ID by hash, typing hash. I'll say main. So now what happens? Now it gives me node list length 0. So basically what's gonna happen here is that it will go inside a Jumbotron, it'll look for an ID main, and then it will go and look for h1. Now it didn't give us anything because we have not saved and refresh our document. So I'll refresh the page. Now if I run the code again, right, I'm going to press enter, and it gives me node list h1 title, and then inside our title I can see we have an inner text hello world class. Right, so now we want to grab this inner text or inner HTML. So I'm just going to clear the console, and here we will say, okay, we add a parenthesis first. So we say document.query selector all, and then here inside that we go dot get me a Jumbotron class, and then get inside and grab this main ID, and inside that we get HTML, sorry, h1. Then we want to pass in the index, so which is 0, and then I will type dot inner text, press enter, it gives us back hello world class title. Now that's the benefit of going inside the DOM tree and grab a particular element. For example, here I will go and let's just say we go grab a tag, so it's a href, and here we say http facebook.com, right? It will take us to Facebook, and we say Facebook, right? I'm going to duplicate this. I want to put this outside of a Jumbotron class, right? And now I'm going to refresh the page. Now we see that we have a Facebook there. Now how do we grab all the a tags? For example, if I say, okay, document.query selected all, and then get me a tag everywhere. So we have node list 2. So on 0 we have this basically taking us to Facebook, and then we have the second one as well. Now we're going to grab just within the Jumbotron, right? So we just say document.query selected all. So first of all, we want to get inside the Jumbotron. So we say Jumbotron, and then inside that we go, hey, get me an A. Now here we will have to type dot, which will represent it's in a class. Press enter, it gives us back a node list 1. Alright, so one last thing I want to show you here. First of all, let's go and basically make a duplicate of these, right? And I want to push it down. So the first website take us to Facebook, and then Google, and then the third one we can say yahoo.com, right? We can make a duplicate of Yahoo as well. Now I want to show you how you can select elements on basically getting their attribute value. So checking the value and then grab that. So we're gonna save this, and here we can say Google, and I want to say here Yahoo, and then here we'll say Yahoo, and this one just leave at Facebook, right? Now we go refresh the page, we can see we have a Facebook, Google, Yahoo, Yahoo, right? And then we have a Facebook here as well. Now I want to go and grab one of these. So I want to say query selector all, and then get me all 8. It gives us back all the nodes, right? Now the node has on number 1 we can see, which will take us to google.com, right? Now I'm gonna do something else. Query selector all. Now I want this to go inside a Jumbotron tree, and then inside that we want to grab an element which have this href to google.com. So for that we want to type a, because it's an anchor tag, and we say square brackets, and we type href actually, and then we say href, and we want to grab all of them, right? Whatever is there. So let's just say we grab a Yahoo. Actually we have 2 Yahoos there, right? So let's say static, which will represent like give me all of them, is equal to, and then we say http ://yahoo.com, right? And then we'll finish with the square brackets. We'll press enter. Now it gives me an error. I knew this is going to give me an error. So there is an error here. We are getting one single quotes and it becomes a string, and it says DOM expression failed to execute the query. So let's modify this. Now here we want to add double quotes, right? And then inside this string we want to have a single quotes here, which will represent it's inside there. Press enter, and that gives us back only the node list which is available in the Jumbotron, and we have two of them taking Yahoo. So if I go and duplicate this and I push it down, I'll save the file and refresh the browser, and now this time document.query selector all, and then here we say, okay, get me inside a Jumbotron, then grab a tag with href, all of them is equal to HTTP. Now still I made a mistake here, so here we can say another code here. This is gonna give you an error as well. So here we say facebook.com and press enter. So it says syntax error. So we have to use the double quotes and then the single quotes within that. So we say document.query selector all, and here start with double quotes .jumbotron a href static is equal to then HTTP, then we grab yahoo.com, press enter. Now you can see we're getting only two. So outside the Yahoo we're not getting it, but if I modify this and I just get rid of this Jumbotron and press enter, now it gives us three because it's not going to go inside this Jumbotron. So when the compiler get inside a DOM tree, it doesn't know what's outside, right? So once we get inside, it can read the child nodes, but it cannot read the parent nodes. So that was a quick introduction to query selector all and query selector. So the conclusion is the query selector will get to the first element which matches. So if we say query selector get me this href with the yahoo.com, then we'll just grab the first one it finds. It will not go and read all of them. But query selector all will go all the way to the DOM tree and read everything and get you back everything according to your expression. So that was a quick introduction, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. Now the purpose of targeting an element within the DOM using JavaScript is to do something, right? Like changing the text, change an image reference, or maybe a class name or ID, or maybe HTML as a whole. So each of these elements, it's an own node, so effectively an object. So each element has a long list of properties and methods we can use to interact with. I'm going to take you to Mozilla Developer Network, and here I'm going to take you to the page where we have a reference for an element. So first of all, it gives you like element is the most general base class which all the objects in a document inherits. Now here you can see we have some properties for elements, we have some methods as well. Now if I try to cover every single element or every single element's property or method, this course would be about 200 hours long or maybe more. So I want you to go to Mozilla Developer Network on an element reference page and explore yourself, because the main purpose of teaching something is to show what to do with a particular type of thing, and then you can go and explore yourself. But most commonly used properties and methods will be discussed in this course. Now I'm going to show you a few of the properties that I've already discussed a bit in the previous video, I guess. But in this video, we're going to just focus on a couple of properties. Now, obviously, we want to change something in a DOM to use these properties. And one more thing you will notice here, some of the properties are read-only. That means you can get the data by using this property on an element, but you cannot write to it. For example, if I go and have a look at this, there's a property called .inner HTML. So if I click on that, I will go to this page and it says this element property sets or gets the HTML syntax describing the element's descendant. Now we go back and we take a look at this property. First of all, I'm going to minimize, and here we are in PHP Storm, and here we have this index.html page opened here. Now I'm going to refresh to make sure I get the page refreshed. So here, for example, if I say document.query selector, and here I will grab heading, right, with an ID. I'll press enter and gives me back this h1 ID and blah blah blah. It gives me the full element, right? Now let's say you want to change the text of this element. We have a property here, dot inner HTML, and I'll set is equal to, or maybe just like take a look at this first. I'm gonna press enter and it gives me back the text reside within this h1, which is hello world class ID, right? It shouldn't say class, but it says class, so we just ignore this, right? Okay, so now let's just go and try to set something to it. If I go is equal to, and I'll say, hey, what's up? I'll press enter and you take a notice, and in the page we actually were able to change the text here as well. So let's say you want to grab, I just refreshed the page by the way, so if you want to grab the full element in the string, then instead of calling inner HTML, we have outer HTML property, press enter, it gives you back the whole element in the string form. Okay, that's another property. So we go back to Mozilla Developer Network, and you have seen inner HTML, we see the ID as well. So let's try that. So if I go dot ID, press enter, it gives you back the ID whatever defined here. All right, now let's go and take a look at a few other properties here. Now, so most of them are read only. For example, if I go and say get me the attributes of that, so we'll go back to the browser and I'll say attributes, press enter, and it gives you back the list or collection of that. So it's ID, basically it's going to take you there, but I'll just click here to expand this. Now it gives you the whole list of attributes within that element. So let me just clear out the console and refresh the browser. Now I'm going to go and inside an HTML file, I'm going to add something here. So I'm going to add, let's just say, we are going to add input type button, and I would say value, it's a button, right? Then we can just save the file and refresh the browser. Now, let's say you want to grab the attribute value. Now we have HTML, we have some attributes within HTML elements. For example, here we say it's an input element tag, which has an attribute of type and a value. Now, what if we want to grab those? So if I go to Mozilla Developer Network, and here I find some methods here. So here we can say get attribute method. There should be it. So it retrieves the value of the name attribute from a current node and return it as an object. Okay, well, that makes sense. So we're going to use that. So if I say document.query selector, and then also query selector, and here we're going to grab heading, and then I'll call get attributes. Well, it gives an error. We're going to go back here and let's see what's going on. So see, I'm trying to teach you how to use this method. So if I click on that, and we see that we need to define an attribute name. We need to know the attribute name because it's not going to give us all the attributes. So if you want to grab all the attributes, you just simply call attributes. That will give you the HTML collection. But here, if I go inside and I say, give me the type. What is the type of this? Press enter and it still gives you an error. Now this time we are going to check the spelling. So it says get attribute. I'm going to copy this and we minimize this browser, and here we can see it says attributes. That means we've done the mistake, right? So I'm gonna change this to paste it, get attribute, press enter, and there we go, it gives us back null. I want to refresh the browser, maybe it's been reset, but once I go and check that, say type is null. Alright, now let's go and check. We are targeting heading, and it says heading. Does this heading or does this h1 has a typed attribute? No, it does not, so that is why it gives an error. So we'll go and change that to query selector, and we'll change this to input, press enter, and now it gives us back a button. So here I want to change something. So instead of providing heading there, I want to remove that, and I'll just go and type the ID of button here. ID, and I say my BTN. Okay, let's save it. Now I'm gonna refresh the page, and now this time I'm gonna go and grab this with an ID. So I'll say ID is my BTN. Press enter, it gives you back the button again. Now what do we want to grab? The value, so we can just change the type to value. So I will say the compiler, please get me the value of this element which has an ID of my button. Press enter, and it gives you back a button. So if I say it's a nice button, press save, and then refresh the browser, and then here we just press enter, and now this time we get it's a nice button. So now this is how we can go and explore the Mozilla developer element reference page, which you can see there's a lot of methods that you can use. So if we can check, it returns a Boolean, which is like a true or false, whether this has an attribute or not. Now we can check that as well. So I'm going to minimize this, and then instead of get attributes, I want to say has attribute. Oops. So we'll just fix this. Has attribute. Press enter. It gives me back true. Yes, it does. So if I change the value to, let's say, val, press enter, it gives me back false because it does not have a val attribute. So this is the in detail introduction about how to use properties and methods on elements. So I would highly recommend go and read about these elements because we're going to be using some of them in our projects. Welcome back. In this video we are going to take a look at another property called element.classList. Now if you go to Mozilla Developer Network, you see this is read only, right? So you can get the data but you can't write to it. Now if I click on that, and we'll go to this page, and here we have some methods for this property as well. I'm going to minimize, and I'm just gonna go to our HTML page. So here we have some buttons, we have h1, we have some anchor tags. So what I want to do first of all here for this h1, I'm going to type an ID, okay, and I'm going to give it ID of head. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. Now this hello world class ID, I'm going to just remove that as well. Let's just refresh the page. Now I want to change the color of this. I want to add the class to it. I want to give some style to it. So for that, we are going to go and basically I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to create a CSS file, and I name it style. And here we create two classes. I'll say red color, and then inside that I'll add a property. I'm just gonna make it bigger so you guys can look at it. And so I'll say color, I'll just say red. Oops, red. Okay, now we have another class, green color, right? And I'm gonna add a property to it, color green, right? Now I'm going to go and add this style file to our index.html file. I'm just gonna drag and drop here, and it will add our link to the CSS file. Now let's go and refresh the page, and here we have seen that we have this hello world colon ID. And let's just grab that. So I'm just gonna go document.query selector, and I wanna grab this by ID, so I'll just say head, right? And now here we can see we have an ID head. Now I'm gonna go and say call class list property on it. Now it gives me back, okay, we don't have any class to it. One more thing we can do, we can basically just remove this, and I can say class, and I'll say ABC, right? And now if I go refresh the page, and I'll go document.query selector, and we just grab the class ABC, and now we have a class there. So let's check how many classes we have in there. So for example, if I go run the code again by pressing up arrow, and I'll say dot class list, and it gives me back DOM token list, so it has only one. So length 1, and on 0 index, it gives me the class name there. Now here, if we add some other classes, let's say EBD or FGH, I'm gonna save the file and let's refresh it. We just run the same code, press enter, and then here we have some classes now, 0, 1, 2, and on basically it's an array. So on 0 array, on index 0, it gives us the first class and the second class and the third class. Now if we go back here, we can see we have some methods on this property. So the add method will basically add the specified class value if these classes already exist in attribute. Remove item toggle, which will basically turn off and on that class. Contains, it will check whether if the class is there in that attribute. For an element, it will replace the old class with a new class. So we have some methods here. That's what we're going to look at. Now, as we know that these read-only properties have some methods, so you can go and explore the methods available in any particular property. So we'll go back, and here in the CSS file, we created 2 classes. Now, if I add this class to our ABC, basically the element we're accessing from ABC, then we should see the red color for this, right? Because all of these classes are there, but they don't really do anything, right? They don't have any properties, or they don't have anything in them. So here we just say class list dot add, and I will just say red color. And just pay attention, if I press enter, that hello world ID is being changed to color of the, I don't know what I'm saying, guys, but yeah, the color of this has been changed to red. Now if I go and grab the class list, and I can see I have 4 classes now, the red color is there. Now if I go and add a class name green color, press enter, and now the hello world has been changed to green. Now what happens is when the compiler comes, it applies this class, it sees there's a color property there, and I'm going to change this to red. And then when it comes down to the green color, it says, okay, we're going to override the property color because it is defined after that. Now we can remove the classes as well. For example, if I go and instead of adding, we can call the remove method, press enter, and that will go back to red. So this is how we can add and remove classes. And what is meant by toggle on and off? Let's go to the documentation again. And here we see when only one argument is present, the toggle class value, if the class exists, then remove, and it returns false. If not, then add it to and return true. Let's try that. Now, we are going to go to our browser, and I want to just say, well, I don't have this class anymore because we just removed it. So we can just say red color, right? And instead of remove, I'm going to use the toggle. Press enter, and as you can see, it becomes false. The property, the class name is still there, but it just turned them off, right? right? So if I just go and enter, it turn it back on. So it will just switch on and off. That's pretty much it. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to take a look at how we can work with attributes in HTML elements. So I'm actually going to clean up some code here. So let's just remove unnecessary so we could actually read stuff here. Right, so here I'm going to save the file and let's just refresh the page. Now we only have one h1 at this time. Now, what is an attribute? Attributes are basically like, you know, when you go to h1 and you say class and I'll say red color. Now the class is an attribute. Here we can say name. It doesn't apply to that, but if we go to the next line and we add input, I would say type is a button, and then name is basically, let's just say it's a btn, and then we can add class we can say red color, right? So all of these are attributes in HTML. Okay, now all of these are attributes. Now what we want to do is we want to see how we can add attributes, remove attributes, and we can set some attributes. I'm just going to remove this button here, and I'm going to remove this class attribute as well. I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser, and I'm going to take you to the Mozilla Developer Network to show you the reference as well. Now here we will go to the element reference page, and here we have attributes, right? So element.attributes, but this is read only. So if I go and click on that, here we see we don't have any methods to add, remove. But if we go back and inside the methods for an element, we can see we have some methods. For example, get attribute, then we have has attribute, and there you go, this is a has attribute method we can call on an element, and these work on every element in HTML. That is why they are defined outside. Alright, so the class list has methods, and those were only applied to the classes, the class attribute, right? But these are the global attributes that you can apply to an element, and that will work for any element available in HTML. So here we have a has attribute. We should have set attribute as well. If we go down here, we can see set attribute as well. Now I'm going to take you to this get attribute. It's ns, but I'm not supposed to get there, but we want to have just the get attribute. So this is the get attribute, that's the one. Right, I'm going to just move this, and now here basically it returns the value of a specified attribute on the element, right? And here we can see some more information about it. The next we want to check whether if it has an attribute, then it will return true or false. We go next, we can remove attribute from an element by using remove attribute. We have set attribute, which takes two parameters, name and a value. So let's go to our PHP Storm and the browser we've been working on. Now here we don't have any attribute for this h1. So what if I add, let's just say ID, and I'll say head. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and instead of just going there, I can directly write the code here and actually remove all of these. These are all the previous codes we've been using. So here if I say let e is equal to document dot query selector, and we can select the h1, or we can target it by giving an ID. So head. Right, now after that we'll just console.log, and we can say console.log e. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. In the console we should see, oops, we didn't save the file, so just gotta reload that, and here we have h1 ID is head. We'll go back to script file, and here we'll just say console.log dot get attribute. Or we can just first check whatever the attribute we have. So we can say attributes. We'll save the file, refresh the browser, and here we have one attribute named ID. Okay. Now we want to remove this attribute. So instead of just writing the code here, I'm actually going to use the console. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. We go back to index.html, and here first of all let's just grab document.query selector, and here we can grab h1, or we can just grab it with the head, and then here we can say that dot get attribute, and then inside the parentheses we need to type the name, what attribute we want to get. So if I say ID and I press enter, it gives me the ID head, right? So if I just change this to, let's just say class, press enter, it says null because there is no class defined here. So if I go and just say class and I'll just say ABC, I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and now I can say get me a class, and it gives me back an attribute value. So this is how you can grab the attribute value. I'll go back and remove the class from here, and I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser. Now I'm going to check whether if it has an attribute or not. So document.query selector, and we can say $head with ID dot has attribute. I want to check whether if it has a class. I press enter, it gives me false. And if I go and check for ID, press enter, it gives me true. So it knows that if that attribute is available there or not. So we can check that by using the dot has attribute method on it. Now we want to add a class attribute with the value on this. Now if I go to CSS file, and here we can see we have dot red color class. If we define that attribute and give the value, it should change the color of this text here. So we go back to index.html. Actually, I'm going to make it a bit bigger. Now I'm going to refresh the page, and here first of all let's just grab the list of attributes available there. So query selector, I want to target h1 and dot attributes. Oops, there you go. So we have only one, right? I want to add another one here, so I'll just go and say okay, I want to set attribute and then the attribute name in a string, so we want to add class, and then we separate that with the comma for the value, and we just say okay, red color, press enter, and there we go, we have successfully changed the color of that. Now if I go and grab the attributes of these, now if I go and check it out, it says okay, we have two attributes now, one with ID and the other one is a class, and the class has the value, node value is set to red color, right? So this is how you can set attributes with a value. Let's go back to the documentation, and here we can see we have set attribute method. Inside the parentheses we need to type the name of the attribute. It could be a type, a value, or a name, any type of attribute you want to define there, and then we have the value for that, right? Now here we can say name. The DOM string specifies the name, so it says string. It has to be a string, all right? Cannot be integer or Boolean. So we'll go back to where we were working. I'm just gonna clear the console, and now we know how to set attributes. Let's try setting an attribute. So we'll just say document.query selector, and we want to grab h1, and then I'm going to say set attribute, and here I want to just define my own attribute. So I'll just say what, right? And I'll just say value would be, let's just say he, right? Press enter, and now if I go grab the list of that, now this time we have three attributes. We have a what attribute, which has a node value of he, so you can define a custom attributes there as well. So later on when you're creating a web application, you can use your custom attributes in HTML as well. You could actually define it here as well. Let's just say what is equal to he. Let's save the file and just refresh the browser, And if I go and grab the attributes, and here we can see we have one ID attribute and what attribute as well. Right, so these are the 4 methods that you can use for attributes in HTML using JavaScript. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to take a look at how we can create an HTML elements using JavaScript. But first, let's take a look at the few simple methods that we need to create an element. The first method on a document we need to understand is create element. Now this will create an element. So in the parentheses you type the element name in a string form. So if I type single quotes and then say h1, that method at that line of code will create an h1 element, right? Next, we have another method which we want to look at is document dot, or we can call it on an element. So element, whatever the element we created with that, dot append child. Now we need to make sure that whatever the element we create, we need to put it somewhere. It has to be a div container, or it has to be a body, or anywhere in a document, right? That is why we use this append child. Now there's another method which I'll show you, but we're not going to use it, which is you can call it on element dot create text node for creating a text within an element, right? There's another method. Now for the full specification, I would highly recommend go read in Mozilla Developer Network. Now let's go and try creating some elements. First of all, let's go and grab this Jumbotron div. So we have this div, class name is Jumbotron. So we can grab that by saying let jumbo is equal to document.query selector, and here in a string form I'll type Jumbotron, which is the class name there, and after that I will basically make it a bit smaller. Alright, now after that, once we grab that, we will create an element and we put that element inside of a Jumbotron div. So simply we say let create h1 element, and I'll say document.create element, and in the string form I'll type the tag name, element tag name. So let's just create an h1. Now we've already seen how we can change the text of h1 by using JavaScript. So we can use that variable and we call inner text property is equal to, we say hello students, right? And then we create that element. Now we need to show that in our body or in our Jumbotron, anywhere in our document. So to do that, we use append child method. So we get the jumbo dot, and I'll call append child, and I'll push it in h1, right? h1 is an element we just created by calling this create element method. So I'm going to save the file and let's refresh the browser, and here we can see we have successfully created hello students. Now if I change h1 to p and I'll refresh the browser, it will create a paragraph tag. And if I go and change this to input, let's refresh that, and it will create an input element. So whatever the name of the element you're typing in here, that will be created, right? And then we append that in our document. Welcome to another coding challenge, guys. I'm really excited about this challenge. So what we are going to do in this video is basically create an element by typing the name of it and the value of that, and then we'll click on create element button, and that will create us an element. So we can create any kind of element here. So that's the challenge we're gonna do. So here, if I take you to index.html file, here we can see we have a div Jumbotron, we have a button inside of our container fluid, and then we have this class elements, which will help us to, which will basically be used to put elements in it. Now this is a really great coding challenge, and we will teach us how we can create elements dynamically using the DOM. Now I'm going to be creating a function. So before we start this challenge, I want you to pause the video and try it yourself. And then if you're not sure, then unpause the video and then watch me the way I do it. So last chance to pause the video, guys. All right. I hope pretty much all of you were able to do it, but if not, let me show you how we can do it. Let's create a function named create, right? And on this function, first of all, let's create a variable which will hold our element. So I'm going to name it element, and then we need another variable which says element list. So we want to grab the value of this input field and then this input field, right? So we can grab that by saying element list or element value is equal to, and we say document.query selector all. Now what do we want to get? We want to grab these two input tags, right? So we go and look at where are they in our HTML file. So we're going to get inside a Jumbotron, and then we're going to grab inputs, right? So we'll go and we will use the CSS class by dot notation, and I'll say Jumbotron space input, right? I'm just going to make it a bit smaller. Okay, that's fine. Now we have successfully grabbed that from our element, so from our document, right? Now we need to grab the container where we want to put our elements we create. So let's just say element container is equal to document.query selector, and then we use the CSS class .elements. Now this thing is available in our index.html file here. This is the div I'm going to use to put stuff. Whatever we create from here, that will be appended here inside this div. So let's go in a script tag, and here after that we will just write two ifs now. So for example, once we grab this element of values and element container, I'm actually going to change this to element list. Right. First, let's go and console log element list, and let's see what we get, right? So I'm going to save the file and let's just refresh it. I'm just going to click on create element, and this gives us element nodes with the two elements. So the first input and second input is there. Right, so we know we are successfully accessing these two. So here, first of all, let's just go and write if statement. Let's check we have the valid text inside these two elements. So here if we say that element list, element list, I've done the wrong spelling, but don't worry about it. Now on 0 index, here we have two index at the moment. On the 0 index we have an element name, and then we have on 1 index we have an element value. So here we say if element on 0 index dot get attribute, we grab the attribute, and if we say if it's an ID, right, and then we can say is equal to element, right. Let me just double check one thing. So here we go to ID and check what's the ID in there. So here we have an element ID and we have a value ID. So if we want to double check that we're getting the right input field. So say element list on index 0 grabbed its ID value, and if it is equal to element, then we will go inside our if statement. I would say element, which is the variable we're creating on the top. We say element is equal to document.create element, and then here we type it in the name. So what we get from here, we're gonna get something from here, right? So here we can type it in element list on index 0, and then here we will say dot value, grab the value, and the value could be in a capital case, right? So we call two lowercase method on it. So I want to make it a bit smaller. Okay, now we successfully created this element, right? And we successfully created that, but we haven't appended that yet in our element container. So now we've successfully created. Now let's go and write another if, right? So if we say element list on index 1 dot get attribute, and we say if it's id equal to value, and then once it's equal to value, we want to make sure it's the id has the value of value. So inside that, we will set the text whatever we type it in here, right? So here we say element dot set attribute, or we can say inner text, okay, is equal to, and then we will grab that from this, right? So here we can say element list index 1 and then get me the value. Okay, let's save the file. And the last step we want to take, we want to put this element inside our element container, right? So here we say element container dot append child, but one thing to notice here, we're using query selector all, which returns a collection of elements. So it's an array. So here we want to define where we want to put it in. So we say put that in 0 index, okay? Or we can do one more thing. We can have a variable, and that variable will have a value, and that will be incremented. Well, for now, let's take a look at this. So append child, and we just put in an element. Right, so let's go and save the file, and let's refresh the page. Now here I want to first create h1, and I want to say, hey, what's up? And if I click on create element button, here we can see we have hey, what's up. Now we go and create a div, and we say this is div. Now create element, and there you go, we have a div here, right? Now if I go and create h2 and say this is h2, I'll click on create element, and this makes us h2, and it's keep appending to our container. Now we can even create an input here. So input, I would say this is input, right? I create it, and there you go. Now the problem is that the value we are setting here is inner text. We don't want to have we don't have an inner text property on input field. So if we want to set that here, we will have to put in as in a value. So here we can have another if statement. So if say element, let's just say we say if element list, element list on index 0, right, is equal to, okay, and we just say dot get attribute, and we can say the text, or maybe we can just grab the value of that. So the value we want to grab, and if it's equal to input, right, or we just say input, then what it should do, it should element dot value is equal to, and the value we want to grab from there. So we just say element list 1, and we can say here dot value, get out and say value, right? Now there are a few things we need to check. In here we can say else do this. So we want to push this down inside else, right? I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and here we say h1, hey, this is h1. Create an element, it creates an element there. So if we go div, hey, this is div. Let's create that, and now it's giving us an error. It's saying the tag name div is not a valid name. So we can see we have extra space here, right? We're going to remove this and create that, and that's what it creates. Now here we can call another method here. So we're grabbing this, and we can call this another dot trim, right? I'm gonna save the file and let's just refresh the browser. And here you say div, and I'm gonna give a little bit of space here and say, hey, this is div. Now we have a spacing here. If I click create now, it still creates that because this trim method on it, which will remove the spaces from it. So that's like fixing errors now in our application. So here, if I go and create an input and say, hey, this is input, I'm gonna create that, and now we have a value inside, hey, this is input, because we have added a condition here saying that if the value is equal to input, then go do this. Otherwise, just create an element. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to another coding challenge. I'm really excited about this coding challenge. Now, this coding challenge is related to presenting a data, because there's going to be a lot of times in your coding career where you will have to deal with the data, whether it's a bank data, a school data, or any kind of business data. Now, you need to present that data on a web page, and you probably be using tables to show that data. So let's say if someone comes to you and say, okay, I have this 500 rows, and in 500 rows I have 300 columns, each row, and I want to represent this data. Now, if you're going to start typing in HTML and start writing table and then tr and then td of 300, then it's going to take you at least a month or maybe a week. It depends how fast you type to create that table, and that table is not going to be dynamic anyway. Now, what we want to do in this coding challenge is we want to type the number of rows we want to create, and we want to type the column we want to create. So I want 5 rows and 5 columns, and I'll say create table. And there you go. At the bottom, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. And if I say, okay, I want 6, and it creates another one with the 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll say, okay, I want to have like a 10 or 15 rows. I'll click on create table, and there you go. There is another table comes in, and it gets created dynamically. So this coding challenge is going to help you a lot, and it's gonna be a lot of there's gonna be a lot of concept that you're gonna get cleared by doing this coding challenge. Now, one thing I would highly recommend that actually you should try it yourself before watching me doing it. So I want you to pause the video here, open your IDE, create 3 files, and then start creating this logic. Now, this is the last chance to pause the video, and after that, I'm going to start typing the code. Alright, so I hope that most of you guys have already done this, okay? Most of you guys are already able to achieve this. If not, don't worry, we're going to have a look how we can do it now. So I'm just going to expand this here, and we grab our PHP Storm from here. Now I'm going to actually close this, or maybe I can just, first of all, let's create an index.html file. So here I'll go and I'll say, okay, give me an index.html file, and after that I need a file for JavaScript code. So I'll say script, right? In HTML file, I'm just going to open that, and we close this now. All right. So now, first of all, let's say creating dynamic tables. Right. I have to type M here. All right. Now here, first of all, I'm going to show you guys that I'm using a Bootstrap CSS. I'm just going to drag and drop the Bootstrap CSS. So basically, to make our table look prettier, we just use the Bootstrap CSS instead of writing our own CSS. Right, so here, first of all, we are going to create a div container, and I'm going to create a class of row, and then we have div class of column, and we get 12 column, right? After that, inside, I'm going to add a class of Jumbotron, and Jumbotron, that's pretty much it. Then we will have a form. So let's just create that div, and I'm going to say form inline, right? And then after that, we need to add input type number, minimum value is 0, And after that, we're gonna have to have a placeholder. I'll say type rows. Okay, and after that we can have a class for this as well, form control, and also I need to give an ID because I want to grab the rows from here. Okay, so I'll just go solve and I'll set ID and name it rows. And next we're gonna copy this 3 times, and the next one would be columns, right? And then that would be type columns, and then after the last one it's going to be a button, so we can just call it create table button, and that's going to be the type of button, right? We need to remove the minimum value. We have the placeholder, we don't need that because it's a button. So instead of that, we are going to type a value, and I'll say create table. All right, now let's take a look at our UI. I'm gonna refresh it, and there you go. We got rows, columns, and we have some kind of a button here, which is looking like a form control. But I don't want to do this. I want to create BTN success button. All right, this is the class I'll use. There you go. Now we have that. I'm going to expand this and see if it's an inline or if it's a block level element. Yep, it's an inline elements. So we're pretty good about it. So we have created our UI. Now we just need to create a div. I'm actually going to make this here, so we can just expand this later. All right. Now in here, I'm going to create an empty div with the class of container, and then also ID of table container. Okay, so this div is just gonna sit there and wait for us to put stuff in it. So we create a table through JavaScript, and after that we're just gonna say, okay, I'm gonna push that table into you. Now it's time for us to go to script.js file, and here first of all, let's go and let's create a function which will help us to create and grab the elements from DOM. So first of all, we say, okay, I'm gonna create a function here. We'll name it create, and inside that, first of all, let me just open this HTML file vertically so we know what we're targeting. All right, first of all, we need to grab a table container. So we'll just say let, and just say table container is equal to, I'm just going to make it a bit smaller, this thing smaller so we don't really have to see. Okay, so now I'm going to say a table container. I'll just say document.query selector, and I'll just grab with the ID, and I'll just say the ID would be table container. Right, so this is the one we're grabbing here, table container. So I'm pretty sure I've got the right spelling. I'm just going to copy the spelling and paste it here so we don't make any mistake. And also I'm going to say let, and after that I need to grab the input value of the row and column fields. So we just say, okay, rows is equal to, I'm going to say document.query selector, and here we just say, okay, I'm going to grab rows dot value, right, the value of that. Then let columns is equal to document.query selector, and I'll just grab columns dot value, right? Then after that, we're gonna have to have another function which will help us to create. So we got the rows and column values from our input field, and now we need to push that value into the next function, which will help us to create a table and return the table for us. All right, so now I'm going to, first of all, check whether we are able to grab these elements. So I'll just say console.log, and I'll just say table container, right? We just make a duplicate of it, and then after that, I'll just check for rows, and then we check for columns. So it goes to columns, right? I'm gonna save the file. Let's go to the page. I'm gonna refresh it, and I'm gonna open the console, and here we should see that. Now we don't see that here because we gotta call this create function on our event. So go to index.html file, and here I'll just say on click create. Let's do that. All right, I'm gonna go back and let's just refresh the page. I'll say, okay, I have this 3 column and then that 4, right? I'm gonna click on create table, and it says, okay, the create is not defined. Right, so we're getting an error, create is not defined, which is a bit weird. Now let's start learning how we debug these problems. Now the first thing to check, it says that create is not defined. So that means it does not know what we are talking about. So we go to source, we see that, okay, this thing create is not defined here. Well, we go back and check our index.html file. I'm gonna just make it bigger. Right, so here, how we tell our index.html that our create function is sitting in particular file. We don't have anything here, right? So I'm going to write script dot source, and I'll say script.js. Right, I'm going to save the file, and let's make it smaller, and go back and then refresh the browser, and I'm going to click on create. Whoa, that's what something we're getting back. So we're getting back something this time. So if I just say, give me 3, give me 4, 6, I'll click on create table, and this time I get this DOM, which is a index HTML. So the HTML DOM here, and also we are getting the number from this input field and this input field. How cool is that? Right, so I'm going to close the index.html so we know that everything's working fine, and after that we are going to go and remove these console.logs as well. Now we know that we have got our rows and column values, and what we want to do is basically we want to create a function which will help us to create a table, and we'll call it create a table. So I'll just say, okay, create table function, please create the table. So how many rows and columns? I will say, okay, create rows and then columns. Okay, or we can just say rows R and C for columns. Okay, so now it's giving us error because it does not know what we're talking about here. So I'll just make a bit of space here, and I'll go up and I'll say function create table, and now it is going to take rows, number of rows and number of columns. So I'll set R and C for our row and column parameter. Now after that, we need to create a table, we need to create its body, and then we'll create a TR, table row, and then TD. So let's do first things. We need a one body, right? We want a one table and one body. So let's do that. So I'll say let table is equal to document.create element, and I'll just say create a table for me. All right, it's gonna create a table for me. Now I'll say, okay, let's create table body is equal to document.create element, and I'll say t body. Right, now we have created table and table body. I'm actually going to remove this error by changing my JavaScript version to 1.6. all right, so done. After that, we need to create a number of rows. So we need to basically create a loop which will check how many numbers we are getting from this parameter, and then just create rows. And then in that row, we need to create all the columns. So if we say 5 columns, then it should create 5 columns. How do we do that? First of all, I'm going to use a loop. So I'll say for let I is equal to 0 and I less than R. Okay, so whatever the number of rows we're getting, I want to say if it's less than to this, that's fine. Then I plus plus, increment that. Now once we go and inside, we are going to create a table row this time. So I'll just say let row is equal to document.create element, and I'll just create tr. All right, table row. Now let's say we have created a row and we give this a value of 4. So we get like, okay, create me 4 rows. But while we are inside the row, we want to create columns as well, isn't it? So to create columns, we can have another loop inside our this loop. So it's a for let j is equal to 0, j less than c, which is a number of columns we got, and then j plus plus. And inside that we will say, okay, well, let column is equal to document.create element, and we just say create me a TD. TD's table D, I don't know, the row or column. Well, that's what creates a table column. All right, now we've created a row, and when the compiler comes here, it will create the number of columns within that row. Now we want to get out from the loop, but before we get out from the loop, we need to add that column into our rows. All right, so what we can do here, we can say, okay, row.append child, and we just say add these columns here. Okay, so it will come back and add the column, add the column, add the column. So row will have like a number of columns, we pass it into it. Right, so next we will get out of the row. And now once we have successfully created one row here, and we have created all the columns, and we have added those columns inside of a row, now it's time for us to add that row into a table body. So inside that loop, we say table body dot append child, and we can say just push me row. Right, so this is going to run number of times, and this loop is going to run number of times. So every time it runs, it will add the row to the table body. Right, now after that, we are going to do one more thing here. After we have created the table body, now we want to put that table body into the table. So we just say table, Mr. Table dot append child, please take table body. All right, now once we have created that table, then we should return the table as well. So we just say, okay, because once we don't return the table, how are we gonna put that into our container, table container? So we just say, please, once you create everything, create the table and done everything, then just return me a table. All right, now let's just go down here, and instead of just calling that create table with the number of rows and columns, we can put a variable here. So let table is equal to this. All right, so now we have created our function, which will help us to create a table. We want to grab that table and store that into this table variable. And now what we can do here, we can say table container dot append and add the table for me. Oops, table. Right. Now this function will come in and basically create a table and just append that table here. Right. Let's go and give it a shot. I'm gonna refresh the page, close the console, and I'll say, okay, number 3 rows, 2 columns, create it. And I don't see anything at the moment. So if I just go and inspect the element, can I see something here? Right, this is something there. All right, so we're gonna go and see there is a table, and there's a table body, and there is a row, and there is a TD, 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 right? As you can see here, we have the table, but we're not showing that there. So to fix that, we have to use a class, which will tell the compiler this is the width of that, this is the height of that. So now, first of all, we can say, let's just give table dot, and I'll say class list dot add, and first of all, let's add a table class to it. Extend down, table dot class list dot add, and then we are going to use table bordered class. I'm going to save it, and now let's go and refresh the page, and I'll say, okay, create a 3 row please, and then create 3 columns. Create table, and there we go. We have successfully created a table. We did create the table, but it didn't know what's the width and height for that. So now we use the Bootstrap classes. I can show you that Bootstrap class is what I was using. So if I go to Bootstrap, I go to documentation, I'll just go to content, and here we will have table. Now I am going to use this class. So I put the table class there and the table bordered class there. So this is what it does. So if you use these classes on HTML, it will create a border type table. All right, so a few things we need to figure out. Okay, a few things to make your code properly. So we are going to open the console. Now I'm going to go to source tab, and here we have a script file. Now here I want to do a breakpoint here, right? I'm going to click on create table, and then we see the value of R is a string. Now JavaScript is flexible enough to analyze, okay, it doesn't matter even if it's a string, but you are using that as an integer in a loop. So here, if I go here, that becomes a reference I is not defined. Or we can say R is 3, it's a string. But you know, JavaScript is really cool. We just say, okay, string is fine, but you know, it should have been integer, because we want to check 1 plus I plus 1, I plus 1, I plus 1, I plus 1. I want to compare that to this. So if it's less than 3, but if it's a string, how do I find out, right? So I mean, it does work, but this is a bug. To fix it, we need to go here and we need to call a function. So we want to convert this row to integer. So before we push it into the function create table, we want to make sure that we have an integer value. So we say parse int, and we want to make this an integer. So I'll save it, and I'll go and refresh the page. I'll say, okay, make me 7, make me 8, create table. And now if I go hover over my cursor here, as you can see, now this time it's an integer, not a string value. So now we have our program bug-free. Welcome back. Now, so far we have covered basics of JavaScript. We have seen the basics of DOM as well. Now I think it's time for us to put our skills to test. Now this section is going to be a project based. Now we're going to be creating this analog clock in this section of the course. This is just a small project to test our skills. Now so far, whatever we've covered, we should be able to put all those skills into the test by creating this analog clock watch. We'll be using CSS and JavaScript to create this analog clock watch. And later on, you can use this as a widget to put that into your website. Alright guys, so I'm in a Webstorm, or we are in a PHP Storm actually. So here we have an empty project. I'm going to create 3 files. Let's go and create our index.html file. So to say index.html file, we go right click and then create a style.css file, right click and create a JavaScript file. Right, so we got 3 files here. Now we're gonna work on index.html file. For the clock, we will be using SVG. I have already created a code for SVG using Photoshop, but we try to type whatever we can, but there are some code that I would be copying and pasting from the snippet. So first of all, we change the title and we can say analog clock. Right, and in the body, first of all, let's go and create a div, and we say class, we can just say main container, right? And after that, we will create another div, so we just say class, and I'm gonna call it clock box, right? After that, inside that, we're gonna start working on our SVG. So first of all, let's define SVG tag, and then we give an ID of clock, and then we use XML and S is equal to, we can say it's an SVG here, and we type here 2000. All right, then we define a width of that would be 600, and for height of that 600. Then we use an attribute viewbox 0,0, and then we have 600, 600. So basically it's like a values for that. So starting from X, Y, Z, so it's a coordinate system. After that, inside that, we are going to create a G element, and we can say ID, it's a face ID. And inside that, first of all, we need to create a circle, and we clock circle should be circle. Just let's name it circle. And then after that, we have a CX property, which we will set to 300, and CY property to 300, and then we have a radius by defining R, and that we should set 253.9. Well, that's an SVG I created using Photoshop. Now I'm gonna just create another circle, and then we should class, and then here we say mid circle, right? CX would be, let's just say 300, CY would be 300 as well, and then we have a radius. Radius we can give it about 15, or we can just say, yeah, 15. Let's try 15 first, right? And now I'm going to, we can use the HTML5 syntax here. Now let's just open this up in Chrome browser as well, so we could just have a look at it. So far we have this circle here in our HTML file, right? Now there's a few code that I'm gonna copy and paste. I have this bot line, which I'm actually going to just paste it here instead of typing that, and you will get this code, right? So you will get this code in form, so don't worry about it. This is just an SVG created in Photoshop, right? So I'll save it and refresh the page. This is what we have so far. Now we create a face, and then we create a few other things here now. So the next we need an hour, minute, and second. So here we say G, and I'll give an ID of hour, and inside that, first of all, let's create a bot here, and then we have a class, and then just name it hour arm, right? And we have this D attribute, which I'm gonna copy and paste from the snippet, or maybe I can just copy and paste the whole code which I have generated by Photoshop. Now basically you can go and read about SVG, so I'll just open it up and show you in the Mozilla Developer Network. So if we go MDN SVG tutorial, we go here because we're not covering SVG here. Now here we have an SVG, we go documentation, so SVG element reference. Now here we created a circle. If I go circle, and then inside a circle we have a CX property, CY property, and attributes and radius. So this is what I use. Now they created this view box, and then they defined the way they did it. So that's what I used. So this is in a graphical SVG. You can create pretty good graphics using SVG. So if you want to learn about it, here you can go and basically learn about SVGs. It's a really long topic, but yeah, but maybe we will cover SVGs later in the course as well. If I do, then you will find a section down below in the course. So hopefully I'll do it. Alright, so let's go back to our coding. Now so far we have this. I'm going to save the file and refresh the page. Now so far we have this black circle, right? Now we're going to go to CSS file, and here I'm actually going to open that vertically so I could look at what I am targeting. So first of all, let's just target the main container. So the main container, we can set display to flex, and we can set padding to, let's just say 1 EM, and then we can say height, I want to give about, let's just say 60 VH, right? And then we have justify content. We can say please do it center, and then align items. We can say that would be, let's just say in the middle. There's no property for that. For now, just leave it. And then we have, let's just say background color, and I will give a dark later. I'm gonna save the file and just refresh it. Now we're not able to see the changes. The reason why we haven't attached the CSS file. So here in the head, I have attached this link rel style CSS, and now if I save the file and refresh the browser, and I should be able to see this background color appearing there. Alright, so now we want to target this clock box. So the clock box property, we will type here dot clock box, and inside the clock box I want to target this clock. So I'll go and add an ID of clock, and then simply we want to say here the width should be 100%. That's pretty much it is we want to set here, so 100%. Save the file and let's go down and let's refresh the browser, and the width is 100% now within that clock box, right? So after that, let's give some properties to the circle. So we have the class here, circle, right? And we define this circle class here. So let's go and do something with it. So circle, and then here, first of all, let's just fill to none. That is why we just getting this black color. I want to give a stroke to red. I want to give stroke, and there's a property here, stroke a meter limit. So we go dash meter limit, and we can give this to 10. All right. And last property, we want to give a stroke width as well. Stroke width, and we can give it 9. All right. I'm going to refresh the page, and here we see the red line appearing, right? So still we have some problems within that, but what we can do here, first property we can add to show you guys that this is basically causing an issue because we have a mid circle fill, sizing box fill to black. So we have the class here, sizing box. This is the one, and this is the one here, and this is the one here. For every circle we have that. So we can just define that first. So we can say dot sizing box, and we can simply say fill none. I'm gonna save it and let's refresh the page, and there we go. We don't see that black color now. Now I'm gonna quickly write the CSS. So here we have some other properties, other classes to target. The first of all, we go our marks, and for that we need to type fill to none. We have a stroke, we can set that to, let's just say white. We have a stroke width, and we can set that to 9. And we have a stroke dash meter limit, we can set that to 10. Right, so our marks done. Next property we want to target is dot our arm, right? For that we say fill to none, and we have a stroke, and we can give a color to, let's just say blue. Blue is fine. And then stroke dot width, and then we have we can give 17 here. Stroke dash meter limit, we can give 10. Right, next property we want to target is dot minute arm, and we have the same kind of properties here. So we have a fill set to none, and then we have stroke, and stroke would be, let's just say we can give it a green color. We can make it RGB, so we can give red, blue, and green color. So stroke width, we can give it, let's just say 11, and we have a stroke meter limit to 10. Next property we are going to target is minute. We need to have second arm, and we have a fill property to none, and then we have a stroke, and we can set that to yellow. It's in the middle. So stroke width, and we can give it 4, stroke, and then we can get 10. All right. So here After that, we want to write some CSS about our transition as well, which we can come back later and redo it. I'm going to refresh the page and we can see our clock is ready just by writing this CSS. How cool is that? So from the next video, we are going to start working on our logic to make this clock work. Welcome back. Now it's time for us to make this clock work. In this video, we're going to start writing a JavaScript. So close CSS file, I'm going to go to script.js file and we'll just make it bigger. Now first of all, we want to have some variable which will hold the three things. So if we open the index.html file, and here we want to grab an hour, we want to grab a minute, and we want to grab a second, right? So we want these elements, so we can grab them by using document.querySelector. We go back to script.js file, and I'll create a constant, which basically they're not going to change. So we'll just say hour hand is equal to document.querySelector, and here I will type ID hour. Right, I'm gonna go double check that. So we have an ID for hour. Yep, that's right. This is what I'm grabbing. Minute and second, right? So we want to grab all of those. So we'll go to the next line and we'll just say make another constant, and I'll say minute hand, right? Just make it capital to make it constant. So minute hand is equal to document.querySelector, and we'll grab with the ID. We'll just say minute. Let's double check the spelling. Yeah, M-I-N-U-T-E. So M-I-N-U-T-E. Then we want to have a constant. So grab the second. So it says second hand. And then document.querySelector, and we can say here seconds. Let's double check that as well. So here we have a second, not seconds. Alright, so let's change this to second. Alright, so now we've created and we access hours, minute, and seconds. Now, to get the current date and time, we need to create a global date object. So we do that by defining var, we name it date, new date object. Right, so that will give us a current date and time. Now we want to grab a current hour, a minute, and a second. So how do we do that? So we'll do that by creating a variable for hour is equal to date.getHours, right? Let minutes is equal to date.getMinutes. I want to change the variable name to properly written there. Right, so let seconds is equal to date.getSeconds. Right, now to test it out, we can just console.log these values first of all. So we can say console.log, and I'm going to say hour, and we just say space concatenated with hour, whatever is in our variable. Here we have our variable. Now this, you see this red line, it's basically saying that convert the JS version to ECMAScript 6, because we're using ECMAScript 6, so that's why it's saying that, okay, if you want to use ECMAScript 6, I'm gonna cause an error. So this is just the PHP Storm thing. Alright, so here we will say seconds, minutes, and then concatenated whatever is in the minutes, right? And then we have another seconds. I'm gonna make a space here, right? And then here we'll concatenate it with whatever is in the seconds. All right, I'm just going to get rid of that project window. All right, so this is what we have so far, right? Here we have an error. We didn't define console.log. Now we should be able to see that. So I'm gonna save this file, refresh the browser, and open the console. Right, so for now we don't see that here. The reason why is because we haven't actually attached the script file. So here if I go, I'll say script source is script.js, and that's it. I'm gonna refresh the page, and now we get hour, minute, and seconds. All right. Now one more thing here I want to mention here. Now when this page get rendered, this HTML file gets rendered. So first of all, we render the style sheet, and then we render the script file. Now whatever logic we'll type it in, it will not work because we are actually executing the code before we render our page. So there's two ways to fix that. We just leave that as it is for now, but when we have an error, then I'll show you what I mean. We go back to script.js file, and here we can see we can get a current time with hours, minutes, and seconds. As you can see, it's increasing as I'm refreshing the page. Now we can actually create a function, and we will call that function a run clock. Right, but first we need to have 3 more variables, which will have our position for hours, we have a position for minutes, we have a position for seconds, right, in our actual clock. And then we'll create a function which will help us to rotate these according to the position we have. All right, so let's carry on. We click on, we type let, and I will say our position is equal to, and here we have a little bit of math because this is just a basic math. Once I write the code, you will be able to understand what's happening here. It's just a basic math. So we grab hour, whatever the value of hour in there, then we will multiply that by 360 and we divide by 12. Then we'll concatenate it with minutes, and then we will multiply minutes by 360 divided by 60, and then we divide that by 12. Now this math is a little bit confusing, but it's just a simple math, and this is not a math class, so you should be able to figure out what's happening here. So we have a minute position, oops, we need to use the camel case, position is equal to, we have minutes, we can multiply that by 360 and then divide that by 60, right? Then we're going to concatenate these with seconds, and then we use the same logic by using 360 divided by 60 and then divided by 60, right? Then we have let second position, and here I want to say minute position, not minutes position. Okay, and then here on the second position we have seconds, and then we multiply that by 360 and divide by 60. So that's the math is going to involve. I'll come back to it and try to explain the basic math as well. And we've done that. Now let's create a function which will help us to run the clock. All right, so that's the tricky part here. This is a cool part actually. We name it run the clock. All right, cool name, right? Inside that function, and one more thing, I haven't actually mentioned that you can create functions using arrow syntax. We will have a separate section for learning ECMAScript 6, but so far we can see we are using just simple function declaration. All right, so here we have our position. We grab that from there is equal to, we say our position plus 3 divided by 360, right? we grab a minute position, we set that equal to minute position, and then we'll say 6 divided by 60. Then we have a second position is equal to second position plus 6. Right, this is just the math we're doing here. Now it comes to the JavaScript. Now here, what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually going to make it a little bit expandable because we will be able to see that easily. Now let's use these constants now, okay? Now these are the constants we're grabbing by using a query selector. Now we're getting the values from there. I'm going to change the style property of these elements to make them rotate. So here we will type a code for that. So first of all, let's grab our hand dot its style property, right? I'm going to grab the style property of that, and then we will add a transform property, and we set that equal to, and inside our double quotation we type rotate property. I want to type here, and then we want to concatenate it with our position. So whatever the our position is there, that should be set to this CSS property. Now after that, we will go and type dig and close that, and that's pretty much it is. Right, now here I want to grab a minute hand and dot style property dot transform is equal to, we're going to write the same code, so I'll just say rotate it and concatenate it with minute position plus degree. Right, oops, we need to get inside there, otherwise it will cause a problem. And then we have a second position, sorry, second hand dot its style property dot transform property. All right, we want to transform that, rotate it plus second position, right? And we can say DEG, and that's it. Right, now we have successfully created the function as well. I'm just going to get rid of this console. We save the file and refresh the browser, and we can see we're not actually making our clock run at the moment. We need to change the property on every second, right? We need to make sure that we change that. We call this function every second. For that, we are going to create a function or a variable, we can say, not a function, basically we're going to use the set interval function, which is built in JavaScript, and we can set that in a variable as well. So later on, if we want to change this, we can do that. So let's say interval is equal to set interval, and inside that we call this function run the clock function on every second. So it's a millisecond, so 1000 millisecond is equal to seconds, so we're typing the value in a millisecond. So now if I refresh the page, we can see it doesn't really work. Okay, well, we got to figure out what is the problem here. Now, as I mentioned just before, that when you type it in your script file, you link that in a head section, that's get rendered first and then the rest of the HTML page. So when we render our JavaScript script file, it doesn't actually know what we're talking about. What is an hour? What is a minute? What is a second? It doesn't know about this. So there's two ways that we can fix it. Now the old ways to fix it is by putting all your script file just above the body element tag. So where we have a ending body element tag, we just put the script file here. So if I save the file, I refresh the browser, and we can see something just happened. Now we just wait for a second, and I want to show you that something should be moving. Now it actually, I'm going to expand the browser and let's see what's happening here. Now it works, it just disappeared. Now we want to have, as you can see now, there we go. So we see that something is moving right now. but we actually have to transform it, and we're going to make sure that it moves according to this circle. So we still have to put the values in the CSS. So the values we want to put for the CSS, we want to target over hours, minutes, and seconds. So in index.html file, we have hours, minutes, and seconds. Right, first target that, then I'll show you the second way, the new way of fixing this script. Right, so we'll go back to CSS file, and here we'll target hour, comma. So we can target multiple CSS properties by typing the comma. So we have like hour, minutes with ID, comma, seconds, and then here we will type a property name transform origin. So when transform the origin, I want to give it 300 pixels by 300 pixels. Now I'll save this file, and here we go back to index.html. So remember that we are using 300 CX and 300 CY for all of them. So that's why we're giving this property as well. So we want to make sure it goes inside the 300 pixel origin. The next property we want to give it's going to be a little bit of like the animation. So let's try this first. If I just refresh the browser, and now we can see our clock is working perfectly fine, and it's rotating inside 300 pixel origin. And this code basically is calling this function and updating its rotate value, CSS value. To just double check that, I'm going to expand this. I'm going to open the web development tool in Chrome, and here we go to element. It's actually giving us some issues. We're going to go to element, and here what I want to show you is if I go to and grab this element, we go in style, we want to grab this here. Okay, now this is an SVG. If I open the SVG, you see every second the transform is actually happening. So we're calling this interval function, and it's basically just transforming this every second, and it's changing its value according to the math we have defined here. So this is the math we define, and it's nothing more, just changing its CSS property every second. That makes our clock work. And we have some background issue here. So if I just go and change this to, let's just say 100 VH, and I'll save it, refresh the browser, and now we should be able to see that it's fixed. Right now we have seen this hour, minute, and second is just getting its style property changed. That's pretty much it is. Now to make it a little bit more fancier, we can go to style.css file, and down here I can add this transition property. So transition, I have done the wrong spelling. Yep, transition, and here we can say we want to have a transform. So we type transform, and we can say every point a second. Okay, and then we can say ease in and ease out. That's the animation we want to define. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and now this time we will have this animation happening. So it's transforming. Now it's more smoother. So every half second it will just go jump to the next one. And this is about it. This is our working analog clock, just using JavaScript and CSS. And JavaScript basically just rotating and updating its value every second, and that's pretty much it is, right? And here we have a second, and then when it becomes an hour, and it will just change its value as well. So as you can see, it's 3:39 at the moment here in Australia, Melbourne. So here we have the green thing moving as well. So I'll just wait a second, and let's see if we grab a minute here, and does our green clock moves. It's a green needle, we can call it. Yeah, so as you can see, it's moving slowly when we get to this minute. There we go, guys. There we go. We're getting our green perfectly aligned. Right, so our analog clock is working perfectly fine. Welcome back. Now this section of the course is going to be about JavaScript events, and this is the first video, and I welcome you all. Alright, so before we jump right into talking about events and using and looking at the code snippets, we need to understand what is an event. Now everything that happens in a browser is registered as an event. You open the browser, that's an event. You type the URL in the address bar and hit enter, that's an event. Now, when you click on anywhere in your browser, that's an event. You move your mouse, that's an event. So whenever you interact with the browser in any way, you fire an event and the browser reacts to that event with the pre-configured responses. Now, using JavaScript, we can write our own scripts to respond to these events as well. In this section of the course, we will explore what are the events available to us and how we trigger them. Up till now in this course, so far we have worked with JavaScript in a passive form. For example, we write a script, we load that into an HTML document, and then we start our browser, open that page, and browser runs and reads the scripts and runs it. From now on, we will use JavaScript to trigger events. So we'll tell the JavaScript, okay, now I want to run this function. This is what's gonna happen when user does this. So if user clicks on a button, this is what I'm gonna do. If user type an email address in a form, this is what I want you to do. Not just sit there and do nothing. We want JavaScript to understand us and know us what we want in the form of events. Now that is what we're going to look at in this section of the course. So early in the course, when I introduced objects to you guys, I explained that the browser itself is an object and you can interact with it. The same principle applies to the browser when it comes to events. So we have a browser level events and we have a document level events. The full list of events in JavaScript, we can look at that in Mozilla Developer Network, and I'm going to take you there right now. So here I am in the page of Mozilla Developer reference page for the events, and here you can see we have like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 events. So to cover all of these events in this course, it's pretty much impossible. So I want you to explore the events here and look at the events, but we will learn how to use these events. The most common events we want to learn about is HTML DOM events. For example, in the web page, what happens when you click on a button, or what happens when you move the mouse, or what happens when you trigger the mouse out, or mouse move, or mouse in, or mouse click event, or double click event. Let's take a look at the reference page. Here, I want to click on HTML DOM events. I'm going to click on that, that expands, and here we have, let's say, abort, autocomplete, blur, cancel, change, click event, which makes sense, isn't it? So we have a click event, we have a focus, has change, an input event, we have offline, open, play. There's so many events available here. And we have a HTML drag and drop API events as well. So here we have the drag and drop. So you own a lot of websites, you can drag the element from somewhere and just drop it in your browser. So this is what happened. These are the events gets triggered when that kind of thing happen. And here on the top, if I go and show you, we have something called DOM events, right? So document object model events. So here we have a click event, we have a double click event, we have an error, focus in and out. So focus in means like when you take your mouse on the top of a particular element, that is called focus in. Focus out when you take your mouse out. So here, if you look at the description of these events, you can see that, okay, load a resource and its dependent resource has finished loading. That means if you go to google.com and it finished loading, that's what happens. The load event occurs, right? So here we can go and say, okay, submit events. The submit button is pressed, so you can create input type submit button in HTML, right? So if you click on that, this event will occur. It's usually performed in the form. Now we have some keyboard events as well. So what happens when you press the key on the keyboard? Now key down, it's like any key pressed. Key press, any key pressed except shift FN function, caps lock, and is in press position. Key up, so once you press that, it is key down event. When you leave the keyboard button, and then that is called key up event. Now I'm showing you these because once you get good grasp of these and where things are and where do I go to study more, and yeah, this is it. Mozilla Developer Network is a great place for web developers to improve and look up things. So even me, I've been developing websites for the last maybe 5 years, 6 years now. But I always go to Mozilla Developer Network because I always forget things. I cannot remember all of these events. So this is a great reference. Have a look at it, all right? Now we're going to look at how we use these events and how we're going to, let's say if I say, okay, go use a play event. Now you need to understand how to use it. All right, so we have talked about a document object model events, button, forms, clicking on the links, moving mouse, double clicking mouse, key up, down, key press, right? Now, what are the common browser level events we have? So, for example, if I open the browser, that is a browser level event. So if I go and open a new tab, that's a browser event. So if I say, okay, google.com, that is a browser level event. Now, I don't have a scroll here, but if I go back to Mozilla event reference page, and here I can scroll down and up with the mouse, that is a browser level event as well. We can interact with these as well. So if we go and find the browser API, so here I have a browser API events. So here we can look at a browser close event. So before the browser is going to close, this event is going to trigger. So you can execute some function before the browser closes. So that makes sense, right? So we have a load start, we have an open search, we have a new tab open. So if I click on a new tab, so now we read the description. So this feature is non-standard, it is not on a standard track. Okay, we understand that, we just want to learn this, right? So here it says, the event is fired when a new tab is opened within a browser. All right, so basically, let's say I go click on this tab, it opens a new tab. So once I do that, I want to run some function, I want to do something in the browser, I can do that by using browser API, browser event API. So these are some browser level events which if we get a chance, we will look at that as well. So yeah, and I'll see you guys in the next video with the coding. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to do a coding exercise in which we're going to look at how we can use HTML5 events. Now we have different methods of using events in JavaScript as well, but in this video we just look at the basics first. So I'm going to take you to PHP Storm here, and here I have HTML file and I have this script.js file here. Now here I am actually going to show you the style is empty and script file is empty. Right, so now if I go to index.html, I will create a couple of HTML elements. I'll say h1 and I'll just give an ID, or if it's just one h1, we don't really have to give an ID. We just say, okay, hello world, right? I'm going to save this. Next, I'm going to create a button, right? So let's create a button here, and here I will just say that the value of that button would be, let's just say, change. I'm going to save the file and I'm going to refresh the page. So here we have a hello world and we have a change here. Okay. So next we are going to create another input. So I'll say type will be text, and then here I will just simply close this. Okay, and let's refresh the page, Now we have this here. Now this is not a block level element, so we just type BR here. I'm gonna save the file, and now I'm gonna refresh it. Okay, we probably have to have a couple of BRs here. Let's refresh it. All right, so now we have 3 elements on our HTML document. First, let's go to script.js file, and here I'm going to create a function. So I'll just say function, I'll just name it change, right? And here what I want to do here, if I do, let's say, I will grab this h1. So I'll say let, and I'll say head1 is equal to document.query selector, and I'll just grab h1, right? Now after that, I am going to say head1 dot to, I'd say dot inner text is equal to head1 dot inner text dot lower case. Okay, as you can see over h1 is hello world. It's a little bit weird. We want to make it basically, just make it lowercase. So we have write over function. We're just missing this assignment operator here, and then we go back to index.html file. Now here I am going to add an on-click event. So if I just go in the button here, and I will just say on click. And now because our script file is attached to our HTML file, we can choose this change function, right? And I save the file and refresh the browser. And here if I click on that, as you can see, it actually made that hello world to lowercase. How cool is that? I want to refresh the page. Now this is an on click. So we clicked on a button and that's what happens. So if I just hold the mouse button down, it will not change. If I let the mouse button go, then it will change because it's a complete event, click event, right? Now if I just change this to on mouse down, okay, I'm going to save the file, and I'm going to show you the mouse here as well. So let's just grab the mouse on the button first. Now, oops. Okay. Now this is the mouse here. Now here I am actually going to just push it down, and I'm not going to let the mouse button go. So I'll just say down, right? And then if I just go let the mouse button go, it will change. Let's just refresh the page again. Okay, and we need to save this file as well. I'm gonna save it. Let's go back to the browser, and now I'm not gonna click, I'm just gonna hold it down. See that? If I hold it down, it works. It didn't wait for me to let the mouse button go. So if I let the mouse button go now, well, it's a mouse down event. Now we have another event. So it's on. Oops, what's happening here? So I'll just type so we have on mouse up event. All right, and here we have change. We need to fix this. Okay, now if I go and refresh the page, and now I will show you guys, this mouse is a bit sensitive, right? So now if I just pay attention here, so if I just tap the mouse button down, as you can see, it did not change the text. So it did not actually change the text, but if I let the mouse button go, that's when it changed. So that is the difference between events. So mouse down is a different event, mouse up is a different event, and click is a different event. So you have to go and tap, press it and let it go. That's the click event. All right, so we understand the click events. Now, for example, if I just have on mouse over, right? And now I'm actually going to put that on H1, not on button. So I'll say mouse over, right? I'm going to call this change function. So I'm just going to remove that from the click. You can leave it there, Oh, let's save it. I'm gonna refresh the page. Now, oops, it actually went over. All right, so I'm gonna take the mouse cursor here. Now, let's say if I take my mouse cursor right on the top of that, it changes so that it's an event, right? So here, if I go to script and I'll just say console.log, and I'll say event triggered. All right, and let's just refresh the page, and I'll just open the console as well, and then I'll just say okay, it's triggering. Now, one more thing you notice, every time I take my mouse button, every time it triggers the event. It's not just stopping and sitting there. It is going to trigger again and again and again and again. We can look at that. So here we run our event 7 times, right? So if I just go and change this to on mouse move event, right? In HTML, I'm gonna refresh the page. So let's just pay attention here. Boom. So every time I'm moving the cursor, as you can see how many events are triggering. So it's like 201 events just moving the mouse here and there. So these are the different types of events. I'm just going to take you to the Mozilla Developer Network, and here we can see we have a double click event, error event, key down, key press up, and so many other things that we have, like a scroll event, select event, unload event. So you got to go and try them out. And in our projects, we will actually utilize these events, and then we understand how we can basically make use of them. So in the next section, we're going to have another project coming in, which is going to be a lot interesting. You might know already, but I'm going to tell you, until you do that coding, it is going to be really, really cool. So yeah, and these are the events. This is how you trigger them on through HTML page. And yeah, I'll show you in the next video how you can trigger the events right in the JavaScript. Welcome back. Now in the last video, we've seen how we can trigger events being in HTML page. Now we are going to add event listeners to our JavaScript to listen for an event. So if the event happens, then we'll execute the callback function. So let's take a look at how we can do that. So we have 2 elements in our HTML document. So we'll go to script tag, and here I have this function here. All right. Now first of all, what we need to do, we need to grab the element on which we want to listen. So let's say if you want to check the button, you need to grab that button from your HTML. If you're listening for a heading, which is a h1 tag, you need to grab that and put it into your JavaScript file first, as in the variable. So first of all, let's just grab that. So I'm going to say heading is equal to document.query selector, and I'll just say here, say get me h1, right? And then after that, I'll just use that variable heading dot add event listener. Now add event listener takes 2 parameters. The first, the type of event you want to trigger, and the second is a callback function. So here in the single quotes or in double quotes, we need to tell it that this is the event we want to trigger. And on heading, just listen for this event. If that event happens on that, then do this. So I'll just say click first of all. All right, comma, and then the callback function. I can even type a function and then execute my code here. But the reason why I'm going to type the name of the function here, because we've already defined the function name change on the top. So why don't we use that one? So I'll just say change, and that's it. I'm going to save the file, and let's just refresh the page. And now if I go and click on that, as you can see, it says event triggered, and it changed that text to lowercase. The same as that, we can say, okay, mouse move event. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page. Now if I move the mouse on that, it will trigger the events. As you can see here in the console, we have about 115 events there. We have other events as well. For example, we have mouse up. Okay, let's just refresh the page and click on that and let the mouse one go, and that's when it triggered. So the same events we have seen before can be applied to a add event listener. So here we have mouse lead, mouse move, and all of these events. So I would highly recommend just go and practice them. Alright, welcome back. Now in this section of the course, we are going to build this typing speed game. Now let me read that text first. So it says, let's play the typing speed game where you will type the text given in the box below. So what text will we have? It says, do you love playing typing speed test game? Alright, now I love it and I'm pretty sure you're gonna love it too. But guess what? We are going to build this game in JavaScript from the next video. Are you excited about it? Now I know you are excited about it. Let's try playing this game first and let's take a look at the feature of this, and then we talk about it a bit more. So I'm going to click on here and I have to type, do you love typing speed test game? Alright, let me type this. So do you, and did you notice that the clock actually started? So it's actually counting. So let's just type the fastest I can do. So I'll say, do you love the typing speed? Whoop, what just happened? Look at this. So if I type any wrong letter, that box becomes red. So now we know that we are typing wrong. So I go back and press the backspace and here says, okay, it becomes green. So I'll say test game and then I do question mark. Now it becomes orange. So it means that our game is finished, and it took us about 31 seconds and 58 milliseconds, I guess, to write this text in our text box. Alright, so I know you are really excited about it, and I want you to basically follow along with me to create this game. Now this is a fairly long project. We are going to start from scratch and build this game from ground up. So yeah, I'm gonna start working on a UI from the next video, and I hope you like it. And it actually going to teach us DOM API, DOM manipulation, a bit more and a bit better way, and a bit more practice is better, you know what I mean. So let me show you how to build this game from the next video. Alright, so now in this video we are going to start working on UI. Now let's go and create some files here. So I'm going to go and create an index.html file, and then also we need a style sheet for that, style.css file, and I need a JavaScript file, so script.js. Right, so we got 3 files here, and we're gonna work on UI first of all. And also I am going to open this HTML file and I will bring it here so we could look at it as well. So here I'm going to put it here, and then I'm just gonna make a size a bit smaller. So here we can write our code now. Alright, so first of all we need to add 2 frameworks, basically Bootstrap and jQuery in that project. So what is the Bootstrap? Bootstrap is basically a CSS framework which lets you design UI a bit faster. So let's change the title first. I'll say typing speed tester. Right, and then after that we are going to have a Bootstrap. So I'm just going to show you what I'm actually doing here. So I'm gonna go to Bootstrap here. So this is a responsive framework, which I will have a bit of section about explaining Bootstrap, how you can do it in a UI section of this course. I'm not sure yet because I haven't recorded it yet, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do a tutorial for these as well. Right, so this is what I'm using basically. So I've got some links here. I'm just gonna copy and then paste them here. We need some jQuery stuff as well because Bootstrap relies on jQuery. So I'll just paste things here. Alright, so basically here we have a Bootstrap attached, and also we have our script file and a Bootstrap CSS file attached here. So we can test it by just creating an H1 button, and I'm going to say button, and I'm going to use a Bootstrap class from here. So let's say class btn-primary. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and there you go. So primary class is getting applied. That means we have successfully linked our Bootstrap to our project. Right, so first thing what we need to do here, first of all, let's create a UI. I'm just going to write the HTML here, and then the next video is going to be about CSS, style it up, and then we will start with the JavaScript. Now, first of all, let's create a div with the class of wrapper. Right, and inside that, we create another div, class of container, and then we have a div, another div class of row, and then inside that we have another div class of column.xs12, and then inside I'm gonna type another class here. I'm gonna name it header. Right, so here I will have h4, oops, it's not going to write, so h4, and then here I'm going to copy the text. So let's just copy the text from my demo project, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm just going to make it a bit smaller now so we could look at it as well. So I'm just going to make it a bit more smaller. Right, I'm just going, all right. Now, the next thing what we need to do here, that we need to get out of a row. Now, then we create another div class row, and then another div class call.xs-12, and I'll name it origin text. So I'm going to make sure that I write the proper classes, so origin text. Right, next we are going to use a p class of text, and then also I will copy some text from here. I'll say, okay, do you love playing this game? And we'll paste it here. So basically what's going on here, I'm going to save the file and let's refresh the page, and here we have let's play the typing speed game, where you will type the text given below in the box, and then we have another text in another row. Next we are going to have another row, so let's get out from the row, and here I'll type div class another row. This is just a bootstrap thing, so if you're not sure about why am I using, it's basically I'm designing a UI here. So I'll say row, and then inside that div class call.xs-12, then we close the div, and after that I am going to have a div, a class of a wrapper. Or what we can do here, we can basically add a concatenate another class. I'll just say text.wrapper, okay? And after that we close the div, and then we have a text area, and then here I'm going to name, I give it ID first, text area, and also I'm going to name it text, and then we have rows and define the rows to 6. Right, we have to put that in as a string, right? And then we placeholder, we can say start typing the text here to start the game. Right, now we have this thing, and let's refresh the browser and let's see. Okay, we have a text area as well now. Right, so next get out from that row, and I am actually going to basically copy and paste the code to save the time, because this is going to take a bit long to actually write, and I don't want you to, just watch me writing this. All right, so this is the code that we have here to basically, which creates all the components for our UI. Now I'm gonna drop this code in the next lecture, or I'll drop a file, so check it out and just try to match if you have any trouble getting the same UI. So let's finally refresh the page, and right now we can see we have a title, a text for typing, we have a text bar, we have a timer, and then we have a start button, right? So from the next video I am going to start styling this with the CSS. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to type the CSS and make our game look nicer, right? So here I have opened index.html file vertically with the css.style file, so I know that what class I'm targeting. Okay, so first of all, let's use the body, all right, and then we can set margin to 0, and then we set the padding to 0 pixel, right? So here we have a pixels as well. So here it will set up, and now I'm going to refresh the browser and see it doesn't have anything. It doesn't really do anything, but we're just setting the body to 0. I'm just going to make it smaller and we'll just expand this a little bit. Right, the next class we are going to target is this header, right? Let's design our header first. So here I'll type header class and I'll give margin top and I'll give it 50 pixel, and then also we have a padding of 50 pixel by 50 pixel. Save the file, and also we want to have a background color, so let's just do the background color and I'll use this dark slate, and also we have a color for the text, so we can just set that to white. And also we have something called a border radius, so I'll just say maybe 10 pixels are fine. Okay, I'm going to save the file and let's take a look. I'm going to refresh it, and there you go. So this is the class we are targeting, and that becomes that now. All right, that really bad looking text becomes look nice now. All right, so next we are going to target origin text class. So here we have defined origin text class, so here I'll just target that class. So origin text, and then here I will have margin, padding, border radius, background color, and the color as well. So first of all, let's say margin, and we are going to define a margin top for 20 pixel, and also we have a padding, so 20 pixel by 20 pixel, right? And also we have border radius, background color, and color. So we type a border radius to, let's just say 10 pixel, and background color we can say the gray, or this color is fine, right? And then also we have a color which is going to set to white. I'm going to save it and let's refresh the page, and there you go, that becomes that. Right, so next we are going to target the text. As you can see here, we have a text and we have a little bit of width extra at the bottom. So if I go and inspect this and I click here, and as you can see, we have some kind of a margin, right, for the text. So here I am going to target that text here, the text class here, right? So here we just go and say text class, and I'm going to set a margin to 0. All right, save the file and refresh it, and that fixes that problem, right? The next we have is something called a timer wrapper, right? So this is a timer wrapper we need to target. So let's just go down. I'm going to make a space here so we can write CSS. So I'm just going to make it a bit bigger as well. Right, so here I'm going to say timer wrapper class, and then also we have some sort of a background color for this, so we can set orange for now. Okay, and then we have a padding for that, which is 5 pixel, and also we have a letter spacing. Letter spacing, we need a letter spacing as well, so we can give 2 pixel. And also we can align the content to center, and also we have a border radius for that as well. So here I'm going to give it 10 pixels. I'm going to save it and let's refresh the page, and there you go, we have the timer here, right? And next we can target just a timer. So this is the text inside that, right? This is where we have defined here, as you can see here. This is the timer class. I'm just gonna expand the CSS file a bit more, and then we say timer. Let me grab the timer, and then for that we are going to type font size, and let's just say 3 EM. Okay, and then we have a font weight. I'm gonna set this to bold, not bolder. Bold is fine. And then color, we can set that to white, and margin left. All right, so let's just say 6 pixel. I'm gonna save it. Let's refresh the page, and there you go. That becomes that. Okay. Now let's target this button as well. So I'm just going to go down, and let's just target this primary button class here. So we have this primary button class, btn primary. Let's target that. So we are going to type here dot btn primary, and then here for that we have a padding. So make it, let's just say, make it bigger. So we give it 10 pixel padding for that. All right. Basically, padding is like, you know, inside the container, inside that the wrapper thing of the element. Okay. So, and after that we have, let's just say, border radius. We can give it 10 pixel, and then we have let's make it font bigger as well. So let's make it font to about 3 EM, and also we can have make it font weight to bold. All right, I'm gonna save the file and just refresh it, and there you go. That becomes the start button. Now the last thing we can target is over this text area where we actually start typing over text. Now this is a little bit tricky stuff. So now we have this class here called text wrapper. So there we have this text wrapper. I'm gonna target that. Now let's go and say text wrapper, right? And for that, we are going to select something. Let's just give it a margin first. So let's just say margin, I'm gonna give it 20 pixel. So it comes down from this text. So here we have this text, we want to push it down, right? So I give a margin of 20, which is like a 4-side, top, left, bottom, and right here. So, and after that we have a border for that. I'm going to say, let's just select the border, and we can say I want to have a 10 pixel border, and the style would be solid, and the color would be, just say by default is green, right? And then we can border radius as well, which is going to be the similar 10 pixel. Let's refresh it, and there you go. We have something like this. Now to make this make its width properly aligned, we can basically add some more classes here. So we have this class called text area, or we define the ID, actually, this text area ID. Let's target that, right? So here I'll just say text area, and we'll just have a space here. All right, so text area, we can just say margin, and I'm going to give a bit of margin on the top. So let's just say top, 20 pixel, and then actually we already given the margin, so we don't really have to do it. So what we can do here, we just type width, and I'm gonna say 100%, and let's save it. Let's refresh the page, and that doesn't really affect it. But if I go and change HTML a bit, so what we want to do here, we want to change the HTML, and inside this I am going to put that inside another class. So let's just say div class call, let's say 12, and then we can just push it down, and let's save it. Let's refresh it, and now it becomes a bit larger. Okay, let's make this thing bigger, and let's take a look at it. Now we have pretty much written over CSS. There's a few things that we need to talk about. You see this text to type, it's not actually having a proper width. So to fix that, I'm actually using the CSS classes which is from old Bootstrap. But here, if we look at the Bootstrap version here, it's a 4.4.0, but the classes I'm using is from Bootstrap 3.7, so that was the mistake. So for that, I'm going to remove these excess things, and I'm just going to leave a call here. I'm pretty sure we did not really have anything with access in the project. So let's refresh the page, and there you go. That becomes properly aligned now. So basically the new classes doesn't require to add a media query in that. All right, so now we're pretty much done our CSS. It doesn't really work, but we are getting there, and we're gonna write JavaScript from the next video. And I'll see you guys there. Welcome back. Now from this video onwards, we are going to work with JavaScript to make this typing speed tester game work. In the last video, we finished style.css and we finished writing index.html file. I'm actually going to close this vertical, and now we are going to work on script.js file. Now, first of all, we are going to target some of the elements from the DOM, and then in this video we will write some comments, and let's try to understand what do we need, what is the problem, what is the solution, what are the steps we need to take, and how we're going to build this application. So first of all, I'm going to open this index.html file vertically so I could target elements from here. So first of all, we are going to use ECMAScript 6 things here. So first of all, we are going to define some constants so we can grab some values. So we can grab some DOM elements and then just store them here. So first of all, let's just say const, and first thing we need is a test wrapper. So I'll say wrapper is equal to, and we can grab it on document.query selector, and here where is our text wrapper. Now this is our text wrapper, right? So I'm just gonna make it a little bit bigger, and we're targeting this text wrapper. Let's just say text wrapper, and it's a class, so we need to type dot here to select stuff from a query selector. And we have a text dash wrapper. Right, I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller, it's too big, so I think we can see the code here. Right, the second constant we need is text area. So let's say test area, right? Selected by using query selector. All right, query selector, and then we are going to target test area. So let's take a look at in our HTML file. This is where we have a test area. So we're going to select that by ID. So we say hash, and I'm going to say text area, right? And we grab that as well. Now let's add another constant, and we want to grab the origin text. The origin text is this text here. So we want to grab this from an HTML. So we say origin, and I'm going to say text is equal to document.query selector, and here what is the ID for that? So here we have this text here, so we can simply target that text class here. Let's save the file, and let's add another const. The next thing we need is this button. The button, we need that as well to start our game again or reset our game again. So for that, I'm going to name it reset button is equal to document.query selector, and where is the ID for that? So this is the ID, right? Reset. So we can grab that by typing hash here. I'm going to say reset, right? We got that as well. Now what else do we need? We need the timer as well, isn't it? So for that, we are going to create a constant again, and we can name it the timer, or we can call it timer. It's up to you, but let's just call it the timer, right? We say document.query selector, and we can grab it by using this class timer, right? So here I'm going to type dot timer, right? Okay, so now we're going to test it that we are getting all of the DOM elements on these variables. So how do we do that? So I'm going to say console.log, and here I'm going to make a duplicate copy of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and inside that I'll say test wrapper. Let's come down, test area, and then we have an origin text area, and then we have a reset button, and then we have the timer. I'm going to save the file and let's go. First of all, let's check we have this script file attached here, right? So we know that it's going to be working fine. So let me just grab this and open the console. I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm going to open the console by typing Control-Shift-I. That's on the Windows. Now once I open this, I can see that I have the first div here, text wrapper. Then we have this text area. Then we have this text where we type here. We have the button there. We have the timer there. So we're successfully getting all the DOM elements. Now, what is the next step? How do we design an application, and how do we basically start thinking like a programmer? Now, let me show you how to think like a programmer. I'm going to remove all of this because we took one step, we verified that, and we know that we're getting all the elements. The next thing is write your pseudocode. Okay, the pseudocode means that this is what's going to happen, and if that happens, then I'll do this, and these are the requirements, and these are the solution, and this is how we do it. So first of all, let's type some comments here. So first of all, we need some comments. So let's just say we need to have a function which will reset everything. So we type reset everything, right? And also we need to have some event listeners for all the keyboard input and a click event. Okay, so we can do that as well. So event listeners for input, and we need a keyboard input, and we need a reset button event as well. So reset button event. Okay, now that's what we need. Now we need to have a function which will help us to start the timer. Now we obviously want to start the timer. Then when we want to start the timer, we want to start the timer when we start typing in that text area. So we can say, okay, I need to have a start the timer function, right? Or start the timer area where I'll write this kind of code, right? Next up, there's another thing we need to do. We need to match this text to the text we have given to type it into the text box. So for that, we need to have a functionality which will match the text entered with the provided text on the page. So we can say, okay, match the text with provided text on the page, right? What else do we need? Now we need to have a function which will create us this clock. We need to have a clock here, right? I'm just gonna make it like this here, and I'll just expand this a little bit, right? And then I'll bring it back whenever we need it, right? So we need to have something where we could basically create a clock. So we can just say, let's run a standard clock, or just create a clock. We'll just say create a clock. So we're gonna create an analog clock. What else do we need? Now we have something to do with adding 0 to the numbers, or basically 9 or below. It's purely a mathematics. Okay, this is going to be purely mathematics. So now it depends how good you are with the mathematics. So here I can say in the comments, add leading 0 to numbers 9. Okay, now we have written our comments and we know what are the things we need, right? So from the next video, we will start writing some code. Welcome back. Now in this video, we are going to start adding the basic block of our code. For example, we want to add some event listeners. We want to have a couple of functions. So let's go and define some event listeners. So first of all, let's go to this UI. Now first thing what we want to do here, we want to trigger an event when we start typing in the text box. So for that, we can go to our code, and here we can target this test area, which is this text area box, so we can track that, right? So I'm gonna say test area dot add event listener, and what event we want to put in. So we want to track key press. So when we press the key, that's when we want to track, right? So I'll type key press, okay? And then the second parameter which required here is what function, what callback function we want to run. So I will just simply say I want to run a start function, right? And the third parameter, we want to have a Boolean, which is like optional, but you can type false. So that means it will not run, right? So this is the event we have created. Now we're getting this error start because we haven't actually created the start function yet. Now let's go to the start timer function here. I'm actually going to make it up, and then here we'll just say function start, and then here we'll just say blah blah blah. Well, I'm just joking, you don't want to write it here, it's gonna cause an error. Right, so now the error gone away, okay? Now we want to have another event. So let's say when I type here T, okay? So I type T here. Now once I type, there's two things happening. One is a key press, because when I press the key, that's an event. Now what I want to do when I let the key go, so if I key up, then there's another event happens. Do we want to track that, and what do we want to do with that? So what we want to do here, we want to track a key press, and we want to track a key up. So on the key up, we will have a function which will check the letter if it's equal to the letter here, which are we comparing. So this is going to check between these two characters. So if I type T here, it is going to check, okay, T. Well, on the key up, it's going to say, okay, I'm going to go inside this origin text, which we're supposed to type, and it's going to say, okay, you type T, but over there is D, so that means you are wrong. You are typing a wrong character. So we need that event, right? So here I'll say test area dot add event listener and key up event, right? Now here, what function we want to run. Now there's a function we're going to create which is going to check the spelling for us. I can name it spelling check, right? So just say spell check, okay? I'm gonna type false here. Now this is giving us error again because we haven't actually created that function yet. So we write that here, match the text. So I'm gonna make it up here as well. And we just do a bit of space here. I want to say, okay, spell check, right? Now I have created that function as well. All right, so now there is a last event listener we need on our start button. So let's say we start typing, our clock run, and then when do we want to stop? So we need to track that as well, and we need to have an event on this start button which will basically reset our application. So we'll do that here. We say reset button dot add event listener, and we want to track click event. Now once we click on that, it should reset everything, right? And here we want to have a function reset, right? So false, right? So it's giving us an error because we haven't created that function. So let's go to the reset section here, and here's a function reset. Now the errors are gone. Now we want to check and want to debug that all these events are actually triggering. How do we check that, and how do we basically have a look at them? Now let's go and try the start function first. So in the start function, I'm just gonna give a bit of space so I could just show you guys here. Okay, now inside the start function, what we can do here, we can track the length of the values we type here. So here we type T, we want to track that. So here I have, where is it? Okay, so we can create a local variable. So I'll say let, and let's just type text entered length. Give me the length of that, okay? And I'm gonna say test area, okay, dot value dot length. This is gonna grab us the length of that, and then we can just console that log here dot, let's just say test area, text enter length, right? And after that we have right, semicolon here, right? So next, let's go and check for a reset. So now once we click on that button, this function will trigger. So we can say, okay, console.log and say, in the string form, say recent button was pressed, right? Let's save the file. And also we have something in a spelling check to see whether we are triggering that event or not. So I'll create another variable and I'll name it text entered, right, is equal to, so text area dot value, okay? And we can console that log as well. So we want to find out that if that actually triggered. So say text entered. All right, I'm going to save thing. Now you see this error here, the red line, because PHP Storm basically saying, okay, you're writing ECMAScript 6, which is a new version of JavaScript. Do you want to change the default language to ECMAScript 6? So click on this red bulb here, and I will click on yes, change the JavaScript language version to ECMAScript 6. Click on that, and the error will go away, right? I'm going to save the file, and let's go here and refresh it. I'm going to open the console, okay? And let's come down here. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it down. Now let's say if I click on the start button, it says a reset button was pressed. So I'll just go start. So you see, it's actually triggering that event. Now if I start typing, I say D, and here we're printing out whatever we type here. So we're giving the length as well. So right now the length is 0, J, A, you see this? The text we can grab. So whatever I type here, this is the text I'm grabbing. How cool is that? Right, so our basic building block are done. In the next video, we are going to continue working on our application. Welcome back. Now, in this video, we are going to work on our start function, and also we are going to create a runtimer function, which will help us to create a clock, which is a digital clock, right? So it's a bit of mathematics involved in that. So yeah, let's go and do it. First of all, I'm actually going to go in the start function, and here I'll just remove the console.log. Now here I want to write a code. I will say if the text entered dot length is equal to 0, then we will want to run this set interval, okay, and then we want to say run timer. Now let's just remove this code for a second. Now let me explain to you. Let's just say we will create a function run timer, and we will run this function. Okay, now this is going to give us an error because this function is not there yet. So create a clock section, and here we call function, and we say run timer. Okay, now whatever we put logic in that function, we want to run it on 10 milliseconds. Okay, so for that we have a built-in JavaScript function which runs and calls the function over and over again. So let's implement that. So now here, first of all, that is called set interval. All right, and here we type run timer, and we want to say, okay, I want to run it 10 milliseconds. Okay, right, I'm gonna save the file, and now let's just say we run it console.log timer, right? Let's save it, and now when I start typing here, it will call this runtimer function and will start consoling log. Okay, so let's just save the file and let's just refresh the browser, and I'm just going to make it bigger. Now here I'm going to type something. Okay, 1. There we go. So it's keep running timer. So how many times it's just keep running, right? So we're gonna have to stop it by refreshing the browser. It's taking a lot of resources. Now we know that our set interval is working. Right, so now I'm going to go up here and I want to have an array of some values. So here we have 1, 2, basically we have minutes, seconds, and a milliseconds in the clock watch, okay? So for that, first of all, let's just define let, I call it timer is equal to, I'm gonna make an array for 0, 0, 0, 0. So we have 4 values there, right? It's a little bit of mathematical concepts here, which I don't want to go in details. Once you look at the code, you will understand what's happening here. So we have a timer variable which has 4 values here, and after that we want to remove this console log. And what we want to do here, I'm actually make this out a little bit so we can see the code. Right, I'm going to make it bigger now. Right, so here, what I'm going to start writing our logic to create a clock. So first of all, let's say let, and we want to have another variable which is current time is equal to, and we're going to set that to timer index 0. And then also we have, this codes plus timer, and we want to have index 1, right? Then we want to concatenate it with this, right, with the colons. We want to have another one. We have a timer, and I want to say 2, right? I'll explain to you why we had 4 values, not 3 values here. Just be patient, all right? So here we have a current time, which we set to a timer index value 0, so this is going to be this value, and then we set that to 1 to index value this value. So it said I type 2 here and I type 3 here, and I'll just say, okay, console log current time, right? I'm gonna call this function run timer function, and then we'll see our time here. Okay, so let's just refresh it. And I'm going to start typing, and there you go. It's just keep counting and keep counting, right? And refresh the browser. So now we have some values there. Okay. So next thing what we want to do here is we want to have, we want to grab this timer constant, which has this DOM timer. So let's just go the timer dot, and I want to set inner HTML values to the current time, right? I'm going to save this, and let's just refresh that, and now you will see what's going to happen here. Okay, so here if I type, the value changed here. Okay, the value is changing. So now we know that we can change the timer within our DOM. So next thing we want to do, we want to have timer, and we want to have index 3. Okay, let's just do that, and I'm going to go make it 0 again. Okay, oops, let's save the file, and let's just refresh the page, and I'm going to start typing, and then start type, and the value becomes 0, but it's not actually incrementing that timer. All right, we'll fix that. Okay, so we have this variable current time, which is like we are setting this here. Now we want to timer the index 3, we want to increment that. So let's just save and refresh the page, and we want to run this event. So run timer will run from here, spelling check, start function. Okay, so when the text is equal to 0, then run this. Okay, type here, type here, type here. Right, so now let's go back and finish some code here. Right, so we have done that current time, and now I'm going to actually copy and paste the code here, which is a little bit of logics which you can look up and just try to understand what's happening here. So basically this is the code. Now we have the timer index 0, which is this value here, and also we have a math.floor. We have a timer index 3 divided by 100 and divided by 60. Now this code is available online. These kind of logics are available. You don't really have to be a mathematician to become a programmer. So there's a lot of places that you can get this. And me too, like I got this from somewhere. I just searched for how to create a clock, digital clock. The code I got is this code, right? So you can look up online as well. So I'm going to save this now, and I'm going to refresh the page, start typing, and there you go. After writing that code there, As you can see, we have our milliseconds, we have our seconds running, but there is an issue. The issue is that once we start the page and we start typing, the values of this are like 1 digit here. So one have the 2 digits, right? So that code we will write in the next video. Alright, so welcome back. Now we have seen in the last video where we left off, where if I start typing something, the clock works, but I don't want to make it look like 1 digit here. So I'm going to fix that in this video, and then we do a bit of more coding here. Alright, so first of all, we are going to create a function here. So I'm going to name it leading zeros. Alright. Let's just name this zeros, okay, and then after that I'm going to say time, right, and then say if time is less than or equal to 9, right, and then we can say here time is equal to 0, right, plus time. Do you get my point? So what we're doing here, if the time is less than 9, okay, then add a 0 to it, right? Otherwise, so we want to put that in there. Okay, I'm just gonna make it bigger so we can look at it properly, and then after that we just want to return time. So what's this helper function is going to do? Now you might be thinking, why we're not using this function anywhere? Now, if I will go and do a console log here, and I will see I get the 1 value here, right? So let's just say I will wrap this leading 0 here, and then we can just wrap this here. Okay. Now, what's gonna happen? Now it's gonna put that value, 0 value, in there, and it's gonna say, okay, it is less than 9, so it's gonna add 0 to it. Okay, how cool is that? Now we add the 0 there, but when it becomes 1, then it's just, we just forget about it, right? So here I will add leading 0, and I will just can wrap that here as well. So we basically created a helper function, so we'll just go here. And then here I will go add this here. Okay, so that should fix the problem. Let's save the file. I'm gonna refresh the browser. I'm gonna start typing, and there you go. We have 0 here, right? How cool is that? So this function working. This is called a helper function, which we basically use it, and it's gonna check for the time, and if it's less than 9, then add 0 to it. How cool is that? Now it's time for us to add some logic where we can match these characters we type in with the characters we have there, right? And according to that, if it matches, then we should keep this color green, and if it doesn't match, then we should make this color red. Or if the game ends, then we can have the color orange there. So let's do that now. I'm going to go to spell check function. First of all, let's just get rid of that. And after that, we are going to create a variable which we'll call it origin text entered. Right now, we can say match is equal to, and we're going to set that to origin text, which is here on the top. So we grab this origin text, we selected it, and then we got this text here, which is here inside of HTML. So this is what we're grabbing, right? This is what we want to match against, so that's why we need that. So we say, just get me that text, and I want to actually substring it. So the substring is basically brings you the characters from a string. You can define a specific starting point and an ending point as well. That's what substring method does. We've already talked about it. So substring method, basically you give it a string and say, okay, this is a string I want to grab from starting index here and then ending index here. So it will give you the string from the string. Okay, so now we want to start from 0, and then we want to start from text entered dot length. Okay, I'm going to save it. So basically we grab the origin text, we want to substring it, starting point here 0, and the length of this whatever we have entered. So whatever we've entered, becomes the thing, so that will give us from there. So, okay, I know it's a bit confusing. What we can do here, we can do a console log. We can check whatever the text we have typed in this box. Let's say we have typed do. Now we want to check do with the do in here, right? So we type 2 characters and we want to check 2 characters from here. So what we'll do, origin text will grab us this whole string. It will give us the whole string, and we want to say, okay, start from 0 and then go to the length where we have typed the origin text. So we have typed 2 at the moment, and it will give us just 2, and then we match against that value. Okay. So here we want to have some if condition. We can say text entered is equal to, and if it's origin text, then we can do one thing here. So we can call a text wrapper again, which is this box. So this is the box we have, right? This is a text wrapper. If we go look up here, we have a text wrapper, which is grabbing us this thing. And we can change its CSS property, style property with the background color that. So here I'm going to say, okay, style dot background color. Okay, if it's the border color, actually not a background color, my bad. So we have a border color is equal to, and I want to set that equal to orange. Okay, and then after that I want to have else. If it's not equal to origin text, then we want to check whether the game has stopped or not. So we say, okay, if text entered is equal to origin text match. Okay, if it's matching to this one, then come back, and then text wrapper should have this style property, which a border color should be, we can say green. And here I will type, let's just say green, right? Else, if it's not that, then we can say test wrapper dot style dot border color is equal to, we can call it red. Right, I'm going to save the file, and now we have to do something with a reset function, but let's test it out. I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to type do. So we get an error. It says type error, origin text.substring is not a function. Now we want to learn debugging as well. So what if you get a lot of errors during your learning curve? Then I want to show you how you can debug as well. We'll have a separate section for debugging JavaScript application, but let's take a look. Now I'm getting this substring is not a function. Now why it's not a function? Because we know the substring function is applied to a text or a string, right? And we want to check that what is the origin text, why it's saying on origin text substring is not a function. For that, I am going to go to source, and I will just make this like this, okay? And then let's make it bigger. Let's make it a little bit more bigger here. Now I'm going to, let's say timer is running, so I will type something here, and it's still giving an error. I'm gonna breakpoint here. So breakpoint means that you tell compiler that, hey, once you get there, stop. I want to see what are you compiling. So I'll say, okay, I breakpoint here, and then I'll start typing, and then the compiler comes and it stops. Now if I hover my cursor onto origin text, and I can see, oops, this is not a string. This doesn't look like a string because it's an object and it has some values. So for example, it has an inner HTML value, which is a string. What you want to grab, it says, do you love typing speed tester game? We don't want to grab the origin text, but we want to grab that string. That's when we can call substring method on it. So we figure out what is the problem. So the next is, how do we solve it? Well, we will hover over the cursor and I want to say it's an object, so I can grab .inner HTML. So there's two ways. I can say, okay, origin text .inner HTML, and then on this I'll call it .substring. That will fix the problem as well. So I'm going to save it And let's just refresh the browser. I'm gonna enter the breakpoint, remove the breakpoint. We can go down there and start typing. Okay, now still nothing's happening here. Now it's saying, okay, this is now we're getting an error. Okay, so let's just do a breakpoint here now and a breakpoint again. Now let's see what happens. So I'll just refresh the browser. So I'll just type, and it comes here and it says it's an object. This is a text, that's substring, but still we're calling the substring on an object. We want to wrap it in a parenthesis. And instead of doing all of this, why can't we just go to a constant, and here we can say I don't want to grab this object, instead give me an inner HTML on the top right there, and then we can store that into origin text here. So let's go down, and I'm going to remove this inner HTML. We don't have to wrap it in a parenthesis. I'm going to save the file. And now we have test wrapper. I want to make sure we have this test wrapper. Well, there's an issue here. So here we have the problem with the variable. Now we're going to look for what is going on. Why did we get this error? So we had this error here, right? So we want to break one. We want to see what's going on here. Now here we can see this is kind of grayed out using a PHP Storm here. So I want to change the name here. So I'm going to say, okay, now it knows that what we're talking about. What is a text wrapper now? Now PHP Storm. Now the JavaScript or browser compiler will understand this. Now let's go and refresh the browser. We will remove the breakpoints, and then I'm going to start typing. First, let's type the correct. So do you, and I'm going to type a. Oh, well, I was supposed to type L, but I typed S. Now it turned to red. Let's finish the sentence. So love the typing speed test game, and done. Now there we go. So once we match it properly there, this is just a Grammarly extension of Chrome. Don't worry about that. This is not an error actually. This is from this Grammarly plugin. I'm gonna turn it off as well. Keep working, disable until next time. Right, I turned it off. Okay, so now we have that we color star, but the clock is still working, right? We want to do something about our reset function. We want to make sure it stops, and once we finish the game. Now I'm going to refresh the browser to not let it use the resources of a PC. All right, so now it's time for us to go and visit the reset function here. First of all, we want to have a variable defined right on the top. I want to have two variables here. So I'm going to say, first of all, I'm going to say interval, right? And then the second one, we want to have let time running. Okay, I want to say false. Okay, I'm going to say false, right? Now we have two things here. So let interval and time running. Now down here, we go to set interval, and I want to grab that and put that into interval, so I can just stop the interval whenever I want. So I'll just say interval is equal to this expression here. Right, now we have done that. So in the start function, we want to do something like this as well. I'm going to say timer, we want to say timer running is equal to true. So when the timer starts, we want to set that variable we just defined on the top. Here it says false by default, but when we start the game, it should be saying time is running. I can say timer running instead of time running, and then on the top we can say timer. It's more meaningful variable names, I guess. So we got that. So in the start function, we can say, okay, start the timer, make it true value, and then we want to say interval. We can grab the interval from there as well. Now the start function is done. We have two variables on the top, and now it's time for us to go and visit the reset function. All right, let's go inside the reset function. The first thing what we want to do when we click on this start button, what we want to do is we want to stop the interval. So interval, which is running this clock, we want to stop it. Just stop it. To stop the set interval, we can call this clear interval. And the reason why I stored that set interval to this variable, because I want to just stop it. So I can say here which interval I'm talking about. I'm talking about this interval. that would go and clear the interval. It will stop that. And after that, I want to set interval to null. I would say, okay, make null null. And after that, we want to get this value and put them to the default value. So here we will go and we say, okay, timer, put that values, whatever you have currently, put them back to the default value we have. Okay. So after that, we want to stop the timer as well. So timer running, we want to set its false as well. It's not running anymore because we pressed the reset button. Okay, now what else? So we want to have this text box, text area, where we'll type our text. We want to empty it out, right? We want to get rid of all the typing we have done in that. So how do we do that? Well, we can do that by grabbing the text area dot value, and we can set that to empty string. Yep, we can just make it empty, right? So it's a text area dot value, whatever the value in the text area, make it empty. That will fix the problem. Then we have a timer. So this is a timer, right? We want to make sure that once we make the timer default values, we want to have something like inner strings. So that would basically make it 0:0:0. So that wouldn't be this value. So what we want to do here, timer, and we can say dot inner HTML. We can set that to a string of 00:00:00:00. I'm gonna save the file, and the last thing we need to do is make our wrapper green, because once our game stops, it will just be yellow, right? We want to make it green. So we say test wrapper dot style dot border color is equal to, you can set to green. Nice. We've done our coding, and let's go and try running this now. I'm gonna go and close the console. We'll refresh the page, and here I'm going to start typing. So as soon as I start typing, let's see what happens. So I say timer starts, okay? Do you love the typing wrong? Oh, now I know I'm typing wrong. So I'll go back and let's say speed test game, and there you go. So now once we type the game keyword there, timer has stopped, and we have this yellow border that means the game is stopped. So it basically took me 14 seconds and 30 milliseconds to finish this text. I can click on start. That will put it back to empty this, and then it will make sure why it didn't do it. Now there's another issue we have right now. Okay, so I'll click on start. It actually not making this value 00. So let's go and have a look what's happening here. Now we have a timer value, and then also we have this D timer. Okay, now we used the wrong variable here. Instead of timer, we want to have a D timer. Save it, because this is a D timer, right? So if we go all the way up there, we can see we're grabbing this timer and storing in D timer. So let's go and refresh it, and I'm gonna say, okay, do you love the typing speed test game? There you go. And if I click on the start button, now it works. How cool is that? So it emptied our text area, it cleared the timer, and it just basically stopped the interval as well, which was running the clock. So let's try one more time and let's say, okay, now one more thing we can do here for just having fun with this project. We go to index.html, and instead of just writing this, I'm going to change this. Finally, we are able to test our typing speed. Wow. Right, let's save this, and let's go and refresh the page. And now we need to type this text. So here we say, okay, finally we are able to, test our type, what I'm doing wrong. Our typing, see, I'm making a lot of mistakes. Speed, wow, and that's it. Timer stops. Alright, so I hope you guys enjoyed this project and I hope you learned a lot here. So we've seen how we can grab the elements from the HTML, put them in the variables. We've seen how we use the set interval. We've seen how to make our code a modular, break it apart, put them in a separate function. Every function does its own job. So yeah, I hope you like it, and make sure you check out the code for this complete project. I'll drop the whole 3 files code as an article actually, so you can grab, copy and paste and create your files and just put them into your any IDE, whatever you're using, right? So yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next section of the course. Welcome back everybody, and welcome to another lecture. Now, before I start explaining about this lecture, I want to say this lecture is taught by my brother Umair, who is a JavaScript developer as well. So I was going to record myself and create a new lecture on JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation. But this lecture is already pretty great and it covers pretty much everything you need to know about a JSON. I would like to thank you, Umair, for letting me adding this lecture into this course. And also, there are a few other lectures which were taught by Umair as well. So yeah, enjoy the JSON video. It's a bit long, but it's a complete and essential training about JSON.
I'll be talking about JavaScript with JSON, and I'll be giving you an overview of how to use JSON and how to use JavaScript object in our JavaScript application. So let's start. What is JSON? JSON is JavaScript object notation, and that is a way to represent data in the form of key value pairs. It is used to share data among server and client-side devices. Many platforms like mobile, desktop, web can use same structured data. Many different languages like Python, Ruby, JavaScript, and bunch of other languages can pass and use JSON data as an alternative to XML. It is basically derived from JavaScript, and its structure is similar to JavaScript objects except 2-3 basic differences. So let's see what is the structure of JSON. Structure of JSON is defined as a key value pairs. Keys are on the left side and values are on the right side. We can access values with the help of keys. Following is the structure of JSON. You can see that I have started the curly brace and I have added the key, and I am separating the key value pairs with a colon. On the left side, the name is a key and Umair is a value, same as the degree is a key and BSCS is a value. And we can define other objects or other arrays, nested objects in an array, or array inside other array, or array inside other object. Whatever we want, depends upon our requirement. So this is the structure of JSON. In order to use JSON, we need to pass that JSON data into our object. There are different techniques for passing JSON data, depends upon what language you are using. So in this tutorial we are using JavaScript. So in JavaScript we can use JSON.parse, and as a parameter we need to pass the data, and this will be the whole data. And in the obj variable we will have all the data that we can access with our keys. So in order to get the roll number from that JSON data, we can write object.roll number. And in order to get first subject, that is an array, so we can use indices. We can write object.subjects and then index number, as we know that array starts from 0. So now what is the difference between JSON and JavaScript object? JSON data is a platform independent, but JavaScript object can only be used in JavaScript itself. Keys of JSON must be in double quotes, whereas keys of JavaScript objects can be without double quotes. Alright, it can be with double quotes or can be without double quotes. JSON values can only contain integers, strings, arrays, object, null, and Boolean, whereas JavaScript object keys can also contain functions. We need to pass JSON data before this uses, because we can use JSON in many other languages. But in JavaScript objects, we can only use it in JavaScript. We don't need to pass JavaScript object. So now what is the difference? You can see that on the left side I have written JSON, and that is in the double quotes. there is a degree. I have added the key in double quotes, and all the things are I've added in double quotes. On the right side, I have JavaScript object. You can see that I haven't added the double quotes on the keys. Alright, so this is the proper structure of JavaScript object. And I have a degree and I have subjects. And at the end, I have a function. As I mentioned earlier that we can't have a function in JSON. We can have a function in JavaScript objects. In order to get the name from that JavaScript object, we can define a key, and that can refer to a function, and inside a function I'm returning the name key, and it will return the value of key name. Alright, so I hope that you have got the idea about JSON or JavaScript objects. So before proceeding further for the practical examples of JSON and JavaScript objects, I'll start with the JavaScript objects and use JavaScript objects, different advantages and disadvantages of JavaScript objects. Then I'll come to the JSON. I'll pass JSON with the help of Ajax and jQuery and use JSON in our real application. Before starting that, I just want to let you know that there are online tools that we can use to verify JSON format. If we have written JSON, right now it is very small, but it can be pretty large. So there are many chances that we make mistakes while writing JSON. We miss any comma, we miss any semicolon or double quotes. So there are some tools. So let me show you one of them. So you can see that I have the jsonlineeditor.org. It is very powerful tool. On the left side, I have added the same JSON that I showed you in this tutorial. So you can see that I have this key and the values against those keys. And you can see that on the right side, I can have open or close any of these key value pairs. All right. So if I have a large JSON data, I can just close and open each of the structure inside that JSON file. It's also going to show me an error if I miss something. Let's remove a semicolon from here, and you can see that it's showing me an error. If I run it, it will show me the more details of this JSON data. So it's asking me that there is a pass error on line number 4. All right. So passing error means there must be some comma right here. So if I run it like this, you can see that it has shown me the more visual representation of this JSON file. The 0, 1, 2 is showing me the indices of this array and the name, degree and roll number. So I hope that you have got the idea of it. Now let's start working with JavaScript object first. Now you can see that I have this script file and I have this index file. Inside index file, I have added a link to that script file. In this script file, I have a variable a with a value hello world, and I have a variable student contains the whole JSON object. It's a JavaScript object and JSON. We can call it both because we have created in our script file on the front end side. It only matters if you want to store any data on the server side, that then the keys must be in double quotes. But if we are creating a JavaScript object or JSON, it doesn't matter if you add double quotes or not. All right. So now whatever we will do in this tutorial while manipulating and getting the data from the objects or JSON, it's pretty much same. The functions are pretty much same while accessing the values, while manipulating the values, accessing the values of arrays. So now what I'll do is I will run this out. All right, and I'll press F12, a debugger mod. So what I'll do now, I have run this project and it has executed all the code that is written right here. And if I want to check that it has actually executed all the code, I can write A, and you can see that it has given me the value of A. And if I write student, you can see that it has given me all the values inside object student. All right, but there is a difference. You can see that in this file I have created the name first, roll number, degree. All right, but it has presented me degree first, name second, roll number third, because it is showing me all the data, and it is sorting the data in ascending order starting from D, N, R. Alright, so now what I will do, in order to get the value, I will write student dot, and it will give me all the properties inside this object. So if I want to get name, so you can see that I can access name with the object. So if I want to get subjects dot subjects, and it's gonna give me the whole array containing all the values with the indices that it belongs to 0 index, it belongs to second, and it belongs to third. Alright, and if I want to add a new property inside this object, it will not affect my actual code, but it will just show up right here to make sure that if it actually works or not. So what I'll do, I will add a student dot, and I will name the new key of that new property. So I will write phone and equals to, and I will add random phone number. Alright, so you can see that it has added this. Now if I write student, you can see that it has added a new property inside object with the key phone and a value that I have just entered. Alright, and if I want to change any of the value of any property, I can do that as well. If I want to change degree, I will write student dot degree equals to BSSE. Alright, and I will press enter. Student. Alright, so I just misspelled the student, it has to be EN. Alright, so I'll press enter. So you can see if I write student and if I open it up, you will see that it has changed the degree, the value of degree, to BSSE. It stands for Bachelor of Sciences in Software Engineering. Alright, so now let's clean it by clicking on this icon. Now what if we want to delete any particular value? Let me first bring up all the values. And what if I want to delete this phone number? I can write delete, and there are a bunch of functions that you can check out in the console. As you can see that if I write return D, you can see that there are a bunch of functions right here. Alright, so I will write delete. Inside the brackets, I will write student dot degree. Alright, and I'll press enter. It has returned me true. It's showing me that it has deleted the degree properly. So if I enter student, you can see that it has no degree property inside it. Alright, so now let me delete any of the value of array. Alright, actually I'm doing all this in this console window. We can also access these values on the actual code, but I want to show you that how to work with objects and JSON files. That's why I'm doing it in the console window. It's really good practice to start learning things in the developer console where the JavaScript actually processed. Alright, so now if I want to delete student dot subjects, and I'm giving an index. Alright, so I'll press enter. It has returned me true. Now let's write student, and if I open it up, you can see that there are only two values, but there is a problem. You can see that it's showing me the length 3 but showing me two values 1 and 2, and it's not showing me the 0th index. For working with arrays, the delete function doesn't work pretty well. We need to use some other way to delete the values of indices of array. So in JavaScript, we have another function called splice. We can use that. So for deleting that, I will write student dot subjects dot splice, and I will write 1. Let me write 0 and then 1. Alright, I'll press enter. Actually it's showing me 0 because we don't have 0th index right here. Alright, so that's why it's showing me. Let's click on it and press up arrow key, I will write 1th index and I will press enter. You can see that it has given me computer vision. Alright, now if I write student, actually whole student, and you can see if I open it up, you can see that it has given me programming fundamentals and it is giving me length 1. So it's giving me the exact value that is being shown inside this array. So this is how we can delete any particular value from an array. Alright, another thing that I want to show you is that the JavaScript is processed inside the browser. So we can also debug JavaScript code. Like if I open up let me reload it again, and you can see that it has given me this script. And if I like a debug point, if you don't know how to debug JavaScript, just check out my other video. I've added a debug point right here and it's gonna stop right here. Okay, and if I reload it again, you can see that we have stopped the execution right here. Now if I go to console window, if I press A, it has given me the value because it has processed this value A before stopping the execution at this point at line number 3. Now if I want to write student, you can see it has given me undefined because student haven't been executed yet. Alright, if I want to get a student, it has to be executed. So this is a nice way to check out that any variable has been executed properly or not. We can check out by entering that variable. So this is how it really works. Alright, so I hope that you have got the idea. Now let's go and add few more things inside it. Now what I want to do is I want to add a new key with the projects. Alright, and I'm gonna add an array, and inside this array I'm gonna add other objects. In my subjects I added values but didn't add key value pairs. Now I want to add objects having key value pairs. Alright, I'm not gonna add a double quotes because I want to keep it as JavaScript object. So I want to write AI, this is the key, and I want to give it robotic car. Okay, and another object, I want to add image processing. I'm going to give it a key and the value is face detector. Alright, so you can see that I have created a new key. Now if I go to my console window, let's reload this page again. Alright, and go to console window. Now if I want to write projects, it has given me that projects is not defined. I'm gonna reload it again. Alright, and check out in the source window whether it's exists there or not. So there is a project. I need to get it with the student property. So students.project, you can see that has given me objects, and object have 0th index with AI key value pairs. Now if I want to iterate through all the values inside this object, let me write a loop right here, and I want to write var I equals to 0, I less than equals to student dot projects dot length I plus plus. So I'm iterating through all the values inside project key. Now inside this loop I'm gonna iterate through key value pairs. Okay, there can be more than key value pairs, so that's why I need to add up another loop. Right now we have only one key value pair, so this doesn't matter, but it's a good practice to always think for a future. So I'm gonna write key in student dot projects, and I'm gonna give it an index because this is an array. Alright, so inside this bracket I'm gonna log these values, I'm gonna log the keys. Alright, so what it will do is it's gonna print me the values of these keys inside the console window, because it is used to detect if anything is being printed predefined or not. So now let's go and reload it. You can see that it has printed AI image processing, plus it is giving me all other properties as well, projects. All right. So this is how we can work with objects. It's pretty much same. You can see that I have added the double quotes around the keys. I have added nothing around these things. So it's a mixture of JavaScript objects and JSON file, because we are not fetching the JSON data from the servers. So it works without double quotes or with double quotes. So I hope that you have got the idea. Next, we will use Ajax and jQuery to work with actual JSON file, and we'll use that JSON file in our application. So let's go and do that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass this JSON file inside this div element with the help of Ajax and jQuery. You can see that I have created this pretty easy JSON file without assigning it to any variable, because in order to assign it to a variable I needed to create a JS file. So I've created a JSON file so that we may store it to the server online, because to store online on the server we don't need to assign anything on that variable. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to this index file, and what I have done right here, I have a script file, I have an index file, and I have an employees.json file. Okay, and I have given the link and reference to our script file, and I have added a reference to the online jQuery files, because I want to use jQuery and show you that how to fetch and pass JSON data with the help of jQuery. And after that I have created two divs, employees1, employees2. These are the IDs, and I'm gonna fetch the JSON data, and I'm gonna populate the data with the help of Ajax in this div. Alright, and I'm gonna fetch the data with the help of jQuery and populate the data inside this div with the ID employees2. So first let's go and pass the data right here, this data, inside this div that has an ID employees1. So let's go to script. There are 4 steps in Ajax that we can follow to fetch the data with the help of Ajax. So first we have an object of XML HTTP request. So I'm gonna create an object of XML HTTP request. Now I'm gonna give the link, the URL for my JSON file. Alright, and that has to be a GET request, and in here I'm gonna give the URL, the path of my JSON file. Right now I have a JSON file within the same project locally in my system, but this file can be on the server, on any website. In case we have a JSON file on a website, we need to give a full URL inside these quotes. Alright, but we have the JSON file right here, so I'm gonna write employees.json. So we have created an object of XML HTTP request, and I have opened the JSON file. Now I need to check if we are ready to actually pass that JSON file. We can do that with a function inside XML HTTP request that is on ready state, and it has a function, and inside that function I'm gonna check if we are ready to fetch the data, and if the status is success status, we can check the success status with 200. Okay, so I'm gonna write if xhr.ready_state equals to 4 and xhr.status equals to 200. Alright, and inside it I'm gonna create a variable employees1, and I'm gonna pass that JSON file. Alright, so I'm gonna use the same variable, and I'm gonna write response text. Alright, so I have passed the JSON data and stored that data inside employees1. Now I'm gonna fill this data inside this div, alright, in the form of list. So I'm gonna create UL elements, and inside a UL element I'm gonna create all the list elements of the number of items we have right here in this JSON file. So I'm gonna create a UL element first. So I'm gonna write HTML1 equals to UL. Alright, and after that I'm gonna add a loop to iterate through all the objects in the JSON file. So I is less than employees1 dot length and I plus plus. Alright, inside that loop I'm gonna write HTML1 plus equals, and I'm gonna create li tag. Alright, and I'm gonna concatenate it with employees1 with the index dot name. Alright, this is the property that we have in individual object of our JSON file. Alright, and I'm gonna concatenate it again with a closing li tag. Alright, and after the loop I'm gonna close the UL tag, okay, that I created right here. Alright, so now I hope that it will work, but now we need to add this data inside the inner HTML of our div. Alright, so we need to first select this div with the help of ID, and I'm gonna add that data in the inner HTML of that div. So let's go, and I'm gonna use JavaScript. So document.getElement by ID. So I'm gonna write the name of that ID employees1. I'm gonna copy it and paste it right here. Dot inner HTML equals to HTML1. Alright, so after that, the last thing that we need to do is we have set the object, we have opened the JSON file, we have fetched the data and stored the data and showed it in our HTML. The last thing that we need to do that is so compulsory, we need to send this request. Alright, that shows that we want the data to be actually fetched right now. Okay, so now I'm gonna run it and check it if this works or not. So let's run it. So you can see that employees with Ajax, this is the heading, and I have fetched all the data with the list elements inside that div. So I hope that you have got the idea how to use JSON with the help of Ajax. Alright, there are a bunch of functions. If you want to see more about Ajax, you can check that out on the Ajax website. Alright, I just wanted to give you the overview of JSON with the help of Ajax. Alright, so now next what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass this data with the help of jQuery. Alright, so to do that, what I'm gonna do is actually I've already added the jQuery file, so we don't need to add this file. And if you already know jQuery, we know that we can use get, post, or these kind of functions of jQuery to get the data. But I'm gonna use get JSON function of jQuery to pass that JSON data. Okay, so first I'm gonna write $, and first let's not do it. I was just about to set the document ready, but we have set this script right here, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's start with the $.getJSON, and I'm gonna write the name of that JSON file, employees.json. Alright, and after that it has a callback function that will return the data inside this data variable. Alright, so let's add a semicolon, and right here I'm going to add the same thing that I did up here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy it and paste it right here. Okay, but I'm not gonna use the for loop, but I'm gonna use the jQuery each function for getting the individual item. Alright, so I'm gonna remove this for loop and I'm gonna write $each, and inside it I'm gonna write that variable that has the data, and I'm gonna write the function, and inside that function I'm gonna add index and individual item. Okay, so after that I'm gonna add the brackets. Actually I'm gonna cut this line and paste it right here. I'm gonna remove it. Okay, so inside it let's change this variable to HTML2, change it to HTML2, change it to HTML2. Alright, so inside it I'm gonna use the, rather than I'm gonna use this index. Alright, and I'm gonna use this employee. So let's copy it and paste it right here and write dot name. Okay, and now I'm gonna change this HTML to HTML2 and change the div to employees too. Okay, so I hope that it should work now. Actually, I haven't used the index. If I wanted to use it, I could use it for some purpose, depends upon the requirement, but it will work because each will automatically iterate through individual object inside this JSON object, okay, one by one. So we don't need to use the index if we want to actually print the data inside our div. So I'm gonna run this file, okay, and you can see that it hasn't shown me anything. I'm gonna inspect it to see what is the error. So I'm gonna go to console. It's showing me that dollar is not defined. Okay, so now let's go and I'm gonna go to script, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write document dot ready, and inside it I'm gonna add a function, and I'm gonna write whole this code inside that thing. Alright, the problem was that first let's go and check this out if it actually works right now or not. So now I'm gonna just run it. It didn't work. It's showing me the same error. So where is the problem? Alright, we are just adding up this. Okay, so what I will do now is I'm gonna cut these two lines and paste it below. Alright, so that our document loads first, and after that we load our jQuery file, and after that we load our script. Alright, now let's go and run it. Now you can see that we have fetched the data. The problem was that we were loading the script file before this jQuery file, because the problem occurring that it was executing the whole code without actually knowing that we have the jQuery file to be added in this project. So that was showing me an error that we have not included jQuery project, jQuery file, and we are using the jQuery function. So we need to include, in fact, if we want to include any library of JavaScript or framework, like we want to use underscore, we want to use Angular, React, we need to import it first before adding the reference to our actual script file. Alright, so we have fetched this data. So I hope that you have got the idea how to work with JSON. It's a very important technology right now. Many big companies use JSON for sharing the data among different devices. Like Twitter is giving the API in the form of JSON that we can pass the JSON and get the profile or any data of any user of Twitter accounts.
Welcome back everybody, this is always back with another video on the channel. Today we are going to learn about a web storage API. Now web storage API provide a mechanism by which browsers, whether it's a Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Edge browser or Internet Explorer, they all can store key value pairs, and it is a much more better way than using cookies. There are two mechanisms within the browser, so session storage and a local storage. Session storage maintains a separate storage area for each given origin that available for duration of a paid session. So as long as your browser is open, it will store the data. Local storage does the same thing, but persists even when the browser is closed. So we're gonna look at how we can create data and then store into local storage. So I'm in a Chrome right now, and we are in a console in a developer tool. So if you don't know how to get to the console, simply go click on these three dots, go to more and click on developer tools. Alright, so let's go to Google Chrome console, and here first of all I'm going to create an object. So let's just say var, and we'll just name our object data is equal to, and then I'll just type a key as a name, and I'll just type my name Awais here, and then go to the next key. So I'll just say developer role. So that would become a JavaScript object, right? Now, to store the data in a local storage or in a session storage, you need to have a string. So you can only store a string into your local storage and your session storage. So for now, our data is a JavaScript object. So we can check that by typing data, press enter, and it gives you back this object, right? So now let's say we want to store this to our local storage. So what we can do here, we go var, and I'm going to, let's say, create a stringify form of this JSON object. So we're going to stringify it. So I'll just say store d is equal to, and I'll type JSON.stringify, and here I'll grab that data object, and then here I'll press enter. Now if I access store d, and now this is an object, but it's in a string form now. So it's no more JavaScript object, it's a JSON data now. So we can store that into our local storage. So let's go and store that into local storage. So I'll type local storage dot set item. And then here we'll type in a parentheses the name of our key. So the key would be, let's just say data dot, comma, and then the object name. So we want to store d into data as in a key. So I'll type enter, and now we have this data key into our browser local storage. So we can verify that. So we go to application, click on local storage, and here we have a google.com.au. So if I click on that, I have different other keys as well, but here we have a key named data. So in that data, we have this data, so name, Awais, role, and developer, as you can see. Now I'm gonna close the browser and I come back and I show you a few other things. So I'm just gonna close the browser. We'll open up Chrome again, and here right now we are still in the google.com.au. So we go to our developer tools. I'm gonna go to application, and here we still have a data, and we have the value for that in there, right? So one more thing I'm gonna show you. So let's just say we are going to go to apple.com.au, right? So there's a different website now. So now once you get to the website apple.com.au, you see this local storage has been changed. So now we have this thing here. We don't really have an access to google.com.au local storage anymore. Alright, so that's basically works with your current web page. So whatever the current web page you have open, its data which is stored in your local browser will show up here. Now if I go to console, and I'll just clear this out, and if I try to access the local storage data key, so I'll go local storage.get item, and here I'll type a name data and then press enter. It says it is null. But if I go back to google.com.au website, and now if I go local storage.get item, and I'll type data key and press enter, and there you go, it brings me back this storage. So if I go to application, go to local storage, and here we have this data key back. So it's stored in your browser, but you need to make sure that you tell the browser where you are and where to get the data from. So this is a google.com.au website that will give you this data key. Now there's another few things we want to talk about here. So we know how to set data, and how we can retrieve data by using get item. Now if you want to remove the data from your local storage, you can use this. So type local storage.remove item, and then in the parentheses type the key name, press enter. And now if we go to applications, and I'll go to google.com.au, and I can see that there is no data key available. So what we can do, we are going to add another well, let's just say we add some sort of string into our local storage. So we go local storage dot set item, and here I'll just say text, and then here I want to type all these values, the text, or whatever it does know, right? And then enter. Now if we want to go to check this out, so we'll go to local storage dot get item, and type test as a key name, and which will give us back this read string what we just typed. Now we've seen the local storage, how we can remove by using by calling this method on local storage. So remove item and a set item and a get item will get you the value of the specific key. So you can store pretty much a lot of data. So if you're working with like a single page application and you want to store data like a JSON format, then you can use this. This is really good. And there's some advanced usages of this as well, which we are going to talk about in a separate video later on. Now let's look at the session storage. So we know the local storage stays in the browser even though you close your browser. So if I go type session storage dot and we'll go set item and I'll go hello, we just say color and we just say, let's just say blue color, right? I'm gonna enter that, and now if I go and get the data, session storage dot get item, I'll type the name of my key and I enter it, and it gives me back this blue as a key. So if I refresh that browser and I try to get the session storage, so we go session storage dot get item, and then we go color, enter, it gives me the blue. But now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close the browser and I'm gonna bring my browser up again. We go to google.com.au. so and now if we go to developer tools and in the console I want to type session storage dot get item, and we have the key of color, and it says it is null because we closed the browser and we came back, so it actually removed that data on that key. But if I go local storage dot get item, and I know there's a key data there, so it's null, but we have a key text there, so let's check it out if it's still there. So get item test, enter, and there you go, we got the string back. So local storage stores that data even though you close the browser. Session storage is pretty cool. If you close the browser, come back, and that data is gone. Now you're probably thinking that this is really doesn't make any sense the way to use the local storage and session storage. Then I'll have a project coming soon on JavaScript where I have used the local storage to store the data into the browser and retrieve it back. So that's going to be like a school management system I'm creating currently. So we'll use this local storage and session storage in that application. Alright guys, so make sure you subscribe and check it out the description for books, for the best book I reckon for JavaScript and Java. A lot of people have asked me, and yeah, subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you guys in the next one. Cheers. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to take a look at geolocation API available in your web browser. Now, geolocation API allow the user to provide their location to the web application. So if you ask user to provide their location, they will prompt for a permission. So if they allow or block the request, it's up to them. Well, if they allow it, then you can grab their location. Now, why this geolocation API is very important, it's because a lot of people are consuming content online on their mobile devices, and mobile have built-in GPS. So sometimes you design an application which will help them to find a best restaurants around them. You have an application which tells them where they are. So you need to grab their locations for any reason. So this is why I think geolocation API is pretty important. We need to understand it, how we can use it. Now it's pretty big. So I'm gonna give you an overview of how you can go and study more about geolocation API as well, and how you can use it. So let's go and look at the documentation for geolocation API. So I'm here at Mozilla Developer Network, short MDN. So here on this website it says we have a navigator object dot geolocation, which is a method of that, and we can grab the current position. So how do we track ourselves on the world, on Earth? So we have a latitude and longitude. I hope I pronounce this right. So we have a latitude and longitude. Alright, so these are basically X and Y coordinates, and tells us where we are where we are at the earth. So here I'm actually going to go to the new tab and I'm going to try grabbing my own location, right? So I'm going to open the console and it gives me a lot of errors, but I'm going to remove them. Now we start by typing navigator dot geolocation dot get current position, and it takes a callback function. So we type here function and it's gonna make parameters. So whatever we get the response from this request, we put that into pause variable, and after that we start our code block. And here first of all I want to console.log our position. So here we say pause dot chords dot latitude comma pause dot chords dot longitude. Alright, and then I'm going to close the code block and press semicolon. I'm going to press enter. Now it's giving me a syntax error here. Right, we need another parenthesis here. I'm going to press enter, and now once I press enter, you realize that I have this pop-up with saying google.com.au wants to know your location. So if I click on allow, I can see on the console it says, okay, we have another issue here. I'm going to go back and change this pause to pause. All right, I'm going to press enter, get the pop-up, allow this, and after that I get these weird numbers. So the first one is a latitude and second one is a longitude. Now what we can do with this number, it's a weird number, a long number. You're probably thinking, what is this number and why am I getting this number instead of getting my location? Well, you can track yourself on Earth by using latitude and longitude. Now if I copy this number, and I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna open a new tab and I'm gonna say maps.google.com. Let's go to maps here. So here if I type this weird number and I say search this, it is gonna go and search that and it's gonna show me the location on the map. So there we go. So well, this is not my current PC, current location, so don't try to find me here. Well, anyways, right, so yeah, this is how we can use a latitude and longitude to track the mobile devices, a web browser on any computer in the world, so you can grab the data from your users. So whoever visits your website, you can grab their location, so later on you could just do a promotion of something around that area to them, or something you want to use their location for. There's so many reasons that's why you want to use this location API. It's going to close the Google Chrome tab for the maps, and here you need to go read the documentation, how to use it, how to make it work. There's another feature, there's another method in that called watch position. Now you probably noticed that you have a maps apps, right? We have a Google Maps, we have a Apple Maps, and also we have another map which is pretty famous called Waze. So they all use this API to track your location. So watch position, which is going to continue giving you a location where you are. So let's say you are tracking your location of your mobile, right? So you apply the method watch position on it. So you basically tracking that position. Every time the mobile device moves, you're gonna get the response, and that latitude and longitude is going to change, and that's how you can track the location of particular device. So this API is pretty great. Go and study about it. It's going to help you a lot in your web development career, and it's pretty cool. Alright, so I'll be back with another API video, guys. Thanks for watching, and yeah, enjoy the course. Welcome back, everybody. In this video we are going to take a look at HTML5 file API. So let's start by talking about what the HTML file API actually is. Well, it provides a way to interact with local files on the user device. Now, up till now, recently, this capability was introduced with HTML5. And of course, there were a way to upload files to the server, but there has always been the problem reading the content of your file, which is locally stored. So we have a file API for that. So you can work with either input tag in HTML and type set to file to open the file. And also we can use a drag and drop API as well. There's other things that we can talk about it in the next video or later videos. But now just simply take a look at how we can open the file from the File Explorer and read its content. Now first thing, notice how File API works. Now we have a three interface: file reader, file writer, and file system. We're not going to talk about the file writer and file system. If you want to learn about that, you can go to Mozilla Developer Network and study about it. Let's take a look at the file reader interface. And before we look at that, we need to understand a file API and how to open the file and what happens with it. So for example, I'm going to start typing HTML5 tag input. I'm going to say type set to file, right? And also I'm going to give an ID for that. So I want to select this element in my JavaScript code. So I need to define an ID or a class. So I'll just say ID, I'll just say file. I'm going to save the file. Let's go to the JavaScript file here now. First of all, let's grab that input. So we are just going to type let file is equal to document.query selector, and here I'm going to give ID by defining hash, and I'll just say file. I'm going to just double check the ID was file. Yep, that's right. So we have a file, and once we grab that, we want to have an event listener on it. So I'm going to type file.add event listener, and what event listener we want it. So we want to have a change event listener. So once that element changes, then this event is going to fire up. Then it's going to take a callback function, and instead of just defining a function here, I'll just say read file function, right? I'm going to set that one thing to false here. I'm going to save the file, and we need to define a function read file on the top. And we forgot the comma here, so it's going to cause error. Alright, so now what happens when this file gets changed? Then it's going to fire up this event, and it's going to run this read file function. Okay, so what happens when your read file functions fires up? We will grab something from here. So I'm just going to say, okay, I'm going to define an event here, and then also I'm going to console.log just E for now. I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser, and here we can see we have a button choose file. Click on that, it's going to open the file explorer. I'm going to read this text file, and once I click on that text file, it opens up and it just triggers this event. And I can see on the console there is an event here, right? So in this event, there's a lot of things that can be confusing, but one thing I want to mention here, the target property of that event object. So I'm going to go to target, and inside that we can see we have a files key. You click on that and it says there's one file named test.txt. Alright, well, that is cool. So what I can do here, I am going to remove the console log, and I'll just say let file is equal to e.target.files. Now files is an array, so we want to define on what index. So if you're working with only one file, you will define on 0 index. And after that, we are going to grab another variable, or we'll just leave that for now. Alright, so let's say we got the files. I'm going to just do a console.log, and let's just log the file. Refresh the browser, open another file, and it gives me this file now. So here in the file object, I can see the name of the file, I can see when it was modified, and I can see the size of that and the type of that as well. Alright, cool. So now I'm going to do a bit more stuff here. Let's check just apply the validation first when we open the file. Alright, so here I'm going to say if file dot type is equal to, and we can say okay, text/plain, then I'm going to do this. So here inside that, we're going to create a file reader instance. So I'm going to say let reader is equal to new file reader, right? And then I'm going to say, okay, reader.onload event. I'm going to set that to function, and here I'm going to say event. So you can type whatever the parameter name. I'm just going to type e here, and I'm going to say, okay, let content is equal to e.target.result, right? And then we can just say console.log and just log the content of the file. Now what's going on here? Just let's take a look at the code. So I'll go here, I see I just want to read the file which are text, or just the plain text, nothing else, okay? So I can see here that, okay, I'll pass this condition and then go and create a new instance of a file reader interface. Now once I do that, I have a method on it, onload method, and it's just an event listener. So something get loaded to a reader, then it's gonna fire up. So once it's gonna fire up, it's gonna have this callback function with the e event, and e event has this target.result key. Let me prove that for you guys. So I'm going to first of all console.log event. All right, I'm gonna just log that in. Now once we define the file reader and we've defined this if condition, I'm actually going to use the reader, and then I'm going to say read as text. So what do we want to read? We want to read this file object. So on the top, by using the file, we grab that, and then we just want to pass into a reader to read the content of it. So I'll just say file. Now once I run this code, it's going to go and run this command here, reader.read as text, and it's going to have this file inside. Then this event is going to get fired. So onload is going to get fired, and then all the data of that event will be stored into this E. Let's have a look. I'm going to refresh the browser, and let's open one text file, and here we can see this event E has been logged into the console. Open it up, and here I can see it has a lot of properties here, but I have this target thing here as well. Open up, and we have the result property which has the text in it. Let's go to my desktop, and I'm actually going to choose file, and I'm going to open this, just the file. So it says, okay, blah 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 as well. Okay, I'm going to save this file, and then I'm going to just close it. And now we refresh the browser. I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to use this text file and go to target, and then we go to result. The result is probably behind me at the moment, but we'll look at it. So I'm just going to actually expand this a little bit. So here is the result, which has the text for that, because we're passing that file into a file reader object that help us to read the content of the file. Now what happens if we don't really pass this condition here? For example, if I go choose file and I want to open this JSON file, let's double click on that, and now as you can see, nothing gets printed out. So I'm going to choose the file again, JSON file, nothing is there because we didn't even pass this condition here. So if I just go and say, okay, console.log file object as well, let's refresh the browser. I'm going to open the JSON file, and here we can see we have the file which type is nothing, right? It doesn't have anything there. That is why if we are going to come and apply to this condition, this is going to fail. So here we can say just remove this if for now, and there's something I just wrote by mistake. Now we can read the JSON file as well. Alright, so just fix our code. Alright, so now I'm going to refresh the browser, and then I'm going to go choose file, select the JSON file, and here we can see that event triggered again. So now it's time for us to console our it's time for us to log that data to the console. Let's go, and here, instead of just logging this event, I'm going to say .target.result. Save the file. Let's refresh the browser and choose the file, and let's read this text file first. And I'm going to read it, and this is what it says. This is the text file, blah 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 as well. And I'm going to remove this log here so we can just read it better. Let's open the JSON file, and there you go. The JSON file has the data. So this was basically sitting in your computer. We used the file API to open that file using HTML5 input tag with the type file, and then we pass in the file into a reader object, and then the event triggers, and then it reads the content. Now we can do that with the multiple files as well. Let's go to index.html file, and here I'm going to add a tag, say multiple. Now this will help us to select multiple files. All right. Now inside of a script file, now we need to configure a few things. We need to modify our code. So here I am going to basically take my code, and I want to say function read, and I want to take a file from here. So just say file, give me the file, and I'm going to move this code from here to this function. All right. Now once we take our code and move to this function, what we're going to do here, we want to actually loop through the files we have. So here I'm going to just log the event. So first of all, let's just say console.log and just log event. All right. And I'm going to just comment this line for a time being. Now let's refresh the browser, and I'm going to click on choose files, and I'm going to select multiple files now. So I'll select this text file and JSON file as well. So see, it's letting me select multiple files now by adding this tag multiple to the HTML. Open it up, and here we have event, and this event has target, and inside that we have files. And this time we have two files. We have a data.json file, and also we have test.txt file. Alrighty, we got two files now because we selected multiple, and we did select two files. So what we can do here, first of all, let's go to write a loop here. So we can say, okay, I'm gonna say for each loop on, so let's just say write a for each loop. Oops, that's not good. So for each, it's not letting me do it because we can't do it. So for let x is equal to 0, and then say x less than e.target.files.length. Right, and then we can say x plus plus. Then we go inside of a code block, and here we want to call the function. So here we can say, okay, I'm going to call this read function, and I want to pass in e.target dot files and index x. All right, so it's going to go run twice, and then it's going to put 0 index first and then index 1. Save the file, refresh the browser. Let's select a multiple file, data.json, text.json. Oops, not many of them, so just these two files there. Open up, and there you go, guys. So here we have this event getting logged in, then we have the text of the first file and text of the second file. Now this is getting logged from here, this event. Save the file, refresh the browser, choose files, and then I'm going to say data.json and test.json. I'm going to open it up, and there we go. We got this.txt file and name JavaScript platform Udemy. So this is how you can use the file API to read the files of which are available in your PC. So yeah, that was a quick video about basically showing you how you can use file API. This is the documentation. I would just recommend that just read this page, There's a lot of information here. For example, if you want to open an image from your PC and then show that in the browser with JavaScript file API, then there is a way to do it, which you will find here. So here we have selecting file, drag and drop as well. It's cool information is there. So showing thumbnails of user selected images, nice stuff here. So sometimes in your application, which will run offline, you will have to open files from your PC, whether it's a video, whether it's a text file, JSON file, or an image. So you can read this article at Mozilla Developer Network. And yeah, it's gonna teach you a lot of things. So we can't really go in detail because there's gonna be another 3 hours just explaining file API. And I've shown you how you can trigger events and basically how you can use it. Welcome back everybody. Now this section is going to be about ES6, so new features of JavaScript. I know you guys are very excited. But before we start learning ES6, I want to explain one hurdle. Now, ES6 has a lot of new features which was introduced in 2015. Now, what happened after it was introduced and so many features were there, and now we have so many browsers. We have a Chrome browser, we have an Edge, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Opera. Now, they all took some time to implement all those ES6 features into their browsers. So anyone developing an application will make sure that their code will run, which was written following ES6 features. Now, because of that problem, we have a JavaScript compiler called Babel. Now, I'm right now looking at the chart in 2018, in January of 2018. So at the moment, if we look at IE11, which pretty much doesn't support a lot of ES6 features. So if you write ES6 and you run your JavaScript code, which is written in ES6 onto IE11, it is not going to work because not many features are supported. And here we have the list of the features. For example, we have for off loop, which we'll talk about down the road. So that is not available in IE11. Now we have a Chrome. So the Chrome latest build is CH6552. Now here we can see we still don't have some of the features. So we don't have a proper tail calls. Okay, so that feature is not available in Chrome latest build. But when we look at down, pretty much all the browser, all the main browser, for example Chrome or Microsoft Edge 16, they are actually head to each other. They're all trying to implement ES6 features. So no one will have to use some kind of a JavaScript compiler which will take the new code written in ES6 and compile that code into old code, so old specification of ECMAScript which is already there in the browser. So this is what we need, Babel. If I read the description on the website, it says Babel is a JavaScript compiler. Now, so far in this course, we have not seen any. We've seen some of the features. For example, defining a variable with the let keyword instead of var. I'll show you a demo for that right here. So we've seen that. We've seen the const keyword to define a constant. Right. So we'll convert let and const and see how Babel does that. But before we jump into Babel, I want to show you that pretty much all the browsers are compatible with new features, and you should be writing your code using all the new features. And do not try to use the old JavaScript because it's gonna go updated again and again. Every year there's gonna be new feature, so a new version of ECMAScript is gonna come in. So we need to get updated. So we should start writing our code using ECMAScript 6, which is recommended right now because most of the browsers have already implemented. So here we can see the chart. Yeah, main browser, Firefox, Edge, and Chrome, they all have implemented pretty much most of the features, just a couple of them left. But still, we want to make sure that our ES6 code run everywhere. So even though we have ES6, we should compile our code to ES5. So we mean no matter where they run our code, it will work the same. So for that, we use Babel. Now here, if I go to try it out, it will take me to this page. Now here I'm actually going to define, I think it's a bit too small, so we'll just make it a bit bigger. Right here it's fine. Now here if I type let a is equal to 5 or 4, and as you can see the Babel is compiling our code into ES5. So right now if I say const b is equal to 4, and now it will convert that into var b is equal to 4. And also, if I use one of the arrow function, which we haven't talked about it yet, but don't worry, we will take a look at arrow function syntax. I'm just going to show you that what it does. So here I say var abc is equal to, and then I will just add an anonymous function, and then I'll just say, okay, I'm going to write this, and here I'm going to say, okay, console.log hello Babel, right? And now here I wrote the function with this arrow function syntax, but when you look at the side, it actually converted the arrow function syntax to a general function. So it says function abc blah blah blah, and it just compiles it. Now we know what Babel does now and how it works. The main section of the Babel would be in a deployment section of this course, where I will get the product and compile it with the Babel and have the build ready for actual production build. So that build we can take that build and run it on a server. So we don't really run a lot of files. We just make a build of it and then run it on the server. So we'll have a project and we will see how we can use a Webpack with Babel. If I go to Learn 2015, or we go to docs for setup, and here we have a command line interface called CLI for a lot of frameworks, and we also have some build system as well. So here I will have a video for compiling our code using gulp, and we can implement the Babel there as well. So here, this is the reference guide for that, how to use that. But don't worry, we'll have a section in the course where we'll learn Babel using with gulp. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a bit of introduction about what Babel, what is ES6, and why we need Babel. All right, so I hope you enjoyed ES6 features, and yeah, I can't wait to get feedback from you guys. All right, I'll see you guys in the section. Welcome back. Now from this video onwards, and in this section, we are going to start learning ECMAScript 2015, or you can call it ECMAScript 6. We've already seen some features of ECMAScript 6, but I wanted to have a separate and complete section about ECMA 6, so we could talk more about ECMAScript 6 features and we could look at it in details. So a discussion of what ECMAScript 6 is should be started with a quick recap of a history of ECMAScript in general. In 1995, JavaScript was originally created by Brendan Ike at Netscape, and then was adopted by Microsoft as JavaScript. With different versions of a language for different browsers, there was soon an urgent need to standardize the language. ECMA, or you can call it European Computer Manufacturers Association, is a governing body that provides the ECMAScript specification for JavaScript browser implementation. Shortly after its foundation, the ECMAScript 1 specific was released in 1997. Following this, the release of ECMA 2 and ECMA 3 came out very quickly, and ECMA 4 was much argued about, and then was eclipsed by ECMA 5 in 2009. Now, which brought us a new array method like each, map, and filter, And as of June 2015, we now have an official specific for ECMAScript 6. So what does that mean for us as a JavaScript developer? It means that we now have a ton of new options to work with when designing our JavaScript project. So we have seen a few keywords for declaring variables, let and cons. For functions, we haven't talked about it yet, but we can also use default parameter as arrow function. ECMS6 also contains classes, template strings, and new ways of dealing with arrays and objects. We'll be talking all about this in this section of the course. Right guys, welcome back, and this is one of the most important section of this course. In this section, we are going to take a look at ECMS6 specification in details. Now, there's a lot of cool features were introduced in ECMS6. For example, we now have a let and a cons keyword to define a variable. We have a template strings, which we want to talk about in this video. We have a spread operator, map, sets, the for off loop, and also we have some function and objects, new things. For example, defining a function with the arrow syntax. We have symbols, we have an iterator, generators, and some asynchronous features as well, which we'll take a look at. So first of all, and the classes. Classes is one of the cool things in ECMS6. Alright, so let's go to the Webstorm, and here I have index.html and I have a script.js file. Let's go to script.js file, and here I want to write a string on a console. For example, if I want to say console.log, and I'll say hello world, right? I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, and I get this hello world. And now, for example, I want to have a variable. I'll just say var, or we can say let name is equal to, I'll just say John, right? And I'll just want to say hello John. Now to do that, what I will have to do, for example, if I just remove the word, and then I will have to concatenate the variable. So I'll just say plus name, right? I'm going to save the file, and I'm going to refresh the browser, and now as you can see it says hello John, but it seems like it's a hello John. There's no space between hello and John, so we actually have to go one extra step to have a space. Either we have an empty space here, or we can have an empty string with concatenated in this statement. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. Now I have a space between. Now this is one extra step that I had to go to achieve this. All right. Now one more thing we can do here, instead of just using this, we can use a template string. Now let's take a look at the template string syntax. Now here, instead of using single quotes or double quotes, you will use backticks. So backticks characters, and then inside that I will say hello. I'm going to give a space, and then I want to say $, add a code block, and then the name of the variable, which is available within the scope of that. Now let's take a look at a bit more advanced demo. So for example, we want to have a person detail written on our HTML page. Now I'm gonna do it without template string first, and then we come back and do it with the template strings. All right. For example, if I just say okay, print, right? I'm gonna say person, right? And then I am going to say okay, I would say name, person, age, and I would say profession, and I could just say gender, right? And I can say, yeah, that's fine. Right, so here I will basically have to write something. Let's just say I will have to say, okay, I want to grab the name and I want to write that on a document. So I'll just say document.write, and I'll just say, okay, the name would be plus name, right? And then after that, I will have to basically copy and paste 4 times, and I will change the variable names here. So I'll just say age, and then I'll have profession, and also I have a gender, right? So here I will change the name to age, profession, and then we have a gender, right? And then after that I'll just say print, and I'll give a name, let's just say here Awais, and then I will give age of 29, and then I'll say programmer, and then I'll just say male. Right, I'm gonna save the file and I'm gonna refresh the browser, and now as you can see that we wrote document.write name and all these things, but it actually wrote on the same line, and it actually missing the spaces as well. So name and Awais and age doesn't have a space within, the profession doesn't have a space within that as well. So it's taking a lot more work to finish that. So for example, if I want to go to the next line, I will have to say, okay, document.write, and I'll just say BR, right? I will have to say BR tag here. All right, I'm gonna save the file, refresh the page, and now it's giving us an error. Now the error is because we cannot really have this here. Oops, this is the thing here. I'll save the file, refresh the browser, and now because we wrote a BR tag in our HTML, so that's why we are in the second line. Now you want to have this too many times whenever you want to go to the second line. Now here we can see there's a lot more work to do if we want to have a text written on a separate lines that properly organized. Now let's take a look at the same thing with using a template string. So I'm just going to write the template string right here on the top. So we'll just say document.write, and I'll just use the backticks now, right? Now here I will say name, and after that I will say okay $, and I want to give a name, right? And then after that I will just come down to the next line, and then on the next line I will just start typing something else. For example, I will say age, and then we just say age, and we can pass in age variable, right? And then we can go to the next line and just say okay, I want to type here profession, and then a $, and then we have a profession. Now it's giving us error because we need to add the template string here. Right. The last thing we need to do is by just adding a gender, and we'll just say okay, it is gender. Right, I'm going to save the file and just make sure it's fine. Now let's just say I'm going to comment this out. Right, I'm going to comment the code out, and now if I just go refresh the browser, and now you can see that we have a name Awais, age 29, profession programmer. So it got all the spaces which we wrote here. So every space we have between a name and the variable we define, it's getting its spaces there, right? And also if I just go and say okay, that's it, and then inside that if I just say okay, BR tag here, I'm gonna save the file and just go refresh the page, and there you go, it's getting the BR as well. So here I'll just type BR, and then I go BR, right? And oops, I need to go align this first, and then here we go BR tag, right? I'm gonna save the file and refresh the page, and there you go. So how cool is that? The template string saved us a lot of time and a lot of code, so we don't have to say document.write or document.write for profession and anything else, and then we will have to have another BR here. Now I'm gonna use console.log so you get a bit of better understanding. So instead of just using a document.write, we want to type console.log, right? I'm going to log these details in the console. I'm using this backtick characters, and we just organize this thing. And also I'm going to remove these BRs as well. So we want to see what happens if we write this without BR. Oops. Okay, now I'm going to save the file, and I'm going to refresh the browser, And here you can see that we have name aways written there, age and stuff like that. Now I think I haven't reloaded the page yet, so I'm going to refresh that from there. Okay, so let's just go to the next line here. I'm going to save it. Oops. Save the file and let's refresh the page. And there we go. So we're in the next line. As you can see that we didn't have to use a BR or to go to the next line. So template string is basically printing out everything the way we write here. So for example, if we have a space, we have a new line, it is just going to follow that. And also, what are the variable values we're pushing it in with the $sign and in the code block, it is going to get printed as well. So template strings are pretty great to work with. It's so much fun. You can save a lot of time by writing one line with the template string, and you have everything in there, and you can just keep copying that as well. It is very helpful with the DOM as well. In our final project, we will see how we can use template strings to actually save a lot of time, and how quickly is it to create a template. For example, details of something, right? An object detail, and you want to write it there. So you don't have to go and basically say, okay, I want to get that first, query selector, and then just create element, BR, then create H1, and then inside that there's another text node and all that stuff. So you can simply just go and create your element with the dollar and the variable name, the value you want to put in there, and that's pretty much it is. And it works really nicely. Right, so in the next video, we are going to take a look at spread operator. Welcome back, everybody. So in this video, we are going to take a look at the spread operator in JavaScript, ECMS script, it's ECMS 6 specification. Right, so here we have three arrays, aways, John, and Mark. So for example, I will just create another array, and I'll just say people, right? And then I will have a couple of people inside that. For example, if I say, okay, I want to have, well, I can say Tuan, right? Age is going to be 30, and oops, we put that in the string 30, and then engineer in the string as well. And then we just say computing, right? Now here I have one person, or we can say person, right? And then also I'm going to console the log this thing, console log, I'll just say person. Right? I'm going to save the file, I'm going to refresh the browser, and I can see I have Tuan there, right? I have a Tuan there, so Tuan 30, engineer, and computing. Okay, so now, for example, I want to add someone within this person array, and the array I've already created. So for example, if I want to add myself here at the starting point, so just say, okay, I want to have myself aways here, right? And at the end, I want to have Mark, okay? And I'm going to save the file and just going to refresh the page. And now here I have something called like, we have values of Tuan, and then also we have an array within an array. So here, as you can see that we have an array, and then within that array we have another array saying aways 29 programmer playing games, and at the end we have this array Mark. I'm just gonna make it bigger, and let's just make it a little bit up. Right, so I hope I'm not covering this. So yeah, so here we can see that we have an array within an array. Now, the spread operator will help us to add and spread that array and concatenate that array within the person object. So here, if I use 3 dots, so I'll just say 1, 2, 3 dots, right? And then I'll go to next mark, and say 1, 2, 3 dot, right? I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. And now, if I just expand this, now this time, as you can see that it actually did not add an array within an array. It actually basically opened and spread that array and put that in there. So for example, if I just go and move aways from here and then put it here with the comma so we don't have any errors. So here, just remove this as well. And then I'll just remove the mark spread operator to show you guys again what's happening here. So I'm going to refresh the page, and now we can see Tuan, it should be on index 0 and 30 should be on index 1. So here we can see Tuan 30, and then where we put arrays, it's starting from there and actually concatenating and opening the array and then putting in there. So this is how the spread operator is used. It's pretty cool because when you add an array and concatenate some variable in an array, you will have to deal with it. So you have to go inside another array to use the data from that. So using a spread operator is pretty cool. It just opens up an array and just put it in there wherever you put the variable name. So here we can see we have an array and then another array for mark. So yeah. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to take a look at set object in JavaScript. Now the definition or the simple way I could explain to you set is the set objects are a collection of values. You can iterate through the element of a set in insertion order. So a value in a set may only occur once and it is unique, so you cannot have duplicates in the sets. So we're going to take a look at the demo as well. Then I'll take you to the documentation on Mozilla Developer Network. So we'll look at all the methods and properties available for sets. So for example, here I will go and I'm just going to make it bigger so it's better to see. Let's just say we say number set is equal to, and I'll just get an array, and we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 6, or we can say 1 again, 2 again, and 7, right? So I've created an array of numbers, right? So I'm going to say, okay, let's just create a set number, or we can say num set is equal to new set, and we can pass in a number set, right? An array. And then we can just go to console log and we just say num set, just log that. So right now we have some duplicates in our array. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is a duplicate, and then 5, 6, and 1, 2 again is a duplicate. So let's just say save the file, let's refresh the browser, and here we get a set object. Now here we have some entries, so it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What about these 1 and 2? What about this 4 here? So as you can see, the set will ignore the duplicate value within the set object. Now let's take a look at some of the methods available in a set object. So first of all, we're going to take a look at add method. So add method will let you add values inside of a set object. So here I'm actually going to remove this array and I'm going to add values right being in the set object. So here I'm going to say, okay, num set.add, right? I'm going to add a value here. So here I'll just say, okay, the name of the person, I'll say John, right? Num set, you need to change the variable name, but it's fine. Okay, so here we say Paul. I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser, and here we can see we have a John and Paul. So what if I add one more time? So I'll say John add second time, refresh the browser, and still it ignored that because it cannot have a duplicate values. As you can see, the John is not. Now if I have some add methods, so I can have different methods as well for deleting and checking whether this value exists in the set or not. So here if I say, okay, console.log, and I'll say, okay, numset.has, and I'll say, okay, does it have a John in it? I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser, and here it says yes, true. So it has a John. So we can call the has method, like with the map object, we can call has method on a set object and check whether this value exists in a set or not. So here if I check, okay, ABC, I'm going to save the file and then refresh the browser, it gives me false because ABC doesn't exist in a set object. So we can see that we can add, we can check. How do we remove it now? So if I just say, okay, let's just remove this console.log, remove this as well. First of all, let's just right click and we can go refactor and rename and say person. All right, so now I'm going to change the name here. I'll just type my name. And now I'll just go down and here we'll just say person console.log, and we just say person. All right. Now I'm going to remove aways from this person set object. So we can do that by calling a delete method and giving it the name, a value. So I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. And now I can see the person object has John, Aways, and Paul. But what if I just go and move this down, save the file, and just refresh the browser, and now I have only John and Paul. So you can see that we have successfully removed Aways from a person object. Now we can use a clear to remove all the elements. So for example, if I say okay, clear, and then we can just call this method and save the file and refresh the browser. And right now we have a set object, but it doesn't have anything because we have cleared it. So the clear method is there as well. We have the for each, which we just seen in the map. You can use the for each as well. So for example, if I go and say, okay, I want to have a person, and then for each, I want to call another function. Let's say e as an element of value. So we just say console.log. We can pass in e. All right, let's save the file. All right, so we get John, Aways, and Paul. So we can iterate over sets as well by using for each method. Now we can check has with the we can check that with the has. We can check all the values for that. So we can have a set property as well. Sorry, size property. So here if I say okay, well, console.log and person.size. I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser. As you can see, we have 3 entries in a set object. So that is a cool and data structure which does not allow duplicates. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to take a look at a new data structure type, a map object, which was introduced in ECMS 6 specification. Now what is map object? Well, first of all, it's a key value pair which holds the data. Now what is the difference between a regular object and a map object? Now I'm going to read a description from Mozilla Developer Networks which will help us to understand what is the difference actually. So objects, regular objects, are similar to maps in both which let you set keys to values, retrieve those values, delete keys, and detect whether something is stored at a key. Because of this, there were no built-in alternative. So objects have been used as maps historically. However, there are important differences between objects and maps. So the first difference is that the key of an object are strings and symbols, where there can be any value for a map, including functions, objects, and any primitive data type. You can get the size of a map with the size property, while the number of properties in object must be determined manually. A map is an iterable and can thus be directly iterated, whereas iterating over an object requires obtaining its keys in some fashion and iterating over them. An object has a prototype, so there are default keys in a map that could collide with the keys you define, and if you're not careful. So a map may perform better in these scenarios. Additionally, you can add values and remove values by using some methods as well. So we will go to Mozilla Developer Network and we'll take a look at the documentation for a second, and then we'll try to understand a bit more. So I'm here in the Mozilla Developer Network, and here we will go up and we can first of all see we have some properties. So the map.prototype.size, which gives us the size of a map, and we have some methods. So we want to delete, we can use this delete method. We want to have entries, we can use the for each loop. We can get, has, key, sets, values. Let's take a look at the demo as well. So I'm going to move this here, and we are going to create a map object in a second. So we'll just go to 1 second, guys. All right, so here I want to create a map object, and I'll just console.log. Now first of all, to create a map object, it's just simply, let's just say person is equal to a new map, right? We created a map object. So now how do we set the values, or how do we store the values in that person map object? Well, you can do that by person.set and then a key and a value. And now here we can say name, and then a value is like, let's just say my name always. Let's save the file and let's just get console.log, and we'll just print out a person, right? Let's save the file, refresh the browser, and here we have a map, right? I'm going to just expand this. So here we have the size, which is set to 1 because we have only one value, and then we have entries, which is basically an array. So here we have an entry on 0 index, which has a key as a name and a value as always. Now if I change this name to, for example, a function, which is basically print, all right, and I will say, okay, in that function, I'll just say console.log, and I'll just say, hey. I'm going to save it. Let's just refresh the browser, and here we can see within that key is a function now. So if you try to add a key as a function in a regular object, it's going to give you an error. So we can see we can have a function as a key of any primitive data, arrays, or symbols as well. So I'm just going to remove this. So that's one difference that we talked about, that we can have functions, arrays, or any primitive data. Right, so here we can have a multiple values. So I'm just going to copy and paste. I'm just going to refresh the browser, and here we can see we have arrays. I'm going to save it actually and refresh the browser now, and here we can see it still has a 1. Well, maybe we're not reloading it. No, we're not reloading it. I'm going to save it again, and I'm going to say, okay, let's refresh again. Alright, so did you notice that we added few things here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 name with the keys and values, but it's not even showing them here. So it's getting rid of the duplicates. So here, if I just change the name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm going to save this, refresh the browser, and now we get map 6. So basically, it actually very smart to actually having duplicate values and just ignore them, right? So here we have a name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now. Now, this is how you create a map. Now, how do we grab the values from a map? So we can use in a regular object a dot notation, but how do we use it here? So if I just say, okay, person dot a name, and I'll just want to grab that. I'll save the file and refresh the browser. That will be undefined. As you can see, it doesn't know what we're talking about. What does the name means, right? No, we can't use that. So we need to use a method called get. And then we want to pass in the key. So I'll just say name. Save the file and refresh the browser, and it gives me back the value always. And if I say, okay, give me a name 1. Save the file and refresh the browser, it gives me a waste again, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, now it should make sense. Let's refresh. Now we have a waste 1. Now we can grab the values by using a get method. We can set the values using a set methods. Now we want to check whether this value is available or not. So here we can check as well. So if I say, okay, console.log, and I'll say person.has, and I can say, okay, does it have this key, name 3? Save the file, refresh the browser, and that gives us true, because name 3 is there as well. So if I just say name 7 as in a key, I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. Now it gives us false, because name 7 is not available in our person map object. I'm going to delete that. Now we can see we have a has, which can check whether this value or this key is available or not. Now we can see we can grab the keys and we can grab the values as well. So we know how we grab the value, but now we are going to use this, something like this. Okay, so I want to grab person.key, right? And then I'm going to say, okay, let's just say do this. And then I'm going to save the file and just refresh the browser. And now if I call this keys method, it gives us all the keys in an array. It actually removing all the values, not caring about, but it just grabs us only the keys. So similar to keys, I can use the values method as well. So if we say, get me all the values available in this map object, I'm going to refresh the browser, and now this time we get all the values instead of keys. Now let's take a look at how we can iterate over a map object. So I'm just going to use the person.forEach, and I'm going to pass in another function here, and here I will call, let's just say, person, right? And then we'll just say console.log and just log a person. Save the file and just go refresh, and here we have all the values. Now let's take a look at how we can add key value pairs in our person or map object, right, being in a constructor function. So I'm just going to remove this person.set. Let's remove the loop as well. And now here I am going to go, okay, let's add something. For example, if I want to add an object, arrays, so I'll just say, okay, I want to add array, and then here I have arrays, right? And the next line will have, let's just say another, and here I will pass in, let's just say new date, and the value would be, let's just say today. All right, and then we can save this, and let's just refresh the browser. But before that, we need to console.log person object, so we can see the results for that. Save the file, refresh the browser, and here we have an array which has like values. So we have keys, arrays, 29, programmer, playing games, and then also we have a date object, and the value for that is today, right? So you can just write your you can add your data to a map object, right, being in a constructor function as well. So it's basically an arrays of arrays. So you have one array, and then inside that you add multiple arrays, right? So that was a data structure introduced in ECMS 6, which is a map object. And in the next video, we're gonna take a look at sets. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to take a look at the for of loop statement, which basically creates a loop iterating over iteratable objects. For example, we have strings, arrays, node list, typed array, maps, and set. We can iterate over these objects using for of. So, for example, if I go to PHP Storm here, I'll just say, okay, let person, or let's just say we can say programming, okay, is equal to say JavaScript, right? Now what if I want to iterate over this JavaScript value? So we can say for, and then here we say, okay, let a or let x of programming, and then we can just say console.log x. Let's save the file. Let's just refresh the browser, and here it goes inside that, and then read, okay, the first character J, it prints out. It goes to the next character. So it's iterating over a string right now. Now we can use the for of loop for iterating on arrays as well. So for example, it's time to create an array. So what is your favorite programming language so far? So I can say here, mine is JavaScript, C++, or we have a Java, or Ruby. So I'm just going to make it smaller size so we can look at it, and then we can say Python. Right, I'm going to save the file, and now if I refresh the browser, it'll go and look for the first letter or word on index 0, prints it out. C++, Java, and Python is there as well. So let x is a variable which holds the current iteratable value. So it's an array, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the array, okay? So the first is one value. So we can say, okay, let x is a variable, a placeholder, and store the first value of iterable object into the x. And then we just go inside the function and do whatever we want to do with the x. And then we go back and then go grab the second one and store that into the next. So this is like how x work, because when I was using it, I had a bit of confusion about it, but I hope you understand it. So basically let is just a variable name, which is going to store the value temporarily for a specific index of an object we are iterating on. So here we can see we can iterate over arrays. Now let's take a look at how we can iterate over an object. So for example, if I go and create a map, so let's just say we create a new map object, and then after that we are going to set some values for. So we can say, okay, we can say programming.set, and first of all let's just give a key, let's just say HTML, and then we just say, well, I'm just gonna say, what can I say about HTML? Hypertext markup language, right? And then we go add something else. We can say programming.set, we can say scripting, and we can say here JavaScript is so cool, right? And then we say programming.set, we can say CSS, and then we can say style style.html. Right, I'm gonna save the file. Now let's go refresh the page. Now as you can see, it's actually going inside the programming now, and it's grabbing this first value, and then we can see, okay, we have the 0 index, it's a key, and then 1 is a value. All right, so here another thing about iterating over map object. So here we can say there's a programming there. If I call a function.keys, I'm gonna save the file, I'm gonna refresh the browser, and it's giving me some kind of an error. So here we can see we have a programming, we have a keys, right, instead of key. Let's save the file, refresh the browser, and there we go. So right now we grab this programming object, which is a map object, and we just say, okay, I'm gonna grab just the keys from that, and then just put that first value into the next, and then go inside a function and work with it. So it's similar to getting a key. I can pass in dot values as well. I'm gonna save the file and refresh the browser, and now we're getting hypertext markup language, JavaScript is so cool, and style HTML. So how cool is that? You can grab keys or values from a map object and using for off loop. It's really cool. The last method I want to show you in for off loop is the entries method. So here if I call entries, let's save the file. Let's refresh the browser, and here we can see it returned us the object. So yeah, that is iterating over object strings and arrays using for off loop, and you will be using for off loop a lot more. So this is so cool. Welcome back, and this is another coding challenge for you guys, and I hope you guys are excited about it. Right, so the challenge is by using for off loop and iterating over languages array, but instead of just getting JavaScript, we want to grab the values of the JavaScript key. So inside that, I want to print out JavaScript. So if I go inside, let's just say for, let's let x of languages, and I'll just say, okay, console.log, and I'm gonna say console.log x. I'm gonna save and refresh the page. Now we are basically grabbing these values of JavaScript, C++, Python. So what I want to do is I want to grab the character of actual values on index 1. So this is the challenge for you guys, and yeah, if you want to give it a try, I would highly recommend do that and pause the video. So the last chance for you guys to pause the video. Alright, so I hope pretty much all of you was able to get this done. So what we can do, so first of all, we can see the problem. The problem is that this loop will go inside our array and grab the first value, which is on 0 index, and then on 1 index and 2 index, and then onwards, right? So we have x here. I am actually going to use another loop. Now we're gonna have a loop within the loop. So we say, okay, go grab the first value, and it comes back with a JavaScript. And I say, okay, I've got a JavaScript now, and then I wanna loop through a JavaScript string. So we can do that by using for let a or let y of x. How cool is that? Now once we go and grab the value of x, and then we go inside and say, okay, x is here, which is JavaScript, then I want to loop through the x as well. So here I'll just say console.log, I'll just console y. I'm going to save and refresh the browser, and there we go. So here we can see Java script, and we go C++, and then we go down, it says a Python. So loop within a loop. We have a lot more coding challenges related to loops and iterating over objects, which will give us a nice idea how actually things work and how to solve these problems. Because in your programming career, this is the main problem you're gonna have. This is the problem, and you're gonna solve these. So we have a 50 objects which inherits from other objects, and there's objects inside on objects. This is a complete mess. Now, getting the values from those objects and manipulating them, it's a bit of tricky business. So we want to have a lot more coding challenges. So yeah, that's about it for this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to take a look at default parameters in function. So prior to ECMS 6, we really didn't have this feature to define a default values for a parameter we pass into a function. So for example, let me give you a demo here. So we just say function add, I pass in x parameter and y, and I'll just say, okay, return console, or maybe just console.log. We don't really need to return console.log and say x plus y, right? Save the file, and this is called add function. Here I'm gonna save and refresh the browser, and now basically I'm actually not passing in any value, so it's giving me NaN, so not available. So what we want to do here, we want to have a values as a default, so if the user doesn't pass in any values while calling the function, it should have a default values in there. So we can do that by just adding equal to sign, and then we just give 5 as a default value is equal to, let's just say 5 as well for the y. I'm gonna save the file and just go refresh the browser, and now we get 10. So we have the default values. But what if I just pass in, let's just say 2, 2, 3. I'm gonna save the file and refresh the browser, and now we get 5. So the only time this default value is going to assign to x and y when the user or the developer doesn't pass in the value. So if I say here 10 plus 3 should be 13, and now we get 13. So this is how you can define a default parameters to the function parameter. So we can take a look at another example. I can say here, all right, let's just say name and hobby. All right, so here we can say, okay, the name by default should be admin, and this should be, oops, I need to push it in as a string. Hobby is programming. All right, so here we have admin, or whatever the name we want to type in here. All right, and here I can just go, okay, we can use the template strings. So here we can say the name is, and here we can say $, and then grab the name, right? And then I can say, let's go to the next line, and here I can say, when I go into the next line, just to organize some stuff. Right, so here I want to say the hobby is $, and we just say hobby. Right now, if I call this add function, we should have changed the name of that, but I'll just leave it as it is. So here, if I say okay, I'll just give it aways, and I don't give a second parameter. I'm gonna save and refresh the browser, and now it says the name is aways and the hobby is programming. Well, I did not pass in any second parameter for a hobby. The reason why I took it because we have a second parameter and we have a default value for that. So if I say okay, I'm not gonna pass it anything, it's make it empty, but it's still a value, right? So if I say okay, ABC, now guess what's gonna happen? I'm gonna refresh the browser. Now it says the name is empty because we're still giving some kind of value here, right? And then we're passing in ABC as a second parameter, right? So it's going to override the value, a default value of hobby in there, right? So one more thing in this video we can talk about is, I'm just going to remove this. So we have something called enhancing object literals. For example, when you create an object, so let's say person is equal to this, and I would just say name, and we'll call it function, and it will just return let's just say always, right? And I can say okay, the second would be age, and then say function, and then we'll just say, well, return 29. All right, I'm gonna save the file. Okay, and I'm going to just, let's say console.log, and we can just say person.name, right? So here, if I just refresh the browser, it's going to give me aways because the return value is aways, right? Now in ECMS6, we don't really have to type it in a function anymore. So when you're assigning the key to a function, then you just simply say, okay, I am just going to use this name, right? So you don't really have to define a name, and then we just have, okay, well, this is it. So this is a function, and I'm gonna save the file now. I'll just refresh the browser. As you can see, it works the same. So if I call the age, I'm gonna save the file and just refresh the browser, it gives me back 29. So basically ECMS6 enhanced this object literals. So here, if you're defining a function, then you just simply define a function, and that's about it. Alright, so yeah, that's about this video. In the next video, we're gonna take a look at arrow function syntax. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to take a look at arrow functions. Now, arrow functions were introduced in ECMS6. So what is the definition? Let me explain to you quickly. So an arrow function expression has a shorter syntax than a function expression, and it does not have its own this, argument, super, or a new target. Now, these function expressions are best suited for non-method functions, and they cannot be used as constructors. So let's take a look at how we define a function first, and then we will convert that into arrow function syntax. Alright, so let's go to PHP and start looking at arrow function syntax. But first, we can have a look how we define a function expression. So it's very simple. We've been using it throughout the course. So if I say var person is equal to function, and I'll just say, okay, person, and I'll just say console.log, I'll say log the person. Right, so this is the function I define, just a normal function expression. Now I can say, okay, I want to call this person, and I'll just say John. Alright, I'm going to save the file. I'll just refresh the browser. I can see the John is on the console. Now this line on this line can be shortened. I mean to say the function can be written with arrow function syntax, and it would be a lot less code. So how do we change this to arrow function syntax? So first of all, I'm actually going to remove this keyword function, and I'm going to go and add is equal to sign and a greater than sign. So this is an arrow function syntax. So now one more thing here, if I just, first of all, let's look at it. So if I save the file and refresh the browser, I can see it still works the same. Now how we can make this more short. So if I go and remove this block of code, and I'll just bring up the console.log, and here I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser, I can see it still works. So if only one parameter is defined, we don't really have to have a code block, all right? And also, if there's only one parameter, I don't even need these parentheses around our parameter. I'm going to save the file and just refresh the browser, and there you go, the John still prints out. So what are the few syntaxes of arrow function? So here we can see with one parameter, this is how we define a function. Now let's create a function without any parameter, which is very simple as well. So if I say var a is equal to, I'll just open the parentheses, is equal to sign, and then greater than, and that's pretty much it is. All right, so I'm gonna say, okay, inside that, or I can just leave that thing there, and he'll say console.log, we just say arrow function works. I'll save the file, and we just need to call that function. So we just say a, that's pretty much it is, and then we go refresh the browser, and it says arrow function works. So this is how you can define a function without any parameter. So this video is a little bit of introduction about arrow function syntax. So in the next video, we are going to take a look at this keyword in arrow function syntax. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to take a look at arrow functions and this scope. So let's go to PHP-storm, and here we are going to create an object. So I'll just say var, I'll just say person is equal to, we create an object. First of all, we give it a name. So let's just say a name, and I'll just say John, right? And after that, I'll have another key, let's say hobbies, and we will pass in an array for that. So here we just say programming, JavaScript, and we can say fishing and playing games. Oops, I need to put that in a string, and we can just make it a little bit smaller so we could just look at this in the screen. So we just say video games, right? So now this is, we have an object. Now the third key is going to be, let's just say, we call it print actions, right? And I'm going to pass in a function for that. And here for that, we are basically going to grab the hobbies, or we can say print hobbies here. So we just say hobbies, and here we're going to print all the hobbies available in this person object. We can do that by accessing hobbies by using this keyword dot, and we can say hobbies, grab me this dot hobbies. So it's going to reference to the object itself and its properties. So this keyword is going to reference to object itself, and then we say dot hobbies, the key of which is available in an object. So now here we can say this dot hobbies dot for each loop, and it's gonna take a callback function. We just say okay, and I'm just gonna give a parameter hobby. Now grab the hobby, and I'll say create a new variable. I'll just say str is equal to. Now I want to grab name key from a person object. Now right now we can see we are in a function scope. We're not in object scope anymore. So if I type here this dot name, and I would just say okay plus, and I can just say likes, and then we can say hobby, right? And here we want to have a concatenation operator, not is equal to operator. Now we can just say console.log, and we can say console.log string. I'm going to save the file, and let's go and call this. So we just say person.print hobbies, right? And let's save the file and refresh the browser. And here we get likes programming, likes JavaScript, likes phishing. But what about this .name? Well, we are actually trying to reference that to this .name. Well, it did not actually print out the name of the person, which is John. Now, how do we fix that? So here we have a this, which is referencing to an object itself. So this is why when we get inside this function, we say this and .name, it is not able to access the property on the person object. Now, how do we fix that? How can we get this working? So there are a couple ways that you can do that. So I'm going to go inside a function. I will just say var is equal to, this is equal to this, all right? Now we'll just say, okay, I'm going to create a variable this, which is set to this. Now instead of this, if I add an underscore here, I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. And now, as you can see, we are able to access the name property from an object. All right, so another way to get this working, I'm actually going to remove this line, var this dot this. So this underscore this is equal to this. Okay. Now here, I'm going to chain on with the bind method. So I'll say bind, and I will just say here this. Right, I'm going to remove underscore from here, and now if I save the file and refresh the browser, and we can see that John is getting printed. So we are able to access this name key within our for each function. Now, arrow function syntax solves this issue. Let's take a look at how we can modify this function and try to make the this.name working within our for each scope. So I'm going to remove bind this. I'm going to save the file, and here we are going to go and basically remove this function, and I'm going to remove this as well. So now in ECMAScript 6, you know that you don't have to define the key for a function within an object. So here we say print hobbies, which is a function, and here we can say this.hobbies for each function. So here the callback function is going to be converted to an arrow function syntax. So to do that, I'm going to remove the function keyword, and also I'm going to remove the hobbies because it's only one parameter. So if you have a multiple parameter, you need to have a parenthesis. Well, let's just keep the parenthesis for now. So we'll just remove it so it's not confusing for you guys. Now here I'm going to use is equal to and then greater than sign. And also I can't remove this code block because we have a multiple line of code within our function. So let's save the file and let's refresh the browser and see what we get. And there we go. So here you can see John is there for like programming, like JavaScript, like phishing. So now we are able to access this key by using the arrow function syntax, and that function solves this issue. So that was a video about arrow functions and the this scope. In the next video, we are going to talk about a destructuring assignment. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to understand the concept in JavaScript called promises. Now, promises are a little bit confusing for developers who are in a learning curve, not very expert in JavaScript, or they are trying to switch from ES5 version to ES6 because promises were introduced in ES6. Now, what is a promise? Let me give you a real world example. For example, you have a younger brother and he needs to finish his homework. So what do? You go to him and you tell him that, okay, you have to finish your work, then I'll give you an ice cream. So what are you making here? you are making a promise in the real world, right? So you're telling your brother, look, you have to finish your work, then you will get an ice cream. So unless he finishes his work, he is not going to get ice cream. Similar in JavaScript promises, we have to tell a function, you have to finish this work, then go and perform that function. So that function will not go and perform the second function first unless that finishes the first function. So let's go and take a look at example in coding, and I can assure you will be able to explain promises to anybody. Alright, so let's go to Webstorm now, and I'm gonna start typing some code. So we're gonna start by typing let, I'm gonna say promise is equal to, first I'm gonna use a promise object. I'm gonna press dot here. So once I press dot, I get some suggestions from Webstorm saying these are all the methods available on the promise object. So resolve, all, prototype, raise, and reject. So the most important one here are resolve and reject. Now I've given you an example of your brother, and if he if he finishes his homework, that means he resolved his promise, then he's gonna get an ice cream. But what if he does not finish his homework, then he rejected that promise? So we need to say, okay, it was rejected, it was not resolved, so it was not fulfilled. So that means we have a reject function on that. So here if I say resolve, and I will just say, okay, hello, or maybe we can say brother cleaned or finished work. Well, it's a typo, but it's all right. And then after that, how do we use this promise now? So this is a promise object. I'm going to use that variable saying promise dot, and now once I press dot on a promise object, I have like four main functions. So then, right, catch, finally, symbol dot, toString tag. Now what is a then? Now let's just say I rephrase my statement. So I'll go and tell my brother, okay, you will finish your homework, then I will give you an ice cream. So what it's then here, it's a condition. Okay, so similar in JavaScript, then keyword is a condition. So if it's fulfilled, then do this. If it's rejected, then do this. All right, so we use the then keyword here. So I'm just gonna then, and it takes a callback function. So I'll just say, okay, I'm gonna use the ES6 arrow function syntax, and then I'm going to log to the console saying console.log and say promise fulfilled. All right, I'm gonna save the file and refresh the browser, and here we can see it's logging promise fulfilled. All right, so now let's take a look at another example, but this time we're going to build a promise. Let's start by defining our promise. So we're gonna type a keyword let, and then I'll name my variable promise is equal to new promise. So we're creating a new instance from promise object, and this promise object is going to take two functions, resolve and reject. I'll use the Webstorm suggestion snippet, then I'll press enter and it automatically type that for me. Now inside the code block, I'm going to type a Boolean variable. So let, and I'm going to say finished work is equal to true. So now why am I writing this Boolean variable here? Because I'm going to ask my brother whether he has done his homework or not. So we need to check whether if it's true or false. So we have finished work. If he has finished the work, then that means it's true. So here, after defining that Boolean variable, I'm going to say if finished work is true. You can do that by typing is equal to is equal to is equal to sign. This is the equality, and then you can say true. But in JavaScript, that if you are defining a Boolean variable in an if condition, then it will automatically understand, okay, this is a Boolean, so yeah, we're trying to check whether it's true or false. So here we're checking if it's true, then get inside this and resolve the promise. So we just say resolve the promise, And if he hasn't finished his work, so we type the else block here and we say reject the promise. Right, now I'm going to go down and then we're going to use this promise. So we said my promise dot then, which I've already explained, then is a condition. Say, okay, if the promise is resolved, then do this, otherwise do this. Okay, then, and this is going to take a callback. So we just say, and inside the code block, I will type console.log and we can say, okay, homework finished. Yay. All right, let's just run this and let's see what we get. Let's refresh, and here we can see homework finished. Yay. All right, he's gonna get an ice cream. Okay, so if I make this false here and refresh the browser, and there we go, it says uncatch promise. So it's rejected, promise rejected. So we can cache that as well by typing dot catch, and it's going to take a callback, and we can say console.log, and we can say he did not finish his homework. All right, I'm going to save the file. Let's refresh the browser, and here it says he did not finish with work. So if I make it true, save it, and there you go, his work is finished. Yay. All right, so this is just the overview of how promises are built. But the main reason why we have promises is by retrieving the data from the servers. That's the thing, that's what we need to do. All right. So to demonstrate that, I'm actually going to remove the code. And here we want to define a function. So first of all, I'm going to start by defining a function which will return a new promise. So we type here a function get data, and I'm going to return a new promise from this. All right. And first thing what we need to do here, we need to pass in some parameters in the function as well. So we have a method for getting the data, and then we have a URL, where to get the data from. I know we haven't talked about Ajax yet, and this is just a little bit introduction to Ajax. We have a separate section for Ajax, and Ajax basically asynchronous JavaScript and XML, which basically a way to grab the data from the server without reloading the page. Okay, we'll talk about that, but just take a look at the promise here now. So here we will say resolve and reject, and resolve and reject. All right, so it's gonna take a callback, and in the code block we make a bit of space here. I'm gonna save the file. All right, so here we are going to create an XML HTTP request object, which will help us to retrieve the data. Now, from where we are going to retrieve data, you probably noticed that I have this another tab open. I'm gonna go back to the website. I'm just gonna make it bigger for a second. And this website named jasonplaceholder.typecode.com. So it's the first online REST API for testing and prototyping. So basically it's an API which we can grab the data from, and this is the link for that. And here we have some examples. They say, okay, this is used jQuery here. So we haven't talked about jQuery. We don't want to touch about jQuery because jQuery is built on the top of a JavaScript, which is a library. It's pretty great. We will look at that maybe in the course. Well, we'll find out once this course is finished recording. I'll finish recording this course. All right, let's go to resources. Resources, we have some users and to-dos. Let's take a look at users. So users these are some users at JSON data, which I can grab from this URL. All right, so this is a URL I can use to grab this data, right? So I'm gonna just make my Webstorm bigger again. And here, first of all, let's go and create XML HTTP request object. So we just say, okay, let XHR, I'm gonna name it, is equal to XML HTTP request object. Now, in this object, we are going to use a couple of methods. First of all, So I say xhr.open the request, and here we want to tell it what method we want to use. So here we'll say method. So this method is coming from what we will pass in into get data method. All right, this is the method. And then it's going to ask for what is the URL. So let's say URL is the URL. All right. Then I'll say xhr.onload, right, is equal to, we set it to function, and then inside that we need to check few things. We say if this dot status, and we can say greater than equal to 200. I know it might be confusing for you guys, but be patient. I will talk about Ajax later in the course. So here we say if status is greater than is equal to 200, and this dot status less than 300. All right, then we're gonna get inside and we want to say, okay, then resolve, and resolve will take xhr.response. All right, so what are the response we get from this xhr HTTP request? Then we want to resolve that. This is what it's going to get resolved. And if that's not resolved, then we just say reject, and then reject is going to have an object. So we can say, all right, so we say status, and I'm going to say this dot status. Give me the status for that rejection. What was the status? Why? Okay, it's a misspell here. Okay, then we have a status text. This dot status text. All right, and after that we're gonna get out from here and out from here as well. Now we have this onload method on XRH, which is a XML HTTP request. Now we want to grab the error as well. So for example, we have xhr.on error. So if there is an error, then we have another function, and that's going to basically reject the promise as well. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this here. So it's pretty much a similar thing. I'm going to just paste that here. So if there is an error on that, then it's going to return reject promise. Okay, it's going to reject that. Then after that, we are going to get out from here as well, and then we call this xhr.send. So we will send it, right? Save it and add a semicolon here as well. Oops, I typed L, semicolon here as well. Now let's go and use this function we just created. I'm just gonna make it smaller so we could look at it properly. That's too small, and make a bit of space here, guys. Right, so we call get data, and the first thing we want to pass in a method. The method is get in uppercase. All the letters are uppercase. Get method. And what is the URL for that? Now the URL is going to be this URL. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm going to paste that in a string. I'm going to save the file, and then what is going to happen? So let's say if I go back and refresh the page, and I'll see nothing here. But if I will go and expand this and we look at the network tab, not a console, I can see there is a request went to JSON placeholder.typecode/user. I'm going to click on that, and here I get some data in the response. So there you go. So the response object is pretty much giving us some data from here. All right, now we want to check this. Okay, so I'm gonna go make my browser smaller again. We're gonna use then keyword. So here I'm gonna go next line and we'll type dot then. Right, once this is resolved, then go and run this function, whatever goes inside then, which is a callback function. So here we'll just say another function and use ES6 syntax, and I'm gonna say console.log and say promise resolved. Let's refresh the browser and we should see promise resolved, right? Now, how do we get the data from it? Now we get the data from by passing a parameter in our callback function. So whatever is returned from a getData function, which is a promise, we can get that by typing a parameter inside of a then function, and then that will be passed into a callback function, which is a parameter name is data. So here I'm gonna say, okay, well, let's just print out data from here. Let's just refresh the browser, and here we have successfully retrieved the data from this URL. How cool is that? Now, there's few things we need to understand here. For example, if I want to make my code a bit modular, then I can do this way. So I'm just going to remove this code, and I'm going to say a function print data, and that's it. And we need to create that function, right? So I'm going to say function print data, and here we can give it data parameters. So basically what's happening, it's just going to call this function. So the function is here, and we have the parameter data. So whatever is the response returned from get data, it's going to push that into a callback function, which is a print data. And here we can say, okay, console.log and log the data. I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. And here we can see we're getting the data back. The response data is in JSON format. I know we haven't talked about JSON yet. Basically, it stands for JavaScript Object Notation, and this format is used to fetch the data from the servers. Now we can use the method JSON parse on this data to convert that into a JavaScript object, so we could use it in our HTML or do something with it. We have a separate video for JSON, which will teach you everything about JSON. So here we're just going to show you a quick method. So we say JSON.parse, and we're going to parse the data, and then console.log it. Refresh the browser, and here I've got a breakpoint here. I'm just going to go run with it. I'm going to go to console here. And now here we can see that we have an array of objects, and which is now usable in our HTML. The next thing we're going to look at is loading data with fetch. Welcome back, everybody. In this video we are going to take a look at a new feature available in ES6 called fetch. And fetch is used to grab the data, and yeah, it's pretty cool. In the last video we've used this getData function in which we return a promise which create an XML object, and we handle a lot of errors here, and there was a lot of code. Now we are going to use fetch to retrieve the same kind of data using this URL. So let's go, and I'm going to comment this block of code. So that's been commented, and now we are just going to use fetch. So I'm just going to make a space here, and so we could look at it. All right, so now here we just simply type fetch, and we are going to type the URL from where we want to fetch the data. So here I'm going to fetch the same URL which we used for the last video. So here we have a JSON placeholder.typecode.com/users, right? So this returns this data. Now here this fetch takes a then, so I'll just say then console.log. I'm going to save the file and go back and refresh the browser, and here we can see we got some sort of response back. Now we have a response back from this URL. It's going to say something in the body, and we have headers here. Okay, redirect is status 200. Now we can add our logic here saying that if status is 200 or status text is blah blah blah, if the type is course. So, but we're not going to go into that because we have already seen how to add basically how to validate our response, so make sure we catch our errors and stuff like that. So now in this video we're just simply going to grab this response and convert that into JSON, whatever is returned from this request. So here I'm going to simply say get me response, and then we're gonna go and add error function syntax. Now I don't have to have a parenthesis because it's one parameter, and I don't have to have a code block because it's gonna be one line of code. So here I will say res.json, right? That's the function we're going to call. Now this is going to get chained again, and simply we're going to say console.log. Let's save it and let's see if we get the same sort of data which we got from this request. So here we can see we got the data back from this URL which has ID, name, and it's basically a JSON object because we use this res.json method on it, and it converted that data to a JSON. So here, even if I say, let's say, okay, I'm just gonna not call it, I'm gonna refresh the browser and let's see what we get. Well, we didn't get anything because we didn't actually convert that response into JSON. So JSON method is pretty great. It just converts your response into a JSON. So if you gotta make sure that the response endpoint is a JSON data. Right, so that's about it. It's a pretty cool. You can use it to fetch the data, less code. So I see you guys in the next video. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to take a look at a destructuring assignment available in ES6. Right, so for that we're going to go to php-strom, and here I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it, let's just say programming. Right, I'm going to say, okay, what are my favorite programming languages? So first of all, JavaScript is my favorite, and then comes Java, and then we have C++, and then we have Ruby, and then we have Python, right. So now if I want to use a destructuring assignment, so for example, first of all, before we can use the destructuring assignment, we're going to understand how we can retrieve the values from an array. So we already know that. We've already talked about how to retrieve, but just quickly take a look at programming. If I say, okay, 0, and that would be console.log, and then we can just log it on the console. Let's refresh the browser. We can see we can grab JavaScript. Now I'm going to use the destructuring assignment to actually access the values. Instead of just typing the keys index of that value, I'm just going to destructure this array. So instead of just typing the name here for the variable, I'm actually going to use square brackets. And inside the square brackets, I will just say, well, we can just say first, and I'm going to type a comma here and then say last. Right, I'm going to save the file, and if down here, if I try to console.log first, and I'm going to refresh the browser, and you can see I'm able to grab the JavaScript from an array. How this thing is working? Are you confused? Don't worry, we're going to make sure that you understand what I'm talking about here. Now here, when I use this destructuring assignment, where I have a square brackets and I pass in a variable name and a second variable name. So what if I console.log last here? I'm going to save the file, refresh the browser, and now it gets me Java. Now how is this working? Now basically what is going on here is that the first variable you define in a destructuring assignment, that will be linked to the first index of an array, which is 0, and then second variable you define here, which will have the value of index 1, and so on. So for example, if I want to create first and the last variable, and I want to assign the first variable to JavaScript and the last variable to Python, how do I do that? Well, we can do that by simply defining the commas. So for example, this is a 0 index. I'm just going to bring it down. Actually, here we have more space now. So this first is equal to JavaScript because it's the first index. Now here I will go and add another comma here. Now within these commas, there is no value at the moment, right? So what is going to happen is that the first is going to equal to JavaScript, and then here in the commas, it is going to grab Java and put it in there, but there is no variable defined there, so that means we just can't use it. So we just define a comma to just skip the value in an array. So for example, so we have a 0 index, and Java is on index 1, and then we have index 2 for C++, and index 3 for Ruby, and then Python for, I don't know, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 4. For example, if I add another comma here and then another comma here, so what's happening? So first, which will be equal to the first index of an array, and then we have a second, third value, and the fourth value. And the last value is going to be null or undefined because there is no fifth value available in an array. So I'm actually going to remove one comma here. And now I'm going to go and say we can console the log first and then the last. Now before, when we console log last, it had Java because it was directly defined after the first variable. So I'm going to save the file. Let's just refresh the browser, and there we go. So we get JavaScript, and then we get last as a Ruby. So what's happening here? So for example, we have 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. That's actually right. We need to add another comma to get the last value. Save the file, and let's just refresh it. Now we get Python. Now if you want to skip the JavaScript, what we can do here, I'm going to add a comma here, and now if I just save the file and refresh the browser, and this time I get Java. And because we have another value here, and the last value is on index 4, so the last will become here 5, I guess, which is undefined, which is not available here. So here, if I remove one comma here, oops, I want to remove a comma here, and save the file and refresh the browser and get me back to the last value of Python. So this is how you destructure an array, and that can be applied to objects as well. So this is a cool thing about it. This is really cool. We're gonna make use of it in our main proper project, right? So I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to take a look at a generator function. So generators are a new type of function that allow us to pause function in the middle of execution and to be resumed later. So, you are looking at a generator when you see an asterisk immediately after following the function keyword. Or sometimes you will see people use the asterisk right before the function name. So we hit the pause within our function by using the new yield keyword. So wherever you see yield keyword, that means we pause the function right there. And this can be used multiple times within the same function. Let's take a look at the syntax to define a function. So we just say function, and then we use asterisk and then the name of the function. I'll just call it my function, and we're going to pass in a parameter here, I, and here I will just say yield I, right? And then we have yield I plus 5. I'm going to save the file, and now we are going to call this function. But before, let's take a look at what it's going to do. So calling a generator function does not execute its body immediately. So an iterator object for a function is returned instead. When the iterator next method is called, the generator function's body is executed until the first yield expression, which specify the value to be returned from the iterator or with the yield. So let's take a look at that. Now, one more thing, calling the next method with an argument will resume the generator function execution and replacing the yield expression where execution was paused with the argument from the next. So a return statement in a generator, when executed, will make the generator done. And if the value is returned, it will be paused back to the value. And a generator has a returned will not yield any more values. So you got an idea what I just spoke here. Now, if you want to have a look at the reference and learn about more in details about generators, then I would highly recommend go to the Mozilla Developer Network and take a look at generators. But now let's take a look at a generator at the beginner level. So here I have the function. I'm just going to create a variable. I'm going to call it gen is equal to my function. and then I'm going to pass in, let's just say 10 as a parameter, right? So what's happening here? Now I am going to console.log gen. So let's just say console.log, and here we just pass in gen. And now I am going to just console.log this and see what happens. We save the file and refresh the browser, and it returns the function. It says suspended, and the prototype is a generator. So here we have a generator status, we have a generator function there, and now how do we get inside to the yield, right? So we get the value from that. Here we have just talked about we need to call a next method on it. I'm going to call the next method, and let's refresh the browser, and now it creates a generator object and returns. So it says done is equal to false, which means that the function hasn't been executed completely because there is another yield available there. So what if I just say, okay, console.log I, and I will just concatenate something like string here, which saying just logged this. I'm going to save the file and just refresh the browser, and now we can see the value there, right? Because we're calling this gen.next. Now I'm going to basically copy and paste this, right? I'm going to save the file and refresh the browser. And now as you can see that when our function, so if our compiler goes here, it sees the yield and say, oh, I'm going to pause the function. I'm not going to execute the rest of the code, right? So now when it goes down, it says, okay, we call gen.next once. That means I'm going to execute till the first yield. And then it goes and sees, okay, gen.next is there again. So that means it's going to call the next yield. It's going to call all the code until the next yield is there. So this is how you can pause the function. We will use generator function in our final project. So yeah, that's about the generator function, guys. Alright guys, welcome back. Now in this video we are going to start looking into classes, which are pretty exciting topic, which were introduced in 2015 in ES6. So what are classes? Now primarily classes are syntactical sugar over JavaScript existing prototype based inheritance. So the class syntax does not introduce a new object-oriented inheritance in inheritance model to JavaScript. So classes are in fact special functions. So just like you can define function expressions and function declarations, the class syntax has two components, a class expression and a class declaration. So the class declaration, one way to define a class is using a class declaration. So you declare a class with class keyword, with the name of the class, and now class expression. So class expression is another way to define a class. So class expression can be named or unnamed. Well, the named, given to a named class expression is a local to a class body, and it can be retrieved through the class. So let's go and take a look at how we can define a class. So we're going to go back to PHP Storm, and let's have a look at the class keyword. So now let's say, first of all, let's go back and see how we create objects and we create a constructor functions, right? So we go as like your constructor function, we just say rectangle, and I say, well, width and height, right? So here I'll just say this dot width is equal to width, and then this dot height is equal to height, right? And then I can just say, okay, let rect is equal to new rectangle, right? And I'm gonna give like 20 by 20, and then that makes a rectangle. So let's go refresh the page, and here I've done the wrong spelling, rectangle. Okay, we've done the wrong spelling here. So we just got to go fix it, right? So here, if I just say, okay, console.log, and I would say rect, and then I'll just go and refresh the page, and here we can see we have a syntax error. Alright, so we're supposed to have this semicolon, not a colon. Let's refresh, and here we have a rectangle object, right? Now, this is a constructor function to create an object, but now we have a keyword called class, which help us to create classes, which are basically an object at the back. But let's take a look how we can create that. I'm going to remove this code, and I'm going to define a keyword class. So let's simply type a class. And after that, you need to type the name of the class. So we'll just say a person, right? And I'm going to have code block. So let's go inside the class. So we don't add parentheses here. We add a curly braces. So that's called code block as well. So now here we need to have a special function to create or to retrieve the parameters of the class. So here what I'm going to do, type constructor. So what is a constructor? Now, the constructor method or function is a special method for creating and initializing object created with a class. There can be only one special method with the name constructor in a class. If you have a multiple constructor in a class, you will have a syntax error thrown. For example, let's take a look at the demo. So here I have a constructor. I'll just say, all right, I'm gonna take a name of the person, an age, and profession. Right, and then I'm gonna just go down and I will just say this.name is equal to name, this.age is equal to age, and this.profession is equal to profession. Right. Now here, if I define a constructor again, and I'll just say hey, and I'll come this.hey is equal to hey. I'm gonna save the file, and let's just go and refresh the browser, and here we have a class may only have one constructor function, right? So my statement is right. So I just gotta remove this constructor. So you can only have one constructor in the class. Now we have this class. It's time for us to create an object from this class. So I'll just say let John, right, is equal to new a person, and I'm going to just say, okay, name is John, age is, let's just say 30, and profession is, well, we can say programmer, right? Let's save it, and I'm going to console log John, save the file again. Let's refresh the browser. I'm just going to make the browser a bit bigger. Let's just go make it a bit bigger here. It's gonna make up. Alright, now here we can see we have a person object with the age, name, and a profession. Well, we have successfully created a class, and we also know how we can create a class, what is a constructor function, what class do for you. So yeah, the next topic we're gonna talk about is class inheritance, right? So here I will create another class. So let's just remove John for a second. All right, now here the person class tells us the name, age, and profession. Right here I'm going to do a bit of modification. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this profession here as well. So just want to have a name, right? And here, the next line, we are going to define another class. All right, I'm going to create another class of student. Right now, let's take a look at what I'm explaining here. Like, let's take an example. Now, let's say we have a class of person, and we create a class of student. Now, student is a person as well, isn't it? So, student is a person, right? So the properties of the person should go inside a student as well, but student has more properties than just a person. For example, student must have a name, student must have an age, and just for the student, it should have a class or a grade or roll number in a class or some kind of a special subject he's studying in this school. So this person might not have those properties, but student will. So what we can do is we basically can inherit from a parent class, and we make the parent class as a person class. Now we are going to use a keyword called extend to actually inherit or make a parent class of a student class. So we'll type extends, and I'm going to type the name of the class which it inherits from, which is a person in this case. So here I'll just say, okay, I am going to create a student class, and it's going to extend to a person. So now the next thing we do is we create a constructor for this class, and then inside we pass in parameters, or we can just get inside the constructor, and then we are going to use a keyword called super. So type super here, and then we are going to type name and age. Now the keyword super is referring to the parent class constructor. So the parent class constructor requires name and age. So in the super we need to define that what we are going to give a values for name and age, because we're inheriting from a person, which is a parent class. Make sense? Right, so here I'll say, okay, I'm going to create a string John and age 30. Let's go down, and then after that I'm going to add some properties for a student, just for the student as well. Alright, so just say school. What school does the student go? Right, what grade the student study? So here we just come down and we just say this dot school is equal to school. This dot, and we can say this dot grade is equal to grade. Right, now we are going to get outside of the class, and let's try using it. I'm going to create a new instance of a student. So we just say new, and I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to let I put my name always, and I'll just say, okay, I'm going to say new student, right? And here I want to type school and grade value. So here I'll just say, okay, I go to IT school, and the grade I study is in 12. Well, I don't, but I just say, I'm going to save the file and just let console.log, and I'll just say it, just log the aways. I'll save the file. Let's refresh the browser, and here I have a student class. So the student class has a name John, has a grade 12 and a 30, and IT as well. Now here I am using these values, but I can simply say here, alright, I'm going to say in a constructor, I'll just say name, and I'll just say age, right? And then here I will just say it's a name and age. Okay, now basically we are passing the name and age value in the student constructor, and you might be thinking, why would you do that? Because when your applications grow bigger and bigger, then you need to manage your code. You need to understand where this thing's coming from, what are the object, what is the parent object. So this basically help us to manage the project. So right now, if someone sees the student, it's going to see that, okay, super, and this is going to be this class, but person can extend anywhere else in the project. It could be a student and a teacher and a principal or a headmaster or some kind of a PT teacher. So the person goes with everywhere, but we still have a person. So now if I go save the file, I'm gonna get a student which is undefined grade and undefined student, because the first two values are going to be for the constructor in a superclass. So here we have defined IT as a name, and we have defined age 12 as a string. So here, if I just remove the remove it, and here I'll just say let, and I'll just say, okay, I'm going to create John now. It's equal to new student, and I'll first of all, what I need to type here. So here the PHP or Webstorm giving me suggestions here. If you take a look at it closely, I'm just gonna zoom into this. So it says name, age, school, grade. So the first parameter is going to be name and age, and then school and grade. So here I can say, okay, well, we can say here, I'll say John is the name, age is 30, and then school, I can say IT. And then we can say grade, we can say JavaScript here. So let's say JavaScript, right? And then after that, let's take a look at what do we have in John. So it's the console.log. We say John, and let's refresh the page, but must remove this colon to semicolon. Let's refresh the page, and now we can see we have age, we have a grade, we have a name, we have a school, right? The next topic we're going to talk about is setters and getters. Well, getters or setters or getter are pretty much the same thing. Okay, so getters and setters are available in other programming languages as well, like in Java, C++, or Python. So in JavaScript, we do have a getters and setter, but it's a little bit different, right? So here I'm going to go on the person, or maybe we can do that on the student class. So here outside the constructor, I'll just create a function. I'll just say get name, add a function, and here we can just say return me this dot name, right? Also, I want to set the name. I want to go and change the name of this student later on. So I can just say set name, and I can give a parameter of name, and I can just say, alright, this dot name is equal to name. Alright, and then on the next line we can say, okay, get age, and I can say, alright, return this dot age, and also we're gonna have a set age, and then we can just say this dot age is equal to age, which I haven't passed in yet, but there you go. So we pass in a parameter of age, right? So now the next property we have school. So say get school, add a function there. I would just say return this dot school, and also we are going to add set school. We can say as school, and I'm gonna say return, not return actually. We say this dot school is equal to school, right? So basically what we're doing here, we're just creating getters and setters for that. So we have one function to get the school name, we have one function to set the school name. Right, the last thing we have a grade. Let's do that as well. So here I'd say get grade, grade. Okay, so grade, that's the right spelling. Right, so after that we just say, okay, I'm gonna go to the next line. I'm just gonna write it here, it's easier. So set this dot grade. Alright, that's done. So say set grade, so parameter grade, and I'll just say return. Is a return? No, it's not. So we just say this dot grade is equal to grade. Right, so finally we have created our setters and getters for all four properties. I'm going to refresh the page. Right now I'm going to say, okay, give me a John. What's the John in there? Enter. Now John has this object. It has an age and a grade, JavaScript name, and John, right? Now what if I call this function John dot get name? Well, it gives me back the John. Okay, John is the name. Well, we're gonna set the different name for a John. So here I can say, okay, John dot set name, and I'm going to say aways. Press enter. It gives me undefined. Well, don't worry. Now let's go and have a look at John dot get name and enter, and this is what we get. We get aways. Now there's no John anymore. Let's take a look at the John object completely. So I'm going to press enter, and here we have a John. I think it's hidden behind me right now, so I'm just going to clear the thing out and we just say John. There we go. So John property aways is there. No more John is there anymore because we've changed it. So same as with changing a name, we can use the setter for a grade as well. So we'll just say, okay, John set grade, and we can just say, okay, he wants to learn Python, not JavaScript. So let's press enter, and I'll just say, now I'm going to clear the console and just say John, and here just press enter, and now let's take a look at what is the grade for a John. Alright, cool. So we have successfully changed the value of the grade for a John object. So this is how we can define setters and getters. So later in the replication, whenever we need to change the value or grab the value or do some functionality, for example, if you want to get the grade of the student, so there must be a function here. Let's just say we can create, so get calculate grade, and then return the result. All right, return result. Now here we don't have a result at the moment, but you're gonna have to create that functionality and the result from this function. So that means once we have the grade, oops, I'm going to fix this up. Right, so now I think I'll press the Control L to identify, so ident the code. Let's make it smaller. All right, now this function will have all the things. For example, total, so let total marks is equal to 100, and then say, well, student marks is, we can say, okay, this dot, and we can say John, or we can say get grade, right? And that's what we want to have, something like, let's just say, we can store a variable here. Oops, I'm going all the way up there. So it's a let student marks is equal to this dot get grade. This is going to grab us a grade. Now we have the total marks and the marks the student got, and then after that we do some functionality. We just say, okay, we can have let result there as well. So here we just say, okay, well, I'm going to say result is equal to total marks minus student marks. All right, now the student marks will have something like, I don't know, 30. So here we have result, yeah, that's fine. Let's save it, and then I'm gonna refresh the page, and here we just see John, enter. Now student marks are 30, our grade is 30, right? So we need to have age actually here, so I'm just say age. Let's save it. Let's refresh the page. Oops, we need to have a get age. Save it. Let's, because the age has the numeric value 30 here, so we have some problem with the naming, but let's do it. So we have a John object, age 30. So here I'm going to say John dot, and what is the function name we defined? Get calc. So get calc grade. Oops, and enter, and it's say, okay, result is not defined. Well, that's right, because RE result is not fine. Now it should be fine. See the mistakes I make on purpose, because later on I can tell you this is going to happen in the programming career. You always make mistakes, but the best part about it, if you know how to fix them, that is the good thing about it. Let's go refresh the browser, and I'm just gonna quickly say john.get calc, enter, and there you go, we get 70. We did some kind of functionality, right? So we know that we have a function which will basically give a minus value from 100, whatever the grade is, so that's 70, right? It's a weird function, but it does work. So what if I go and say john.set age to, we can say 50, right? And then I'm going to say, okay, John.get calculate, I'm going to get 50 because 50 was there for the John, not 30 anymore. So here you can see we create one object. Now we have some functions in that which will manipulate the data and give us the result according to the stuff we have. So you can use these kind of techniques in the front end as well. So you have one form which fill up the values and change the values, and you say, okay, give me the result, and that function will come here, grab the value, and then show you the result. So this is very handy. You need to practice a lot with classes. We've seen inheritance, we've seen getters and setters. So yeah, this is about the classes, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next section of the course with a lot more ES6 related to promises and callback functions and all that stuff. So you know, our content is never gonna stop. So yeah, just make sure to stick around, and I'll see you guys in the next section. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Awais, and welcome to another video on the channel. Today I'm going to bring you a crash course for Git. What is a Git? So a Git is a free and open source distributed version control system. And what is a version control system and why should you care? Let me read a passage from a website of a Git actually. So it says a version control system that record changes to a file or a set of files that you can recall at the specific version later. So in simple words, what is a version control system? So if you are a developer, for example, you are developing a website. So you write a file called index.html and you write a file called script.js. And then the first function you write in your script.js, let's say it's console.log and says hello world. Now later at some point, maybe after 3 days or 4 days, you want to go back and see, okay, what was the first line I wrote in my code? Is there any way to get all the code back, or is there any way to go back to the specific point of your code? Yes, that is called a version control system, which is a Git. Now, Git is open free and we can use it. Now, Git is one of the most popular version control system as well. So what we're going to learn in this video? In this video, I'm going to show you some of the command lines, commands, and also I'm going to show you how you can use Git with GUI software. So GUI stands for Graphical User Interface, and the software we're going to be learning is called Sorcery, which makes it so easy to work with the Git. And also I'm going to be showing you how you can use GitHub and what are the benefits of using GitHub. And the ultimate statement I'm going to give you at this point is every project you create, whether it's a website or a Java game or Java software, any software you create, you should have some sort of version control system. It could be Mercurial, Git, and there's others version control system as well out there. Now, how do we install Git? So you basically go to git-scm.com and you click on download version for Windows, and if you're on a Mac, you should see a Mac version, and if you're on a Linux, then you have a Linux version here, right? So now I've already installed Git. It's basically simply just click on download Git and it's going to start installing. As you can see down there on the Chrome browser, it says, okay, let's keep it or discard it. So I'm going to discard it because I've already installed Git. So you got to install the Git. It's simply a Windows installer. Click on next and next. It will basically install that. All right, so how do we check what version of Git we have? I'm going to go to CMD in the Windows, and here it basically say, all right, we have a node version of terminal here. Well, let me just say git --version. Now it says git version 2.15.0. So what is the current version going on for the Git? Let's have a look. So it says 2.16.1. So there is the latest version. I had to update it, but for now we will just use whatever we have on my PC. It's going to be the same. Now we've installed Git. There's another software that we want to install called Sorcery. Now Git is all about a terminal. You write commands on a terminal to deal with the Git. but the source tree has created a free Git GUI for a Mac and a Windows. So basically you click and drag and drop and write graphically. That makes the Git a lot easier compared to you write commands on the terminal. So here we have a source tree. I've already installed source tree. I'm gonna pop it up, and once we basically, when it starts, then I'm just gonna give you an overview. So this is the source tree. I have one project available in that. So we'll look at that, how we can add it, we can create a Git repository. So now let's go and jump into one of the editor. Well, I'm going to be using Webstorm. You can use any of the free version. For example, we have a Visual Studio Code, which is another great option, and it's free. So right now we have actually this project here. It's a typing speed test. Okay, well, I'm just gonna ignore that. Right, I'm just gonna pop up the Webstorm. Now here I'm going to close this project, and also I'm gonna create a new project, and I'm gonna create an empty project, and it says web or git test. And let's just go and create this. And now in this project we don't have any files. So first of all, how do we create a Git repository? Now I'm going to create two files first. So we'll just create index.html file. I'm going to make it bigger, and also I want to create another file, which is JavaScript file. I'll say script.js. Right, so here we have two files now, and well, what's happening here? I'm going to basically create this project a Git repository as well. I'm going to implement the Git inside this project as well. How do we do that? Well, I'm using Webstorm, which is pretty advanced IDE. So I have this VCS, version control system, on the top. I can go into that and I'll just say, all right, import into version control. So here I have an option for create a Git repository. I'm not going to use that because not many people will be using Webstorm, so we just skip that option. Now we want to go to terminal. So this has a built-in terminal here. So we are already in the project folder, but let's skip that as well. So we want to go to Windows PowerShell or CMD. Does not matter. You go to CMD, you go to Windows PowerShell. You can use whatever you like, but I'm just going to be here, right? So here I'm going to say, okay, H, and we are in HLS. So all of these folders we have in there. And now I want to go to the folder, programming project. So here it says CD, programming project, and then web project. And then I have Git project, Git test. All right, so right now I'm here. So I have two files, index.html and a script.js file. So here I'm actually going to type a Git command. Let me go back to a Git documentation. So here, well, I'm trying to show you that how you can learn more by yourself, because Git is too big. I can't cover that in a 20 minutes video. So we will go to git-scm website and we'll click on documentation. Now once we click on documentation, it takes us to this page, and here we see what is a Git basis, quick wins with Git, get going with Git. There's a lot more options here. I'm going to click on the first one, which is reference. Okay, so this is the reference. We will just make it a bit bigger. Actually, I'll zoom into the video. Now here we have an option for setup and config option, creating project, basic snapshotting, branching and merging, and sharing and updating. So whatever you need to know, you basically go and click on that. For example, here we see how do we create a Git repository. It says getting and creating project. So I'm going to click on that init. Okay, so it says git init creates an empty Git repository or reinitialize an existing ones. So here we have some options. We type git, we type init, and we have some flags here as well. So extra commands. We say, okay, let's create a Git repository, but on the top of that, do this. So these are some commands as well, which you type in with the hyphen, double hyphen, and then the command name. Now we have a description here as well. this is not you want to read. I just want to show you that you can go and study more about Git, but we want to look at the basics of Git: create repository, add a branch, and also commit. What is a committing? What's basically Git, right? Now let's go back to Windows PowerShell, and here I see I don't have a Git repository. So if I say ls and I can see I have two files, index.html and script. Now I want to convert this to a Git repository. So I'll type git init. All right. So it says initialized empty Git repository in programming project web project git test.git. Now let me take you to the browser, file explorer actually. So here we will go to right click and I'm going to click on show in explorer. Now here, this is the folder git test. Now I go inside, I don't see any git.git folder. I don't know if it's a Git repository. So how do we know that? Well, we can click on view and then click on hidden items. And once I click on hidden items, I can see there is a folder called Git. And there's a lot of files in that, which I don't want to go into, but there is something called Git. So we know there is a Git repository for that. All right, so now it says Webstorm says, okay, add file to Git. I'm going to click on yes. Now, both of these files are added to Git. Let's look at that. Now, I'm going to use this built-in terminal. Well, we are going to eventually jump to the GUI Git, so that will be easier. But let's look at some of the commands, because sometimes GUI can cause trouble, cause an error, cause a bug. But the terminal is always the way to fix the problems, and there is no lies in it. So it's whatever Git offers, it's there and it works. So here I'll say git status. All right, so I get the git status and I see no commits yet. Well, I don't have any commit. Changes to be committed. Well, we have changes committed and it says untracked files. So these are the tracked file. So Git is not tracking index.html. Git is not tracking script.js file. Now, there will be a time where you don't want to track some files. For example, if you have this web project in Webstorm creates an extra folder called .ide, which has some project configuration specific for Webstorm. So we don't want to put that into a Git repository. We want to track the source code. So basically what you can do, you can create a file name called git ignore. Now, git ignore is the file which will help us to ignore some files to go into Git repository. So let's create that file. You can create a visually. So if I can go and create a new file, and I will say, okay, .git ignore file, create that, and you can click OK, it will create the file. Now also I can create a new file by typing ni.git ignore on the terminal, and then I have this file git ignore, right? Then I want to add this file to the Git repository first, and I want to go here, and here I see I have nothing. So right now we will go and say, okay, how do I add a file to a Git repository through a terminal? Well, as you guessed, add command. So we say git status first. So let's check the git status, and here we have some files. So I want to say git add.git ignore, and there we go. And the next time when I go and say, okay, git status, and now as you can see, you notice that we have a file called .git ignore highlighted. So that means it's been added to a Git. Now we have added that file that, okay, I told Git, please go and track .git ignore file. Please track that. So now we can see we have added that to a tracking. Now whatever I write, it will be tracked. So next thing, we want to add a folder which we don't want to track and we automatically ignore. So here we will just simply say, okay, .idea, and here I want to say dash save the file, and here we just say git status. And this time, as you can see, when I do the git status, it actually did not show me those IDE files. So if I go here, for example, show in Explorer, I can see that there is an IDE folder which I'm going to ignore because it's specific to my IDE, what I'm using. So we know how to create a git ignore file, how to ignore folders or files. Now, then the next part, I'm going to clear the console, and here I'm going to write a command which basically create a snapshot of our current status of our code. For example, we have written something in the git ignore. We have not written anything on the script, but we want to first add these files to git. So here we just say git add, and I can say index.html and git add script.js. Right, I'm going to say git status, and there you go. So there is no file, which is basically untracked now. So here, as you can see, notice that we have something called modified. So what is a modified? So we can see there is a file called .gitignore, which Git is telling me that it's been modified. Well, what is this? Now let's go to index.html. I want to change the title of that to something else. So I'll just go here. I'll just say hello, or maybe we can say git test. All right, we have a git test. I'm going to save that file, and I'll go back to the terminal, and let's just clear the terminal. And here now I'm going to type again git status. So git status is a command which tells you the status of Git, about the files, what's happening, what's changed, what's not changed, what is tracked, what is not tracked, what is committed. So let's go and type status, press enter. And now I can see it says, well, we have added these files, changes to completed. So we have a .ignore, we have index.html, we have a script.js. And also it says, well, we have modified 2 files now instead of 1 file. So before, when I look at the status, it was saying git ignore only is modified. And now it says index.html is modified as well. Well, that's true because we wrote a title git text. We modified the file. Now, if I want to capture the state of my code, for example, 3 days later, I write a code and I make a mistake on that, and I don't know how to go back to the code where my code was working, because your website was working before, you wrote something which broke everything, and you want to go back. This is where version control system comes in, and the Git is one of them, which we use and which is the most famous one. Right, so now what we do, I will clear the console here, and I want to commit the term commit. Let's go to the website of that Git. Actually, I want to show you how you can learn more as well. So here, if we go say basic snapshotting, we can see we have this add function. We just seen that. We can see status, we can see a difference, we can have a commit, we have a remove, move, reset, bunch of things. If we go to add, and here we have a huge description to read, but one thing I want to point out here, there is a dot notation. So here it says add the content from all text file by using this git add documentation / / and static. Okay, static works as well. Now you should go and read these, but the software we will be using called SourceTree, which will basically help you to not to go and read the commands, because all the commands are already here. Because I don't want to go and write commands which will not make any sense, because if you're really keen to learn a terminal based Git, then you can come here and read the documentation and you will be able to read it and understand it. We have some branching and merging which we'll look at in a source tree instead of writing the commands. I could write the commands, but that's going to be hard for the beginners. So now we want to go to commit. Now commit, what is a commit? Let me read this passage here. So it says stores the current content of all indexed in a new commit along with a new message from a user describing the changes. So the content to be added can be specified in several ways by using git add. All right, so by using git rm to remove, to listen the arguments, we use the command here, -- patch and -- interactive, or without these things, right? So these are some things that you can go and read. Now let's take a look at basically the demo of that, right? That's what we're doing here. Alrighty, so now we have some kind of tracked file here. We have a changes to committed. Now I want to say here, let's just say git commit, right? I'm going to press enter. Wow. Now it takes me to this place, right? It says enter the commit message for your changes. Lines starting with the hash will be ignored. Okay, well those will be ignored. I'll say initial commit. So I've written a message called initial commit. So that would be kind of a description for this stage of the code. So if I want to come back to it, I will look for, okay, what was my initial commit? So I'll go into description and look at that. Right, so here we will write, we will press escape, and here we type a colon and we just say W for writing the file and then Q for quitting. Press enter, and there you go. And it says we have a master root commit, initial commit, 4 files change, 14 insertion, create mode, blah blah blah. All right, let's look at the git status now. So git status, and here we can see we have a git add file, so we have some modification to these files as well. Okay, we'll look at that later. Now we've seen how a git works. We can look at the status, how we can commit. Now let's go to GUI git, all right, which will be a lot easier to deal with the terminal, because you can deal with the terminal, but you need to have a little bit of knowledge about terminal, about command. It's a bit advanced, not for the beginners, but if you're totally beginners, we can see we have this source tree software. So I want to snap this here, and also I want to snap this here. All right, now here I'm gonna go and close this repository for now, which is another repository I had. I'm gonna click on this plus button. Once I click on the plus button, I will click on add. Right, I can create a new Git repository by clicking on create. I can clone it, which we will talk about in the server, in the GitHub, which we put our code over there, right? Then we have a local and then remote. So if your Git is sitting on a server and you have a local copy of it, well, a lot of developers work together on the same kind of repository. So I will just go and write my code and I will commit that to that repository, and other developer can track my code as well and take my code and continue working on the top of that. So that is another way of looking at the Git. But for now, let's go and add a Git repository. So I'll click on add and click on browse. And also we want to go to a programming project and we want to go to web. And here we have a Git test project. I'm going to click on a select, click on add. Right, so now I just want to make it bigger. Okay, so now we have successfully added the Git. We could actually create a Git repository here, but now let's look at some of the options. So we have a commit option, we have a push option, we have a pull, fetch, a merge, a branch, stash, and there's a lot of options in the Git. But let's look at what's going on here. So here you can click on this index.html and it says, okay, that was the line before title. Now the new line, it says git test, title, git test, and test title. So I'm going to go and click on stag all. Once I go stag all, and I want to write, this is where I start my coding. And I click on commit, and that will be committed. Now we have a branch called a master branch. So if I click on a master branch, I will say, okay, well, this is where I start the coding. Now, branching is a pretty great. Well, why we use the branches and what are branches? Let me quickly explain to you guys. Now, let's say you are working on a project and there is a new feature which your boss wants you to add into the application. Now, instead of continue working on the same branch, you basically create a new branch from that and then start working on that. So during that time, when you're working on a new feature, if your boss comes in, all right, we release the version of the software, there is a bug in it. Now you are already in the main branch, and if you try fix that, you're gonna mess up. So what you will do, you will basically go to your master branch or any other branch which you have set for release. You fix the bugs and you commit it there, and that's no issues. And then you will go back to the code where you were working on your new feature. So it's pretty great. And a lot of developers, like 10 or 15 developers, work together on the same project. So they use a version control system where they can have their own branches. So on the own branch, it's got nothing to do with a different branch. So basically what they do, they keep working on their own branch. And then once the code is ready, they will just commit it. Right, so now we have seen that we can commit. I'm going to go back to Webstorm, and here I want to write some code here. So I'm going to minimize the terminal now, and let's just make it smaller. So here we can say h1 hello world, we are learning Git. Make a duplicate of it, save the file, and we go back to source tree, and there we go. Once I save the file, I go to source tree, I have the repository there, and it says uncommitted changes. Wow. I'm going to click on that and see that, okay, unstacked file. I'm going to click on this file, and it says, okay, you have added these lines to your index.html. How cool is that? So it's tracking whatever the changes we're doing. So later at the point, if you want to come back to where I had these lines, then I'll just go, okay, click on commit, and I'll just say, okay, committing multiple headings, right? I'm going to click on stack all files, or you can click on stack selected if you have multiple file changes. Click on commit, it's committed. We're going to go to master branch, and there you go. I have 2 commits here. Let's go back to Webstorm, and here we just say in a script file, I will just say, okay, alert, I am using Git, right? Save the file. Let's go back and add that file into index.html and drag and drop, save it, go back to the file, and there you go. We can see we have more changes. So I'm going to click on uncommitted changes, and also I can see I have this file change which says alert, I'm using Git, and it says index.html, which I've added this script tag. Wow, it's tracking everything. Now here I can say, click on commit, and I will say, okay, I have attached the script file to index.html file. So later on, I want to go to this point. I can just go back to this point, stack all, click on commit, and there you go. So here we can see we have multiple commits now. And also we will basically go back to the initial commit now. Right now, let's look at our code. So we have this code in our index.html file. I go to alert, so I have this code there. I'll make it bigger. Okay. Now let's say if I double click on initial commit. Wow, it's saying confirm change working copy. I'm going to click on OK. Now I can see I have another head commit. So I'll go back to my code and say, all right, I don't have any code in there. I don't have any index file there. Wow, what happened to my code? Now don't freak out, the code is still here. So if we go back here, it says uncommitted changes, which will basically cause the initial because we went to the initial point. So I'm going to click on discard these changes, for example. Let's select all of them and just click on discard changes, click OK. Well, it's not going to let you discard now because we have uncommitted changes. Right, let's double click on that and we'll go back to our code here. So now I'll go back, there you go, our code comes back. How cool is that? And also we'll look at some of the branches now. For example, I have attached a script file and I want to add some functions in that. So I'll go and click on the branch and I'll say I want to create a new branch. So I'll just say, okay, dev branch, okay. And I want to specify the commit point where I want to take the code. So I'll click on this and then I'll just select this, double click on that, or select that and click OK. Let's create branch, and there you go. We have 2 branches now. These are the local branches. We have not touched a server side of a Git. So here I will go and add some code to our stuff. I'm going to remove these headings and I'll say h1 I am currently working on dev branch. Save the file. We go back to source tree, and here I can see I have uncommitted changes. Wow, what's the change? So here we can see index.html file, and it says I've removed these lines of code, and the green tells us I have added this line of code. Nice. I want to click on commit because I want to have this snapshot. I want to track the same place. So if I want to go back to it, I could go back to it anytime I want. So here I'll just say first commit for dev branch. All right, I'm going to click on stag all files and then click on commit, and we go back to dev branch, and there we go. So right now, if you look at the repository, it says a dev and a master is down there. Now, to show you how the branching looks cooler, I want to go back to the master branch. So I'll double click on the master branch. So here, right now, we're on the master branch, and I'll go back to the code, and there you go. Our code comes back, and the script come back as well. So here, I will delete this, and I'll say just h2, just looking at the branches looks cool. Save the file, go back to Git, and here we can see we have a commit, uncommitted change. Click on that, stag all files, and let's go back to commit, click on that and say just chilling with master branch. Let's do it. Click on commit. All right, once I commit, I go back to dev. Now let's look at how cool is that. So basically, when we go back to the master branch, we committed and our changes. Now we can see I have this some kind of arrow going outside from the master branch, which is telling me this is like something else, another part. So we can see we have a different branches now. How cool is that? So we've seen how to create a new branch by clicking on the branch, and then we select a specific point, and then we create a new branch. We can merge the code, which is a little bit advanced topic. Basically what happens is if I want to merge this dev branch. So as you can see, our master branch is above the dev branch because it says we committed the latest one on the master branch, not our dev. So by date it works, and by date and time it works. So here we can see we have committed on a dev before we committed on the master. So we can see now what happened if someone working on a master branch, and he will say, all right, I have finished my task. Now we want to have all the code together, and then we create our branches and work on those. How do we do that? That's called merging the code. For example, there's a guy who's working on the dev branch, and I'll go to him, all right, mate, you finished your task. I have finished my task. Give me your code. I'll take your code and I'll take my code and merge it together and see if we get any error. So how do we merge to another branch? Well, I am in a master branch right now, and I want to merge the code of a dev branch as well. So let's go back and take a look at the code we have. Right now I have this code here, right? Alert, index, we have this code. We go back, and here I want to go click on merge, and now I want to click on dev branch, and we'll click OK. Well, now the message, it's saying that now you have merged conflicts in your working copy that needs to be resolved before continuing. Now it's saying, mate, you have a conflict. So the dev branch has a similar code on a similar line, and the master branch has a similar code, not a similar code, but different code on the same line, which is conflicting. So which one you want to keep? You want to trust that developer, or you want to trust your code? Well, click on close, and here we can see the line goes and joined together in a source tree. So as you can see, right now I'm going to click on here, and it says, well, there's some problem. So here we have an index.html which has problems, and I want to resolve that. So if I right click on that, and I can see there must be external difference. Now there are some extensions that you can use. So if we click on resolve commit, and it says launch external merge tool, resolve with a mine, resolve with theirs. So here you can see, okay, I want to resolve with this. So most priority will go to that developer code. And if I've written a code which is conflicted to that code, just ignore that code, remove it, just keep his code. So you can use resolve theirs and resolve using mine. But there are some external tools which you can plug into SourceTree, which will help you to actually look at what's the difference. So to show you that, I will go to Webstorm, because Webstorm has a built-in conflict resolver. All right, so we'll go to, I'm going to right click here. I'm going to go to Git, and I will say resolve conflict. Now, this is basically already there. So here we can see we have a conflict in index.html. I'm going to double click on that, and it's going to open a file, and it's going to show me what is a conflict. Okay. Well, this is changes from server, which means the developer branch, some other branch there. The result will be, if you merge, that will be the result. Okay. And right now I have this code on my local changes, which is says hello world, we are learning Git. And I said, just looking at the branch looks cool. Now, if I click on merge and we have a conflict, we want to make sure what code we want to keep. We want to keep this code, or we want to keep my code. So here we have an option for, after looking at the conflict, saying, okay, accept left or accept right. So I will say accept left. My code is the most priority. We go back to SourceTree, and here we can see that error is gone. I could resolve it right here, but I used the Webstorm built-in conflict resolver to resolve the conflict. You can go and search in the Google saying, okay, find me a conflict resolver on SourceTree. Yeah, you find a bunch of them. All right, so now we know how we can resolve the conflict, how we merge the code, how we create a branch. What is the meaning of a commit? Commit is just a snapshot, a stage where you want to go back. So here, if I go, this is the where I want to start coding. So already in the master branch, double click on that, and it says checking to create. It's going to detach the head. Well, I'm going to cancel that. We go back to dev branch, and there you go. Once I go to dev branch, we go to Webstorm, and here, there you go. Our code is related to the dev branch now. It's not on a master branch, so we don't have that. We can go back to master branch by double click on the master branch, look at the code, our code comes back. How cool is that? Now, there's a lot more options here which we can have a look. For example, this remote option. We have a Git flow, we have a terminal, we have Explorer, we have a settings. The terminal is basically Git bash. We don't want to go through that. Now we talk about push and pull and fetch. Well, what are these things? Now I'm going to take you to the browser, and we will look at the browser here. Right, so here I'm going to go to GitHub. This is my personal GitHub account where I upload all the code. You can go and follow me there as well if you want to. There's a lot of new codes here available. Right, so now I want to create a repository here, and I want to make sure my code will be available on the local and on the server as well. So you can build your own server if you have the money, but you can use the free ones, which is a GitHub. GitHub lets you upload your code, obviously publicly for free, but if you want to have that private, you can use a Bitbucket. There's another website, or you can pay GitHub $2 or $7 a month to make your code private. So GitHub lets you upload your code and make sure that it is safe, so that no one touches that code. Okay, this is so cool. If you're working on a proper open source project or even a private project, I would highly recommend make sure you upload your code at some sort of server. So if your computer dies, or if it's too much fire going on under your computer, or it's a bit of heat, it's going to blow the computer and you will lose all your work. Computer is not that important, but your work is very important. So make sure you upload your code somewhere which is safe, which is a GitHub or a Bitbucket or your own server that you buy with a lot of money. So how do we create a repository here? So we'll come here and create a new repository, which will be a simple task. You just fill out the form. We don't want to do that. We want to use this Webstorm to upload the repository to the GitHub, because I've already attached that here and I will not have to type the password and stuff. So here I will just say right click Git, and let me see if I have an option here. No, I don't have an option here. We'll go to the version VCS tab, and here I will say browse repository and import into current version controller. Here we have an option for share project on the GitHub. I'll click on that, and there you go. It says Git test is a repository. I'll say yeah, share it. Now it's going to go to my, because I've already attached to GitHub. If you haven't attached to GitHub, you can say, you can basically go in the setting, and here right now we have the repository remote path, which is set to github.com or /gittest.git. But if you don't want to use the Webstorm, you can come here and basically add a remote. So if I go add, and here I'll type repository name, remote name, which is the GitHub, and a URL for that. So go and refresh the browser, and there you go. We have a Git test repository right here. Now, if you don't want to use Webstorm, that's fine, but you can still do it by using a source tree. So you go here, you basically, let's just remove this. For example, let's just remove this or edit this. You can see here, this is the information you want to type. So remote name would be origin, URL path you will get from here. So if you create that repository from GitHub, then you just click here, copy this path and paste it in your URL. And then the username and password for the Git, which I've already have in Webstorm, so I don't have to type in here. But if you didn't have Webstorm, then you can type username and it will ask you for the password as well. So here we have an option for Bitbucket, GitHub, Stash, and Unknown, which is your local or your server in your home running on your IP. Let's cancel out, and here we can see now we have branches which are local, and also we have a remote. So on the remote, we don't have a dev branch, right? So I want to just keep all my code to the remote as well. So for that, we use an option called push. So here I'll go to Webstorm and change our code. So right now I am in, let me check, in a master branch, and I'll go to Webstorm here, and I'll just say, right, H3 or H2, we say we are using remote server. Save the file. Let's go to source tree, and here we have an option. I'll click on commit. I'll say just pushing to the server, staging all file, just track this file. Okay, commit. All right, so once we commit, we have some kind of a pop-up on a push button. So here it says push. Now, why it's showing me this button? It's telling me that I have committed the changes, but that committed changes are only available on your local copy of your code. So do you want to push that to the server? Well, yes, we want to push that to a server because server needs to be updated because we want to keep our code safe. I'll click on push, and I'll click on push again, and it's pushing to the server. Now, how do we check we're pushing to the server? Once it finishes, then I will take you to my GitHub repository, and here it says 5 commits. I'm going to refresh the browser, and it should say 6 commits. Wow. I'll click on that, and here I can see I committed initial commit. This is where I start my code, and the last commit I did is just pushing to the server. Now we can see, I'll click on that commit, and I can see this is I added, and I can write some options here, comments or reviews for other people coming and downloading my code. I can do that as well. So as you can see, we can commit to the server now. All right. So what's next in Git? We've seen push, we have not seen pull, which works the other way. If you have any changes to the server, well, let's look at the demo for that as well. So I'll go to this dev branch, and I will just say, okay, I'll go to my Webstorm where my code is, and I'll say H3, just learning how to pull. Save the file. Let's go and go to the source tree, stag it, say just pull commit. I'm gonna go and commit that, and then also I want to push that to the server. So I'll just click on that, push it to the server, push that branch to the server, and there you go. And that branch will be available on the server as well. It's pushing right now. All right, so now here I will go to master branch, and this is where we are. Okay, so we go to the web browser, and I will just go to my repository, git test, and here I will just go index.html, and I want to click on edit file, and here I want to type h3 or h2. I am making a change in GitHub. And now we want to find a place where we can save this file. Here we have a save. Now we have a commit changes. Yes, we don't save, we commit changes. So here I can say, okay, changes from GitHub. Let's go click on commit changes. And there you go. Now let's go to source tree, and here we want to click on a fetch. So once you click on a fetch, which will go to the remote and get us all the changes which were in the remote. Wow, now we can see after fetching all the code, but we have not pulled yet. Fetching is different than pulling. Pulling is just applying that fetch. Fetching is just grab me and tell me what's changed. Here I can see it says master branch needs to get the pull. So here we have a commit name updated index, which we have something written here. I'm making a changes in a GitHub, as you can see here. Well, that's right. I can click on pull, and that changes will be available on my local copy of the code as well. So we have pretty much covered the basics of Git using a terminal, and also we have seen a cool software source tree, which in fact is free. That is so cool. So yeah, if you have any problems, let me know. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. And make sure to subscribe and like this video and share it. And also check out the JavaScript code, what I just created. That's so cool. All right, see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. I'm really excited to bring you another project-based section on this course. Now this section is going to be how we can create a real-time chat application using JavaScript using Socket.io library. So here I'm running 3 instances of a local host. So here I have localhost 3000 running. I have 3 rooms for chatting here. So if I click on the JavaScript, and here I have the room, so I'll basically go and say, hi everybody, press enter. Now this message is there in the JavaScript room. If I go JavaScript, and now here says new user join, and here we can see on the first instance says new user join. And also I'm going to click on JavaScript here as well. So we have another message saying new user join and a new user join here. So if I type a message, hi everybody, I'm going to press enter. I'll click on send. And as you can see, we just sends a message from this instance. It goes to here. It goes to every person who is actually connected to a chatting application. So this is a full-fledged chatting application with multiple rooms. So if I go to Swift and I say, hi everybody, hey guys, I'm gonna press enter. Now if I go here and I go to Swift, and I can see there's a message here. So here we'll just say, hey. So as you can see, every room is getting the values, so whoever is joined the room will receive the messages. So this is a cool project. Alright guys, welcome to the first video of this course, guys. In this video, we are going to set up our development environment for developing this chat application. Now, we need a few things to start working. First of all, you need to have some sort of an IDE to write your JavaScript code in it. And also you need a Node installed and npm installed in your PC, or you're using a Mac. So I'm going to take you to a website, nodejs.org. So here we need to install Node.js. So here I can see I have latest versions and a current version. So we'll just download this 8.9.4 LTS version, stands for long-term supported version. So you basically download that and install in your PC. It's a simple exe file. You just download it. I'm actually going to click on that and it's going to start downloading. At the bottom, you can see here, it's downloading. I'm going to cancel out because I've already downloaded and installed Node.js on my PC. And also when you install Node.js, it automatically installs npm as well. So how do we check whether we have a Node installed in our PC or not? Well, we can simply go to command prompt, and here we type the command node space -- version, and it tells me that, all right, I have a version 9.2.0 installed. So I'm actually couple of versions behind, but anyways, the application we're going to be developing, it should be fine, whatever the version you have installed. And also we need a framework on Node called Express, which basically help us to set up the routing, and also it helps us to configure the server very easily, right? So these two things you need to install. And the second thing, you need to have some sort of an IDE where you can start typing your code. So I'm going to give you my suggestion, which is actually the paid version of IDE. Basically, I use Webstorm, which is a paid version. You don't have to buy it to, follow along with this course. So you can just simply download one of these. So we have a brackets, free, open source. We have an Atom, free, open source, even created by GitHub. And also we have Visual Studio Code, which is my recommendation. And I think you should start with this because it has a lot of extension which helps you to write JavaScript, and it has a support for Express, Node.js, and also Socket.io as well. But Webstorm is my IDE, so I'm going to start with that, but you can just start with the Visual Studio Code. So what we will do in this video, we basically set up a project using a Visual Studio Code. So I make sure that you guys know how we can start a project. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to close Webstorm for now, and I'm going to open a Visual Studio Code. So let's open that up, and I'm actually going to bring it here. And here, once you install Visual Studio Code, you see this, all right? Now, the first thing you do is you create a folder on any directory or any folder on your hard drive, and you open it up in Visual Studio Code. So how do we do that? We go to File menu, we click on Open Folder, and here I have the folder called Web Project. So I'm just going to go outside, and I'll just say, okay, create a new folder, Chat App. Press enter, and I'm going to double click on that, and let's click on Select Folder. So once you select the folder, then you will basically, I'm just going to maximize this. Now, Visual Studio Code has a built-in terminal. You can call it command prompt terminal, or just a command line, whatever you feel like calling it. So we'll click on terminal, and there we go. So here we're going to start typing some terminal commands to set up our project. So I will set up a project in Visual Studio Code, but I will continue working on Webstorm. Basically, the Webstorm has the same kind of environment. On the left, we have a project explorer. We have a terminal at the bottom. We have a coding area as well. But this is free. Webstorm is paid. It's up to you. So my recommendation is to start with the free one, and then once you feel like you want to jump to the premium version of IDE, then you can get Webstorm, which is recommended by the top developers and top bloggers out there as well. All right, so here the first thing we need to do is create a project.json file. Now we can actually go and right click and click on new file, and also I'm going to just say, okay, package.json file. There you go. That's a package.json file. But that is not a recommended way to create a project.json file. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to right click and I'm going to click on delete, move to recycle bin, and I'm going to go to terminal. And here, first of all, you need to check we are in the same folder where we have a project. So here, as you can see at the bottom, we have a chat application on H drive on my hard drive. So right now, I'll simply check if Node is there by typing --version, and then I have a Node installed, and also I will check what version of npm I have. So I'll say npm -- version. Now I'm gonna go and check. It says okay, 5.5.1. Nice, we're all ready to go. Now to create a package.json file, we will just type, which is say npm init. And now it tells me what application I want to type in here. So right at the bottom, you can see we have the name for that. I'm going to press enter. What version? Version, press enter. Description. I creating my first socket.io application. Press enter. And it's asking me entry point. So entry point, we just leave at index.js, which we'll create. Enter, git repository, no repository, keyword, no author. I'll type my name, Awais Mirza, press enter, license, we say MIT, yes, right? And now once I type all that information there, you see package.json is updated now. All right, so what's next? So I'm just gonna clear the console by typing clear and pressing enter. All right, so the next thing we need to install is Express. So we'll just go npm install and -- save. It's a flag which basically telling the command that, oh, we want to save that in our package.json file. So if someone opens this project, they will simply go npm install and all of the dependencies will be installed automatically. So here I'll say -- save and I'll say Express. Press enter. It is going to go to the internet, wherever it goes, and it's going to grab us Express and it will install us Express. So I'm going to pause the video. Once I've done with it, then we will talk next. All right, so Express has been installed. The next thing we need to install is Socket.io. So how do we install that? First of all, we'll go to the terminal and here I'll type npm install -- save and then I'll say Socket.io, right? Press enter and it's going to go look for Socket.io and it's going to install that for us. Alright, so now once this gets installed, in the next video we are going to start creating some files and we'll configure our server as well. So here, but the last thing before finishing this video, guys, I'm going to be showing you we have a dependency object in there in package.json file. So here we have Express, we have a Socket.io installed as well, so we're good to go. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to install our dependencies, whatever the left, and also we'll configure a server and also we'll create some files as well. So let's get started. First of all, there's 2 more dependencies that we need to have. So I can install dependency by going to the terminal and writing npm install, or I can simply define in package.json file, and after that I will run the command npm install, which will go and look at this JSON file, package.json file, and install all the dependencies defined here. So we need another dependency, which will be node emon. Alright, and the version we want to grab for that is the latest one. So yeah, let's grab that. And also we need another dependency, HTTP server. So we have this HTTP server and the version would be for that, I think it's 0 point something. Well, we just type the value and let's see what comes up if we get the suggestion. Alright, so we get the latest suggestion. This is the one we want. Right, and then we have some dev dependencies as well. So first of all, we want to add a Babel CLI. So we'll go and install through terminal. I clear it out first and then I'll just say npm install -- save -dev. So -dev flag, which means it tells that please save that dependency as a dev dependency. So we'll just say babel.cli. Press enter and it's going to go to internet and look for Babel CLI and it will install that for us as a dev dependency. So we're just going to wait for a bit and then after that it says that dependency has been updated. So let's run this npm install command. First of all, I'm going to copy and paste some code from a snippet. So I'll just say, and I'll just copy some more dependency here, and after that we'll just go and run npm install command from the terminal. Alright, so all of these dependencies should be installed. Now it's time for us to create some folders. So I'll go right click here and I'll create another directory. I will name it public, and I'll go here and then create an index.html file and index.js file. So let's create an index.js file first. So I'll say index.js file, and inside the public folder we'll just go and create index.html file. Right, so we have successfully installed all the dependencies as well, and we've created two files, index.html file and index.js file. So index.js file will be used to configure our server. So first of all, let's go and write some code in the index.js file, and let's make our server up and running. Alright, so now let's require the packages we installed. So if we look at package.json file, we installed Express, Socket.io, Nodemon for a server, HTTP server, Babel, and now it's time for us to require these packages and make them work. So let's start defining a const, and I'll say app is equal to, I want to require Express, and I'll run it straight away. After that, we'll just create a server variable, and I'll just require the module HTTP, and then we'll just call .server, and we want to run the server on app. Alright, next we have another const for Socket.io. I'll just say require Socket.io, and then we want to run it on the server. Right, and then after that we'll just define a constant for our port is equal to 3000. So you can define the port you would like to use, but I will be using 3000. So if you have a different port available in your PC, just type that integer value and the port will be on that. Alright, so now let's use a listen method on our server, and let's see what we can do with it. So we just use the server, we call a listen method. So first of all, it takes two parameters. First, it needs to know what port, and then a callback function. So we just say run it on a port which has the value of 3000. I'll use the callback, and then we just use a console.log, and I'll use the template string because we're working on an ES6 version of JavaScript. I will say server is listening on port. We use a $, and then we use port variable. I'm going to save the file, and now it's time for us to bring a browser and let's test it out. So I'm just going to grab the browser here, and I'll just push it here, and I'll grab and try to align these together so we could just work on that. Now let's go to terminal, and here first let's clear it out. And now how do we start our server? Now to start our server, first let's type the semicolon there. We're going to go back to package.json file, and we want to have a script which will help us start the server. So the script would be, I will type a comma here, that would be start, and then we use a Nodemon, and it needs to know what file you want to start the server from. So we want to start the server from index.js file. So here I'll define .index, / index.js file, and we need some flags as well because we're using Babel to convert our ES6 code to ES5. So we said -exec Babel -node -e.js. Alright, I'm gonna go and start the server. So npm start. Let's see if our server gets up and running. So it says server is listening on the port 3000. Now if I go to localhost port 3000, I can see cannot get, because we haven't configured the routes on our index.js file. So first of all, let's go and configure some routes here. Let's configure the default route first. So we'll just use app dot get method, and on that I'll say default, which is a localhost 3000. So we define that by /, and then it takes two parameters, request and a response. So type request and response. We use the ES6 version, and here first of all we are going to basically send index.html file. I'll go to index.html and I've written here h1 welcome to chat application. Actually, let's just fix it. So I'll just say h1 welcome to chat app. Save the file. Now once we get to localhost 3000, I want to send this file, so that file will be rendered in our browser. So how do we do that? So we got request and we respond. So the response parameter will have a function, a method, you can say send file, and first of all we need to send index.html. So the best way to find out what directory we are currently in by using this __ name. That will give us the directory, the current directory we're working on. Then we can concatenate it with public / index.html file, right? And then we need to wrap that in a single quotes actually. So we'll just do single quotes here, right? Let's save the file and let's see if our server is still running. Well, it's still running. I'm gonna just make this small terminal. Let's refresh the browser, and there you go. I get localhost 3000. It says welcome to chat application. Now if I say get this to ABC, let's save the file. And now because we're using a no demand, the server automatically restart on every change we do, and we save the file and it restart automatically. I'm gonna refresh the browser and it says, oh, cannot get. So what if I go on the URL address bar, I'll say ABC. Press enter and gives us this index.html file because we have configured the route for /abc. So let's leave that as a default route, save the file, and now let's go back to index.html and let's do a bit of configuration there. So go back here and I'm going to copy and paste some code. Basically that code is just a bootstrap. So we're going to be using Bootstrap to actually style our stuff. So there are a few scripts basically. I'll quickly show you those as well. First, let me put them right here. That's a bit big. So what I'll do, I'll just make this file a bit smaller, right? I hope it's easier to see. And also we need a script for style sheet. So I'll just grab that as well. This is coming from a Bootstrap as well. Let's just copy that, and that goes into our head, and let's save it. Now where is this thing coming from? I'm going to just make another browser here to say get bootstrap.com. So basically Bootstrap is a framework will help us to style our application easily. So if I go to download section here, I can see it says you can use the Bootstrap CDN version. So there's a lot like this. I don't want to go into detail what is the CDN version, because I'm pretty sure you guys already know what's the CDN versions of jQuery and Bootstrap. So basically we're grabbing these Bootstrap from CDN. So these are all the links there. Alright, so now after that we want to have some CSS. But first let's start writing some code here. So here I will have this wrapped in class, I'll say container, and then I'll just have class, and I'll use Jumbotron class, and then I'll just push that in there. Okay, and then let's take a look at our file, refresh it. Now it doesn't get us this thing, so we want to go back to localhost 3. Now we have nicely says welcome to chat application. That looks nicer. So inside of a Jumbotron, we want to have our links to our rooms. So for that, we can basically go and create some buttons. So I'll just say, okay, let's create an anchor link. So we'll just use UL, and I will basically go and say, okay, well, href, and here we want to define javascript.html file, and then we will have this as JavaScript. Let's duplicate, and we want to change this file to, let's just say CSS, or we can say HTML. Yeah, HTML is fine. HTML.html. Nah, I'll just say C Swift. Let's learn the Swift. Let's chat about Swift actually. And here we'll just say Python. Alright, and now I'm going to save the file. Let's refresh the browser, and then we have 3 links. Now we can use some classes here as well. And if I will go here and I'll just say class list dash group from Bootstrap. Let's refresh the browser, and here we have a list, but that doesn't really look intuitive, so I'm just going to remove this class, and instead I'll use the class here. So I'll use this class btn dash primary. Let's take a look at how it looks like. Yep, that looks much better now. I'll use this class. I'll copy that and I'll paste it here, and also paste it here as well. I'm gonna save the file, and let's refresh the browser, and we have 3 buttons. It says JavaScript, JavaScript, JavaScript because we haven't changed the text here. So here we'll say, okay, that would be Swift. Let's chat about Swift, and that let's chat about Python, right? We'll just make it P capital, it looks better. Let's refresh the browser here, and now we have 3 buttons. We say welcome to chat application, and in the next video we will configure the routes for our JavaScript, Swift, and Python. Welcome back. Now in this video we are going to create an HTML files for all of our rooms for our chat application, which will be a JavaScript chat room, a Swift chat room, and a Python chat room, and also we will configure routes for them as well. So right now in index.html file, we can see we have welcome to chat application. We have a JavaScript. I'll click on JavaScript, and it goes to javascript.html file, which doesn't exist. That's why it says cannot get javascript.html file. We'll go back and let's start creating those files. So we'll go in a public, and I'll create an HTML file. I'll name it javascript.html file, and also we'll create another file for Swift, and let's go and create another file for Python. Right, so we have 3 files now. Let's go and configure a few of the things in the file. So here in the title for JavaScript, we'll just simply say chat about JavaScript. Save the file. We have a chat about Swift, right? We'll just change the text here. Let's save the file, and also chat about Python. Let's save the file, and now we create these files. So for just temporarily, we will basically go and create an H1, and we can say chat about Python. We're just gonna copy this, and I'm gonna paste this here for Swift and also for JavaScript as well. So we'll just change this to JavaScript, so we know that our routes are working. So here we have Swift. All right, so now we have 3 files: javascript.html file, swift.html file, and python.html file. Right, so now we are going to go back to index.js file, and let's configure some routes. So here on localhost 3000, we see this welcome to chat application. We have a JavaScript, Swift, and Python. Now let's create some routes for all of these files. So we'll do the same thing. We go app.get, and then if I say JavaScript, right, then we should go to javascript.html file. So let's add a comma and let's use a callback, request, comma, and response. And also we will just say res.send file. And here we will use the current directory by using a node package for file system, the name, and we concatenate that with public, get inside a public dash javascript.html file, right? Now also for Swift, so app.get/Swift, right? And then we will have request, response, and then we just send the response, send file, and we just use current directory, and let's just concatenate it with public-swift.html file. And the last thing we need to configure route app.get Python, right? And that will take the same parameters. And then we forgot to do ES6. Oops. Right, now we just send that to the response, send file, and then we use this the name, concatenate it with public/python.html file. All right, now we have configured our routes. Let's go test it out. I'm going to refresh the browser. If I click on JavaScript, it says JavaScript is not there. Well, we have a JavaScript file, and now why it is not working. Now to fix this problem, we'll go to index.html file. And here you notice that we're just saying javascript.html file. Why should we have to do that? We shouldn't be doing this, right? So we just say change the URL to JavaScript, and then once we get to that URL, that event will trigger automatically. So here we have all the routes will trigger automatically. Let's save all, save index.html file. Let's go and back and let's refresh the browser. And now if I click on JavaScript, I go to chat about JavaScript. I'll go back and I'll click on Swift. I get that chat about Swift. I'll go back and I click on Python and I get chat about Python. Now, how cool is that? So in this video, we have created 3 HTML files for basically creating the separate rooms for our chat. And also in index.js file, we have configured the routes for them. So anyone will be able to go to the room by simply clicking on JavaScript. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to configure our chat room UI. Now we'll go back to javascript.html file, Swift, python.html file. Now let's go and configure the JavaScript file with the Bootstrap first. So we're gonna need these 3 script files. So I'm just gonna copy them and let's go inside the JavaScript file. And also we are going to grab the link for that as well. I'm just gonna make it smaller for a second, guys. So we'll just copy this link as well and also put it here. Alright, I'm gonna save the file and let's just go make it a bit smaller. That should be fine. I'm just going to start working on UI now. Alright, so in terms of UI, what do we need? So in a chat application, we have input field where we can type the message. We have a button where we can click on it, and then that will basically push that message, or we can call it in the programming language, emit the message to the people which are available in the chat room. So how do we do that? So let's start by defining some HTML, And let's do that. So I'll use the bootstrap, so I'll just make it a bit bigger so it's better to look at. So I'll say div class, and I'll just create a container. And we use the fluid container for bootstrap. And inside that, first let's create another div with the class of row. And also we need a UL unordered list. So we say UL, and we can set ID, and we can say messages. So now this UL will have LIs in it. So whenever someone type a message, that will be append to this UL. So here we're defining an ID because we want to grab that using jQuery. So here we just leave that, and also go down. And here we want to create another div with the class of row, and then we are going to define a class of column.xs. That's 12. This is just the HTML stuff, and I'm expecting you guys to know this already. Now we are going to create a form here. So let's just do a form, and I'm gonna send the ID for that. And ID would be message that is form, right? And action would be just empty for now. Right, so inside that, first of all, let's create a div with a class of input group, right? And then we have an input ID. Well, we can call it, let's just call it M. So that's where we want to type our messages to the public. So just say M, and the next attribute we want to define is, let's just say autocomplete, and I want to set that to off. Don't autocomplete. Type, I want to set that to text, and the bootstrap class we can use form control. Now let's choose a placeholder as well. I will just say message. Let's choose a ... as well. Right, and also we need to have an area, a label, and here I want to say messages, or message is fine. Alright, so now let's go and take a look at what we have so far. I'm going to save the file. Let's refresh the browser. I'm going to click on JavaScript, and here we can see we have a message input field. Now let's go and create a span. So we'll just say a span, and use a class from a bootstrap input group -btn, right? And then inside that we create a button, and button will have a class of btn dash. We just say success, right? And then we can say type would be submit, and we can say, well, let's send. Alright, I'm going to save the file. Let's refresh the browser, and here as you can see we have a message, we have a send button right next to it. Now let's write some CSS to make our file a bit look nicer. So I'll go and make it smaller, and then I'm going to write the CSS embedded here, so we don't have to create a new style file. So just use a style tag, and here first of all let's target the form. So target the form, and first of all I want to give a padding, and the padding would be, let's just say 20 pixels, or maybe let's do 30 pixels, right? And then we want to have a position. I want to set the position to fixed. Bottom, I want to set that to 0 because I want this to go 0 at the bottom, so that will be fixed at the bottom. Width, we can actually give it to 100%. So if you follow the bootstrap URL, then you can use the bootstrap classes, but I'm defining my own. So yeah, do a padding right. So we'll just go padding right, and here I'll give about 50 pixel. I'm going to save the file. Let's refresh the browser, and as you can see now we have a message and a send button at the bottom. So looking good, right? Now the next CSS we need to have is when we write a message and the message will appear here. That should have some different kind of styling as well that we'll configure when we need that. So in the next video, we will start writing some code to work with the socket. So here we'll just do some code using IO, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. Now in this video, we are going to start writing our code for our chat rooms. So first of all, we will write some code using socket IO. So we have a socket IO set to IO. So we require socket IO and we are setting that to IO. So we can use that, right? So let's go down. First of all, we are going to use the IO, and I want to get on event. And here we want to say connection event. Right, and then that will take a callback. So we have a socket as a callback, and next line we can simply say console.log and we say a user connected. All right, so what's happening here? We use a socket IO and we created, we use the on event. And here we initializes a new instance of socket IO by passing -gtp, and then I listen on the connection event for incoming sockets, and I log it to the console. So whatever incoming connection will be coming in, we're just logging that to the console, right? Now how it's gonna work with index.html file. So if the user refreshes this page, we should see something there, right? Alright, so now we go to index.html and we will add some code to index.html that takes and loads socket IO client, which exposes our IO global and then connect. So I'm gonna go to index.html file, and here first of all we will use a socket IO client here by using a script tag, and I will just say source would be socket.io/socket.io.js. Right, I'm gonna save the file. So this is a client. Now we have another script tag where we'll write some script in it. So I'll just say var socket is equal to IO and call a function. Now I'm going to refresh the page. Once I refresh the page, I will see the message on the console. So let's go and just restart the server. And I'm going to say npm start. Let's start the server. And now we are going to refresh the page. And every time I refresh the page, as you can see, I can see the message a user connected. So if I say a user joined, I'm going to save the file and refresh the page, and here what we see a user joined now. Right, so that means we have our socket coming in from our client, which is index.html, and we're getting the client and we're getting a socket, and then on this connection event we just console.log a user join. Right, so now what's next? Now we are going to call some methods. Once a user get connected, we need to have a connect method, and we need to have connect event, and we need to have a disconnect event as well. So how do we do that? So let's go and start writing some code in our index.js file, and we'll finish off that code for our join, and then if user get connected or user disconnect, right? So I'm actually going to, okay, we're already in the index.html, index.js file. So here, let's remove this console.log for now. Right, and now instead of using this IO on object, I'm going to actually create a constant variable, and tech is equal to io.off method. So I'm going to call this tech variable here because we're creating a multiple rooms. So I'll just say /tech. So now instead of IO, I'm going to use tech. Right, if the tech gets connection, then do this. Right, so inside that, we will, once the user gets connected, we have a socket.on method, and then that would be a join event. Then we have a callback, which is the data, and then inside a data, we will join the socket data. So we'll just say socket dot join method, and here we say data.room. Now the room will give us error because we haven't finished that code in any of the rooms, but we'll just finish the code here, and then we'll go and finish up our code in one of the chat rooms. So here, now let's use a tech, and we're gonna call in method, and that will take data.room, and it will emit the message. So the event would be a message, and the value would be, let's just say, new user joined. All right, so if the user gets joined in any of the tech room, then we will just trigger this message. We'll just send this message. So we'll just say here data.room, and then we have just a room, and just make it a bit fancier. Right, now let's go next. Next, we want to have a message socket. So whatever we get as a message, that we should do something, right? So we'll do that by using a socket.on again, and that would be a message event that would have a data, and let's just use a ES6 arrow syntax for functions. So for that, we'll just do tech.in data.room, and we will just emit that, and that would be message, and data.message will be data sent on this, right? Okay, so now we've done that, and now we're gonna have something called a disconnection. So if some user get disconnected, we should see a message as well. So we say io.on, the event would be disconnect. That will take a callback, and then we'll just say console.log as well, and we can simply say user disconnected, and then we will have tech.emit, and we can say a message, and we can simply pass in this user disconnected message. Right now it's time for us to, let's take a look at what's happening here. Now we create a variable, and I use the IO of /tech. So that's the part for that. Now we have a connection event, which is basically a listener for a socket coming in from our client. And these are all the clients. All right, so let's go back to index.js file. And once the socket gets there, then it will basically grab the data, it will check the room, and then it will emit the message, and it will take the message from the room, whatever we pass in. So now let's go to JavaScript file, and let's try finishing that code, and let's see if that things work from there. So we're gonna go and write some code for our client now. So we have this index, and we have this if the user joined or not. So we'll just go back to JavaScript file, and here similarly for the JavaScript, now we will create a script first, and then we want to source that to socket.io/socket.io-.js. So we grab the client from socket.io, and then we have a script, and then here we write our code. So now let's go and create a const, and variable name room is equal to, let's just say JavaScript. All right, and then we have a const, and we say socket, give me the socket, io.connect method on it, and I connect with, guess what, tech, right? just grab it from there. So what we define in our server. Now the next thing what we need to do here is grab the form field from there. So we have a form field input m, which has the value of the message, and we have this submit button there. So let's finish up that code, which will be done using jQuery. So $, and we grab the form, and then once the form gets submitted, then we will have a callback function, and the callback will be like, let's grab the message first. So let message is equal to $m, and let's grab its a value. Right, so what we're doing here, basically, we are grabbing the form. So when the form gets submitted, let's go and grab the message from input field. Let's go to the JavaScript actually. Will it go? No, it wouldn't go because we will have an error. So here we have an input field, which where we will type the message. So we're grabbing the value of the message, which was typed by the user. And once we grab the value there, then we want to use a socket.emit. We want to send that message. So we just say it's a message socket, and the data is basically message, room. All right, and then let's add a semicolon there, and also we want to empty that form. So we go $, and we grab that again, element m dot value, and we can just simply pass in an empty string there, so that will empty it out, and then we can say return false. Right, so now let's write some code for connection for a room. So it says socket.on, and here we have an event connect, and then we have a callback function, and simply we will just say socket.emit, and we have a join event, and that will take the room, right? And the room is right now is JavaScript, and then the value for that would be room. Okay, let's save it. Now we have a message socket, socket.on. Then we have a message that will take a parameter, and we have a callback, and also we will grab the jQuery now, and we'll just put that inside the message. So basically we have this URL. Remember, we created this URL. We want to put li inside this URL. So right now we are going to grab messages, right? And then we want to append to jQuery. We go $li, right? We create li, and then we say text is the message. Save the file. Now we should be able to make sure that we got all the semicolons there, and also we're missing a parenthesis here, and that will remove an error. So another one here. All right, so now let's go and try restarting our server again, but we need to have this code for Swift and the Python room as well. So instead of just writing that again, we're just gonna copy that, and we just want to change the name of our room, and the rest of the code will be the same. So we'll just go and copy this code, and I'll just paste it here. But actually we need to have the whole HTML. So I'll just drag all the code all the way up there from head. Let's just copy that, and then we want to just drag the code here. So we need to change this to Swift room, And then we need to have this, let's make it smaller actually. So a Swift here as well. And also we make sure we have a jQuery implemented there, that's fine. Now let's grab this and paste it here. Here we have the room for Python. And let's go up, and here we change this to Python as well. Let's save the file. And now it's time for us to, let's look at our server and beam start. And let's see if our server is running perfectly fine. Well, we have a lot of errors now. It says tech.on. So there's a spelling error, guys. So we go to index.html file. Here we can see it's tech. So it's supposed to be tech, right? And let's save the file. And what's the next error? So it says server is listening on port 33. Let's refresh the page, and now we can see it's pretty good. So we'll click on JavaScript, which will take us here now. And here, if I type hi, press enter, and there you go. We are grabbing and we're writing the messages to our message. Now we want to have a little bit of style here for this. Now for the styling, we can do something like, let's go to JavaScript first, and in style, in our style tag, let's grab a messages, and we just say list style type, and we set that to none first. And the margin and the padding, we set that to 0. And let's just set that to 0. And we have a width. Let's just set that to 100%. Save the file. Let's take a look at what do we have right now. So if I type any message, that's like no style listing, that's fine. And also we want to have some sort of a padding there. So we made the padding 0, but we want to have like a mass li padding. So we got message li, and then we have a padding here. Let's do the padding of 5 pixel and 10 pixel top to bottom. Save the file, and also let's refresh the page now. Let's do that. That's fine. That's working fine. And now let's do one more trick here. So we just grab a messages again and say li and nth child, and the child would be, let's just say every even will have a color of white, and let's just do a background color to, let's just say gray color. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's just refresh the page now, and I'm just gonna type 1, 2, 3 message. Nice. So things are working. Now I'm gonna just grab this application and just make it, just maximize this page. Let's just try maximizing it. Let's close the console. I want to go back to the page. Right, so I'm gonna refresh the page. Now this time I'm gonna go to Swift. I'm gonna click on Swift, and now I have a Swift here. So I'll type hi Swift, press enter. Now I can see I have hi Swift because I did not apply that style to Swift.html or Python.html. Now let's go and test it out. So I want to grab another browser here, and here we want to go to localhost 3000, and I'm going to click on Swift. And now once I click on Swift, you see we have a message here emitted, says needs to join Swift root. So here, if I, let's just say, decrease the size here and decrease the size here, so we can have like a 3 people chatting together. So if I type, hey, how are you? And I send that, and there you go. We can see the message here, and we can also see the message here. So from here, if I say the message, I'm just gonna decrease the size here. So if I say I am good, I'm gonna press enter, and there you go. So both pages have these messages. Now we can have another instance of that as well. So here we go, localhost 3000, I'll go to Swift, and there you go. We have this message triggered, a new user joined. So here I'll say hi. So this gets emitted on all of the people are chatting right now. So now we're gonna go back and go to JavaScript, which has a CSS. We go to JavaScript, we go back here, we go to JavaScript. And here I want to type hi, how are you guys? Press enter, and there you go. So this thing has an even child of li that gets this CSS, and this or not is because they're odd right now. So right now we can see we are running 3 instances. I am the first person, I'll say the message, and here I'll just say I am the second person, and I will say I am the third person. Right, so here we have like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like 3 instances running of our code, and this is pretty good, right? Alright guys, so yeah, thanks for watching this course, and I hope you enjoyed this project-based tutorial. And yeah, check out my other courses as well on Udemy. I've done the full course of JavaScript. Check it out, and yeah, I'll see you guys around. Welcome back. In this video, we're gonna take a look at our application and talk about what are the technologies you're gonna be using to build this application. So we're gonna be using mean stack. Mean stands for MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node. We will have 2 projects, front-end project and a back-end project. Front-end will be built on Angular, and back-end will be built on Node.js using Express framework. And we will have a MongoDB connected to our back-end project, and we will host our MongoDB database on MLab. They offer a free service, so you can build your database on MLab, and it's kind of free. Let's take a tour to our project. Now I'm in a home page of our social app. We have a user page, we have a registration page, we have a login page. Now in users, we can see we have only one user named test, and I can click on that to see the profile of that user. So let's go back to social app, and let's go and register a new user by clicking on register, and I'll type new user at user.com, and I'll just change the U from uppercase to lowercase, and I'll type the password 123456, and also let's say new user is the name, and I'll type the description, this is the new user, and I'll click on register. Once our user get registered, and you can see we back to our home page, and also here we don't see login or register anymore. We see our log out button. So this is getting done by using advanced authentication. We store a token in a database, we access that token and then store it in our local storage and check out that if the user is logged in or not. It's pretty advanced stuff. So I'll go to user, and here we have a new user. Click on that. I will have a profile, name, email, and a description for that. Now I cannot register anymore because we are already logged in, and we need to log out to register and log back in. So let's open a new tab, and here we'll say localhost 4200, and you will see we already logged in, okay? Because we are logged in one tab and we are logged in a tab. So this is called advanced authentication, advanced implementation of a register and login system. So right now we are logged in. I'm gonna click on log out, and now if I go back to this tab and I'll refresh the page, we will see that we're logged out. Let's click on login here, and here we'll type new user at user.com. Password would be 123456. We'll click on login. If we were successfully logged in, then we go back to home page. We can see we are logged in. And also if I just go and refresh this page, we should see we are logged in. So as you can see, it's pretty advanced stuff going on here. We can create a new post. I'll say this is the new post. I'll click on post, and that will be posted according to the user we are logged in. A little bit about the database. I'll go to mlab, and I will show you, this is the database we will create during the course. So here you can see we have 3 posts, we have 2 users. If I click on that, we can see our user, new user at user.com, and as you can see, the password is hashed. We type the password 123456, but we don't see the password here because it gets encrypted and it gets hashed and then stored in a database. So while we check and log in back to our user with the email and the password, that password we type it in our form gets encrypted and hashed, and then we compare that to the password stored in a database. There's a lot of stuff going on in this application, and after building this application, you will be comfortable building a registration system for your mobile application and also for your web application, because in the world, every mobile application and web application require register and a login. So they need user to register to their websites, they need user to register to their mobile application. So this is compulsory to learn if we want to get a job where you will be a developer. So I'm really excited. From the next video, we're going to start setting up our project, and yeah, let's go and build this registration system. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to set up our backend project. So to start working on our backend, we need to make sure we have Node.js installed in our PC. So if you haven't installed Node.js, this is the time to install it. To install it, you need to download it first. So you go to nodejs.org website, and here you will find 2 versions of Node. One stands for LTS, which means long-term supported version, and other one is a current version, means it has all the latest feature of Node. But don't get me wrong, the current features or latest feature doesn't mean that you cannot work with long-term supported version. And most of the advanced user or most of the users are recommending this long-term supported version because it's more stable. So you simply click on that, it will start downloading, and then after once it downloads, you double click on that, it will install in your PC. And if you're on a Mac, similar way, you download it and then you install it in your Mac. Linux has the same installation process. So if you want to learn how to install on a Linux, I would highly recommend click on this other downloads, and after that you go down and say install node.js via package manager, which will give you some of the Linux distribution. Here we have a Debian, Ubuntu Linux distribution, and FreeBSD and OpenBSD. So you can choose which version of Linux you're using, and then you can install it by looking at the commands available here. All right, so now I'm going to close this, and also we need another framework called Express. Let me just quickly show you. Express.js, we will search on the Google, and this is the framework we're going to use. It's a Node.js framework, help us to do stuff quickly. That we'll talk about that in the course. Okay, so let's close this. All right, so now we're going to go to the folder where we want to create our project, and also we'll use npm init command to create a package.json file, which will have all our dependency listed inside that file and also the configuration of our project. So I'm in G drive/web project. So here I'll see what are the folders available in this directory. I can see I have this sample directory. I will create a new directory here. Or if you're not comfortable with PowerShell, you can simply go to your file explorer, or if you're on a Mac, you can go to Finder, right click, new, and then create a folder here. But I prefer to use Terminal or PowerShell to create a folder because I want to run this npm init command. All right, so here I will go and I'll say, okay, mkdir, which is a command to make a directory. And here I will type, well, we can say mean stack AUT. This is the folder name. All right, I'm going to press enter, ls, and I can see I have another folder. And here we can see in GUI that we have that folder now. Now let's go inside that folder. So cd mean stack, and also I'm going to go inside this folder so we can see what we have here. Let's create another directory for a backend project. So we'll say mkdir backend. I'm going to type cd and I'll say backend, and I'll get inside that. Let's clear the terminal. We go inside this file. Now here I want to run this command. So when you install Node, you install one more thing called Node Package Manager, short npm. So here I'll use npm init. There's a command called npm init, which will initialize package.json file. And here now what we're going to do is name our package, and I'll leave that as a backend for now. Version, I'll leave that as 1. Description, we'll say creating mean stack authentication application. All right. Endpoint, we'll leave that index.js. Test command, git repository, we'll initialize our git repository later. And I'll type author name to my name, Awais Mirza. License, I'll say MIT, press enter. And now if you notice that we have a package.json file in our directory. Now, what kind of IDE we're going to use? IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Well, for the web development, we can simply use Notepad++ or simple Notepad, or if we want to go a bit advanced, we can use some advanced text editor called Sublime Text or Atom. And also we have two main contenders, like they're the main IDEs used in web development. One of them is paid and other one is free. So we have one option called Visual Studio Code, which is created by Microsoft. It's not just a text editor, it is more than that because it has a lot of extension. It has a debugging tools, the search is great, and it is free. This is great that it's free. It's not just a text editor. It's like an IDE, but not a full-fledged IDE. Now, what I prefer, which is the paid version, called Webstorm, made by JetBrains. It's a full-blown IDE. But don't worry, you can use Visual Studio Code, which is a professional IDE used by many of the professional and on the professional projects out there. So the question is which IDE I'm going to use. Well, the good news is I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, which is free, and you can follow along with this course very easily. I'm going to close this Webstorm. Just wanted to show you guys this is great. All right, so now we click on open folder. We'll navigate to the folder we created, development, web projects, and we'll go to mean stack, a backend, and I'll click on select folder. And that will open up this package.json file in our Explorer because we are currently inside this backend folder. I'll click on that, and that file will be opened here, and I can make it bigger so we can see it better. So now we can see it's simply a package.json file. Now I have this terminal built in inside this Visual Studio Code, which is great. It's just in PowerShell. It opens up the current folder you are in the PowerShell and start the PowerShell, which is great. I'm just going to make it a bit smaller. That was too big. All right, so here we need a dependency to set up our server, and that's called Express.js. So how do we install that? We'll use a terminal command called npm install --save express. So let's go to terminal here. Here I'll type npm install install --save express and press enter. Now this is gonna go outside the word and find us express. Then there you go. And also I use the flag called --save, which means that whatever dependency I'm installing, please add that in our dependency list in our package.json file. So if I share this project with someone and they don't want to have this dependency installed manually, they just want to install it with one command called npm install. So we're not going to go into that because that's out of this out of the course scope. Now we have installed Express as well. Now let's go and right click here and create a new file, and I'm going to name it server.js. Press enter, and there you go. I have this file server.js. I'll close this, and now here we're going to start our server. So how do we start a server? We need to write some code, right? So I'll start typing. I'm going to make it a bit bigger so it's easier to see. And also I will start typing here, let's just say var, and first of all let's import express. So express is equal to require, and then here we say express, and then we create another variable, app is equal to express, and then after that we need to have a constant of a port number. That's a variable, we can do it later, but first of all let's use this app.get, and then here we'll type in the single quotes, just type slash, and then after that we will have a callback function, and we can say request and response, and then after that we will simply type here, let's just say, we can just say console.log, and we can simply say web browser opened, and also we can use this response object and use a send function, and we can simply send welcome to the mean stack authentication course. All right, let's save it. Now to start the server, we will simply use this app.listen function, and here we'll type the port number. Now here, instead of just typing manually port number, I will have a constant. So let's go up here and let's use a constant, and I'll say port is equal to, and we can set that to 3000. And I will use the variable port here. All right, I'm gonna save the file, and now how do we run this? So we'll go to the terminal, and here I will type a command which is going to be, can you guess if anyone have used Node before? If not, then yep, let's just type in node server.js. Now once I type that, it is going to read this file and start our server. Alright, so it should be running. Now how do we see our server? I'm going to grab a window from here, and let's just bring it here. Alright, I'll make it smaller, and let's just type localhost 3000. And now once I type localhost 3000, it gives me back a welcome the mean stack authentication course. All right, so how do we stop the server? I'll just say Control C, and that will stop the server. I'm gonna type clear to clear the console, and then type server.js, which not gonna do anything, guys. So you need to type node server.js. Node is going to run this file. Now after that, if I open that browser again, and here if I refresh, let me just go and refresh this page, and you should notice in the terminal what we get. So if I refresh, as you can see, the web browser opened. Cool. So when we go to localhost / 3000, we can see we are getting inside this function, and then it's logging something on the console and sending us back this string, welcome the mean stack authentication course is up and running, guys. Right, so a couple more things that we need to do here. First of all, let me just put this back, and here I want to do something like, I want to change something here, but I don't want to stop the server, and also I don't want to start it again. It's a lot of work. So we can install a dependency, or we can call it extension called Nodimon, which will look for our changes in our file and then automatically restart and update our files on the server. So for that, I'm going to stop the server, and I'll type npm install -save and Nodimon. All right, so install Nodimon, and now we are going to use Nodimon to start our server and use the server.js file. So as you can see, it's going to go and install Nodimon for us. So once it's done, then we use the command. All right, so Nodimon has been installed. I will clear the console, and I'll say Nodimon server.js. All right, so if I change this to, let's just say, hello world. So let's just change the string and make it smaller. And I'll say hello world. Now, when I press Control S, as you can see, Nodimon knew that we changed something, and it just went inside and trying to restart our server now. And if I refresh now, and as you can see, our string has been changed to hello world. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to set up our front-end project using Angular. So the website you want to go to is angular.io. Let's click on documentation and then click on getting started. Now here it will tell us what do we need to set up our development environment. We need an Angular CLI, which is a command line tool, help us to create a project, start a server, and it's got a lot more options that we will learn during the course. All right, so here is a command np install -g Angular CLI. I'm going to copy that, and then we want to open terminal if you're on a Mac, or PowerShell if you're on a Windows, or you can open a command prompt as well. So here in Explorer, I'm going to open PowerShell by pressing Shift and right-clicking and click on Open PowerShell window here. That will open PowerShell window. All right, so here we want to paste the command npm install -g at angular/CLI. All right, so Angular CLI has been installed. Let's go and write clear to clear. All right, so here, how do we create a project? Let's go to the Angular documentation, and here it says ng new my app. So we'll create that. Let's go back to PowerShell, and here I want to type ng new, and I'll type the name of that application as front end, right? And I'm going to press space and -- open. That will open that project in a browser. So once it builds a project, it will open it up as well. So let's press enter. It's going to go and create all the files which is required to create our front end project. Alright guys, so the project has been created. As you can see, project front that's successfully created. I'm going to close the PowerShell. We go to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to click on File menu and click on New Window. So how are we going to manage our project? I'm going to have a backend window open and the front end window open here. All right. So if I click here, I can switch to backend, and if I click here, I can switch to front end. That is very good workflow that you don't have to press tab, or you don't have to use mouse a lot. You just press Alt tab to switch between windows, so you can continue working on your backend here in this window, and you can open the window here to the folder where we have our front end. So I'm going to click on that, and let's select folder, and there you go. That's our project. Now we go to terminal here, and I'm going to run a command. So I will say ng serve. Let's press enter, and it's going to start the server for us, and the server will be starting on localhost :4200. So now after it is successfully compiled and started, we go to the browser, and then here I will create another tab, and I'll say localhost 4200, and there you go. It says welcome to the app. Now we go back, and here I want to open this source folder. We're going to go to app folder, and I want to go to app component.html, and here we have welcome to title. I can say welcome to main stack authentication application, right? I'm gonna save the file, and as you can see on the terminal, it actually automatically reloaded our server with all the new changes. So if I go to the browser, and I can see that welcome message has been changed to welcome to main stack authentication application. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at how we can send data with Node. Now, in the last video, when we set up our web service, we were just sending a simple string, hello world. But now let's take a look at how we can add multiple routes to our server, and also we can send as an object. So first of all, let's create an object. I would say, let's just post object. We have an array, we have an object. I would say message is hello world, right? We have another object. We can say greeting, and we can simply say what's going on, right? Let's save the file, and now we're going to go and return that instead of a string. So just type post, right? I'm going to save the file. Now let's start our server. We're going to go to the terminal and we type the command nodimon server.js, and it's starting the server. Now its server's been started. Let's go to the browser, and if I refresh the page, and I can see I'm in the wrong URL, so I'll remove post here, press enter, and there we go. So we get our object back. Let's go back to the code, and here if we want to have a multiple routes, for example, we have one route called post, and I will go and copy this and then paste it a few times. Let's just say paste it a few times and save it, and here instead of post we'll just say ABC, and then we can simply say hello, or we can say new route. Let's save the file, and Nodimon will automatically update our server. Now let's go to the browser, and here you can see if we go to this URL, just localhost 3000, it says I cannot get anything out of it. So what I need to do is type a route here. So type slash. First let's check if there's any post. Right, we got two posts, message hello world and greeting what's going on. Can we access other routes as well? Let's take a look. So if I type ABC, press enter, and now we get back hello world, hello what's going on. So if I type here some different route, let's just say new route, right? And that gives us back the same post object. Let's go and modify one of those. So here instead of sending back post, I would say this is the new route. Save it, and now if we access a new route in the browser, let's just refresh the page, and now I can see I get this is a new route. Welcome back. In this video we're going to learn how we can get data with Angular from our backend web service. So here, as you can see, server.js is running, Nodimon is updating it if we make any changes. So I'm going to save this, but we'll just remove some of this routes here. We don't need that. We just created them to just learn that we can create multiple routes. So we have only one route, post, that returns this object. Now we're going to go to the front-end project. So I have opened this here. So here, to get the data from the backend, we can create a service. So I'll go to the source folder and app folder, and then I'll right click and create a new file. And then the name of the file would be api.service.ts. And now inside that, first of all, we want to get the data from the backend, so we need to use a module called HTTP. So we can import that, and then we go down and let's create a class now. So we go export class, and we name our class API service, right? Now let's create a constructor as well to inject our HTTP service. So we type constructor. That would be, let's just say private HTTP, which is a variable, and then the service we're using is HTTP, right? So that's our constructor. Now we have successfully injected HTTP module, so we can use that. Now let's create a function called getMessage, and inside that we use this HTTP to get the data. So type this.http .get method. The first thing we need to pass in the URL string. So here we'll paste the URL string, and the next is going to be request option. So we can basically leave that for now, and we call another function on it. We say subscribe, and let's just grab the response from that, and then we can just log that response onto the console, or we can simply write that as a text. But for now, we need to understand how we can use this service. We have created a service, we imported HTTP module, but how do we use this? So let's first of all go to app component, and here I want to show you that this is where we want to have that service implemented. to implement the service, we need to tell Angular that we are actually creating this service and please use it. To do that, we need to go to app module, and here we need to first of all define that into our providers and also import that service here in app module. So I'll type import and I'll say API service. That would be from string, and we have it API service, that's right, and then we can simply inject that into our providers. So simply type API service here. Let's save the file. Now we can use this service in our app component.ts file. Alright, so let's use the service to call that function from that service and get the data. Right, so first of all, let's we're gonna have a constructor and we're gonna inject that service into our component. And also, what is the best place to call that function? Well, we can call that function on ng-on-init. Well, whenever you initialize this component, that function will be called on initialization. So let's do that. First of all, let me just make a space here, and here we'll create a constructor. I'll say private and API service colon API service, and that will automatically inject that for us and import that API service on the top here. You can see that how good the support we have in Visual Studio Code for Angular. Now after that, we'll have ng on init function, and that would be called when the component get initialized. And here now we type this.api service.get messages. So we call that function, right? Now if I go to terminal, I can see that our project was compiled, and let's go to the browser. We go to the front end. I'm going to refresh the page, and as you can see, we're not seeing anything. So let's open up developer tools and go to the console, and here it has a lot of options. It says cannot resolve all parameters for service. Now why is that? It is because we have created a service. We told Angular that we are going to use this service by adding this in the providers, but we actually did not really define a decorator for this. So we didn't define that this service is injectable. So to do that, we'll type at injectable. Now let's go to the browser and let's take a look if we're able to load the page. I'm going to refresh and it still gives us an error. Now what's the error now? Okay, so whenever we use HTTP, we need to import HTTP module in our app.module. So this is basically was introduced in Angular 5 and onwards. So if we go to app.module, and here we want to import, and we are going to import HTTP module. All right, and we can import that from Angular. So let's type Angular /HTTP, right? And we want to import that here in our import. So we type comma and we type HTTP module. Let's save the file, and now let's go back to the browser, and now as you can see, it's loading. Now our application is getting loaded. I'm going to make our developer tools to the right, so it's better to look at an app. So our app was loaded, but we still see there are some errors. So the first error is failed to load HTTP :/localhost 3000 port. So it says no access control allow origin. This error occurs when you call something from a different server. For example, this localhost 42 is different from localhost 3000. So to fix this error, we need to install a middleware. There are other ways to fix this problem as well, but the best way to do is by installing a middleware. So to fix that, we'll go to a backend. Let's go to the backend, and here we want to go and install the middleware. First of all, let's stop our server by going to the terminal and pressing Ctrl C and type Y and press enter. Now our server has been stopped, and now npm install --save course, and it will install this middleware, and then we will inject that into our server.js and we'll use it. Now that's been installed. Now let's require that. So we type var course is equal to require, and we require course. Right, I'm gonna move this line just before we require express, and I'm gonna save it. Let's go to this line and we say app.use, and we want to tell it to use this course middleware. I'm gonna save it, and let's now restart our server by saying nodimon server.js, and now our server is running. Let's go to the browser and let's try refreshing it, and now as you can see, we don't see that error anymore. So the message we're seeing is Angular is running in a develop mode, which is fine, and also we're getting the response back with the body says message hello world greeting, what's going on. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to install Angular material in our front-end application. Now the reason why I'm taking you to Angular website is because the way installing this Angular material into your application gets changes frequently. So it's always the best idea to go to material.angular.io and go to guides and click on get started. And here it will tell you the updated way of installing Angular material. So first of all, we have to install Angular material by typing this command npm install --save at angular/material angular/cdk. All right, so let's do that. I'm gonna copy this command. I'm gonna copy this, and we'll go to our front end, and here we'll go to terminal, and I'm gonna paste this command and press enter. It should be installed really soon. Let's go back to the Angular website, and it says what's next. So it says alternative snapshot build. We can use this command as well, but let's go. If we want animation in our application, then we can install this as well. So let me just try installing this as well. So I'm just gonna copy this. We go back to front end, and the Angular material was installed. I'm gonna paste the animation package here, and we are going to install that. Let's go back. Next we have information how we can import component modules. So to import component modules, you need to add them into your app module. Basically we will import the component name from Angular material, and then we'll add that into our ng-module decorator import object, right? And then also we can have a different ones. And last thing we need to do is include a theme. So this is the link for that, basically a piece of code where you have to copy this, and we have to go to styles.css file. Here you can see you need to copy and paste this, and here it says including a theme is required to apply all the core and theme styles to your application. So if you import components in your app modules and in your ng-module decorator, it would still not work because you need to import this theme into your styles.css as well. We have a gesture support for that, which we're gonna skip for now. We're not creating a mobile application. We have our Angular material icons, and we can configure system.js, but we don't really need to because we are using the latest and greatest Angular. Now let's go to our front-end application, and let's see how we can use a component from Angular material. So here, first of all, let's go and import that theme to our style.css. Let me just go back up there and then copy that because we really need that. So I'm gonna just copy this, and we're gonna go to front, and I'm gonna find the class styles.css, and then we're gonna paste this here. I'm gonna save this, and then we go to app modules, and here we need to import the component from Angular material. So we're gonna go to website again, and here I'm gonna go to components, and let's just find a button for now. And here if I go to the button, and here it gives me overview. So Angular material buttons are native buttons or a element enhanced with material design. So if I click here, it will tell me the source code for that, right? Now, how do we use this? What are the things we need to import to use this button? And all the information we have here that you can look at as well. But I'm going to click on API. In API, it will tell you what you need to import. So I'll click on this piece of code and select it, copy that. We'll go back to front end, and here I'm going to paste that code here. All right, I'm going to save this file, and next thing what we need to do is we need to add this mat button module into our import decorator. So let's just copy that as well, and here I'm going to paste it. So let's just do comma and then paste that here as well. I'm going to save this file, and then after that we are pretty much ready to use this. Now let's go to Angular material website, and we go to overview, and I'm going to copy this HTML. Let's just copy that, and then we go back. We're going to go to app component.html, and here on the top I'm going to paste that button code. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to save the file. Let's go to the terminal, and let's start our server now. So we'll type ng serve. It's going to take a few seconds to install that, and after that we should be ready to go. Right, so it's starting. Now we can go to web browser, and we can go to localhost 4200, and here we can see on the top left that we have the button. Welcome back. So in the last video we implemented Angular material into our application. Now this is the time to use Angular material. So right now you gotta make sure that you have your backend service started. So here you can see the backend server is started. I started it by typing no daemon server.js, and it's running. Now I'm gonna go to Angular, and here we go to the console, and I'm gonna just clear this out. I'm gonna refresh the page, and here you can see we have one observable getting us this data from the backend. So here if we look at URL, this is the URL post, and we're getting a messages for hello world and what's going on. Now we're gonna show these messages in our application by using Angular material. Let's go to Angular material website, and I'll show you that what we're gonna use to display those messages in our application. Now if you go to layout, you find a card component here. So this is what we're going to use to display our messages. Now let's do that. First of all, we go to HTML, we look at the source by clicking here, and we're going to copy this source. I'm going to copy that, and we go to front end, and here I'm just going to paste that here. Right, I'm going to save it, and if I go back to our server, it should give me an error now, because it wouldn't know what we are talking about. Where is the card coming from, right? So we're gonna go back to front end, and we're gonna inject our card into our app. So we'll go to app modules, and here we want to import that card module first, and also we're going to import that into our import list. So we go back, and here you can see we have an error now. It took a while to restart the server. So we go back here, we click on API, and we can see we're going to import this. So I'm just going to go back, and here we'll just type comma, and we paste it here. And also it's going to give us an error because we are directly accessing Angular material / button. We don't want to do that. We just want to remove the button. And now if I save it, now you should see that we have a mat card module. And also we're going to import that here as well. Type a comma, paste it here. I'm going to save it. And now if we look at our front end, we can see we have no errors, and we have a simple card here. We want to show these messages in our cards. So we'll go back to our front end, and here, first of all, I'm going to go to app component.html, and here I'm going to create a loop. So I'm just going to remove all of these junk. I would call it junk because it's a default HTML get generated when you create a Angular project using Angular CLI. So here we will create a div, and I'll just close it for now, and we're just gonna move this one of the line and paste it inside. But one thing to mention here, we need to have an array of messages inside our app component so we could show that in our HTML. So to do that, first of all, let's go to API service, and here we see that we are getting a response from this URL, and we are logging to our console. So instead of logging to our console, I'm going to set an array of messages here. So I'll just say messages is equal to an empty array, and here I will set that this dot messages is equal to response.json. So we need a JSON response, right? So we set that there. I'm going to save this file. Now let's go to our app component.ts, and here we can see in the constructor we have injected API service. So here we can access API service, and then we can access these messages. So let's go to app.component, and here inside the div, what we want to do, we want to create a for loop. So we start by typing asterisk and ng for, and we'll say is equal to, and then in a double quotation I'll say let message, I'll just say message of API service dot messages, right? And then we are accessing API service and then messages. We'll go back to API service to take a look. So we are basically, when this component gets initialized or this service gets initialized, it's not a component, sorry guys. So it will populate this messages array with the response we get from this post, and then we can access that in our app component because we have injected that service in our app component constructor function. So we'll go to app component.html, and here instead of typing a simple card, so let's access the variable message.message. Save it. Let's go to our front end and let's refresh the browser. And here we can see we are getting some errors now. Let's take a look at what's happening here. So we're accessing a message in the card, and there you go. We have this problem here. So I'm gonna save this. I accidentally typed 1, and here we can see message.message, message.message, but it still did not give me the text coming from the backend. So what's happening here is we'll go back to the thing, and we need to type in the curly braces. So that's a binding expression. I'll save this and let's just go back, and here we can see we have a hello and what's going on coming from our backend. So if we look at the backend, here we have two posts, keys message, hello world, and what's going on, and this is what we're showing in the front end. Alright, so now we see the messages here. Now let's go back to the front end and let's try to modify a code a bit better. So right now we are accessing messages and displaying messages and writing HTML for messages in our app component.ts, and from here we are accessing that in app component.html file. And I just don't know why it's there, but I'm just going to remove that. Now let's just modify our app component so it doesn't have these messages. So we want to have this separately. So the first thing we'll do, we'll go to app, right click, and new file. So I'll type messages.component.ts, right? And then once I've created that file, let's go and copy some code from app component.ts. Actually, let's copy the whole lot. So let's just copy that. It's just a template. Paste it here. The first thing we need to do is we need to change the selector, and I'll say message, or we can say messages. And also we don't need a style file, and we're going to change this template URL to a template, and we'll use a backticks, and let's just remove this as well. So we use the empty backticks for now, and also change the class name to messages component. Save the file. Let's remove the title as well, and then let's just go to app.component.html file, and let's just grab this piece of code, and let's go to messages component and put that in our template. And I'm just gonna save it, and let's just make it a bit nicer so we have properly organized code. Right, so next thing what we need to do is we need to add our component to our app modules. So let's go to app component, sorry, messages component here. Let's copy this, and then we go to app component module, and here we'll just import our message component, right? And let's just do from dot slash, and we have a messages component here, right? And then we want to add this to our declaration as well. So let's just copy the message component and paste it here as well. Now let's go to messages.component.ts, and here we can see we are accessing our API service in our message component, so we don't have to do that in app component. So let's just remove that. So I'm just going to remove this title property as well, and also I want to remove this line of code, and also we don't need a constructor as well. I'm going to save the file, and now if I go back to this app component.html file, we want to remove this as well, right? And we don't really need a button. Now if I save this, we go back to our browser and I'll refresh, and you can see we're not seeing anything because we haven't added our messages component in our app component HTML. So here we grab this selector and we'll type it here, messages, and that's it. Now let's take a look at the browser, and here if we refresh or we don't refresh, we can see we're getting the data from the back end. So hello world, and what's going on is coming back, and we can display that in the cards. Alright guys, welcome back. Now it's time for us to go back to our backend project. Now here, first of all, I'm going to create a post request here. So let's do that. So I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this and just gonna paste this here. And instead of a GET request, I'm going to make it post request. And we're gonna change the link as well for that. So I'll say register. And then we can just log that result for now to test. I'll say console.log, and I'll just log request.body. So whatever the request we receive, that will be logged, right? I'm going to save the file. Now we're going to start our server, right? Now we know we can start our server by typing node and server.js file, but if you haven't installed a Nodemon, then it's time for us to install Nodemon. So you do that by npm install Nodemon. So what this package will do, it will automatically detect the changes in your server.js file and automatically restart the server. So you don't have to go to terminal and keep restarting after you make any change. So I've already installed that. So I will start my server by typing Nodemon server.js, and our server is listening now on port 3000, which we defined on the top. Now let's go to Postman. So if you haven't used Postman at all, it's time for us to download and install Postman. So Postman is a pretty famous application. You have that as an extension as well. Now we are going to call to this request to the register post. So first of all, let's go and change this get to post, and let's enter the URL. So I'll type http localhost : port number 3000 register. All right, and now if I just go and send, and there we go. So in our terminal, which we are logging, it doesn't really know what we are logging here because the response, the request body is undefined. Now to do that, we need to have a package installed called a body parser. Let's go and install a body parser. So I'm going to go and change the terminal to terminal 2, and here I'll type npm install --save, I'll say body parser. It's going to go and install the body parser for us, and after that we will have to require that in our application. So it's been installed. Let's go on the top, and here after express we can say var, and we can name it body parser is equal to require, and say body parser. Simple. And now we're going to add that as in a middleware like we did with the course. So here we'll say app.use and we'll say body parser dot, and now here we gonna define that what kind of request or what kind of data we want to parse. So simply I'll say text, right? And then I'm gonna save the file, and now we'll go to the Postman. But first let's check out that if the node has been updated. So yep, node server has been updated. So let's go to the Postman, and here if I send now, and I can see I got some sort of an object. Now the reason why we're getting an object because we're not passing anything in our post request. So let's go to the body, and here instead of the form data, we're gonna go to raw, and in the raw we have this text, JSON, JavaScript, XML, HTML. So we want to select text because in the body parser we selected that we want to parse the text. So here we'll just say test it. Let's save it, and let's just send it again. So now I'm gonna it's actually sending. We're gonna stop it for some reason. So we're gonna cancel request, and then we'll just say send. And now if you look at the terminal here, I'm just gonna make it bigger, and we will look at that we got our response test it. So if I say this is another request coming from Postman, and I'm going to cancel that, and I'm going to say send, and there we go. So we got this is another request from Postman. The reason why Postman is still saying I'm sending the request, but it's not actually receiving a response, this is why it's just stuck there. To fix that, we'll go to our register call, and I'll say response.send, and I'll say response.status code, right? And I'm gonna save it, and now we just gotta remove this and save this. And now if I go and send it, and I get back a response okay, and here we have this is another request from Postman, and we send the response back okay, it's fine. Let's try sending a JSON object instead of simple text. So I'll create a JSON in a body, and instead of just selecting text here, I'll change that to JSON, and then we create a message, and we'll just say hello from Postman. All right, and then I'm going to send this to our backend. So now here we can see we got some kind of object here, but we don't really see anything because we cannot parse the JSON object, because here in the body parser we're using text. So instead of text, I'm going to change this to JSON, and let's save, and it will restart our server. And now let's send the request again. Now once I send the request again, I can see I've got a message saying hello from Postman. Now let's modify our registration link or function. Now I'm going to modify the code. Instead of just logging this, let's just remove that, and let's just remove that as well. Now I'm going to create a user data variable which will have our user data coming from the post request, and that would be stored in a variable called a user data. So let's say let user data is equal to, we'll say request.body, and then I'm going to log that user data. So log, and I'll say user data, right? For now it's fine. And then also we don't want Postman to hang there, so I'll just say response.send status, and I'll send 200, which says okay. All right, now let's go back to Postman, and here I'm going to make a mock-up for a user data. So let's just say, first of all, first key would be email, right? And that would just say test@test.com. And the next one would be password, and password we can specify ABC, right? I'm going to send this to backend now. So let's just send that, and here we can see we got an email, test and password ABC. Now I'm gonna just log an object, so let's just say user data dot email. Okay, instead of just accessing the user data, I'm gonna just access that and log that. So check that, it will check that if we are able to get that JSON key. So let's just send that, and here we can see we got the test at test. So far we have created a function which will receive a request with the user data, for example, just an email and password. And now we can grab that data, and the next step would be storing the data in our MongoDB database. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, guys. In this video, we are going to set up our MongoDB on MLab. Now, MLab offers a free service up to 500 megabytes, and you can just sign up. It's free. Log in, create a database. So let's take a look how we can create a database, MongoDB database online using this host called MLab. So I'm gonna just click on login, and I'll just log into my username. It's a demo username and password. So if you are basically trying to copy this, you don't have to because it's free. So here we will simply click on create new, and after that we will select the service provider. So we'll select Amazon Web Services. I'll select the sandbox, which is a free. So it says for learning, developing and prototyping up to 0.5 gigabytes storage. I'll select that and I'll click on continue. Then we have to select the region for AWS services. So I'll select Europe, click on continue. Now you can name your database whatever you like. I'm gonna name it MeanStack. Let's click on continue and then click on submit order, which is free order. So it should take a few seconds to get your database up and running, and we should see our database is up and running, and it says progress. Thanks for your patience as we work on your database. So yep, that's fine. Takes a few seconds to get our database up and running. So if I click on that now, and I'll see some information about our database. So here we have a DB username and DB password. That's what we need to use the database. And now let's create a user to use this database. So I can see here I'm a super user, Awais Mirza, but also I can create a user specifically for this database, and I can give this username and password to someone else as well. They don't have to go through my username and password, which is basically account username and password as well. So I'll click on users and click on add database user, and I will name it Awais, and then I'll just say, okay, ABC is the password, ABC is the password, and then we'll click on create. Now this database will be removed. You probably watch it after a long time. Once I've created this course, then you have to create your own database and follow along, right, with your own username and password. Now we have created username and password for our database. If I click on that, it says, okay, MeanStack.Awais, DB owner, I'm the owner, and MeanStack is the database name. All right, now we can access username and password what I define and connect to this database, which we will look at in the next video. Welcome back, guys. In this video, we're going to take a look at how we can connect to our MLab MongoDB database. There's a lot of options available, but I'll use Mongoose. It's elegant MongoDB object modeling for Node.js, so we can easily connect to a database using this package. So we will go to Quick Start Guide, and here I want to show you that this is where you install Mongoose and connect to database by following this Quick Start Guide. The reason why I'm showing you this is because that when you're watching this video, probably they will have a new way of connecting to database in Mongoose. So you can always go and get yourself update and see what's the current way of installing Mongoose and using Mongoose to connect to your database, because there may be a reason that what I would have taught in this video might be changed in the future after 1 year or 2 years, and because every software gets the updated version very soon nowadays. So Mongoose is right now it's on version 5.0.15, which is the latest one, which I'll be using. And if you're watching this video after 6 months, a year, and they will have a new version such as version 6, you might need to know the new way of connecting and using Mongoose. So it says npm install Mongoose, so we'll do that. So we'll go basically npm install -- save and Mongoose. All right, let me just open up the terminal and make it a bit bigger, and let's see. Mongoose spellings are fine. Now it's installing. Now after that, let's just require that in our server.js file. So if I say, okay, I'll create a variable saying, okay, Mongoose is equal to require, and what we want to require, but first let's change the spelling. Mongoose. Okay, and now let's use Mongoose to connect. So after our registration, I'm gonna go and I'll use this mongoose.connect function, and here we need a URL which will be basically help Mongoose to connect to our database. So we'll get that URL by going to mlab and copying this URL. So we'll just say, let's copy this, and then we'll just paste this here in this double quotes. Let's just paste that here. And now I remember we created a username and password, so that's what we want to type it in here. So if you forgot about it, you go user and you click on this, and here we'll see username is Awais, and the password you probably forgot. If you forgot, then you have to create a new one. And also this username and password is not your mlab account password, it's the user to the database. So any database you create, you will have to create a user for that as well. So here I'll change to, let's just say Awais would be username, and password we can say that was ABC. Now let's just add a second parameter to catch if there is any error connecting to our database. So I'll type a comma, and I'll use the error callback, and let's just use an error function, and I'll say if there is no error, then we can simply console.log, and I'll say connected to Mongo database. Right, I'm gonna save it, and now let's go to our terminal and start server. All right, so I'll just say node mon server.js file, and here it's starting the server and it says connected to MongoDB. So we are successfully connected to MongoDB now. Now let's work on our model for our user. I'm gonna open up this file explorer, and I want to keep that separately from our server.js file. So let's go and create a new folder, and I'll say models, and inside models I'll create another file. I'll say user.js. All right, so inside the user.js, first of all, let's require Mongoose and then we will use module.export is equal to mongoose.model. All right, the first parameter would be a name of our schema, so that would be, let's just say user. I'll use a single quotes instead of double quotes. I'll say user, and the second parameter would be an object itself of a schema of an object. So in this case, we know we need email, and that would be a string type, and we need a password that would be a string type as well. All right, I'm gonna save this. Now let's go back into server.js and require that. So let's just go all the way up, and here, just after the post, I will require that. So I'll say var, and I'll say user is equal to, and I'll say require, and I will just grab dot model slash user, and that's it. We got our user in our server.js file. Now there's a typo here. Here we need to have user.js, and the file name was capital, I guess. Nope, that was small, so we required that. Now I can actually move this up here, and let's just do a little bit of cleaning in the code. Now let's go to our register endpoint, and here let's just remove this for now. Okay, and now we are getting user data from our request body, and we store that into user data. Right, now let's create a new user. So I'll say let user new user, and then inside that we want to pass in a data for the user. So we'll just simply pass in the user data there, and then after that we'll use user.save function for Mongoose, and we will basically use a callback now. So we'll say error or result. Okay, and then we'll simply go inside that function, and if there is an error, then we can log an error. So we'll just say console.log, and just say having trouble adding user. All right, and then if not, then we can simply res.send status, and we can send 200 back. Right, I'm gonna save this file. Now the test is that we are able to save the data in our MongoDB database, which is sitting on our MLab. We're gonna go to Postman and try sending some requests. So here we have test and password, right? So I'm gonna send that request to our endpoint register. So I'm gonna send that, and now we got the response back. Okay. So here we can see we got the response, we did all this calculation. Now let's verify that, do we have that data in our MongoDB, which is sitting on MLab. So I'm just gonna refresh that, and we'll go to collections. And let's click on collections, and here we can see we have one collection, user and document 1. And if I click on that, and here we can see we got the same data, email test at test and password ABC, right? So we're successfully storing the data in our database sitting on a MLab. It's a MongoDB database using this function. So basically we created a user object, we exported that, we required that in our server.json file, and in the post we always get a request body, which will be an object of user data in JSON format. We grab that, we push that into our user data parameter, because when we create a user we need to type it in the type. So here, if I will have something, a different key to different key, and the post request will have different, that could cause an issue as well. We'll take a look at that in the next video, but here you go guys, we are successfully adding the data in our database. Welcome back everybody, welcome to this section of the course. In this section of the course we're going to start creating a UI for register and login. So let's get started. First of all, I'm going to modify this code to make it more simpler. So first of all, as you can see, we have this app.component.html file. We have a messages there. We don't really want to do that. We want to simplify our code, and the template for HTML, it's not that big, so we can simply inject that HTML within the app.component.ts file. So first of all, I'm going to delete this file. So let's just delete this file, and also in app.component, I'm going to change the reference to backticks, and then we simply change the template URL to template. I'm going to make a space here, and here, first of all, let's just say we say h1 hello, okay, to test this. Save it. We don't really need the style for app component because using Angular material, so we just delete that as well. And app component.css file, we don't need that as well. Let's just get rid of that as well. All right, it's building, and it should be starting our server in a few seconds. All right, so if go to our front end, we can see app component, we can see hello there. So that means we have simplified our app component.ts file. instead of writing hello, we need to have a navigation bar, which will help us to navigate around our application. If we want to go to register, we want to go to login, so we need to create a navigation bar. We can use a MATLAB toolbar. So here in Angular material, we can see we have this called mat-toolbar, which is a container for headers, titles, and actions. We can use that. I'm going to go on the source, and I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to paste that here. Let's go back and let's start our server. And here, if I open terminal, I can see I've got an error because we haven't injected mat toolbar in our app.module. Let's go back to Angular and we go to API, and here we copy this mat toolbar module. We go to app module, and inside over this import, we will paste that here. And also we're gonna import that in our imports. Let's type that here as well. Let's save it. Let's go back and look at the front end. And here we got my app. Now let's go back to app component.ts file. And we don't wanna have this my app. I wanna change this. I wanna make a space here as well. And I'll change this to mean stack app. Let's name it registration app. Do you think it's a too big name? Well, I think it's too big, so we'll just say registration app. That's good enough. Now we want to add a registration button. To do that, we'll simply go down and we will add a button. So we'll say button, and the button we will use, let's find a button in Angular material. So if I go to component and I will have this button, I want to use this button, right? Let's go and check if we have imported mat button module in our app.module.ts. Here we can see we have a mat button module. We have imported that here as well. Let's go back and simply click create a button by copying this source and pasting that here. Let's name our button to register. Save the file. Let's refresh our front end. And now we have a button register. We want to put this button on the right. How do we do that? Let's find if there is any information available in material. So we go down, and in API, we should see something called span, where you can put the button on the right. So we'll have to go to toolbar. We go down, and here we can say that positioning toolbar content. It says a common pattern to position a title on the left with some action on the right. This can be easily accomplished with display property flex. So how do we do that? We want to just copy this flex, and we want to add a span. Let's just add a span here, and we'll choose a style property is equal to, and then we paste that here. That's it. And after that, close the tag. We need to remove this semicolon here. We save. Let's go and take a look at our front end, and there you go. So we got a register button on the right now. Now if we look at toolbar, we can have some color applied to this as well. So you gotta read this documentation, it's pretty great. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to set the routes for our Angular application. So if we click on register, it should show us a register component. So let's get started. First of all, we want to import the router module from Angular/router. So we can do that by simply going up there, and I'll say import, and we'll say router module, and we'll import that from @Angular/router. Okay, now we have imported router module. let's import that. Let's put that into our imports as well. But first of all, let's just put the imports one on each line. That just easier to look at, and it's better to configure that. All right, so now after that we will add a comma, and I'll just say router module. Okay, now we have imported that, but we need to pass in the array contains the router object. We haven't got that yet. We need to create that. But for now, I'll just simply say dot for route, okay, and I'll just leave that empty for now. It's gonna cause an error, but let's just go up there, and here we'll create a constant. We'll just say routes. Inside this array, we need to have an object containing a path and a component. So to do that, we need to create another component which will handle our registration. So let's do that. I'm gonna go in app folder. Let's create a new file. I'm gonna name it register.component.ts. And inside that file, we're gonna go to app component, and let's just copy this just for our template so we don't have to write all this stuff. We go to register component, let's paste it here, save the file. Now let's configure our register component. First of all, let's just remove this math toolbar. We don't need that, first of all. And second, we need to change the name of the component. We name it register component. And then we want to remove this API reference for now, and selector should be register. So let's just remove this and change this to register, save it, and for just a reference in the template we can just type registering user here. I'm gonna save it, and now we're gonna go back to app modules, and first of all let's import that component. So I'll go import, and I'll import register component, and from we want to have this to register component. Right now we want to add this to our declaration as well, so I'll type it in register component. Next, let's reference our routes variable inside our router module dot for route. So I'll type routes here, and after that let's go and create a route. So we'll define a route by defining an object, and the first key would be a path, and that would be register. The second, we'll define a component. So if someone goes to this URL, so let's say we are on a localhost colon 4200, and right now we're getting a lot of errors, but don't worry, we'll fix them. So now if someone goes to /register, that would be, this component will be visible inside that. Okay, so that goes into register. So if I type ABC here, that has to be ABC to render this component which we're going to define. So here we'll define register component. I'm going to save it, and now we'll go and see, okay, there's no errors anymore, but we're not seeing our register component template, which should be seeing registering user here, right? The reason why we're not seeing that, we need to define a router outlets. We need to define a place where we want to show that register component. So we'll do that by defining router-outlet, and we close that by router-outlet. I'll save it, and now if I go to register tab, I should be seeing this registering user here. Now we want to define a button to a link that will take us to this component. So we can do that by defining a router link. So we'll say router link is equal to, and in our double quotation we'll type /register. I'm gonna save this, and now let's go to our localhost colon 4200, and here we can see we have a registration which has a wrong spelling, a component is not registering. So if I click on register, and that should add this to our URL, and then it should render our register component as well. How cool is that? Welcome back. In this video, we are going to write a code to create a form for our register component. So here we can see we have this registering user here. That's what we're getting there. And also I want to change the text, mate. This is like registration, right? This is like, okay. All right, so that should fix both. Now I'm going to write a code for registering the component. We're going to have a form fields. So let's go to app module. First of all, we're going to import animation for browser. So I'm just going to import this browser animation module, as you can see here. And also we want to add this to our imports. So if I just go and let's just say we import animation module as well. And also if we go to Angular material, we want to import this mat input module as well. So I'm just going to copy that and I want to put that here. And also we need to put that into our imports. So I'll just copy and paste that here as well. Now we can go and use this input. Well, if you want to read about it, this is a great place. It has all the things you need to know about input. So I'm going to go to overview, and here we can see we can create an input fields by using this module now. So let's go and try a code from here. So this is like a form. So I'm just going to copy that, and then we'll go to register component, and I'm just going to paste that form here. Let's save it. And let's go to our front end application, and here we can see we have a leave comment, we have a food, set sushi. So now let's modify this a little bit to make it look like a form for email and password. So we have a mat form field class example full width. So let's just leave that, and a value we can say email, and then instead of this text area we want to have this input. So let's just copy that and paste that input here as well. I want to have this type set to, let's just say, password. All right, let's save it. Placeholder, favorite food, no, we need to have password here. A value, we can remove this, and I want to remove the value from here as well. Let's save it. And for placeholder, let's just change this before we can look at it. Let's just save it now. And there you go. We got email and we got the password there. So right now it's a mat input, a mat input. So that's pretty good. Now we want to have a button which will help us to, do a function call. We'll do that now. Before we finish the form, here I want to use MD. Let's type a button first. So MD dash raised button, and we can simply call it register. All right, I'm gonna save it, and let's take a look at that now. All right, we have the MD register button there. Now there is an error. We're supposed to use a mat, not MD here. This is a typo. So I'll type MAT, and that's it. We got the raised button, looks cool. Now to make it more nicer, I want to wrap this in a card, but to save some time, I'm not going to type that. I'm just going to copy and paste that. Alright guys, so that's the code which makes our form look like this. Alright, so remember, you need to make sure that you have this mat card module, browser animation module, and also we have to import browser animation module, and we have an import mat card module. And this is the code that you will type to create this nice looking form. It's very nice, but yeah, we can use this in the next video to make it a register of a user from the front end and store the data in the back end. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create a function which will grab the data from email field and a password field and then send it back to our register endpoint, and that endpoint will store that data to our MongoDB database. So first of all, we want to create a empty object which will hold the data from the form. So we'll just simply say register data is equal to, I'll just create an empty object here and leave it empty. And the next thing we need to do, we need to import a form module in our app.module file. So let's do that. So I'm just gonna go here and I'll say import, and I will import forms module, and I will import from @angular/forms. Right? I'm gonna save the file and let's add that form module to our import as well. So let's just add that here. Now we will be able to use Modal and some other directives which are only available in the form. So let's go back to register.component, and here we'll type Modal directive. First, let's just move this so to look at it easier. All right, so here I will say square brackets, and in the parentheses we'll type Modal, and we set that equal to, we'd say register data.email. Now there's a problem with the typo here. Gotta make sure that spelling is right. So register data.email, and also I want to copy this and I want to paste it here. Okay, instead of email here, I'll type password, and then we'll save it. Now we can grab the data from our front end to the back end, but now there's another error. It says template Modal since it's not a noun property of input MATLAB form. Okay, so we will just remove this password for now. I'm gonna save it and register data. Okay, that should be fine. We just need to restart the server. So we'll go to node 1 and I'll just stop the server and then restart it. So once we restart the server, the error still occurs. So let's read the error. It says template pass error, says Modal. Oh, okay, I guess this is a typo here. So we need to type a capital M here. And I'm gonna save it, and now we should get back our form. Okay, so there's another error. It says can't bind to Modal since it's a noun property of input form field. Okay, what's going on here now? So Modal and Modal. There's another Modal. I'm going to save it, and now it should bring us back the form. Now there's another error. It says if Modal is used within a form tag, either a name attribute must be set or form control must be defined as a standalone Modal option. So we need to type the name property for that. So let's say we'll type name is equal to, we say set that to email, and for the password we'll change name and set that to password. Save the project, and there you go. We don't see any errors anymore. Now to verify that we get the data from these front-end forms, we can create a function which will help us to log the data down there. So let's go and do that. So here I'll say log it function, and we just use console.log and this dot register data. That's it. And we're gonna call it in our button. So here we type a click directive. We set that equal to, and we can set this to log it function. Let's save it. And now if I type ABC here and some password, I'll go register, and there we go. We can see we got email, we got a password down there. Now there's a problem here. We're not seeing this as a password because we actually removed the type to the password. That was actually a mistake. We're gonna go back and put that type is equal to email, and then we put that type is equal to password. Let's save it, and now we should be able to write the password there and the data there. We go register, and that gives us this object. Now we can see we can log the data, we can grab the data from the front end, and in the next video we will send this data to the back end. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to hash our password. So I'll take you to the front end website, and here, if we register a user, currently the password gets saved in our database in a string form. So here we registered Awais at awais.com, name Awais Mirza, and the password you can see it's ABC. You can see that. So we don't want to do that. We want to hash our password before they get saved in a database. So to do that, we are going to create a schema in a Mongoose and then access its pre-save event. So let's take a look at how we can do that. So I'm just going to go up and I'm going to create a schema variable var, and I'll say user schema is equal to new mongoose.schema, and then as an object we will copy these properties and then paste them here. All right, and then here inside of our model, instead of just using an empty object, we just give a reference to our schema object. So that would be user schema, right? Now we have a reference to our schema object. We can use its pre-save event. Now let's access this user schema dot called pre method, and now we will access the save event. Now this is a callback, so we can use next and add an arrow function, and here we want to have another variable user, and we set that to this. That would be the reference what passed in into our pre-schema save event. And next we want to use a condition and check whether if the user has been modified or not. So let's just type if not user dot is modified, and that would be a password. Then we can simply return next. Now at this stage we want to install a library called backrib-node.js to hash our passwords. So let's do that. I'm going to save the project and we go to the terminal, and here I'll type npm install backrib-node.js, press enter, and that would be installed. We could actually save this in our package.json file. That's what I'm going to do again. So I'll just clear the console, call the save command before we install it, so we know it's there. So we don't have to go and look for why our application is not working. So it's going to take a few seconds after install. Then we go on the top and we can require that. So we'll just type it in here. Let's just say backrib is equal to require, and then we will require backrib. All right. Now we required backrib-node.js. I'm just going to add a semicolon here. Now let's go to line 17, and here we will use backrib now. So we'll type backrib dot hash method, and then the first parameter would be a data. So that would be user dot password, right? The next one is a salt. It's going to be a string. So what is mean by salt? So the salt is basically used to encrypt the data you pass it in. So here basically we can say null and say, okay, please automatically do it for me. And the next parameter would be again null, and I'll explain to you what it does. So let's just type null, and the next one would be a callback. All right, so the callback would be error or hash itself, right? Next we are going to go inside our callback. Here for now we just console.log and we just log the hash. Now we're going to do a couple of fixes here. So here we're using an arrow function which basically changed the scope of this, and we have no longer access to user. So what we want to do, we want to use a normal function instead of an arrow function, and then we'll pass it in next and just remove this arrow function syntax, and let's just save it. Now let's go to the browser and let's try it out. So I have this terminal open here. I'm going to go to a terminal where our server is running, and now let's go to the browser, and here we want to just say, okay, Mike, password would be ABC, name Mick, description make. All right, now I'm going to click on register, and now it should have our password hashed down here. So you can see that we typed it in ABC, and our hash, the console log of the hash is basically encrypted. So we're successfully encrypting our password. So now what we want to do is we want to just go to our callback here, and then we want to check if there's an error first. Let's do an error, and if it is, then return next and return error. And if not, then we can simply user.password is equal to hash. We can set that, and then we call a next. Now let's go and give it a try. We'll go back to browser, and here I'm going to go to MLab, and let's refresh, and let's take a look if we have any document available there. So here we have two. So first of it Awais, and second one is John. So let's just get rid of all the documents in a collections. I'm just going to delete all of them, and we go back to the front, and here I'm just going to register myself again. We'll Awais at gmail.com, and password I will just give 123456. Name I'll tell Awais. Description, I am a programmer. Register. And it says in the response body we have an error now, and we should see Awais and a password is hash now. So it happened twice. That's why we got an error, because the error is because saying that okay, that password is already there. That's why we're getting an error now. Now back to our backend project. I'm in a user.js file, and now we are going to modify our server.js file, and in that file we're going to modify our login function. So when someone try to log in, we want to make sure that we match the password to the hashed password, not in a string form. So let's do that. So on our line 69, I'm going to modify this. If user data password not equal to this, then we return the response status to 401, and then says email or password are invalid, right? So here what we want to do, we want to use the bytecrypt. So we type bytecrypt.compare, and now it's going to give an error because we haven't imported that yet. So we go back to user.js, and I'm just going to copy this line of code, and we go back to server.js right on the top, and we just require that in. So let's just save the file. Let's go down to a login function, and here now we should not have any errors. So we have a bytecrypt.compare method, and here we type it in user data.password, and then we'll check with user data, simple user, and with password, and it's gonna take a callback, and we have an error, or we can say is match. Now we have an error function syntax. Let's go down, and now here if we have an error, then we can basically copy this response and paste it in there. But first let's check it. If we can say not match is match, then we can simply return, and I'm just gonna copy this line of code and just paste it here. All right, and then we're also gonna copy all of these lines and just paste them here as well in our bytecrypt. All right, so now basically we don't need this condition here. I'm just gonna remove this line of code, remove this line of code as well, and remove this line of code as well. So what's happening here, we will encrypt our password, and we check the password stored in our database coming from this login response. So here we have an error check and is match. If it's not matched, then return this, and then else we do this. Okay, now we can have this error usable as well. We could basically say, okay, if there's an error, then do this, but we can simply check that by using is match. I'm gonna save the project, and here instead of payload, we are just going to change this as well to just restart server. All right, let's go to the browser, and here we're gonna go to login, and I'll type it in awais at gmail.com, and I'll type 123456, and I'll clear the console and I'll click on login. And here we have a response saying, okay, we have our user in our database and we have our password matched as well. So here, if I type the wrong password, I'll type something else and I'll just clear the console. I'll click on login, and now we should have an error response saying, okay, status unauthorized, and the message is email or password are invalid. So our function is working perfectly fine. We can hash our password, store in a database. We can compare that as well. So it's all looking very good. Welcome back, everybody. In this module of the course, we will start creating a user feed. So right now, when you go to localhost :4200/users, you'll see all the users in your database, and you can click on them, and that will take you to the user profile, which shows the name, email, and description. Now we want to have another component here, maybe a couple of components, which will show us a user feed, and a component where you can go as a user and post to your feed. We will add all this functionality in this module, but in this video we'll do a quick fix. Right now, when I go to users, I see the emails of the users. Instead, I want to see the names of the users. So let's go to the project and we will go to user component, and here we have a user.email. I'm going to change this to user.name. I'm going to save the project. Let's go to the terminal, and here we can see, have we started our terminal? And yeah, terminal, our project is running. I'm going to save the project. Let's go back, and now as you can see, we got all the users available in our database. Right now we have only two users, name Awais and Awais, and if I delete one of these and click on delete, and that should remove the user from here as well. So if I refresh the page, that should give me only one user named Awais. And I'll refresh it, and there you go. We have only one user available. If I click on that, I'll go to the profile. Alright, so I'll see you guys in the next video where we'll start creating a component for our user feed. In this video, we are going to create an authentication router. Now, right now we are in our backend project, and here we can see our files getting over 100 lines. And I think this is the right time to move some stuff from server.js file to its own file. So right now we have some endpoints. For example, we have a login endpoint, we have a register endpoint, profile, user, post. Now we're going to create an authentication router in this video. So I will move this register endpoint and a login endpoint to its own file. So let's start by creating a new file. So right click here, click on new file, and let's name our file auth.js. Let's start by creating a module and export that. So let's start module.export, and I'll set that to an empty object. Now we go back to server.js file, and here we can see we have a login endpoint, we have a register endpoint. Now let's just move our register endpoint to auth.js. So I'll just copy this line of code, and I'll just press Ctrl C, and let's just create a property of our register endpoint. So let's just type register : and then just paste the function as a value for our register endpoint. And here we add our curly braces, add a comma here, and now let's create an endpoint for login. So let's type login, and then we'll go back to server.js file and copy this function, and let's go back to auth.js and paste it here. Right, so we're gonna have to type the curly brace here to get rid of that error. Now we have imported register endpoint and a login endpoint in a separate file called auth.js. But how do we use this? Now, if we go back to server.js file, and here we can see we still have these endpoints. We want to remove these from here now. So let's just remove these functions, and let's just get rid of this as well. And let's just remove that as well. All right, and let's do the same with the login function. We'll just press backspace. Let's save the file. Now let's go and import our auth file. First, let's create a variable by typing for, and I'll type auth is equal to, and I'll just simply require it, and I'll type ./auth. All right, let's add a semicolon. Let's save the file, and now we can call these endpoint properties, so register and login, in our server.js file. So let's go back, and here as a callback we're going to call auth.register, and here we're going to call auth.login, right? So we've successfully moved our register and login endpoint in our auth.js, but there's going to be an error because here we are using few packages which we haven't imported. So here, first of all, let's see, we have a jot package and we have a bikerit package. So we're going to move these to our auth.js file. So let's go back, and on the top, first of all, let's just cut this and paste this package right above our module export, right? Let's go back, and what else do we need? We need the jot package. So I'm just gonna copy that instead of just cutting, and let's just paste that here. Now what else do we need in our authentication? And also, if we look at, we are using a user, right? So we're gonna copy that as well. So I'll just go and copy this user model, and let's just paste that here as well. I'm gonna press Ctrl S to save the project. Now I think it's time for us to test whether our register endpoint and a login endpoint is working. So let's go back to the browser, and here we can see we have some kind of error, but that's because we saved the project which wasn't right. So let's just clear the console by clicking here. I'm just gonna zoom in into a console and the browser as well. Alright, so now let's say we have only one user. So user awaits, but I'm going to register another user. So let's click on register, and I'll type the name abc is equal to abc.com, and the password will simply type 123456. Name will type abc, and then these are just alphabets, all right, as in description. All right, so let's go and click on register. And now this should create an entity in our database. Let's take a look at nlab, and let's refresh the web browser to see the changes we just made. Alright, so it's taking a bit of time. Alright, so we have another entity, which is cool. Let's go back to our front-end project. Let's try login with that. So I'm just gonna go and click on login, and here we'll type abc@abc.com, and the password we just type in 123456. Let's click on login, and we should get the success response. So here you go, guys, we get the body with our token. So at this stage, we have successfully extracted our authentication endpoints. Now let's go back to our backend project, and let's take a look how we can improve that. Now we know that it's working, but we can improve this code by using an express router. Let's start by typing var, and I'll name our variable for router. Router is equal to express. Now, right now we are using modules.export to export our endpoints, but now we have imported router from express, so we can use that, and we can create our endpoints right inside of our auth.js file. Let's start by removing this module.export, and we'll just start by typing router.post/ our endpoint would be register. For a callback function, we simply grab the register function and put that as a callback. And let's go down, and down we want to add a parentheses, and let's do the same for our login function. So I'm going to start by typing router.post, specify the endpoint, that would be login. And for a callback function, we simply grab our login function and just paste it there. Right, so let's go down, and here we want to add parentheses. Now let's export this router. So type module.exports is equal to router. I'm going to save the project. Now let's go to server.js file, and here we can see we are using app.post and app.post for register and login endpoint. We don't really need that now. I'm just gonna comment this code out for now, and just before our app.listen, we're gonna start typing by app.use. I'm going to use the middle by defining /auth, comma, and just simply type auth. All right, I'm going to save the project now. Now we have changed our router for our authentication endpoints, register and login. So once we've done that, we're going to go to front end and change the path in the front end as well. Let's go to our front end project and we're going to go to API service. Let's click on that. And here we have our login function and a register function. To make it clear, I'm actually going to create a path property of this class. Simply type path is equal to, and we'll type http localhost 3000 /auth. Alright, I'm going to use that now in our login and register function. So let's go to the login, and here we're going to remove our path. Let's just get rid of that, and let's start by typing this dot path and then append that with single quotes, type login. And let's do the same with our register endpoint. Let's just remove this and let's start by typing this dot path, and let's concatenate it with plus, and let's just type here /register. Let's just fix the code. Let's save the project. Now let's go to the browser and let's take a look at if it's still working. So we're going to go to the browser. Let's refresh our project and we're going to go to user. Yes, we can see users. Let's click on ABC. That's right. So let's log in with ABC. So I'm going to click on login and we type abc@abc.com. And the password we typed in, if I remember, that was 123456. I'm going to click on login and that should return the proper response. Alright, back to our backend project. In this video, we are going to create an endpoint for our message post for a user. So let's start by defining a post endpoint in our server.js file. So right below the post endpoint, we'll type a post endpoint. So let's start by typing app.get. We type post here and we use our callback request, comma, response, use the arrow function syntax, and let's just resend the response as post. Let's just save the project. Now we know we need a Mongoose model to save our post. So let's start by creating a post file. Let's go right click here and I'll type post.js. The first thing I want to do is move the post.js file into our models folder. So just let's click on that and grab and just drop it in the model folder. And Visual Studio Code will give you an option. Do you really want to move this post.js file to the model folder? So I'm going to click on move. So in this file, first of all, we are going to create a model using a Mongoose. So let's start by requiring Mongoose. So let's type var Mongoose is equal to require, and we'll just simply require a Mongoose in our file. And let's start by typing module.exports is equal to, let's type mongoose.model, as we have created a model in a user.js file. So similar to that file, we simply use mongoose.model and we type a post, and then we give it an object, and that object will only have a message with the type string. So let's type colon and then give a data type, which would be a string. And for now, that's pretty much what we need in this file. Let's go back to server.js file and require our post.js file. So I will go right above the user or right below the user, and let's require that. So I'm just going to type var post is equal to require, and let's just require that by typing models/post.js. Now, after requiring post, we're going to go to the post endpoint. First of all, let's get rid of this response.sendPost. So we don't need that. And here we are going to create a new variable var post is equal to, I'll create a new post from our Mongoose model, and then we just simply get the request.body, and that's pretty much it. Now let's start by accessing the post variable, and we use save function, and then inside this we have an error callback or result callback. Now let's use the error syntax for our function, and here we're going to type if there is an error, then we just simply log to the console, and we simply use console.error instead of console.log. We say saving post error, and let's return the status of this 500 because it's an error, and we can send a message with that as well. So I'll create a message object, and I'll type the message as, let's just say, saving post causing error. Alright, so let's add a semicolon at the end. If everything goes well, then we can simply send the response to success. So let's type response dot send status, and we send the status of 200. I'm going to save the project, and let's test it out by using a postman instead of going to the front end and create our component for a post, because that's a lengthy process, and we'll do that in the next video. So let's start by opening a postman. I'll just maximize postman. Let's click on request to create a basic request, or we can just cancel out, and here we can modify our current request. So we'll go to localhost 3000/post, and in the body, let's go to the body, and I'll just get rid of the password, and I'll leave an email, but I'll change email to message. And here we can say hello from postman. All right, I'm going to send this request. So let's click on send, and we get the response of cannot post/post. Let's take a look at why we're getting this error. I'm going to go back to our project, and here the first thing I noticed that we have this app.get, but in fact we're supposed to have app.post. This is where it's going to post the data to our backend database. So let's just change that to post instead of get. And also I'm going to change the name of our Mongoose model. So here I'll go and change that to post, because we have a file in post.js. So I'm just going to change that lowercase, and then we go back to server, and here we can see we are accessing post.js now. And now we have changed our get method to post. Let's save the project, and let's take a look if there is an error in the terminal. So we don't see any error. Let's go back to our postman, and here I'm going to change the request to post, and here let's type it in http://3000, and then we change that to post. In the body, I'm going to select raw, and also I'm going to change that text to JSON. And let's create a JSON object here. So we'll type message : I'll say hello from postman. Right, I'm going to send this post, and let's take a look at what is the response. So now we're getting a response okay. Let's go to our database, and let's take a look if we have a document called post, and also we can see hello from postman. Let's go to the browser, and here I'm going to go to mean stack database, and here I should have another collection named post. Let's click on that. So by mistake I've done send twice to our backend, and here you go. We have a message key, and then the value for that is hello from postman. Welcome back. In this video we are going to create a post component in our user profile. So when I go to the users, I see all the users, and I click on them, I go to the profile, and down below I want to create a component which will show all of their feed. First, let's fix a couple of things in our application. So right now, if I want to go to localhost 4200, I will have to manually type that in. So by removing this, I'll go to the entry point of our application, but I want to make it a registration app to take us to this location. Let's go back to our code, and we're going to go to our front end project, and we're going to go to app.component.ts, and here we have a registration app. So first of all, let's just change this to, let's just change the name of to a social app, because we're creating a feed for that. Now I'm going to wrap this in a button. So let's type button, and we use that button mat.button. Let's define a router link as well for that, and set that equal to just a slash, which will take us to localhost 4200. And then let's just add a greater than sign, and let's just close this button tag here. I'm going to save the project, and let's go to terminal 1, and let's take a look if our server is running. All right, the server is running, and we successfully have this button and router link set to social app. Now let's go to the browser, and let's take a look. Our app has become a social app now, and let's click on that, and let's click on user, let's click on social app. It's quite not working the way we expect. Let's go back and take a look. Why is that? So we have a spelling mistake here. I'm typing round to link, but it's a router link. Let's save that. It's been compiled. Let's go back to the browser, and now let's go to user, and let's click on social app, which will take us to localhost 4200. So we have successfully fixed that error in our application. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to add a function in our api.service.ts file to send a post to the backend, so the backend can store that post into a database. First of all, we are going to configure our API service. So right now I can see I have a path variable which has this localhost 3000/auth path. So we want to change this to auth path. So let's just change the variable name to auth path, and I want to actually change this wherever it's been used. So here we can say auth path, and also here we want to use this variable. Now we're going to have a general path as well. So I would create another variable, and I'll just simply say path, and I set that equal to, and we copy this localhost from here, and let's just paste it inside our general path. All right, now what we want to do here, we're going to use this path, and we want to put that inside all of these functions we have, except login and register, because it takes from this auth path. So let's just configure that now. So I'm just going to, let's just remove this and add a semicolon here, add a slash, and append this .path plus, right? And we want to copy this .path plus and just paste it here, and then paste it here as well. And also that's pretty much it is for now. And let's just remove http://3000 because we already concatenated that. So let's do that for our get user function as well. And also we want to have this here. All right, that's pretty much looking good now. And I'm gonna copy this get messages function, and we're gonna paste it down below. And first of all, let's change the name of this function to post message. Let's say post message, and that's gonna take as message as a parameter. Next, we want to change this .http.get method to post method because we're posting a message. And here we want to type a comma, and we want to pass a message as our data going into this post. Let's save the project. Let's go to our post.component.ts file, And in our HTML template, we can see we are ng modal to post that message. Now in our class, let's create the property post message. And let's leave that as an empty string for now. Down below, we're gonna create a post message as well. And we can simply say console.log, and we can this.post message. So whatever we type in that text area, we can click on our post button that will call this method, which we define here in the class, and that will log the message on our console. Let's save the project and let's go to the browser. Let's take a look at it. So if I say this is my first post, I'll click on post, and here I'm getting an error. It says type error underscore quoted post is not a function. All right, let's go back to our code and let's take a look what's happening here. So basically we are using this capital P letter, and here we are defining that as a lowercase. So I want to change the post from here to lowercase. Let's save the project. Let's go back to our browser and let's say this is our first post. Let's click on post, and in our console, as you can see, it's logging that post. Whatever we type in, click on post, it's going to log it in our console. Now let's go back to the code. Let's remove console log, and let's call a function post message from our API service. Let's type this.api service.post message, and here we are going to pass in an object. So at the backend, if you remember, Mongoose model is expecting a key called message. So we type in msg colon, and we pass in this dot post message as our data. And now let's save the project and give it a go. Let's go to the browser, and here I want to say this is my first post stored in database. All right, I'm going to click on post, and now we're getting an error. It says localhost colon 3000/post is not found. Let's go to our backend project and let's make sure our server is running. Yep, our server is running, but let's take a look at why it's giving us an error. Let's go back to the browser and let's take a look at localhost colon post. Okay, so here we're basically using post. We want to change this to post. Let's go back to our front end project and let's go to api.service.ts, and here we want to change the variable to post because our endpoint is /post, not /post. Let's go back to the browser and let's give it a try again. So I want to type here, this is our first post. Let's click on post. Let's go to MLab and let's refresh this page, and we should see another post saying this is our first post. And there you go. As you can see, we're successfully storing our post in our database. Welcome back everybody. We are in our backend project. So in this video, we are going to associate a user with the post. So let's go to our MLab, and here we have a few posts. What we want to do here is we want to associate any kind of post according to the IDs. So let's go back to our backend project, and we're going to open user.js and post.js. So let's work on a post.js. Here we want to have a one-to-many relationship. So a user can have a relation to many posts, but a post can have only one user. Let's start by defining another property to our post model. So I'm going to type a comma here. On next line, we type author, and that will be another object as in a value for author. So first off, we'll be typing type, and the type would be, we use from mongoose.schema.types.object ID, and then the second property would be a reference. So type ref colon, and we type user. Now let's go to a server.js file and see how we can populate this property. In server.js, we have this endpoint /post. In this endpoint, we want to associate an ID to a post. How to get that ID and how do we know which user sent that request? We will implement that in our application later in the course. But for now, for our testing purposes, we are going to go in MLab and grab an ID from one of the users and then hardcode that ID and associate that ID to a post. Let's take a look at how we can do that. So right now inside of our /post endpoint, I'm going to create another variable and I want to name this post data. And I set that equal to request.body. All right. And now let's, on the next line, we use post data and we have another property for this post data. I'll have a dot author and we'll set that equal to an ID which we haven't grabbed from MLab. So let's go to MLab and here I'm in a user collection and I want to grab one of the ID from a user. So I'll just simply grab this one. Let's just say grab this one. Let's right click, copy that, and let's just go back. And here we're just going to hardcode that ID here. All right, let's save the project. And on the next line, we want to modify our new post from request.body to request post data. So here we change this to post data. All right, let's save the project again. And in the terminal, we should not see any errors. So that's a good news. We don't have any errors in our terminal. Now let's go to our front end project and let's try it out. I'm gonna go to our localhost colon 4200. Here we can see we have a new post and I'm just say this post is created by a user with an ID. I'm gonna click on post and now we're gonna go to MLab and here we wanna go to our post. Let's click on mean stack and then we're gonna click on post. Let's go there and let's test it out if our post is there. All right, so it says post is created by a user with an ID, and here we can see we have an author property in our post, and author property is set to the hard-coded one which we grabbed from our one of the users. Welcome back. In this video we want to show post for a particular users, and we want to have another component in the next video where we show all the posts related to this user. So let's go back to social app and here we are going to create a new post, but first let's go back to our backend project and do some modification. Right now we can see we have a variable called post and we are hard coding this empty array. We don't really need that anymore. I'm just gonna remove that because we're using Mongoose. And now we have this /post endpoints. I'm gonna remove this line of code as well. And here, first of all, let's create a variable for author. I'm gonna set that to one of the hard-coded ID for an author. I'm just gonna copy from here and I'm just gonna paste. And now let's create a variable inside of endpoint. Post is equal to, and here we wanna type post.find. And then we want to find from author. All right, and then we'll send the response just to posts. Oops, not post message, but post. Right, so this is a promise. Here we want to use async and await as well. So async, I'm gonna just async, and here we can simply say await. All right, I'm gonna save the project. And now let's go to our project, and here I want to add another tab, and I'm going to open up localhost 3000 /posts. Right now we can see with that author, this ID, we have one post saying this post is from ABC. Now if we go back to front end project, I'm going to say, okay, this is the second post from ABC. I'm going to click on post to do a post. Let's go back to our backend. I'm going to refresh and there we go. We have another post saying this is the second post from ABC. So it's working. At the moment we are getting an post from a particular user with a hard-coded ID. We want to have a dynamically accessing the post according to the users. So what we want to do here, first of all, let's go down, and here, as you can see, we grabbed an ID from our URL, right? So here we did it by adding a /: and ID as a parameter, and then we use user.findById method, and we just pass in request.param.id. So let's do sim to our post endpoint, and I'll type here /: ID, and then instead of just hard coding this author, I want to grab request.param.id, and let's just double check that this is the one we're doing at the bottom to make sure. I'm actually going to just copy this line of code and paste it so I don't make any spelling mistakes. This is a good idea. I'm going to save the project, and now let's give it a try. Now I'm going to refresh this page, and here we can see we can't get any post. So I'm just going to add a slash here, and I'm going to paste that ID. Well, we're going to go back to our backend project and copy that ID which we used. So let's just copy this ID. Let's go back and just paste it in there. Let's press enter, and there we go. So now we are getting our post from according to the ID of the user. Next, let's take a look at how we can create a component to display these messages in our front end. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to configure messages component and modify our service file to get all the messages and populate them in our messages component according to an ID from a user. So let's start by going to api.service.ts file, and here we have a getMessage function which goes to a post endpoint in our backend. Now we just configured that in the last video, so we can pass it in post/an ID. So here we'll add a parameter. So let's just type it in user ID as a parameter. Let's append that to a post endpoint by adding a slash and using plus operator and then passing in user ID. I'm going to save the project, and let's go to messages.component, and here we're getting an error because we're not passing any parameter here. So TypeScript is telling us basically we need one expected argument but got 0. So that's fine for now. But let's go to the profile component, and here we have this this.route.snapshot.param.id. So this is how we grabbed an ID from a URL. And we can use the same line of code and basically copy this and take this to our messages component. And now if we go back to profile.component.ts file, we have this line of code activity route. So we want to copy that as well. Let's copy that, go to messages component and paste it here. Now that error should be gone, or if not, then let's take a look at what's happening here. So we haven't injected that activity route in our constructor, and also we gonna make sure that we have an API service. All right, so let's go back and then just grab this line of code as well and just put it here. All right, and that should remove an error, and now we can pass it in as ID as in a parameter. Let's save the project. Let's change the name of this variable to user ID. So I'm gonna right click and say rename symbol, and I'll name it user ID so we don't cause any confusion. Now let's use this messages component in our profile component. So we'll go here, and what selector do we have for messages component? If we go up there, we have messages as selector. So we go down in our profile component, and I'm going to start typing messages, and let's just close that as well. I'm going to save the project, and let's just make sure that it's running. So first of all, let's just stop the server, and then let's just run it again to make sure we don't have any errors. Now, one thing we want to check whether we have a proper selector name. After our project gets built, we go to our front-end project, and let's take a look if we have any errors in our profile component. Let's go to the browser, we go to front end project, we'll just press enter. Let's take a look at the console, and we're getting a lot of errors saying template parse error. All right, so it says error on messages. So let's go back, and here we can see where selector is messages. But I remember that we used copy paste a lot in this project. So if we go back to users.component, and here we have the same selector name as messages for our message component. So we're going to change this to users. Let's save the project, and let's go back and let's take a look if we have any errors. All right, so our project is back on, and here we have a social app users. If I go back to Oasis the profile, I don't see any errors in our profile component, and here we should see all the posts there as well. So let's go back to our project. Now our project is loading fine. We're going to go to messages component. Let's take a look at this message component. And so far it looks fine, and I'm going to take you to the website again, and let's give it a try now. So we'll go to users component, and I'll click on ABC. So we have an empty math cards, but we don't see messages here. Let's go back to our project, and here we can see we're using a message as a property name from a message. So that should be MSG, not a message. I'm going to save the project, and let's go back. And now if I go to users and users page and click on Oasis, and I can see I don't have any posts for Oasis or ABC. I can see I have a post from ABC, a second post from ABC. Now there's nothing to differentiate from our profile data to this post. It looks like a similar UI for the post as well. So we want to just modify that and make it look nicer. We'll go to the project, and I'm going to go to profile component, and here I have messages. I'm actually going to copy this card, and let's just paste it down below. And I want to change the header to, let's just say, posts. I'm going to save the project, and here instead of just having this matte lace, I want to get rid of this, and I want to copy this messages and paste it here. All right, I'm gonna just give a tab here. I'm gonna save the project. Now let's go and take a look at it. And now our posts are looking pretty good, and our app is looking like we are basically having some kind of a social media, so people can post and people can go and look at their posts as well. So we'll go to users, we go to ABC, there we go, we have ABC. Social media, we can create a new post. So I'll just say, hey, another post. Let's post it. Let me just close the console. Let's post it. We go to users, and we go to ABC, and we have a hey, another post here as well. So it's looking pretty good now. Welcome back everybody, and welcome to this section of the course in which we'll talk about advanced authentication in our application. So far when we create a post, we don't really know what it's gonna link to. So which user is creating a post. So for that, when we go log in, we log into a user, we get the response success or failure. So when we log in, right, we get the response that, okay, this user got the response successful. So we want to store that in our local storage, and during the login process, once we log in, whenever we create a new post, that post should be linked to our user. So let's take a look how we can do that in next few videos. But in this video, we want to find a way to store user ID in the token. So I'm in a backend project, and I'm in the auth.js file, and here we have a login endpoint, and down here we have an empty payload. So what we can do here, we can add ID in our payload. So how do we do that? If you look at the top, we are creating a user variable which stores the data from our database. So here we have an email, we have a user data.email. So basically Mongoose go and grab the data from our MLab database and store that user into our user, right? So we have a reference to an ID of that particular users as well, and we can store that in a payload, and that will be stored in our front end, and the browser will store that as a token. So let's take a look at how we can do that. Here, instead of typing ID, I want to just simply call it sub, and I'll grab that user variable and dot underscore ID. Now you're probably thinking, where this ID gets generated? Where does it get generated? When we register a user, Mongoose generates an ID for that particular user and store that along with the user detail. So this is how we're storing the payload with our user ID now. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to upgrade our HTTP module to Angular 5 and upwards. So far we've used this Angular HTTP module, which is basically was available in Angular 2. But we have another HTTP client module, which was available in Angular 4 and up. So we want to implement that instead of Angular 2 HTTP module. So let's take a look at how we can upgrade our current application to a HTTP client module, which is the updated version of HTTP module. So let's start by importing the HTTP client module. So I'll go on this line and then paste that import statement. So it's a HTTP client module from Angular/common/HTTP. And we don't need this HTTP module anymore. So I'll just go and get rid of this line of code. And also want to just copy this and add that into our import list. So here I'll just paste that and add a comma here. And now that should fix an error. Next, let's go to api.service.ts file. And here, instead of using HTTP, we want to use HTTP client. So I'll go to app modules and just copy this line of code, and we'll just paste it here. And I want to remove this module word from here. That would be HTTP client. Let's just copy HTTP client and then go into the constructor and paste it here. All right, so you can see we're getting a lot of errors here saying rest.json, and it says property JSON does not exist on type object. Now the reason why we're getting this error is because this HTTP client is already a JSON by default. So we don't have to specify .json method. Now if I just remove this piece of text, and now we're getting an error. So it says the object is not assignable to type any. The object name is assignable to very few other types. So to fix this error, we can specify the type, what it's going to return. So here I can simply specify a type any, or I could just define an interface and implement the interface in our function. That could be another approach as well. So let's do that for all of these errors. So let's just remove this and let's just paste type any here. We have to remove this JSON, and then we just simply use type any. Let's go down, and here we have this problem as well with the JSON. Let's just get this type to any. Right, it's time for us to remove this console.log as well. I'm just going to save the project, and now we're getting one error. It says property JSON does not exist. So where this is coming from? Let me fix first of all the JSON, and then we'll go back to looking at this profile. Now here you can see we implemented a different way this HTTP. So basically we are returning this function, and that function will be used in our profile component. We'll fix that as well right now. Let's go to profile component, and here we simply don't need to specify, and we just simply remove the dot as well. Let's save the project, and now we don't see any errors. Let's go back to API service and let's verify we have everything what we need to do here. So we pretty much got everything there. So let's just save the project, and let's go to our project in the front end, and let's just refresh the page for now. Now I'm going to just clear that out, and we go to users. We have a user Oasis, doesn't have any posts. We can log in. So here I'll say simply abc@abc.com. I have the password 123456. I'm going to click on login, and here we should see that basically this token is getting stored in our local storage now. So we'll go to users, we go to ABC, and we can see all the posts. The token is there, and that can be used to create new posts and assign the new post to this relevant user. So our application is pretty much working, and in the next video we are going to implement token authentication interceptor. Let's take a look how we can do that. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to implement authentication token interceptor. So we are in the front-end project, and I'm going to start by creating a new file. So let's go and right click on app folder and click on new file, and I'm going to name this file authinterceptor.service.ts. So let's start typing that, authinterceptor.service.ts. Now in this file, first of all, we are going to import injectable and HTTP interceptor. So let's do that. So I'll type import, add a curly braces, and we'll type injectable. We're going to import from Angular core. So I'll type at Angular/core. Right. Next line, we're going to import HTTP interceptor, and that would be from Angular/common/HTTP. Right. Now let's create a class. So we'll type export class, and I'm going to name the class auth interceptor service, and this will implement HTTP interceptor. So type implement HTTP interceptor, and now we need few methods to implement because we use this interface HTTP interceptor. So first of all, let's make this service injectable. So type at injectable. Right now, if I hover over my cursor to auth interceptor service, I can see TS TypeScript compiler giving me suggestions saying property intercept is missing in the type auth interceptor service. The reason why it's saying that you have to implement this is because we used HTTP interceptor interface. Now, if you're not sure about HTTP interceptor, I would highly recommend go read the documentation of HTTP interceptor. So we're gonna implement this intercept, and that would be request and next, and we simply log on the console request, and we just simply return next.handle. I'm going to save the project. Next, let's go to app.module.ts file and inject our auth interceptor service. So on the line 16, I'm going to start by typing import, and that would be auth interceptor service, and that would be from, we can say $/ and we use this intercept service, add a semicolon, and now let's go down to our providers, and that would be a bit different than just providing a class name. In our provider list, I'm gonna type a comma, and then that would be an object now. So I'll just use curly braces, and that would take two properties, provide and a use class. So I'll type provide, add a column, and that would be HTTP interceptor. And then we are going to use a use class property, and that would be auth interceptor service. Now let's go to our imports, and let's just add HTTP interceptor in our imports as well. So here we can see we have HTTP interceptor that was added here by automatically by Visual Studio Code. If we want to use the multiple interceptor, we need to type the property called multi, and we have to set that to true. So let's do that. Instead of just typing that property right on the same line, I'm just gonna make a space here, and then add enter. So we put this on every separate line. That would be easy to read. Add a comma here, press enter, and then here we simply type multi-colon and we set that to true. Let's save the project. Before we test our interceptor, we're gonna go back to auth interceptor service, and here we have this return next.handle. Here we want to pass in a request parameter. Let's save the project. Let me take you to the website and then we'll test it out, our interceptor. Now if I click on users, I can see the request. So our intercept is working fine. So now let's go and modify our interceptor. Let me just remove this console log and we're gonna create a new variable here. So I'll type var and I'll name the variable auth request is equal to, we say request.clone. So that function basically clone the request and make a copy of it. And then we will have an object, and the first property for that will have headers, and the header would be request.headers.set, and just gonna press Ctrl Z. So that would be first properties, first key actually would be authorization, and second would be token, right? And then in the token we're gonna basically append the token. So for now we don't have any token, so we go to the website and let's take a look at if we have any token. We go to application and here we can see we have a token. So I'm just gonna clear all and we go to login, and I want to try login with abc@abc.com and the password will be 123456. Click on login and now we should have a token here. So we're just gonna copy this token and let's go back and we're just going to append that with our token, and for now we're just hard coding it, but later we will make it dynamic. So I'm just gonna save the project, and now let's change our next.handle from request to auth request. So type auth request. Let's save the project. Now let's go and test our interceptor. So I'm going to go to a network tab and I'm going to click on users, but let's clear the network tab first. I'm going to click on this button to clear all the requests. Click on users, and now we are going to go to our users and we're going to go to headers. And if you take a look at our headers, request headers, and here we have authorization with the token. All right, so we've successfully implemented token in authorization using Angular 4 HTTP interceptor. Welcome back everybody. In this video we are going to create a login check functionality. So if we're logged in, we want to make sure that we remove the register button and the login button. And also once we log in, we should have a logout button to log out. So let's go and take a look at the app first. So let me go to the app, and here we are on localhost 4200. Now we can look at app is working fine. We can register, we can log in. So let's register another user. So I'll say new user, and I'll say new at new.com. A password I'll give 147. Name I'll say new user, and description, this is the new user. Right, I'm going to register. Now once I go register, it's going to go to our database and store the data for this user. So if I click on users, I should have another user called new user, which has a new at new.com, description, and a name. There's no post for that user. So now I want to go and log in with this user. So if I go and click on login, I'll type new at new, and I'll type the password 147, and I click on login. So once I click on login, you notice in our console, we should have a token here. All right. And also if we go to the application, that token gets stored here in our local storage. So once we have a token in a local storage, we can check that, okay, we are successfully logged in. So if this token exists, we want to make sure we remove the register button and a login button, and instead we create a log out button. So let's go back to the front end project, and I am in api.service.ts file, and here inside this file, let's create another function. So I'll say let's get is authenticated, right? And then we want to basically return local storage.get item, and we want to check if this token exists. So here we can see we store the token, we get the token, and we store the token into this variable. We can check by accessing this token if that token exists in our local storage. That means a user is logged in, and if not, then we can basically say it's not, no one is logged in. So in our get authenticated function, we just return local storage.get item, and we get this dot token key. Right now, I can negate that. That means it will return true if that exists. So if I double negate that, it will basically return true or false now, depending on if it exists or if it doesn't exist. Now let's save the project here, and we will go to app.component.ts. Now here we want to create a constructor, and we want to have this API service injected. So type private API service, and we have a API service injected to a constructor. Let's go to the template section of our app component, and here I have two buttons, register and login. So if we have a token, that means we're logged in. We don't want to show these buttons. We don't want to show this register button and login button. So inside of our button, we can use this asterisk, and we can use the directive called ngIf. I'll set equal to, and I'll start with double quotation, and here I'll use API service. So I have API service injected to a class dot, and I'll say is authenticated. So if I don't wanna, I wanna ignore the spelling mistakes, so I'll go to API service, and I'll just copy the name of that function, so I don't want to make a mistake. So let's go back, and here I'll just paste that. Now we want to add this negate symbol. We can call it exclamation mark as well. So that means if it returns false, then you just hide this, all right? If it's a false, then you hide all this, all right? So I'm gonna save the project now, and let's go back to our project. And here you can see it already removed a register and a login button. I'm still at the login component, but I don't see the register or login button anymore. So if I go into my application, I just get rid of this, and I'll refresh the page. And now I should see register and login button. There we go. So now I can go and log in again, and I'll say, okay, I'll log in with a new, add new. So we just gotta make sure new at new.com, and I'll type 147, and once I click on login, that should remove these buttons. Now we want to go back to the code, and we want to create another button here. So I'll just copy and paste this button down below, and here we will just change the route later in the next video, but for now we will just say log out. All right, I'm gonna save the project, and here I want to remove this exclamation mark, save the project again, let's go back, and now it will say log out. All right, and yeah, here we can see all the stuff happening, or we can make this function right here. So what we want to do now, we want to go back to the code, and we want to call a function once we click on this log out button. All right, so here I'll set the rotor link to home. All right, and I'll save the project, and here I want to call a function. So let's do that in the next video. Alright guys, so let's go and finish our logout functionality. So right now we have our logout button, well, it doesn't do anything. So what we want to do, we want to go to API service.ts file, and here I'll just create a function and I will basically name it logout. And what I'll do inside this function, we will just basically call our local storage dot remove item, and we'll pass in this dot token key, and that will remove the token key from our local storage. Now let's go back to app component, and here we want to add a click directive. So I'll type click is equal to, we say log out, but we want to access API service. So API service dot log out, and we want to wrap this in double quotes or single quotes. So I'll just wrap this around. Let's save the project. If we go to the terminal one, let's see if our project is saved. Now let's go to our project, and here we can see we have a logout button. I'll click on a logout, that will remove the ID and it'll take us to the home page. So if I have a users, so let's go and log in first, and we'll just use new 147. I'm going to click on login. That will log us in. We can go back to social app, users, we can go to profile, and we can also go and look at the post there. Everything's working fine, but we cannot go and log in. Now let's go and try this a different way. I'm going to go and open a new tab, and I'm going to close the existing tab, and we'll go to localhost 4200, and there you go. So we still logged in. We don't see login or log out function because we are authenticated already, which is kind of cool. So I'll open our developer tools, and here we can see we have a token. So now if I click on log out, token will be gone, and we are back logged out. So if we were in, let's say we log in again, sorry, my bad, I missed that. So 147, I'll click on login, and then we go to users. Right now on this page, I'm gonna log out, not on the login page. So I'll click on log out, and there you go. It takes us back to the home page, which is basically localhost 4200. Next, what we want to do is if someone registers, so let's say if I go and register myself, and right now if you click on the register, the data will be sent and stored in our database, but we will not move away from a register component. It will stay here. So in the next video, we're going to look at how we can achieve that. Welcome back. Let me take you to an application. Now, right now I'm at a register component, and here what I want to do is when I register someone, first of all, we want to store the token so we can check, okay, when someone registers, we will straight away log them in as well. That makes sense, isn't it? So once someone registers, if it gets registered successfully, then we can make it a login automatically, and also we will have to remove this register and login button and show the logout button. And also we want to go to the social app homepage once we register and if it gets successful. So the way we can do is we can basically store the same token, and we can use the same code what we use to when we log in into our application. So let me take you first of all to the back end of the project, and here I have this login endpoint. I'll just copy this payload and response here. I'm just going to copy this line of code and paste it instead of this else. All right, I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to save the project, and now here instead of result, I want to change this to, let's just say, new user, and here in the payload we use new user instead of a user, and rest it's going to be the same. And also we can basically handle an error here, and we will just copy this this line of code, which is basically our response for an error. Here I can simply say error registering the user. Now let's go to our front end project, and in the front end project we want to go to register function, In the front of the project, I'm in api.service.ts file, and here we have a function named send user registration, and we have a response. So inside that, we'll type local storage dot set item, and the key would be this dot token key, and the value would be response dot token. Now again, we're getting an error, so we have to type any. So I've already explained why we have to type any when we were creating a login user function. And also here we can basically console log the response for now. So we could take a look what's happening there. Let's go and test our application. Let me take you to the browser, and I am in register component, and here I would like to register a new user. So I'll say new one add new.com. Password I'll say 123, name new one, description, this is the new one user. I'm gonna click on register, and there you go. We successfully registered a user. We've got a token. We don't have login and log out button. The only thing I would like to happen here when I click on register, and if I'm able to get the register and successfully store the token, I want to go to the home page, or I would like to go to the profile of a newly created user. So let's go back to the code and let's take a look at how we can go to the home page. So this is the function in the register.component.ts file, and here I will simply use a router link. So let's go and copy that from app component. We'll just copy this, right? I'm gonna save the project, and I'm gonna go into register, and I'm going to paste that here, and I want to set the router link to just an empty slash. I'm gonna save the project, and let's go back to the project, and here we want to log out, and we're gonna go to register. I'll use, let's just say as.as, and I'll say 123 as, and just random description. I'm gonna click on register, and there you go. Once I get this token saved properly, then I'll go to a localhost colon 4200. Now there's a problem here. If we don't get the proper registration done, we will still be going to the localhost, because this thing has no validation here. Basically, it's just a button which get clicked and it takes us to that router link, no matter what happened, if our user is registered or if our user is not registered. Let's remove this router link because this is not the right way to do it. I'm going to save the project. Now we're going to go to api.service.ts file, and here we want to check what happens after the users get registered. So this is the function send user registration. We set the key in our local storage. Now we have another function called is authenticated. We can use this getter to check if the token was stored in the local storage or not. So inside of a send registration function, we check if is authenticated, right? If the token has been stored in our local storage, then we go down inside of our if condition, and I'm going to use a service called router. A router is already injected in our constructor for this api.service.ts file. So here I can use this route dot, and there is a function called navigate by URL. There's a lot of ways to do it, but the simplest way is to navigate by URL. So I'll say, okay, navigate by URL. Now I will pass in just a slash, and that's it. And also, if the user, basically if there is an error, then we can say else, and here we'll just return one of the error that we can grab from one of the file. Maybe the registration file has this, or we have, nope, it's in the backend, I guess. Right, so basically we don't really need to do that. We can just do a console log here. So we'll go back to this function. I'll say console.log, and I'll simply say registration failed. All right. So I'm going to save the project. Let's go ahead and test it out. So here we're going to log out, and I want to stop the backend service. So we'll go to the backend project, and I will stop the server here. So I'm just going to Control C and terminate the job. I'm going to save the project. Let's go back to our front end, and let's go to our web page. And here our backend service is not running. So I'm going to click on register. It would still work because it's got nothing to do with the backend. So I'll say b@b.com. Password will say 123. Name B, and description. This is the B user. If I click on register, as you can see, it says registration failed, and it also gives us an error response. Now I'm going to start the backend project. So I'll go and start Nodimon server.js file, and let's go back to our project. I want to refresh the page. So let's go press Control R, refresh it. Let's go to register, and I'll say c@c, and I'll say 123, then I'll say C, and I'll say this is the C user. Right, I'm going to click on register, and there you go. It took us back to the home page, which is mainly localhost 4200. So congratulations guys, our application is perfectly working fine. There may be bugs, but those will be your assignments to fix the bugs, and share your thoughts if you find any bug in the discussion board. So if someone has any issues, you gotta jump up and just answer those questions in the discussion to help the community and help your fellow students. And I was really excited to build this registration system. Well, we can call it a mean stack or registration system with you guys. Welcome to this module guys. In this module, we will start publishing our application to the real world. For the front-end project, we will use Amazon Web Services, mainly S3. And for a backend project, we will use Heroku, which we will do in the next video. First of all, if you haven't created an Amazon Web Services account, then I think you should. This is the right time. It's a free account. You just create an Amazon Web Services account. And after that, once you log in, you need to come to the Amazon Web Service console. And here you will go to storage, and inside the storage section, we will go to S3. Now, we want to create a bucket. So let's click on create bucket, and here we'll type the name. So I'll just say mean registration, and let's just make it mean reg. Okay, let's keep that. I'm going to click on next, and let's see if that is available or not. Well, that is available. It's not really liking this name, so I'll say mean registration, and we'll click on next, and then we will select a default here. We don't want to have a server access logging, versioning, object level logging, so we just simply click on next here, and here we will basically select who is the owner. And here I can see user ID and objects read and write, object permission is read and write, and here we want to change this to grant public read access to this bucket. Instead of having do not grant public read access to this bucket, change that here, and it will basically tell you that this bucket will have public read access. That is what we want to do, because we want to access this bucket throughout anywhere on the internet, so people can go and look at your application. Let's click on next, and here I'll keep everything default. Let's click on create bucket. So the bucket has been created successfully. I can see I have a mean registration bucket. So if I click on that, I have overview, properties panel, permission, management, And here I have this upload button where I can upload files. So right now let's go to the front end project, and here we want to do a bit of modification to our code. First of all, let's go to api.service.ts file, and here we can see we have hard-coded a path property to this class. Now, if you look at our source folder, just below an app folder, or not exactly, we have an assets folder, and then we have an environment folder. Right now, in the environment folder, we have two files, environment.prod.ts. This is a file get executed when we make a build production. So we have an environment.ts file as well. So what we want to do here, we want to add a path property here, and I'm going to go back to API service.ts file and then grab this string, actually grab the whole property. So just paste it here. Let's just remove the path, and then let's just fix the space. And now, instead of writing a hard-coded string here, I want to import. So let's just type import, and we want to import environment. So that spelling would be, and then that will come from, and go to environment slash, and we import environment. Let's save, and instead of writing this hard-coded string, we can simply type environment dot path, and down below in auth path we can say environment dot path, and just concatenate this slash auth. I'm going to save the project. Now if I will go and take a look at in our browser, let's actually take a look at that. So here I want to go to create a new tab and go to localhost 4200 and see if our project is working. So if I click on users, I can see the users are getting generated. So now let's go back to our front end project. And the next thing I want to talk about is about environment.prod.ts file. So right now, if we make a build of our Angular application by typing ng build space -env dash is equal to prod, basically this file will be executed and that will be imported, right? So instead of having the pod in our environment for testing, we want to copy this line of code and paste it in our environment.production file as well. So I'll just paste that here. I'm going to save the project. Let's go and build the project. Right now you might have a question that what do you mean by building a project? So here we have a source folder, we have an app folder, we have an environment folder, assets folder, and there's a lot of configuration files. We don't want to upload all of these files to Amazon Web Services using S3. Instead, we want to create a build, production build. So how do we do that? First of all, we want to check that we have environment.prod.ts file, which has all the properties we need so far. But if you need another properties or some other properties, you got to make sure everything is there. And also, let's go to terminal now and type the command ng build -env is equal to prod. I'm going to press enter, and this command will make a build for us so that we can go and grab this file and upload to Amazon S3. You will see a folder just going to be created, this folder. Okay, so inside of this folder, as you can see, we have less files now. We have a index.html file, we have an inline.bundle, a main bundle, polyfills, styles, and vendors. So just these files are more than enough to create this application on a cloud. So we have all these files. I'm going to right click and let's go and reveal that folder in Explorer. And these are the files we want to upload. So let's go to Chrome browser, and here we are in Amazon S3 Web Services. We created a bucket mean registration. Let's click on that. And after that, let's just click on upload. We click on add files, and we want to navigate to where our project is. So I believe we have development, drive, web, project, mean auth, and I'll go to front end, I'll go to this, and I'm gonna grab all of these files and click on open. That will upload all the files. Let's click on next, and now we will basically change this to say grant public read access to this object. And let's click on next again, and then we click on next, and then simply click on upload. So that will upload all the files. We should be seeing these files soon. It says bucket is empty, but 8.3% successful. So files are getting uploaded. Just be patient, guys. Now after that, we're going to go to properties, and we want to click on static web hosting. Let's just select that, and it's still loading actually. Give it a second. So let's select that and use this bucket to host the website. So I'm just going to select that option, and here we want to type in our index document. So that would be index.html file. And let's click on save. So if I go and right click and copy this part, I'll simply click on that. Now our application is successfully running on this URL, mean-registration.s3-website.us-east-2.amazon-aws.com. Pretty long path. So if I click on users, as you can see, it's loading users. So you might be thinking, how come it's loading the users? Because it's running on Amazon Web Services. The reason why it's loading the services is because we have defined the path for our backend is localhost :3000, and our backend service is currently running because we are accessing this locally in our computer where backend service is running. This is why we're seeing all the users. So right now our front end project is running on Amazon Web Services. In the next video, we will go and upload our backend project to Heroku, and then we'll come back in our front end project and update the URL for our backend service. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we are going to learn how we can upload our backend application on public host called Heroku. They have some free options to upload your website. So if you haven't signed up, click on sign up and create your account and log in. I have already created my account, so I'm just simply going to log in. Once you're logged in, you will be represented by this page. You will click on create new app, name your app, so I'll say mean registration. Let's click on create app. The reason why I was able to create a mean registration is because it was available. Now we can use GitHub, Dropbox, Container, Heroku Git. We want to use Heroku Git. It's a command line interface to upload your backend projects to Heroku, and which makes it very easy as well. So I'm just going to grab the backend service. I think this is the one. All right. So I'll just close some of the files, and we will need a terminal. So I'll just basically just make a terminal bigger. Let's just stop the server for now. Let's type clear. Now once we have completed our backend service, we want to follow this guide from Heroku to upload our backend project to Heroku. So first of all, we will need to log into our Heroku account, and also we want to make sure we have downloaded and installed Heroku. So here you can see the link Heroku CLI. I'm going to click on that, and it's going to take me to this page. And here, if you're on a Windows, you click on Windows 64-bit installer, and it will start downloading Heroku. You double click on it, install it, and you will be ready to go. If you're on a Mac, click on this one, Ubuntu Debian. This is the option by using curl. So I've already installed Heroku, so we'll go back. Now let's follow the guide from Heroku. So we have Heroku login. So I'll type Heroku login and Heroku login. I misspelled that. Now I'm going to type my username and password. So that would be my email and your email, whatever you use to sign up for Heroku. So we'll type username and password, and it should tell you that logged in as awaismirza@gmail.com. I'm going to clear, and after that we want to go to a project which we are already in, and then we want to have a git initialize. So here if I type git status, we already have a git repository initialized, so we want to just skip that line, and after that we will simply type this line of code. So I'll just copy this line of code and just paste it here, and I press enter, and this is going to set the Heroku remote for this repository. But before we do that, I want to take you to our server.js, and here we have a variable port, and I'll go all the way up top, and then here we have this process.env.port. Basically, when you upload your project to Heroku, you don't want to have a port typed in 3000. We want to have a port assigned automatically by our host, which is Heroku. So here you will change the process port to process.env port : a pipe symbol, and 3000. So if there is a port available on our host, that would be it. Otherwise, it will be 3000. So this is the line you need to change here. And after that, you simply go and type in git push Heroku master. Let's do that. And after that, it will just upload your project to Heroku. It will show you a lot of options here, and it will tell you the path as well, where you can access your backend project. So let it finish, guys, and there you go. So we have build succeeded, which is good. And here we have this URL to saying, okay, https://git.heroku.com/ this is our repository, and this is our remote URL to access our main registration.herokuapp.com. So if I click on that, or I'll just copy that and then paste it here. So we'll go http and we'll type it in Heroku, sorry, main registration, and we'll type in .herokuapp.com, and I'll press enter, and our app should be running right now. Let's go back into Heroku and let's take a look what we need to do. Okay, so after this, let me just take and change the URL to users. Once I click on users, and there you go, we get all the users from our MLab database, basically MongoDB. So there's no root endpoint for our application. That's why we have to type a user. So our backend project is working. Now let's go to a front end project. So I'm just gonna go and open the front end project, and here instead of this part, I want to grab this part now. Let me just copy this and paste it here. So when we go to Amazon, and that will make our application up and running on Amazon as well. So let's leave that here, and we'll go to S3 service, and then we want to build the project again and upload that to Amazon. So let's quickly do that as well. So I'm just gonna save the project, and then let's expand our terminal. Let's clear it out, and I'll type ng build --env is equal to prod. I'm going to save. I'm actually going to press enter. It'll take a bit of time to upload, and then we'll go to Amazon Web Services, and then we'll click on upload, click on add files. That will take us to this PC directory. We want to navigate to where our project is, and we'll go to web projects, mean stack, front end. We go to this, and we'll just grab everything here, and let's just open it up, and then we want to click on next and grant this to public. Let's click on next, 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 and it's going to upload those files to our Amazon Web Services. So right now it will have some duplicates, So basically you need to make sure that you have the updated files, not the previous files, because the app won't work. So let it upload and I will show you if our app is still working without our backend service running. Alright, so our project's files are uploaded successfully. Now I want to go to backend project and I want to make sure that we don't have a backend project running. So we have only one terminal running, that's fine. We don't have any backend project running. So if I go to the front end project and I'll click on social app, and let's refresh the page and make sure that basically running properly. So if I click on users, that will take a bit of second now and it will go and grab the users. We can even go to a developers tool. So I'll just open up the developer tool, guys, and let's take a look at the network tab. So if I click on social and then I'll click on users, and now our request is going towards mean stack heroku.com/users, not our localhost :3000. So our application is perfectly working fine because our backend service is running somewhere else. Our front end is running on Amazon, backend is on Heroku. So we have basically linked together. We have an API running which talks to database, store, and the backend, whatever you want to call it, guys. All I want to say is congratulations, you have done a really great job. Every application and every website requires this registration system. So we have successfully built that. And after watching this course, I'm really confident that you will be able to build your own registration system very easily and add some advanced options, which we didn't cover in this video. So I've given you the basic idea how to build registration system, and I want to say good luck for your journey building registration system and a journey to your career as a developer.